Blue Star Long Guabain County. Sitting behind the counter, Ning Yuan used professional tools to carefully clean the corroded spots on a circuit board. If this waterlogged phone could be repaired, it would mean another 500 long coins in his account. Boom. The sudden roar of an engine erupted at the shop entrance, startling him so much that his whole body jolted. Damn. Good thing I steadied my hand at the critical moment, or the circuit board would have been completely ruined. This is. A Ferrari and a wealthy matron clothed head-to-toe in designer brands appeared at the shop entrance, leaving Ning Yuan momentarily dumbfounded. What is this supposed to mean? Do rich people come to repair phones now too? The wealthier they are, the stingier they get. If I don't fleece you for tens of thousands later, it would be an injustice to my trembling little heart. Before he could finish grumbling, the wealthy woman swayed her slender waist, pushed the door open, and walked in. Hello, are you here to repair a phone? Ning Yuan's face instantly shifted into a sincere smile. The wealthy woman lifted her chin, glanced at him sidelong without responding, then let her gaze roam around the shop before finally speaking. A tiny place like this couldn't earn enough in a year to buy even a single pair of my shoes. If you're not here to fix a phone, then get out and turn left. I won't see you off, Ning Yuan said, irritated by the woman's sarcastic tone. He sat back down and returned to dealing with the waterlogged phone in his hands. You're called Ning Yuan, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Jia. I am your father's wife. There is 1 million long coins in this card. If you just nod your head, it's yours. Lu Jia took a card from her LV bag and placed it on the counter. My dad's long dead, so how did a stepmother suddenly pop up to send me money? Ning Yuan picked up the card and examined it carefully. It was indeed a genuine bank card. He chuckled. Is this money really for me? Lu Jia frowned when she heard him call her stepmother and said coldly, of course it's real. As long as you sign this document, I'll give you another 1 million. Ha, I knew it. There's no such thing as pies falling from the sky. Ning Yuan took the document from Lu Jia's hand, flipped through it quickly, then said, I don't want this money. You can really bear to watch your younger brother die in the hospital. You just think the money's too little, don't you? Name your price. How much will it take for you to donate? Lu Jia suddenly became hysterical. What does his life or death have to do with me? Why are you shouting here? Competing with me to see who can yell louder. Go practice in the park for a few years first. By the end, Ning Yuan was shouting outright. Lu Jia took 3 deep breaths to calm herself, then said, Then how much will it take for you to agree to donate? Listen to yourself. How much do you think your son's life is worth? Ning Yuan shot back. You? Lu Jia was rendered speechless by the question, pointing at Ning Yuan as her face flushed red. Cut it out, Ning Yuan waved his hand. I heard that people with leukemia don't live long. Hurry back and order a good coffin so you're not scrambling when the time comes. Even if you hate me, you should still save your younger brother for your father's sake, shouldn't you? Tears streamed down Lu Jia's face as she spoke. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. I still have a beast of a father who abandoned his own son just to live off a woman. Go back and tell him this, his son getting leukemia is just karma. He deserves it. Ning Yuan continued to, seeing that playing the emotional card was useless. Lu Jia swiftly wiped away her tears and said through gritted teeth, I investigated before coming. This shop is something you managed to open only after working yourself to the bone for 5 years after leaving the orphanage. Believe it or not, I can have you shut down by tomorrow. Ha! Ning Yuan turned his head and spat thick phlegm, then sneered. Who do you think you are, some reincarnated heavenly king? If you've got the ability, shut me down right now. Realizing that Ning Yuan was completely impervious to her, Lu Jia said nothing more. She picked up the bank card and agreement from the counter, and just before stepping out the door, left one final line. You and that cheap woman are really alike. Both stubborn to the core. Damn you. Ning Yuan vaulted out from behind the counter, grabbed a basin of foot-wash water from the floor, and flung it toward the door. Lu Jia screamed, quickly dove into the Ferrari, and sped off with a stomp on the accelerator. Running that fast? How come you didn't just crash and die? Ning Yuan cursed as he pushed the door shut, then picked up a nearby mop. As he mopped up the water on the floor, he muttered to himself, I've lost several million because of you. Let's count that as paying off the debt of this body. Ning Yuan had originally been a fine young man in the 21st century on Earth, working in what sounded like a high-end IT profession. In reality, he was just repairing phones. He never expected that while fixing a phone, a leaking battery would electrocute him into this parallel world. Other people who transmigrated were invariably protagonists commanding wind and rain in foreign worlds, living in unrestrained splendor. He transmigrated, and that was all. He got nothing. To make matters worse, he ended up in the body of a poor kid who had just left an orphanage. The only comforting part was that this kid was also called Ning Yuan, so he didn't need to change his name. After more than a year in this world, he had endured countless hardships. Relying on his skills, he finally opened a shop of his own, and life had at last begun to feel comfortable. He never imagined Lu Jia would come knocking. That was trouble. As for her son, Ning Yuan wouldn't dare save him. He was afraid of retribution. After cleaning up the water on the floor, Ning Yuan took a bottle of soda from the fridge. As he drank, he pondered countermeasures. Based on the original owner's memories, if Lu Jia was serious, he really would have to shut this shop down for good. In other words, his good days were about to end. What should he do? If someone came to the shop to cause trouble, he would call the police. If someone came to beat him up, he would immediately lie down and open a car buying app to pick out a vehicle. If the landlord tried to kick him out, he would bring out the contract and take him to court. Thinking this through, Ning Yuan drained the soda in one gulp and muttered to himself, "So what if you have money? I'm barefoot. Why should I be afraid of someone wearing shoes? If you push me too far, none of us will have it easy." Ding. Black Technology Product Supplier System, binding in progress. 50%. 99%. Bind, yes, no. An electronic voice suddenly echoed, and has the cheat finally arrived? Hurry up and bind. Ning Yuan shouted excitedly in his heart. Binding successful. Black Technology Phone X100 has been issued. Price 500 long coins per phone. Mission: sell all phones within 1 month. Penalty: if the mission is not completed, the profit share ratio will drop to 1 per 1,000. The current ratio is 1:9, with the host receiving 1 share. Reward: 1 lucky will spin 1 Black Technology robot. Note: as the host of the Black Technology Supplier System, you must not curry favor with customers just to sell products. You must remain elegant at all times. Damn. Selling a phone for 5,000. Why don't you just rob a bank? Can't I trade for a different system? This one is a scam, Ning Yuan said in despair. Please stop complaining and focus on selling. Staring at the black case that had appeared on the counter at some unknown point, Ning Yuan grumbled. I've transmigrated and still can't escape the life of a wage slave. A lousy system shows up just to make me sell goods. Isn't this messing with me? Use Black Technology products to shock this world. Host, you will become the most dazzling person on this planet. Fine, I admit defeat. I really want to see just how Black Tech this phone is daring to be sold for 500,000. Ning Yuan swiftly opened the box, took out a completely jet black phone, and began to operate it. After it powered on, 5 large silver characters appeared: Black Tech Phone. This is way too low grade, like some 300 yuan senior smartphone from Huiqiang Bai. Ning Yuan could not help but complain. Country bumpkin, who are you calling a senior phone? An ethereal voice suddenly sounded from within the device. Damn, this crappy phone has become a spirit now. Ning Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. I am the Black Tech Phone's voice assistant, Xiao AI. Please cease your ridicule of the Black Tech Phone. You've got to be kidding me. Even a lousy phone dares to talk back to me. As Ning Yuan saw the 5 characters, Black Tech Phone, vanish and a familiar interface appear, he said, isn't this just an ordinary Android system? This is the Black Tech Phone system. Its security and smoothness leave the Android system billions of streets behind, Xiao AI said. Alright, Black Tech, Black Tech. Ning Yuan nodded as he spoke. I've heard that phrase until my ears are growing calluses. As he muttered, he opened the settings, intending to check the phone's detailed specifications. When he opened the full specifications, he was dumbfounded. Phone model: Black Tech Phone 1.0. RAM 6 TB. Processor: Black Tech Chip 1.0. Internal storage: 128 TB. Front camera: 200 million pixels. Rear camera: 250 million pixels. Estimated battery standby time: 3 months and 1 day. Black. Truly black. Ning Yuan quickly connected to Wi-Fi, downloaded a phone benchmarking app, and started a performance test. A few minutes later, a terrifying number appeared on the screen. 10 million points. One had to know that the best-performing Huawei-like phone in this world only scored a bit over 600,000. Ning Yuan opened the app to view the detailed breakdown. The Black Tech chip alone had over 3 million points. Too cheap, it's being sold too cheap, Ning Yuan said with a shake of his head. A Black Tech phone like this shouldn't go for anything less than over $1 million each. I've struck it rich, huh? That wretched woman even wanted me to close the shop and starve. She can keep dreaming. In the end, Ning Yuan planted 2 loud kisses on the Black Tech Phone. 1 phone 1 million, 100 phones is 100 million. According to the profit-sharing ratio, I can get 10 million. Ha ha ha. A prompt from the system instantly doused him with a bucket of cold water. The host is required to strictly follow the stipulated price. Any violation will result in a reduced profit-sharing ratio. Damn, I can't even sell it for more. What kind of crappy rule is this? Ning Yuan cursed inwardly, then recalculated. If he sold all the phones at the system's set price, he could still get 5 million dragon coins. That would do as well. He would successfully step into the ranks of millionaires and never have to repair phones again. With that thought, he took out his own phone, recorded a detailed short review video of the Black Tech Phone, and prepared to upload it to Douyin to go completely viral. When he finally finished and looked up at the clock, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Ignoring his hunger, he uploaded the finished video to the Douyin backend and was just about to tap the publish button when the system's voice sounded. As the host of the Black Tech Product Supplier System, you must maintain elegance at all times. How can you promote the product yourself? What's that supposed to mean? How am I supposed to sell without promotion? Ning Yuan asked in his heart. To ensure the host remains elegant at all times, this system stipulates the following. 1. You are forbidden from engaging in any form of product promotion. 2. For the same black tech product, each customer may purchase only 1 unit. 3. Further rules will be added in the future. Any violation will reduce the profit-sharing ratio to 1%. Hearing this, Ning Yuan exploded. Elegant. Elegant, my ass. What kind of crap rule is this? Are you afraid I might actually manage to sell a single phone? This isn't allowed, that isn't allowed. How am I supposed to sell phones? No matter how much he cursed this time, the system did not reappear. After going out for a bowl of ramen, he changed his approach. Since the system would not let him promote the product, he could only work on the shop itself, striving to ensure that every customer who walked in would learn about the black tech phone at first glance. Putting thought into action, he pulled out a cardboard box from under the counter that he had planned to sell as scrap. He unfolded the box and wrote down the black tech phone's detailed specifications and price on it. Once he finished, he pasted the unfolded cardboard in the most eye-catching spot in the shop, making sure it would be visible the moment someone walked through the door. The rest of the time was just waiting. He wondered which sucker, no lucky soul, would be the first to discover the genuine black tech product here. That afternoon, Ning Yuan did not idle. Under his efforts, the water-soaked phone he had been repairing finally powered on. After dinner, an elderly man came in, took the repaired phone, and left 500 yuan for him. As he headed out the door, he muttered, "People nowadays are really crazy for money. Daring to sell a phone for 500,000. Hearing that, Ning Yuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He suddenly remembered that Bayan County, a tiny county with only an East and West Main Street, was mostly populated by elderly residents. Most of the young people had gone off to work in big cities. How could those old grandpas and grandmas possibly spend 500,000 on his phone? Whatever, I'll think of something tomorrow, Ning Yuan said, grabbing a bag of crunchy instant noodles. As he ate, he picked up the black tech phone to play with it. Holographic games. He casually browsed through the phone's pre-installed apps, and only then realized there were games as well. After he tapped it open, a multicolored beam of light shot out from the top of the phone, and a tabby cat appeared on the counter. Beside it were 3 options: feed, play, evolve. Ning Yuan tapped feed, and a bowl of cat food appeared next. The tabby cast Ning Yuan a glance, then cautiously began to eat. This is way too realistic. Someone who didn't know better would think there was a real cat lying here, Ning Yuan said as he reached out to pet it, only to grab a handful of empty air. Amazing. This really is black tech. This is holographic projection technology. It can project parts of a game's visuals into reality, allowing players to feel as though they are truly there, Xiao AI explained. Can it project movies, eh? Ning Yuan asked. It can. That kind of movie as well. What kind of movie? Please specify. Forget it, my body's a bit weak lately, I'll pass. Help me project a horror film instead. Understood. Mountain Village Corpse is now being projected. That night, as Ning Yuan later expressed, was insanely thrilling. The next morning at dawn, with dark circles heavy under his eyes, Ning Yuan went out and drank 2 bowls of soy milk and ate 3 fried dough sticks before he felt a bit better. After playing with the black tech phone all night, cold and hungry, it had been unbearable, and he swore he would never stay up all night again. Full and satisfied, and carrying a few extra steamed buns, he finally left the breakfast shop. Just as he reached his storefront, a yellow-haired punk blocked his way. What does that mean? Practice a bit, Ning Yuan said. The yellow-haired guy looked Ning Yuan up and down, then turned to shout, "Brothers, this is the place." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of young men squatting on the curb across the street walked over. Ning Yuan sensed the danger and took a few steps back, pulling out his phone to call the police, but the yellow-haired guy interrupted him, taunting, "Want to call the police? Which gang are you from? Don't you know who I am around here?" Ning Yuan forced himself to stay calm, pretending to be strong in hopes of scaring off these thugs. The yellow-haired guy said to the chubby guy next to him, "In this day and age, there are still people pretending to be gangsters," then turned to Ning Yuan and said, "Don't you know they are cracking down on gangs now? Still pretending to be a tough guy? Do you believe I won't call the police and have you arrested right now?" The crowd burst into laughter. Caught off guard by the yellow-haired guy, Ning Yuan thought, when did thugs start to adapt and keep up with the times? He scratched his nose and said, "So what do you guys want to do?" "Do what? We're just standing here. Is there a problem?" The yellow-haired guy said with a grin. "All right." Ning Yuan nodded, pushed up the rolling shutter, and entered the shop. The yellow-haired guy and a few spirited young men wearing cropped pants followed him in. One of them pointed at a piece of cardboard facing the shop door and said, "Boss, this is still a black shop selling a broken phone for 500. I'm not blind. I can see that," the yellow-haired guy said with a cold smile while examining the cardboard. A black technology phone with 6 terabytes of RAM, a score of 10 million on Antutu. What a load of nonsense. The spirited young man leaned forward and asked, "Boss, what is RAM?" "Get lost. You don't even know what RAM is. Did you graduate middle school?" the yellow-haired guy said disdainfully. The yellow-haired guy looked at him with contempt. The spirited young man laughed foolishly and retreated behind the yellow-haired guy. Ning Yuan, playing with his phone behind the counter, asked, "Then what is RAM?" "RAM? Is RAM? What else could it be?" The yellow-haired guy stammered. "You're like a crow on a pig, only seeing others as black, but not seeing your own darkness." Ning Yuan chuckled. "Ha ha ha." The crowd laughed along. The yellow-haired guy's face turned visibly red, and he shouted, "Everyone shut up, do you still want to earn money?" The group of spirited young men immediately fell silent, their bodies trembling. Ning Yuan stopped talking, leaned back in his chair behind the counter, and began to scroll through Douyin. "Kid, do you know why we came over?" Seeing that Ning Yuan was silent, the yellow-haired guy took the initiative to provoke. "I don't know, did you come over to eat shit?" Ning Yuan retorted. "You? Kid, I'll kill you." The yellow-haired guy stuttered in anger, and a spirited young man behind him shouted, "Do you believe we'll crip?" Ning Yuan pulled out a kitchen knife from under the counter, walked up to the yellow-haired guy, handed him the knife, and pointed at his own head, saying, "Come on, chop here. I was just worried about where to eat." "You think I want?" The yellow-haired guy shouted, holding the kitchen knife. "Chop. What are you waiting for?" Ning Yuan said. "Opt." The yellow-haired guy closed his eyes, raised the knife, shouted loudly, but ultimately did not chop down, instead scaring himself into trembling all over. Ning Yuan snatched the knife and pointed at the yellow-haired guy, saying, "I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Wait for it." The yellow-haired guy spat out a harsh remark and left with his spirited young men. After the group of thugs left, Ning Yuan leaned back in his chair behind the counter, scrolling through Douyin. This was his usual life, working when there was work, playing when there wasn't, number 996, number 007. The money he earned was enough to spend in this small county, and life was quite comfortable. Once the black technology phone was sold, he would directly step into the ranks of the wealthy. However, he needed to deal with those thugs right now. No need to ask that yellow-haired guy was definitely related to Lugia. This morning he came only to scout the area, but he would certainly disrupt his plan to sell phones. In the morning he helped a lady replace the earpiece on her phone and earned 100 dragon coins. After the lunch break, until 3 in the afternoon, as expected, the yellow-haired guy and those spirited young men appeared at the shop door again. This time they didn't enter the shop, but sat outside, each with a chair, setting up a game of chess. A middle-aged man preparing to enter the shop was stopped by them. "What are you doing?" the man asked. "If you're here to fix your phone, go to another shop. This is a black shop selling a phone for 5,000. If you're not afraid of being scammed, you can go in," the yellow-haired guy said. The middle-aged man looked up and down at the yellow-haired guy with tattoos on his arms, tight pants, and wearing a thick chain around his neck. It was clear he was not a good person. With his years of life experience, this shop must have offended someone. Ning Yuan sat behind the counter, seeing through the glass that a customer was driven away by the yellow-haired guy. He sneered. "Oh, as expected, Lu Jia was truly using all means necessary. The daughter of Redwood Capital resorting to such despicable tactics." Throughout the afternoon, the yellow-haired guy drove away 3 customers, giving Ning Yuan the middle finger each time. Until it got dark, the yellow-haired guy and his little brothers did not leave, even ordering takeout, showing a determination to stick it out. Ning Yuan boiled a bag of instant noodles, added 2 eggs, a sausage, and some greens, and while eating thought about a countermeasure. This situation couldn't go on. Not to mention that the black technology phone couldn't be sold, but even normal life would be affected. Thinking of the black technology phone, an immature idea popped into his mind. After quickly finishing the noodles, he took out the black technology phone and began to operate. As the yellow-haired guy was eating, he suddenly saw his little brother across from him with eyes wide open like cow eggs, dropping his lunchbox on the ground, trembling, pointing behind him, and suddenly screamed, "A ghost, a ghost." The other little brothers also looked at the yellow-haired guy behind him in terror, throwing their lunchboxes and running away into the distance. One chubby, spirited young man, his legs went weak, falling over, disregarding the pain, crawled a few steps forward, leaving a puddle of urine on the ground, struggling to stand up and run. Seeing this scene, the yellow-haired guy broke out in cold sweat, feeling someone blowing cold air on the back of his neck, involuntarily shivering. He gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around, only to find nothing there. Nothing appeared behind him as he had imagined. The cold air at the back of his neck must have come from a high-powered fan at a nearby barbecue stall. He let out a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and muttered, "These dog things trying to slack off and scaring me before they leave." Before he could finish speaking, the blonde youth fell abruptly silent. Something dark had just drifted past him. He rubbed his eyes and peered ahead intently. Nothing. Utter emptiness. All he saw was the cold noodle stall across the street. "Damn it. These bastards have me on the verge of hallucinating." He exhaled deeply, turned to resume his meal, and froze chopsticks halfway to his mouth. A woman stood before him. Long hair cascading, a delicate oval face, lips like cherries. Were it not for her hollow pitch-black eye sockets and skin so pallid it seemed translucent, she would have been strikingly beautiful. There really is a ghost. This was the sole thought echoing in his mind. He tried to flee, but his body refused to obey. His legs felt leaden, rooted to the pavement. He tried to scream, but his throat constricted as if choked by a rag. Not a single sound escaped him. Then warmth spread through his trousers, a grotesque, fleeting comfort, and the suffocating pressure in his throat vanished. Ah! A shriek like that of a slaughtered pig tore through the quiet, peaceful street. Heads turned toward the source. A yellow-haired youth, rigid as a plank, collapsed lifelessly at the roadside. Within minutes, an ambulance roared to a halt before Ning Yuan's mobile phone shop. Nurses lifted the youth onto a stretcher, some retching even as they worked. What on earth happened to this guy? His trousers are soaked in urine and feces. It's running down his legs. Disgusting. Ugh. One nurse muttered, gagging. A nurse standing across the street frowned and sighed. You've already seen it. Why must you say it aloud? Ugh, revolting. Ning Yuan behind the counter silently offered an apologetic bow to the white-clad attendants. That blonde fool truly lacked decorum. Bluster without substance. Just last night he projected a horror film using the holographic function of his advanced smartphone. Yet even after watching the entire film, the youth hadn't flinched half as violently. Had the blonde youth overheard those words, he'd have leapt up and slapped Ning Yuan across the face. Was it the same? Ning Yuan watched with full awareness, while he'd been ambushed utterly unprepared. To thrust the most terrifying specter directly before his eyes. His fate was unbearably cruel. The ambulance roared away. Ning Yuan felt deeply contented. He peeled a banana and warmed a glass of milk, the ritual he observed every night before sleep. Rumors spread swiftly through Bayan County a spectral apparition had appeared before a mobile phone shop. Witnesses included not only the blonde youth and his companions, but also itinerant vendors near the store. Early the next morning, as Ning Yuan stepped out of his shop, something felt amiss. Several figures stood across the street, pointing their phones directly at him. A young couple from the 2-yuan shop diagonally opposite exchanged furtive glances upon spotting him, and hurried back inside as though pursued by a phantom. What fresh nonsense is this now? Ning Yuan pulled out his phone, switched to selfie mode, and held it before his face. Could it be that my striking visage has finally been recognized by the world? No, I must exercise greater caution henceforth. A young man must always safeguard himself. With that, he lowered the rolling shutter, locked the door, and ambled toward a nearby breakfast stall. The moment he entered, every patron turned to stare. Even the vendor frying dough sticks paused mid-motion. One fried dough stick, one bowl of tofu, putting extra coriander. Thank you, Ning Yuan said, taking an empty seat. An elderly man sipping soy milk across from him abandoned all caution. He lifted the steaming bowl, blew, furiously drained it in a blink, and fled, tossing money onto the counter. Ning Yuan lifted his arm and sniffed his shirt, fresh, fragrant, entirely odorless. How uncanny. Why do they all look at me as though I were a plague bearer? His breakfast arrived swiftly. From the vendor's trembling hands and wide-eyed expression, Ning Yuan sensed something was afoot, though he couldn't yet confirm what. He quickly opened a short video app and searched for Bayan County. A blurry clip, filmed as if on a landline, appeared, crowned with a bold title, "Apparent Haunting Outside Mobile Phone Shop, Blonde Youth Terrified into Soiling Himself." After watching the clip, Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He scrolled through analyses by unscrupulous online commentators, claiming the ghost had emerged from the shop itself, and that the premises must harbor a wrong spirit. At last the truth revealed itself. Ning Yuan devoured his breakfast in 3 quick bites, scanned to pay, and hurried back. This incident had sparked an idea. He could project more captivating holographic content outside his shop using his advanced smartphone. Wouldn't that serve as subtle, effective promotion? Once foot traffic surged, his cutting-edge device would inevitably... The thought filled him with quiet pride. He was quite simply a marketing prodigy. Back at the shop, he began editing a holographic video of the Jade Emperor ready for evening projection when crowds gathered nearby. After lunch, just as he prepared to play a few rounds of a popular multiplayer game, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking youth strode in. Phone raised, speaking animatedly. "Hello everyone. I'm Yang Wenhua. This is the shop nearest the alleged haunting site. Rumor has it the ghost fled straight from here." Ning Yuan had just logged in, only to be interrupted. Irritated, he rose and snapped. "Why don't you go get a real job instead of chasing internet fame?" "Sorry, I'm a Billy content creator. My followers are eager to uncover the truth behind the haunting. My apologies for the intrusion." Seeing Ning Yuan's palpable impatience, Yang Wenhua hastily backed toward the exit. "Wait." Ning Yuan strode out from behind the counter. "Do you truly wish to know the truth behind the haunting?" Yang Wenhua halted, turned, and asked, "You know?" "Of course I do. I witnessed it myself last night," Ning Yuan replied, affecting an air of enigmatic gravity. "You actually saw a ghost?" Yang Wenhua wore open skepticism. Glancing at his livestream chat, he noted viewers dismissing Ning Yuan as a swindler trying to scam him. "Absolutely. In fact, I can show you right now." Though, Ning Yuan raised his right hand, rubbing thumb and forefinger together deliberately. "Just as I suspected, a fraud." The fox's tail is already showing. Seeing Yang Wenhua remain silent, Ning Yuan gestured toward a cardboard sign facing the shop entrance and sighed. The answer lies plainly before us. Yet few possess the insight to perceive it. Let me test you. Can you discern it? Advanced smartphone, 50000 yuan. Features holographic projection. RAM 6 terabytes. Only then did Yang Wenhua notice the text printed on the sign, following Ning Yuan's gaze. After reading it aloud into his phone, he declared, "Scam shop. Folks, I've walked into a den of fraud. Hey, watch your language. I display prices transparently. How is that a scam?" Ning Yuan shot back instantly. "Boss, have you lost your senses? Selling a phone for $500,000. Is that not outright fraud?" Yang Wenhua asked. "Damn, are your eyes just for show? Didn't you see those specifications? This is a black technology phone selling for $500 is already a bargain. You won't be able to buy it later even if you want," Ning Yuan said. "Black technology phone. To me it's just a scam phone." Yang Wenhua pointed at the cardboard and said, "Let's not even talk about the holographic projection feature, just the 6 terabytes RAM alone. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Remember, this is a black technology phone. If you don't buy it, just cool off somewhere else." Ning Yuan had lost his patience and began organizing things behind the counter. Seeing Ning Yuan so straightforwardly giving up, Yang Wenhua hesitated for a moment and asked, "Where's the phone? I want to take a look first." "That one on the left." Ning Yuan stood up and pointed to the unremarkable black phone in the counter, saying, "You can only look at it through the glass." "Are you saying that I can't even touch this phone before I pay?" Yang Wenhua said in surprise. "Come on, without paying, do you expect to play with it for free?" Thinking to himself, how naive. Ning Yuan added in his heart, "You think it's me who won't let you see the phone first? It's the system that won't allow it." Ugh, this is so annoying. Yang Wenhua took a deep breath and turned to leave, feeling that his intelligence had been insulted. The phone store owner might as well have said, "I'm scamming you, you big fool." Ning Yuan watched the customer leave with helplessness. The system had too many rules. If he let Yang Wenhua see the phone beforehand, his commission would drop to 1%. Just as he stepped out of the store, Yang Wenhua's phone vibrated. Upon closer inspection, it was a wealthy patron gifting him 500 battleships along with a message, "Buy that phone and see if it's as magical as the owner claims." The live stream exploded. Spending $500 just to satisfy curiosity, is this the simple life of the rich? I love you, rich person. Streamer, hurry up and buy the phone. I want to see if a $500 phone lags or not. Yang Wenhua hurriedly said, "Thank you, big shot. I actually want to see if that phone is really a black technology." After saying that, he turned and walked back into the store. "Boss, bring out that phone. I'm buying it." Huh. Ning Yuan stood up to look at Yang Wenhua, inwardly mocking. What has this kid been thinking? But mocking aside, he quickly took out the QR code sign and the POS machine. Smiling, he said, "From the moment you walked in, I knew you were someone who gets things done. Buying this phone is definitely—" Yang Wenhua handed over a bank card and said, "Didn't you say you would let me into the factory?" "You must be mistaken." "Oh, I said you look like a factory owner." Ning Yuan took the bank card, swiped it on the POS machine, and handed it back to Yang Wenhua, asking him to enter the password. "Your mouth can bring the dead back to life. Oh, I hope your phone is as miraculous as your mouth." Yang Wenhua covered his hand while quickly entering the 6-digit password. A paper receipt slowly emerged from the POS machine. Ning Yuan tore off the receipt, had Yang Wenhua sign it, then pulled out the pure black phone from behind the counter and handed it to him, saying with a smile, "Congratulations, you are the second person in the world to own a black technology phone. There are tens of thousands of people watching you. I hope you're not scamming me." Yang Wenhua shook the phone he was holding. "Tens of thousands. Not bad, very good, excellent," Ning Yuan said. Seeing that Ning Yuan was still completely calm, Yang Wenhua began to believe that the phone was real and spoke to the viewers in the live stream. "Now it's time to witness a miracle. Hurry up. If you dawdle, I'll knock your head into your stomach. Streamer, hurry up. Faster." Yang Wenhua saw the barrage urging him and dared not waste any more time pressing the power button on the black technology phone. Just like when Ning Yuan powered it on for the first time, those few words slowly appeared on the phone screen, leaving Yang Wenhua astounded, while the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I suspect this is just an old smartphone my grandma used modified. Is there any doubt? This is a few $100 worth of smartphone for the elderly, capable of being traded for scissors and basins by junk collectors. Ha. 500 IQ tax. I could have used that 500. Yang Wenhua glanced at the live stream, his face burning with shame, utterly humiliating. "Does it feel like an old man's phone?" Ning Yuan laughed. "Damn, do I even need to feel that?" Yang Wenhua was so angry, he couldn't find the words. "Ha ha ha." Ning Yuan laughed so hard he nearly fell off his chair. Is it? Ha ha ha. Do you think I scammed you, eh? Damn it, I'm going to sue you." Yang Wenhua said, trembling with anger, pointing at Ning Yuan and gritting his teeth. "Sue who?" This assistant is well-versed in all laws established since the founding of the Dragon Nation and can serve you 247. Ethereal voice suddenly echoed in the store, interrupting Yang Wenhua's prepared harsh words. He blankly uttered an asking who is speaking. Dummy. It's me. The black technology phone assistant Xiao AI. Yang Wenhua was completely dumbfounded. When did phone assistants become so intelligent? They even teased others. He picked up the black technology phone and asked, what black technology does this phone actually have? Everything is black. Look at me, am I black? Xiao AI replied. The audience in the live stream was amused by the dialogue between Yang Wenhua and Xiao AI. This streamer is like a fool, haha. This phone's voice assistant is too clever, making the streamer spin in circles. Streamer, it's just a program, it's not a person. Yang Wenhua was momentarily at a loss for words due to Xiao's comment. After a long pause he asked, how do I turn on the holographic function? The holographic function is already on. Oh, what film do you want to project? Xiaoai asked. Just play any movie, Yang Wenhua replied. Okay, projecting an action movie from a certain world, Power Transformers. As soon as the words left her mouth, 2 car robots appeared in the store and began to fight. Damn, Yang Wenhua was startled and shivered, murmuring, this is way too realistic, displaying in every possible angle without dead spots. Now you know why it was haunted, huh? Last night, I played a horror movie in the store and accidentally projected it outside, which the blonde guy saw, Ning Yuan said while organizing. Got it. Yang Wenhua nodded vigorously. His gaze towards Ning Yuan had completely changed. This boss is too formidable. This beyond-era black technology is actually available. He dares to say that just this holographic projection technology alone could easily sell for hundreds of billions outside. The audience in the live stream was also in an uproar. My goodness, what did I just see? Real holographic projection technology. Streamer, where's the phone store? I also want to buy a black technology phone. Quick look at the barrage. Help me ask the boss. I want to buy 100 or so black technology phones. Yang Wenhua had no time to read the bullet comments, operating his high-tech phone with excitement, exclaiming, wow, boss, the Intutu score actually reached 10 million. Incredible. This high-tech phone even features an iris recognition system. Incredible. It can even play foreign AAA masterpieces. As he spoke, the viewers in the live stream grew more anxious. Anchor, stop just playing by yourself. Quickly tell me the address of this store. Where is this store exactly? I also want a high-tech phone. Until his phone vibrated again during the live stream, Yang Wenhua remembered he was still broadcasting and hurriedly looked at the viewers. A row of colorful battleships floated past his live stream, accompanied by the question, where is this store? Below, some viewers commented, rich bro is awesome, with dozens of battleships appearing. The anchor immediately turned around. Xiao Huazi, quickly tell us where the store is. Xiao Huazi is not a name you can call. Call me Huagu. Yang Wenhua hurriedly smiled and apologized. Brothers, my oversight, I was just too absorbed in the phone. While speaking, he raised the high-tech phone and shook it, irritating the viewers. I suspect he is showing off. No need to suspect. Huazi has already gotten carried away. I want to hit him. I want to hit him too. Seeing that the viewers wanted to beat him up, Yang Wenhua dared not act foolishly and turned to Ning Yuan, asking, can you tell us the address? Ning Yuan also wanted to punch him now, thinking, after all that hard work, I just wanted you to help promote it. Is that even a question? Just spill the address already. It would be best if everyone in the country knew. Boss, is it not allowed to say? Yang Wenhua asked cautiously, noticing something strange in Ning Yuan's gaze. Of course you can. Ning Yuan replied helplessly. Yang Wenhua gained Ning Yuan's approval and quickly told the live stream. The boss has agreed for me to reveal the address. Big brother, I'm begging you, just say it, don't dawdle please. Hurry up, if you keep stalling, I will break your legs. Come on, say it. Seeing Yang Wenhua hesitate, the viewers in the live stream could hardly bear it. Ha ha ha. Yang Wenhua laughed a few times, thinking to himself, now I will make those who mocked me earlier feel annoyed. Ning Yuan could not hold it in any longer, standing up and saying, are you stupid? Everyone wants to hear you say the address, why are you laughing? Cough, cough, cough. Yang Wenhua coughed a few times and said, right, I will only say the address once. Remember it well, the address is. Wait a moment, let me take a sip of drink to clear my throat. I can't take it anymore, I want to smash this anchor. Huazi, don't let me find you. If I do, I will make you a eunuch. You're driving me crazy, my blood pressure has risen because of you. The audience felt once again toyed with by Yang Wenhua. Ning Yuan expressed that he too was being toyed with by Lu Wenhua, who repeatedly refused to reveal the address, which was infuriating. He couldn't just go up and say it, otherwise the revenue share would drop to 1%, which was totally a scam. After sipping a few drinks, Yang Wenhua finally became serious, saying, the address of this store is in the northern city of the Dragon Nation, Shangning City, Basian District, Jiefang Road No. 25, near this store. At this point he paused, noticing that the viewer count was visibly dropping in the live stream. From several thousand it quickly dwindled to a few hundred. The flood of bullet comments also became sparse. Damn, are they really going to buy plane tickets to come over, he thought in surprise. Seeing that people were leaving the live stream, he simply shut it down. Boss, I want to buy another phone as a gift for a friend, Yang Wenhua said. Sure, choose any from the counter we have, Demi, Apple, Huawei, all available, Ning Yuan said, while playing. No, I want to buy another high-tech phone, Yang Wenhua clarified. Each person can only buy one, it's limited. What? Limited? Yes. I'm buying it for a friend, so that counts as one per person, right? You must come in person. The high-tech phone will bind an ID to each person, and each phone can only be used by the owner to prevent theft and scalping. Alright, I'll go get my friend, Yang Wenhua said, running off. Ning Yuan put down his phone and pulled out a hard cardboard box from under the counter, unfolded it, wrote the rules for purchasing high-tech products, and hung it in the store to avoid answering the same questions repeatedly. That would be exhausting. After hanging it up, he checked the time. It was already noon, and it was time for lunch. After pondering for 10 minutes, Ning Yuan decided to order takeout. Just as he was about to get a delivery coupon, something suddenly occurred to him. He quickly opened the online banking app, entered his password, and checked his balance, 8000. He previously had 3000 in savings, and the additional 5000 must be from the commission of selling phones. In just one morning, he earned 5000, so he decided to treat himself to a big pork knuckle. While waiting for the pork knuckle to be delivered, the nation's beloved husband Wang Xizong was already on a private jet, starting to enjoy the carefully prepared lunch for him: snowflake steak, imported foie gras, caviar. All top-notch ingredients, naturally tasting exquisite. However, he was somewhat distracted, dropping his steak on the table several times, all because of a video on his phone. Brother Tsong, is this phone really that amazing? Asked the beautiful internet celebrity sitting across from him. It should be real. If it's fake, then we've come out for fun. What kind of hotel do you want to stay in tonight? Wang Xizong replied while eating. Brother Tsong, you're so bad. As long as I'm with you, anywhere is fine, the beautiful internet celebrity shyly said. The video Wang Xizong was watching was edited by Yang Wenhua after returning home, where his phone assistant Xiao AI compiled the highlights from his live stream and uploaded it to various video platforms. It was now going viral. Various smartphone enthusiasts, digital fans, wealthy show-offs, and ordinary onlookers were discussing the high-tech phone in the comments. Much like Wang Xizong, there were quite a few people coming directly to buy the phone. While eating the pork knuckle, Ning Yuan came across this video on Douyin, raised a small cup of liquor, took a sip, and mumbled, "Now it's settled for the rest of my life. I can enjoy good food and drink without worries. My life isn't that hard." While saying this, he leaned on the counter and fell asleep. When Wang Xizong and his internet celebrity girlfriend arrived at the phone store following the navigation, Ning Yuan was still asleep. His snores were deafening. "Brother Tsong, are we in the right place?" the internet celebrity girl said while pinching her nose. Wang Xizong glanced around the store and looked at the navigation on his phone, saying, "We should be right." They reached the counter and shouted, "Hey, wake up." Ning Yuan, in a daze, saw a beautiful woman smiling as she approached him, calling out, "Hubby." Just as he was about to shout wifey, a voice suddenly interrupted, "Hey, get up." The beautiful woman instantly vanished. In her place stood a well-groomed young man with a smile. Sigh. Ning Yuan sighed and said, "What the hell do you want?" Wang Xizong was taken aback. In his entire life, apart from his elders who had ever spoken to him without deference, did this boss not recognize who he was? "Do you know who he is? How dare you speak to him like that?" The internet celebrity beauty immediately jumped in to scold Ning Yuan. "Damn, I don't care who he is. How dare you disturb my sleep? Even if the king of heaven came, I wouldn't hold back," Ning Yuan replied. The internet celebrity beauty disdainfully remarked, "Why are you swearing so much? And you reek of alcohol, how disgusting. Are you my mother? Who are you to manage me? I'll go wherever I please." Ning Yuan waved his hand and began tidying up the leftovers on the counter. The internet celebrity beauty wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wang Xizong. "Do you sell high-tech phones here?" "High-tech phones?" Ning Yuan chuckled. "I have white-tech phones, want one?" Wang Xizong's face turned red from Ning Yuan's words as he pointed at the cardboard on the wall and said, "Doesn't it say you sell high-tech phones? Then why ask? Just pay up." Ning Yuan pointed at the QR code posted on the counter. Alright. Wang Xizong was thoroughly enraged. He took out a credit card from his pocket, placed it on the counter, and said, "Swipe it." He vowed that if this person dared to deceive him, he would make sure this person regretted it. Alright. Ning Yuan completely ignored Wang Xizong's grim face, swiftly swiped the card for 500, had him sign, and took out a high-tech phone from the black box under the counter and handed it to him. Wang Xizong received the phone, pressed the power button, and saw the words "high-tech phone" slowly appear on the screen, reducing his anger by half. Next, he let the phone assistant test various functions, and seeing the lifelike pet pig on the counter, he was utterly convinced. The internet celebrity girlfriend hugged his arm and sweetly said, "Brother Tsong, buy me one too." "No problem, boss. Give me 10 more of these phones," Wang Xizong said grandly. Ning Yuan pointed to the cardboard hanging on the left wall. "One per person, why is that?" Wang Xikong finally noticed the purchase notes hanging on the left. What's with all the Ys? You get what you pay for, Ning Yuan said. Ill, add 100 for each one. Wang Xikong planned to break through with money, not believing anyone could resist the power of money. Not for sale. Add 200 for each. Not for sale. Add 300. This should be enough, right? Not for sale. Alright, I'm completely convinced by you now, but just give me another one for my girlfriend. This should work, right? Wang Xikong said helplessly. This one can be done. Ning Yuan quickly swiped the card, took out another high-tech phone from under the counter, and the internet celebrity snatched it away, smiling. Thanks, brother Tsong. Alright, let's go. Tonight. Wang Xikong wrapped his arm around the internet celebrity girlfriend's waist and quickly exited the door. What a character. Ning Yuan commented just as he was about to sit down and start scrolling through Douyin. A crowd rushed into the store. Boss, hurry, I want to buy a high-tech phone. A skinny guy like a rake ran the fastest and immediately handed Ning Yuan a bank card. Before Ning Yuan could take it, a crowd of bank cards was thrust towards him. Take it slow, no rush, line up properly, there's enough for everyone. Ning Yuan tried to maintain some order amid the chaos, and seeing that people had begun to line up, he started selling high-tech phones. Swipe card, still swiping card. He felt he swiped more cards today than in his entire life. Until the last high-tech phone was sold out, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The system's task was finally completed. The phones are sold out, you don't need to line up anymore, come back tomorrow, Ning Yuan shouted. Huh. The long-haired guy at the front said, I just got here, and they're already sold out. No way, boss, bring out a few more, I know you must have stock. Others also shouted, boss, hurry up with the phones, stop playing hunger marketing. I came from far away, bring out the phones. Boss, I'm willing to pay extra. In an instant, Ning Yuan felt overwhelmed by the noise. He took out the loudspeaker used for the previous promotion from under the counter, pressed the start button, tested the sound, and shouted into the speaker, everyone shut up. If you want to buy a phone, come back tomorrow. The sound was deafening, and after he finished shouting, the store immediately fell silent. Everyone think about it, such a high-tech phone, it certainly can't be mass-produced. Go back and come again tomorrow. Ning boss, be sure to save me one phone for tomorrow. I'll be here at 5 a.m. to line up, I don't believe I can't buy one. I'll come at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Seeing that their nagging was useless, the crowd chattered a few words and left. One little girl in a JK outfit, still not giving up, walked to the counter and began to act cute. Boss brother, can you sell me one more high-tech phone? I can't sleep without a high-tech phone at night. If you can't sleep, take a tricycle. What good does that do me? Ning Yuan, why are you being so mean? You big bad guy. The little girl stomped out angrily. Ning Yuan touched his chin and muttered to himself, am I being mean? Am I not a gentle and lovely little boy? How can I be mean? Ding. Newbie task completed. Reward lucky spin X1 1 high-tech robot. 1 high-tech phones have been issued. Task sell out products within a month. Reward upgrade to novice supplier. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Hearing the task was completed, Ning Yuan's lips curled up slightly. Now he was no longer short on money and had lost interest in it. He just wanted to know what the next task's reward would be. Upon hearing the last part, he couldn't sit still and asked, is that it? I sold 100 phones this time, and you just let me upgrade to a novice supplier without any substantial reward. Not even a lucky spin. Please host, sell well. The benefits of becoming a novice supplier are substantial. What benefits are there? Can you give me a hint? Ning Yuan asked. Please host, sell well. After Ning Yuan asked 3 more times, the system repeated this sentence. Seeing he couldn't extract any more information, he finally focused his attention on the lucky spin. System, I want to draw a prize. As Ning Yuan's voice fell, a pure black spinning wheel appeared before him, inscribed with various cutting-edge technological products, controllable nuclear fusion devices, battleships, longevity, gene serums, Dyson spheres, and curvature engines. Damn, I can still understand the black technology products at my junior college level, but I can't make sense of the ones behind. It seems I'll have to study harder in the future. Alright, let's start the draw. I hope to get a longevity gene serum, living for a few thousand years and becoming an immortal. Ding. A special drug for leukemia. Damn. Ning Yuan ruffled his hair and cried out, what use is this? Among so many black technology products, I only drew a useless drug. Is the system playing with me? Please host, sell goods properly. There will be opportunities for draws in the future. No, this doesn't count. Let me draw again. Ning Yuan began to act spoiled. This time the system remained silent. Seeing that the system ignored him, Ning Yuan knew that acting spoiled was pointless and that he had to earnestly sell goods. He could only say that he was unlucky this time and that he would definitely draw something good next time. When the spinning wheel vanished, he noticed 3 items on the shop floor: a black cardboard box, a man in a black suit, and a black glass bottle. Ning Yuan walked over and opened the black cardboard box. As expected, it contained cutting-edge smartphones, but not 100,000 of them. Did the system have a bug? If selling these would complete the task. Before he could finish his thoughts, the system appeared again, dousing him with cold water. This is 10,000 units. They will be replenished after selling out. Okay, got it. I've completely been played by you this time. I beg you not to come out and irritate me again. Ning Yuan complained and shifted his focus to the man in the suit. The man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking very handsome, with a well-built physique, the kind that was quite robust. The more Ning Yuan looked at this man, the more he felt that this man posed an all-round threat to him, both in terms of looks and physique. "Hello, I am the Black Technology Robot No. 250, the man in the suit suddenly spoke, his voice hard and metallic. "Which number?" Ning Yuan asked. "No, 250, the man in the suit replied. "Ha ha ha. Okay, from now on you will be called 250. What can you do?" "Introduce yourself," Ning Yuan said with a smile. "I am proficient in various firearms, martial arts can ensure your safety, and I am also well-versed in various cuisines capable of cooking for you. Other functions are yet to be developed." "No." 250 introduced. "Great, I've struck gold. You can cook too. Move this box of smartphones to the counter, and then go to the kitchen upstairs, and make me some food," Ning Yuan instructed. "Okay." "No." 250 took Ning Yuan's order, and began to work. Ning Yuan watched alongside, seeing No. 250 moved swiftly, almost like a real person, and couldn't help but silently praise a product of the system, must be a premium one. The prize drawn, the leukemia special drug, suddenly reminded him of something. Lu Jie's unfortunate son is suffering from leukemia, isn't he? Thinking of this, Ning Yuan wanted to laugh 3 times. This is fate. If that nasty woman Lu Jie knew he had a drug for treating leukemia, she would surely explode on the spot. As he opened the bottle cap, a sweet and cloying smell wafted out. Cough, cough, cough. "Damn, it stings my throat." A blood-red pill lay in Ning Yuan's palm. Its shape and color reminded him of the poison used by the 5 Poison sect on TV. Satisfying his curiosity, he carefully placed the pill back into the bottle, cut a small strip of paper from his accounting book, and wrote on it, "Leukemia special drug, priced at 1 million. Finding some tape, he affixed the note to the bottle and placed it in the most prominent spot on the counter. Looking at his masterpiece, Ning Yuan said, "Perfect," and was about to go upstairs to check on how the food was coming along when he suddenly remembered something. He quickly pulled out his phone, opened the online banking app, and looked at the balance of over 5 million, which finally reassured him. Upon reaching the upstairs, 250 was cooking in the kitchen. Everything was in order. Seeing Ning Yuan on the second floor, 250 said, "Dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. Due to limited ingredients, I'm making scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried shredded potatoes with rice as the staple food." "Okay." Ning Yuan gestured and went downstairs to play ranked matches. He was quite satisfied with the robot rewarded by the system. The only minor flaw was that it was not a beautiful robot, but a handsome guy posing a threat to his looks. After losing 2 matches in a row, 250 brought the food down. "Not bad, it looks delicious, even better than what I could make." With that, Ning Yuan wolfed down the food, and just after a few bites, a group of people entered the shop. The man at the front with yellow hair coldly said, "Kid, you seem quite leisurely. Oh, let's settle the compensation for our brother's mental distress." "Oh, isn't this the little yellow-haired kid who wet his pants?" Ning Yuan laughed. This time the yellow-haired man was not provoked by Ning Yuan. He snorted coldly and said, "Lu Xiao, it's here." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd parted, revealing a pale-faced, slender-fingered, and somewhat effeminate middle-aged man. "Ning Yuan, do you remember me?" Lu Xiao said. "Who are you?" "How could I remember?" Ning Yuan replied while, "Ha ha ha." Lu Xiao smirked and said, "Back then your father held you and visited our home. You were just this little." He extended his slender finger, drawing a line in the air. "In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and you've grown into a young man." Ning Yuan quickly finished the last bit of rice in his bowl and said, "Can we skip the nonsense and get straight to the point? Just seeing your face makes me nauseous." "Then I'll be straightforward. Ning Qingya is currently lying in the hospital waiting for your bone marrow," Lu Xiao said in a deep voice. "What does that have to do with me?" Ning Yuan asked. "He's your brother, and you share blood ties. As the saying goes, broken bones connect to tendons." Before Lu Xiao could finish, Ning Yuan interrupted, "Where it's cool, go there. I've already said his life or death has nothing to do with me. Are you just going to watch your brother die on the hospital bed? Are you that cold-hearted?" Lu Xiao asked. "You say I'm cold-hearted?" Ning Yuan pointed at himself. "Aren't you?" Lu Xiao replied. Ning Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm miles apart from Ning Heping. He colluded with outsiders to harm his own wife and abandoned his son just to climb up the social ladder. Phew. How can I compare myself to that trash? What a jinx, truly a damn jinx. Don't forget, without Ning Heping there would be no you. How can you speak of your father like that?" Lu Xiao lectured. "Father?" Ning Yuan spat thick phlegm on the ground. "How can he even be called a father? He is nothing but a beast. No, even worse than a beast, for a tiger wouldn't harm its own cubs. You let him come over, and I assure you I will cripple him. Since Lu Xiao is heartless, don't blame us for being merciless. First let's smash his store and make him aware of our methods." Huang Mao jumped out and said. Lu Xiao's face darkened as he coldly replied, "Are you instructing me on what to do?" "No. How could I dare?" Huang Mao quickly smiled ingratiatingly. "What are you doing pretending to be gangsters? Get out of here." Ning Yuan stepped forward. "Kid, do you believe I will cripple you right now, eh?" Huang Mao, just schooled by Lu Xiao, felt the need to vent his frustration. He walked up to Ning Yuan and lifted his leg to kick him. Damn! Ning Yuan sidestepped, catching Huang Mao's foot, and pulling him over, then slapped him twice, causing Huang Mao's nose to bleed. You little punk, dare to challenge me. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped him twice more. Huang Mao was stunned. He was inherently weak despite his brash exterior. He usually made some money only to spend it at nightclubs or gaming cafes, having exhausted his body with sleepless nights. Relying on numbers to bully the weak, he never expected to encounter someone tough today, catching him complete. It took him a full 3 seconds to react. Wiping the blood from his nose, he roared, "Cripple him." As his lackeys prepared to act, Lu Xiao stepped forward and warned, "I want to see who dares. If you hurt him and delay young master's condition, you won't get away with it." Yes, young master is important. Oh, everyone stop. Huang Mao covered his swollen face and walked to Lu Xiao, glaring fiercely at Ning Yuan, knowing he had taken a beating for nothing today. He could only bite his teeth and swallow his grievances. Ning Yuan, we are all family. What's past is past. Here's 5 million. After you donate your bone marrow, I will give you 50 million. Then you can live worry-free and travel everywhere, much better than guarding this small shop, right? Lu Xiao placed a bank card on the counter and spoke earnestly. Ha ha. Ning Yuan laughed heartily, picked up the bank card, and tossed it to Huang Mao. Go spend it. Consider it my compensation for your medical bills. Hurry and get lost. Huang Mao's eyes widened as he stared at the bank card in his hand, his body trembling involuntarily. He silently thought, I struck it rich, this time I really did. He shouted, Lu Xiao, I'm leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ran. His lackeys followed closely behind. Only Lu Xiao and his subordinates were left. You took the money, we should leave now, right? Lu Xiao said with a smile. Who took the money? I didn't take it, that little Huang Mao took it. Why aren't you chasing him? Ning Yuan said innocently. Lu Xiao's face immediately darkened, gritting his teeth as he said, You dare to play tricks on me? Yes. I just played you, what are you going to do about it? Come and hit me. Ning Yuan said with a smile. Ahu, break his legs, but don't hurt his spine, there's bone marrow inside. Lu Xiao commanded as a youth standing behind him like a wooden stake stepped forward. Ning Yuan glanced at Ahu's hands and knew he definitely couldn't win. His joints were calloused, clearly someone who often hit punching bags, unlike Huang Mao, who was just all show and no substance. As Ahu approached, Ning Yuan quickly called for help. 250, stop washing the pots, and come out if someone wants to hit me. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow dashed down the stairs. 250 appeared before Ning Yuan with a rag in hand. Just teach this one a lesson, break the legs of that sissy behind him, Ning Yuan instructed. Okay, 250 replied, and in the blink of an eye he returned to Ning Yuan's side. Opt. A scream echoed in the store as Lu Xiao clutched his leg, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Ahu lay on the ground with a bruised face, unable to stand up after several attempts. Damn, so ruthless. I didn't even see how you hit them, Ning Yuan exclaimed in surprise. This is how I hit them, 250 said, while demonstrating a few martial arts moves. Ning Yuan, you hit me. The Lu family will not let you go, Lu Xiao said, enduring the pain. Ning Yuan walked over to him and smiled. Do you know which creature in this world has the hardest mouth? You? Lu Xiao realized what Ning Yuan was implying, so furious that he couldn't speak. It seems you already know what I want to say, but you only know half of it. Your mouth is harder than a dead duck's. I shall call it an indestructible steel mouth, Ning Yuan said while walking away. You? Lu Xiao, already weak, fainted from anger at Ning Yuan's words. Lu Xiao, Lu Xiao. Ahu regained some strength and painfully approached Lu Xiao, saying, Lu Xiao, wake up. Enough, stop calling, quickly call 120. If we wait any longer, your master is really going to kick the bucket, Ning Yuan said. Ahu said nothing and quickly pulled out his phone to dial 120. Finally, it's quiet now. Ning Yuan walked behind the counter, took out his phone, and began scrolling through Douyin, while 250 transformed into a shadow and went upstairs to wash pots and dishes. 10 minutes later, an ambulance stopped at the store entrance, and 4 nurses helped carry Lu Xiao onto a stretcher. Ahu also limped onto the ambulance. Huang Mao hid in a small alley across the street and sighed in relief as he saw these 2 troublemakers leave in the ambulance. Boss, we really struck it rich this time, 5 million. In my over 20 years of life, I've only seen as much as 200,000, a lackey behind him said excitedly. Rich? Rich my ass. Huang Mao looked at the bank card and said, a person who can easily take out 5 million would have trouble finding you. We've been scammed by that shopkeeper. So what should we do? We can't return it, can we? Another lackey whispered. It's impossible to return it. As the saying goes, one cannot become rich without unexpected windfall, and horses do not get fat without night grass. We can't just let it go, Huang Mao said. In a moment of inspiration, Huang Mao shared his plan with the other lackeys. Brilliant. Boss, this plan can be said to be flawless. Flawless? What was that again? A lackey happily asked after hearing the plan. That's called flawless, damn it. I often tell you to read more, but you never listen, thinking I'm trying to harm you, another bespectacled lackey added. Alright, let's go quickly. Huang Mao waved his hand, and a group of them ran towards the depths of the alley. If Ning Yuan knew how many tricks Huang Mao had up his sleeve, he would definitely curse angrily. I just wanted to irritate that Lu fellow when I threw the bank card to you. Why all the twists and turns? After losing 8 consecutive matches, Ning Yuan pulled down the rolling shutter and locked it angrily. He vowed never to play that damned game again. Oh, it was too much of a scam. Having a pig teammate makes it useless no matter how well you play. Early the next morning, Ning Yuan had not finished washing up when he heard someone shouting outside the store. Hurry up and open the door, it's already past 9 o'clock and you're still asleep. After he finished washing up and just lifted the roller door, he peeked outside and saw a gathering of luxury cars. Ferraris, Rolls-Royces, Porsches, all parked haphazardly. Benzes and BMWs didn't even make the cut. It made sense. A 500 yuan phone was indeed unaffordable for an average family. Upon seeing Ning Yuan open the door, car doors began to swing open and well-dressed young men and women exchanged glances before walking into the store. Leading the group was a young man with a well-proportioned figure and slicked-back hair who said to his companion, "This boss sure has a big attitude, making us wait for over an hour." Young Master Yi, this boss is no simple character. He must have someone backing him to offer such products, replied a young man in a red and white striped t-shirt. Of course, young Master Yi surveyed the store and remarked, "But that depends on who he's compared to. Right, he can't possibly compare to you. At most he's just a pawn pushed forward by someone." The t-shirt youth laughed. Ning Yuan naturally overheard their conversation as they entered the store, glancing around and occasionally making derisive comments about him without buying anything. "This isn't a tourist spot. If you're not buying anything, then leave. I still need to go out for breakfast," Ning Yuan reminded them. Young Master Yi raised his chin and said, "Oh, how can you, a young boss, chase out customers? Don't you know that the customer is king?" "Bah!" Ning Yuan spat on the ground. "You should look in the mirror. Do you think you can be a king? How can you speak to young Master Yi like that?" the t-shirt youth shouted. Ning Yuan stepped up to him and said, "This is how I speak. Do you have a problem with it?" "Ha, young boss, quickly bring out the phone. It's not good to ruin the mood." Someone stepped in to mediate for the t-shirt. Ning Yuan pointed to the purchase notice hanging in the store and said, "You all see clearly. Pay first, then take the phone one by one." After speaking, he walked behind the counter, took out the POS machine and the payment code. With the help of 250, he sold over 500 units in just half a day, making him marvel at how many wealthy people there were in the Dragon Nation. It would take an ordinary person many years to earn that much. They spent 5,000 without batting an eye. "Why are you still here?" Ning Yuan asked young Master Yi at the counter. Young Master Yi pointed to a bottle of leukemia cure on the counter and said, "What's the story with this medicine?" "Oh, this medicine should be able to treat leukemia," Ning Yuan replied. "Really treat leukemia?" Young Master Yi inquired. "Life is at stake. I can't guarantee that," Ning Yuan answered. "Sigh." Young Master Yi sighed. "Let's swipe the card or I'll buy it." "Sure thing. From the moment you walked in, I knew you were someone who gets things done," Ning Yuan said as he swiftly completed the card transaction, took out the bottle from the counter, and handed it to young Master Yi. Young Master Yi held the medicine, muttering to himself, "Hope it works, hope it works," as he hurriedly exited. Once in the car, the t-shirt youth said, "Young Master Yi, you can't just take any medicine carelessly. I want to take a gamble on my sister. Doesn't have much time left." Young Master Yi clenched the medicine tightly. The doctor said congenital leukemia has very slim chances of recovery. He paused for a moment, staring at the medicine bottle in his hand, and said, "Since this boss can produce such high-tech things, then this medicine is likely real as well." Sigh. The t-shirt youth fell silent, sighing internally. He knew that although young Master Yi often mingled with a group of dubious friends and indulged in pleasure, he was very loyal and caring towards his sister. Compared to his brothers, he was a typical young master, utterly useless in his father's eyes, yet he was deeply affectionate and protective of his sister. Ever since he learned that his sister had congenital leukemia, he had been inquiring about treatment methods, hoping his sister would recover soon. To be honest, he had no hope for the medicine sold by that boss. Previously, young Master Yi had seen doctors in the hospital unable to help. He had heard from someone, so he invited a master from the south with a hefty sum. The result was predictable. The master was a fraud. This led to a severe reprimand from his father, who said he was mindless, always chasing after pleasures, and had been fooled by a quack. This left him feeling glum for a long time. In the capital, the Yi family mansion was located in the precious Second Ring Road, covering an area of 5 acres. Yichen got off the plane, and unlike usual, didn't meet up with friends to drink and have fun, but instead hurried home. "Xiaochen, where have you been these past few days? Your dad set up a job for you. Why didn't you go?" Yichen's mother asked. "Mom, I don't want to work at our family company," Yichen replied. You better avoid your dad. Be careful he doesn't get after you," Yichen's mother said helplessly. "I know." Yichen took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and said, "Mom, look, my sister has hope now." Yi-Chen's mother looked at the words on the medicine bottle and said, "Leukemia cure. You've been fooled again, haven't you? Don't bring back unknown things like this." No. Yi-Chen demonstrated the high-tech phone he had bought and explained his reasoning once more. After listening, Yi-Chen's mother pondered for a moment and said, "I can't make this decision. We need to call your dad, your older brother, your second brother, and the old man to discuss it together." "Mom, do we need to go to such lengths?" Yi-Chen said helplessly. These people would definitely scold him as soon as— "Aren't you afraid of your sister being in danger?" Yi-Chen's mother asked. "Of course I'm afraid, but the doctor said we're running out of time," Yi-Chen answered. As she said this, Yi-Chen's mother sighed, tears streaming down like pearls on a broken string, lamenting, "Yair's life is so hard. Mom, stop crying. I believe this medicine can definitely save my sister. Let's call Dad and the others over now," Yi-Chen said. Right. Yi-Chen's mother wiped her tears, picked up the landline phone on the table, and started dialing one by one. At 8 p.m., Ning Yuan felt his hands cramping and his throat burning. The cramping was from swiping cards too much, and his throat felt raw from talking for an entire month in one day. He vowed that in this life and the last he had never swiped so many cards. It was incredibly exhausting. However, he had sold 1000 phones, making progress toward his goal of 1000 units. 250 brought him a large pork knuckle from upstairs along with some cold dishes, including smashed cucumber meat jelly and sugar-coated tomatoes. Having dishes without alcohol wouldn't do, so Ning Yuan went out to buy a bottle of erguo too. After sipping the liquor, he felt invigorated. Ning Yuan believed he had come back to life, planning to sell several thousand more phones tomorrow. Yi-Chen sat obediently on the sofa, and as he had expected, once everyone arrived, they began lecturing him. Before Yi-Chen's father could finish his sentence, Yi-Chen interrupted, saying, "Dad, today we are discussing this bottle of medicine. How did it turn into a criticism session again? This unclear medicine, just throw it away. It bothers me just seeing it. Can't you do something productive?" Yi-Chen's father scolded. "What do you mean unclear? Haven't I already mentioned its origin?" Yi-Chen retorted. Yi-Chen's elder brother took a sip of tea and said, "Xiaochen, you are still too young. If this medicine could truly cure leukemia, how could it possibly come to you?" I. The words left Yi-Chen at a loss, hesitating for a long time before he grabbed the medicine bottle and shouted, "I'll throw it away. Is that what you want? Is that what you're pleased with?" Without waiting for others to respond, Yi-Chen stood up and left the room. "This is the good son you raised," Yi-Chen's father said coldly. "Xiaochen is also concerned about his sister, right? Why don't you find a way to help Xiaoya get better?" All day long shouting this and cursing that, Yi-Chen's mother said, wiping her tears. "If you really dislike him, just let him join the military. But he has to be cut out for that, soft and weak," Yi-Chen's father said. "Enough, all you do is argue. Come with me to see Xiaoya," the elder Yi declared, and everyone instantly became docile. After leaving the house, Yi-Chen kicked a stone bench hard. Throughout his life, he had never received recognition for anything he did, leading him to give up on trying and simply waste his days as the family was wealthy. He would certainly not starve. This time he wanted to prove to everyone that he was useful. Thinking this, Yi-Chen quickened his pace. A few minutes later, he reached the door of an elegantly styled room and gently knocked. After a few seconds, the nanny opened the door and he tiptoed inside. "Brother, is that you?" A soft voice came from the bedroom. Seeing that his sister was not asleep, Yi-Chen quickly walked into the bedroom. Though it was called a bedroom, it was more accurately a hospital room, filled with various medical devices on both sides of the bed. A pale girl wearing a pink plush hat leaned against the headboard, holding a book. Upon seeing Yi-Chen enter, she smiled slightly and said softly, "Have you been scolded by Dad again?" Yi-Chen scratched his head and smiled, saying, "No, I just missed you and came to see you. Thank you for your concern, brother." Dad only responds to gentle words. Next time he scolds you, just say a few soft words. Don't keep banging your head against the wall," Yi said. "How did you know I was scolded again?" Yi-Chen said bashfully. "Ever since we were young, every time Dad finished scolding you, you'd sneak over to my bedside and cry." Yi laughed. Yi-Chen, caught red-handed, blushed and coughed a few times, pulling out a small bottle and saying, "This time I brought medicine that can cure your illness. It's like this." He quickly explained everything to Yi. He also took out a high-tech phone to demonstrate just how amazing. "I took this medicine. The last time Mom was on a call with the doctor, I overheard them say I might only have 3 years left to live. With the current technology, congenital leukemia can't be cured. Rather than lying in bed until I die, I'd rather take a gamble," Yi said resolutely. At that moment, Yi-Chen actually became nervous and said, "I'm just afraid that if..." Yi interrupted him, saying, "There's no if. I've been trapped in this hospital bed since birth. I've truly had enough of this kind of life." Yi-Chen looked into his sister's determined eyes, opened the bottle cap, and poured out a blood-red pill. A sweet and sticky aroma wafted out. "I hope you can get better," Yi said, taking the pill from Yi-Chen's palm, placing it in her mouth, chewing it a bit, and "How do you feel?" Yi-Chen asked nervously. "I don't feel anything." Yi had just finished her sentence when her complexion turned red visibly. Brother, I feel so uncomfortable. This is bad, was the first thought that came to Yi Chen's mind. He hurriedly ran outside shouting, Doctor! Doctor! At that moment the rest of the Yi family accompanying the elder happened to arrive. Yi Chen's father glared and asked, What's going on? I gave my sister. I gave her. That pill, something's gone wrong. Yi Chen cried out in despair. Slap. Yi Chen's father slapped him hard, bellowing, Unfilial son, I'll beat you to death, unfilial son. As he spoke he slapped him again. Stop hitting him. What good will it do now? Quickly call the doctor. If anything happens to my precious granddaughter, I won't let you off, the elder Yi said, stepping into the room. The others followed him inside. Yi Chen scrambled into the room. The doctor was a family physician hired at a high salary from a prestigious hospital who usually took care of Yiya, alleviating her pain when she felt unwell to prevent her condition from worsening. In less than a minute the doctor rushed into the room with 2 nurses. Dr. Yang, please take a look at Xiaoyao, I beg you to save her. Yi Chen's mother cried, grabbing Dr. Yang's arm. At this moment Yiya had already lost consciousness. Her face, flushed eyes tightly closed, her expression one of pain, making anyone who saw her feel heartbroken. Don't panic, let me take a look first. Dr. Yang instructed the 2 nurses to adjust Yiya's position, making her lie down more comfortably, then began a detailed examination with various instruments. Half an hour later, wiping the sweat from his forehead, Dr. Yang said, Currently her condition has not worsened. Yiya's discomfort is caused by that unknown medicine. I recommend transferring her to the hospital for observation. The conditions there are better. All right, thank you, Dr. Yang, Yi Chen's mother said. Also in the future, don't randomly give medicine to patients. Her body can't take the strain, Dr. Yang reminded. Yes, I won't dare again in the future, Yi Chen's mother said. All right, then I'll contact an old classmate to take another look, Dr. Yang said before leaving. Hearing that his sister was temporarily okay, Yi Chen stood up, clenched his fists, and silently walked out of the room. Where are you going? Yi Chen's elder brother blocked him and asked. Don't mind me, Yi Chen said, sidestepping his brother and continuing to walk outside. Come back. Yi Chen's elder brother pulled him back, asking, What exactly are you going to do? It's nothing, I'm just going out for a walk, Yi Chen replied. Are you going to find trouble with that boss? Yi Chen's elder brother asked. I'm going to kill him. How dare he harm my sister? I'll make him wish he were dead, Yi Chen said. Nonsense, the elder Yi scolded. The Xia Hospital in the capital city, a premier institution in the Dragon Nation, boasts the finest doctors and medical resources in the country. Any doctor casually walking out of here would be regarded as a head of department in other hospitals. At the same time, this place serves as a central hub for patients with complicated and rare diseases. Families with better financial conditions often bring their sick relatives here when they cannot find a cure at provincial top-tier hospitals. If they still cannot find a cure here, then there truly is no hope. There is a saying in the Dragon Nation that a doctor from Xia Hospital can pull patients back from the hands of the King of Hell. If they cannot, it is simply your fate. Dr. Yang has practiced medicine for decades, having worked at Xia Hospital since his graduation. He knows in his heart that there are far too many diseases that cannot be cured in this world. The Xia Hospital, mythologized by the outside world, is actually the hospital with the highest number of deaths. The doctors here encounter scenes of life and death almost every week, not because they are careless in their treatments, but because some illnesses simply cannot be cured. Take Yiya's congenital leukemia, for instance. Had she been born into an ordinary family, she would have died long ago. It is only because of the Yi family's wealth that her life is barely sustained. After comprehensive examinations and consultations with various experts in both traditional and Western medicine at Xia Hospital, the conclusion is that Yiya's vital signs are temporarily stable and she needs to be hospitalized for observation. This brought a sigh of relief to the Yi family. The Yi family has 4 children, the first 3 of whom are boys and the youngest is a girl, naturally becoming the apple of their eye. However, fate took a turn when Yiya was diagnosed with congenital leukemia at the age of 3. The Yi family sought renowned doctors far and wide, but found themselves powerless against her illness. In the end, they could only sustain her life, hoping that one day someone would develop a cure for congenital leukemia. Yi Chen sat by the bedside watching his sister's pained expression. His heart felt as though it was being sliced by a knife as he recalled that it was his negligence that led to this situation. Guilt and self-blame surged within him, and he silently vowed that if anything were to happen to his sister, he would take down the unscrupulous merchant at the first opportunity. Should a miracle occur and his sister recover, he would not only be sure to thank that boss properly, but would also turn over a new leaf and become a better person. Ning Yuan drank 2 liang of cat's urine at the shop and stumbled upstairs. He collapsed onto the bed, and within a minute the sound of thunderous snoring erupted. Woken in the middle of the night by the urge to urinate, he felt his way to the bathroom in the dark, and after relieving himself let out 3 violent sneezes. Who is thinking of me? Could it be some girl coming to buy a phone? He muttered to himself, following the path to his bed. He was ready to continue sleeping, hoping to dream of a beautiful girl calling him husband. Just as he reached the edge of the bed, a shadow suddenly flashed outside the window. The weather was splendid that night, and the moonlight was bright, so Ning Yuan was sure he wasn't mistaken. Damn! He exclaimed, cold sweat instantly trickling down his spine as terrifying scenes from horror films flashed through his mind. 250, turn on the light quickly. Click. The light turned on, flooding the room with blinding brightness. Ning Yuan squinted to adjust his eyes and saw someone outside waving a tattered piece of clothing with a bamboo pole. Ning Yuan was infuriated. He pushed open the window, yanked the clothing off the pole, and threw it out, shouting, what a lack of virtue. Why are you out here scaring people in the middle of the night? Ning boss. Ning boss. It's me. A familiar voice came from below. Ning Yuan looked down and saw Huang. The head with the dirty yellow hair was particularly conspicuous under the moonlight. I told you, Huang. Are you sick or something? Ning Yuan scolded. Huang was not angry. He lowered his voice and said, Ning boss, open the door quickly. I have something urgent. What's so urgent in the middle of the night? Ning Yuan asked. Ning boss, it's a matter of life and death. Open the door quickly. Huang didn't specify what the matter was, just insisting on getting inside. Sigh. Ning Yuan sighed deeply. You are my nemesis. Just wait. He pulled up the shutter door halfway, and Huang sneaked in, saying, Ning boss, do you have anything to eat? 250. Heat up the leftover food from dinner, Ning Yuan instructed. Huang sat on a round stool at the counter, saying, Ning boss, you've put me in a terrible position. I've been hiding everywhere these past few days and I haven't had a decent meal. Didn't you spend 5 million? Ning Yuan laughed. How could I spend it? Lu Qing's henchmen have been looking for me these days, Huang replied helplessly. If you can't spend it, just return it to them, Ning Yuan said. That's not. But I came to inform you about something today, Huang said. What is it? You're in danger. I overheard Lu Qing saying they want to kidnap you, Huang stated. That's sissy. I could lend him 100 lives, Ning Yuan said, receiving the elbow fried rice from 250 and placing it on the counter. Hurry up and eat, then get out quickly. Do I still need to sleep? Huang picked up the plate, and while eating said, actually there's one more thing. Stop, I don't want to hear it, Ning Yuan interrupted. Ning boss, hey, erase the 5 million, Huang said, finishing the food in his plate and pulling out a bank card placed. What do you mean? Ning Yuan asked. What I mean is the majority is yours, just leave 100,000 for us to spend. Rest assured this 100,000 won't be wasted, we will definitely disappear from your sight, and I swear that Lu Qing's plan to kidnap you is true, Huang said, raising 3 fingers. First transfer the risk, then use a piece of information to earn 1 million. You play this game better than I do, Ning. Huang wiped the oil from his mouth, smiling bitterly. I'm just a small-time thug. If Lu Qing wants to crush me, it would be as easy as squashing a cockroach. I can't do anything about it. He continued, the little brothers following me are counting on me. This 100,000 seems a lot, but when divided it's not much at all. He expressed his plight, his voice thick with emotion. All right, Ning Yuan interrupted him. This Huang did not seem to show his true colors. He was a good actor. Put the card down. They'll transfer you 1 million, and remember to report to me if there's any news from the Lu family. Sure. Huang immediately brightened up, quickly taking out another bank card from his pocket. Just transfer it to— I have to hand it to you. A person like you would surely have been a bandit in the chaotic past, Ning Yuan said as he transferred 1 million according to the card number. Ning boss, you are blessed by the heavens with noble people helping you. A single phone can sell for 5,000. What do I have? Just a worthless life. Who knows, I might end up below reporting to the king of hell soon. Huang saw the text message confirming the 1 million had arrived, and smiled. Then, I will take my leave now, or I won't disturb Ning boss sleep. After the yellow-haired man left, Ning Yuan transferred the money from that card to his own. Since it belonged to the Lu family, he thought it was a good opportunity to take advantage. As for the yellow-haired man's claim that Lu Qing wanted to kidnap him, that was just an ant yawning, making a big fuss for no reason. In the blink of an eye, he earned another 4 million, humming a tune as he pulled down the roll-up door and decided to sleep in. Tomorrow he would open the door a bit late. This night was the hardest one that Yi Chun had ever endured. He didn't know how many times he had been scolded. His mother fainted in the hospital corridor twice from crying and was eventually sent back home. The old man of the Yi family, nearly 90 years old, who stood before the hospital room and refused to leave, insisting on waiting until his granddaughter woke up. Yi Chen's father Yi Hitong attempted several times to enter the room to see his daughter, but was stopped by the nurses who said the patient needed rest. Each time he was stopped, his frustration had nowhere to go. He walked over to Yi Chun and harshly criticized him. If it weren't for Yi Chen's 2 older brothers supporting the old man, they would have long since gone over to give him a good beating for causing trouble every day. This night was long for the entire Yi family. Doctors and nurses checked Yi's condition every 2 hours. Each time the doctor came out, the Yi family would feel tense, but fortunately there were no issues each time. Until the sky outside brightened, the doctor entered for the 5th time and said Yi was fine. The Yi family finally felt some relief, and the old man was sent back, leaving only Yi Chun and Yi Hitong in the corridor. Sigh. Does your face still hurt? Yi Hitong looked at Yi Chen's swollen face, regretting he had been too harsh. Yi Chen turned his face away and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Well, don't do anything foolish in the future. I know you hope for your sister's recovery, but you must consider the methods you use," Yi Hitong said in a deep voice. "I understand," Yi Chen replied, genuinely frightened. If something happened to his sister, he didn't know how he would handle it. The two of them were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't notice the hospital room door opening from the inside, revealing a small figure in the corridor. "Dad, that medicine was for me, it's not my brother's fault. Look at what you've done to him." A weak voice echoed in the corridor. Though the voice was soft, it sounded like thunder in Yi Hitong's ears. He turned to look at the small figure at the door and was momentarily stunned, saying, "Xiaoya, how did you come out on your—" "I just came out like this," Yi twirled around. "I feel very relaxed, more relaxed than ever before." Yi Chen rushed to Yi Ya's side and asked, "So you are better now?" "Completely better. I don't know, I feel a bit hungry now and want to eat a feast," Yi said as she patted her. Good, very good. You must have recovered." Yi Chen happily paced back and forth, saying, "By the way, doctor, quickly call the doctor." Right. Yi Hitong hurriedly ran toward the duty room at the end of the corridor. A few minutes later, Yi was back on the hospital bed, and Dr. Yang and his colleagues were checking her with various instruments. Yi Chen and Yi Hitong anxiously waited outside the room. Time passed slowly, and Yi Chen several times wanted to rush in to ask about the results, but managed to restrain himself. At exactly 9 a.m., just as the clock finished chiming, the hospital room door opened. Dr. Yang and his colleagues came out with serious expressions. Seeing their expressions, Yi Chen's heart sank, and he asked, "How is it? Is there a result?" "Don't be nervous." Dr. Yang waved his hand, revealing a smile. "Congratulations, Yi has recovered her health. After a comprehensive examination, Yi is now no different from a normal person. Her health is excellent. Good, finally recovered." This was the only thought in Yi Chen's mind, followed by a sudden dizziness, and everything before him turned pitch black. When his vision returned, he found himself back home, lying in his own bed. He got up, put on his clothes, opened the door, and walked out of his room to see the yard decorated with lanterns and everywhere pasted with joyful characters, as if preparing for a celebration. "What is going on?" Yi Chen was startled. After asking a housekeeper who was cleaning, he learned that Yi had recovered, and the old man of the Yi family was throwing a grand banquet to celebrate and ward off ill fortune for Yi. As soon as he entered the living room, his older brother saw him and warmly called out, "Third brother, you're awake." While speaking, he handed him a piece of pastry, saying, "Hurry and eat. The doctor said you fainted from low blood sugar due to hunger." Yi Chen took the pastry and swallowed a few bites, still feeling empty, so he grabbed more from the plate on the coffee table. "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." Yi Chen's older brother poured him a cup of tea. "This is delicious. How come I never realized this pastry was so good before?" While Yi Chen was eating, Yi Hitong approached. He instinctively wanted to escape. Just as he stood up, Yi Hitong called out to him, "Xiao Chun, there's noodles in the kitchen." "Good, okay." Yi Chen was momentarily surprised by the change in Yi Hitong's attitude. He nodded and quickly walked toward the kitchen. Upon entering, he saw a small girl with a ponytail gnawing on a pig's trotter. Girls should pay attention to their image, otherwise they won't be able to get married in the future, Yi Chen joked. "Oomph." Yi huffed. "It's better not to get married. I can stay home and gnaw on pig trotters every day." Holding the bowl of hand-pulled noodles he made for her, Yi Chen asked while eating, "Now that you're better, what do you want to do?" "I want to go out and take a look first, but I haven't decided where to go yet," Yi replied. "I know of an interesting place," Yi Chen said. "What place?" Yi spat the last piece of bone into the trash, as she had finished the pig's trotter in no time. "Don't you want to know the origin of that medicine? Don't you want to know what kind of place sells such miraculous medicine?" Yi Chen asked. "Yeah. We should properly thank the person who saved my life, and see." Before Yi could finish her sentence, the old man of the Yi family walked in. "Hello, Grandpa," Yi sweetly greeted. Haha, yes, we should thank them properly. Come on, the banquet is starting. You, the main character, can't be absent," the old man laughed. By the time Yi Chen and the others arrived at the banquet, it was already crowded. With the Yi family being a top-tier family and the influence of the old man, Yi Kaishan, many wanted to attend this banquet. Too many people wanted to participate in the event, even just to show their faces at the banquet. As a leader in the financial sector and with business dealings with the Yi family, the Liu family naturally had a place at the banquet. Liu Jia held a wine glass, somewhat absent-minded. Several times people called her name, but she didn't hear. This led others to think she was hard to befriend and very aloof. In such a setting, it was the best opportunity for everyone to expand their networks, with many wandering around with wine glasses, searching for their future partners. If it were any other day, Liu Jia would have definitely been like most people. Today, however, she had no such thoughts at all. She only wanted to know how Yi Ya's illness had been cured, and she saw that the elder of the Yi family, Yi Kaishan, was leading two young people into the banquet hall. Her breath quickened instantly. Seeing Yi, who had suffered from congenital leukemia since childhood, now full of life, and thinking of her own son, a wave of anguish surged in her heart. The crowd noticed that the elder of the Yi family had come out. Some powerful and high-status individuals hurriedly took their glasses to congratulate him at the main table. Lu Jia quickly followed behind, waiting for the people in front to finish their congratulations before it was finally her turn. Rushing forward, she smiled and said, "Congratulations, Xiaoyu, on your recovery. When you have time, come to my house to play." And as she spoke, she took out a jade piece pendant to put it on Yiya. "Thank you," Yiya said softly. "So nice, so beautiful, and so sensible. If only my son's illness could be—" As she spoke, she wiped her tears and raised her glass while asking how exactly was Xiao Ya's illness cured. "Is it convenient to share?" "Oh, I just remembered your son also has leukemia," Yi Kaishan remarked. "Yes, he has been sick for several years. His father's bone marrow doesn't match the requirements. Please, I beg you to show me a way," Lu Jia said, choking back her tears. "Xiaochen, where did you buy the medicine?" Yi Kaishan asked. "At a shop that sells phones." Lu Jia felt a bad premonition upon hearing the first half of the sentence. "In Shangning City, Bayan County," Yi Chen replied while eating. "Is the boss named Ning Yuan?" Lu Jia asked. "Yes, everyone calls him Boss Ning," Yi Chen answered. Lu Jia forced a smile as she left, never dreaming that the medicine capable of curing leukemia actually came from Ning Yuan. Thinking of some past events, she clenched her fist and hurriedly left the Yi family. "Brother Lu, doesn't seem very happy," Yi said. "Can she be happy when her son has leukemia? Hurry and eat. After we're done, let's go watch a movie," Yi Chen said. Yi nodded. Ning Yuan was unaware that by casually selling a single medicine, so many events had been triggered. After another day of hard work, he had already sold 15,000 phones. The next day's sales plummeted to half, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, the price of 5000 was too expensive, though only a few could afford a high-tech phone. He had to think of another way. For dinner, there were knife-cut noodles, cold mixed pig ears, and smashed cucumber. Since getting 250, his standard of living had risen dramatically. 250, another bowl of noodles, Ning Yuan said. "While eating your cooking is too good, I'm gaining weight." "Gaining weight is no problem. I can customize a weight loss course for you," 250 replied. "Forget it, I'm too lazy. If I can stand, I want sit. If I can lie down, I want sit," Ning Yuan was saying when the rolling shutter door was knocked on, making a loud clattering sound. "At this late hour, who is it?" Ning Yuan asked. No one replied, and the rolling shutter door continued to clang. "Damn it. I can't even have a peaceful meal." Ning Yuan put down his bowl, walked to the door, and pulled up the rolling shutter to find a fair-skinned man in front of him. "Lu Qing, are you sick?" Ning Yuan scolded. "Boss Ning, we meet again," Lu Qing said with a smile, not angry at all. "I'm here to bring you a gift today." Delivering a gift in the middle of the night. "I really don't understand what you're thinking." Ning Yuan returned to the counter and sat down to eat noodles. "Ha, Boss Ning, don't be angry," Lu Qing said, while walking and followed by two young men in suits, each holding a box. "So what exactly are you here for? Why do you like to say a few meaningless words every time you come?" Ning Yuan said while eating pig ears. "Well, I heard that Boss Ning has a medicine that can cure leukemia," Lu Qing said with a smile. "Who told you that?" Ning Yuan asked. "Isn't it true that the Yi family's precious jewel, who has congenital leukemia, was cured after taking Boss Ning's medicine?" Lu Qing said. "You must have heard it wrong. This is a phone shop, not a pharmacy," Ning Yuan replied. At tonight's banquet of the Yi family, President Lu heard it with her own ears. Lu Qing signaled to the two subordinates behind him. They walked in front of Ning Yuan and opened the box. "We prepared some humble gifts, hoping Boss Ning will like them." Ning Yuan focused his gaze and saw two jade plaques, white and smooth, but he couldn't tell if they were good or bad. The two suited men respectfully placed the box on the counter. One should not strike a smiling face. Since they came to bring gifts, it wouldn't be nice to make it difficult for them. Ning Yuan said honestly that medicine was only one pill, and it was bought by that reckless young man from the Yi family. "I never thought he would really dare to give it to someone. Just one pill." Lu Qing's face darkened. "Boss Ning, can you tell me where this medicine came from? There will definitely be a generous reward." "I can't say that." Ning Yuan certainly couldn't reveal anything about the system. "President Lu called me and said she could give you up to 500 million. I hope you will consider it, and as long as you tell me, we will all be friends in the future," Lu Qing said. Ning Yuan shook his head and smiled. "You can go back and tell Lu Jia that even if I had this medicine, I absolutely wouldn't give it to her. Let her son wait to die in peace." "You." Lu Qing was once again left speechless by Ning Yuan's anger. "All right, go back. I won't keep you for a meal," Ning Yuan said. "Why do you have such hostility towards President Lu? After all, she is—" Lu Qing hadn't finished speaking when Ning Yuan interrupted him. "Forget about it. Go back and ask what that woman did back then, and you'll know." Sigh. Lu Qing sighed, signaling his subordinates to take the gift, and turning to leave. "Wait," Ning Yuan called out. Lu Qing turned around and asked, "Changed your mind? This is your bank card." The yellow-haired guy returned it. "Please don't hunt him down anymore. I don't want to harm the innocent." Ning Yuan took out a bank card from the drawer and waved it. Lu Qing said nothing and turned to leave. "A bunch of lunatics," Ning Yuan muttered as he locked the rolling shutter door again and hurried upstairs to fetch his noodles. If he waited any longer, the noodles would clump together. President Lu, Ning Yuan is unyielding. We can only activate Plan A now, Lu Qing said on the phone. Did you not buy the medicine? An angry voice came from the phone. Yes. Lu Qing unconsciously lowered his head. There was a sound of ceramic shattering on the other end. Useless. What use is it to raise a bunch of useless people? Tomorrow I will go in person, beep beep beep. Listening to the static on the phone, Lu Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't like Lu Jie very much either. He had sold his life to the Lu family for decades, yet Lu Jie still scolded him as she pleased. She gave him no face at all. Back then Lu Jie was so madly in love with Ning Heping. If it weren't for him playing matchmaker, would Ning Heping have married into the Lu family? Thinking of this, Lu Qing let out a long sigh and drove away in his Porsche. Lu Jie sat by the hospital bed gazing at her son's pale and emaciated face. Thinking of Yiya, who was lively and energetic, anger surged within her. She hated Ning Yuan for not donating his bone marrow even more, and even more for having the medicine to treat leukemia, yet refusing to sell it to her. The thought of Ning Yuan's smug and cheeky face only fueled her resentment. Why did her exceptionally talented son suffer from leukemia, while Ning Yuan, that abandoned wild child, remained healthy and strong? Gently touching her son's hand, which was filled with various needles, Lu Jie quickly exited the ward. She knew her son's time was running out. She must do something. Ning Yuan, who had intended to sleep in, was awakened by the pressure of his task to sell 100 phones, causing him distress. After having breakfast prepared by 250, he opened the shop early. With 250 helping him, he hardly stepped out except to buy groceries, focusing solely on selling phones. After opening the door, the shop gradually became bustling. The repetitive tasks of swiping cards and handing out phones were delegated to 250, while he kept an eye on things. Business was decent today. Luxury cars came and went, likely thanks to word of mouth from the earlier customers. These items were equivalent to luxury goods. For those wealthy individuals with nowhere else to spend their money, the only way to flaunt their status was through purchasing expensive luxuries. Suddenly someone in their circle produced a previously unseen phone equipped with various cutting-edge technologies, leading others to want one too. Otherwise, wouldn't they seem out of place? Ning Yuan's guess proved correct. In addition to some wealthy second-generation, middle-aged individuals began to appear throughout the day. When a portly middle-aged man entered and spoke, Ning Yuan instantly recognized his profession. His heavy accent revealed he was definitely a coal baron from Xishan province. By the afternoon, business was booming. 250 was overwhelmed, and Ning Yuan stepped in to help, swiping cards and handing out phones repeatedly. Ning Yuan noticed that the customers arriving in the afternoon drove ordinary cars and generally wore suits. Without a doubt, they were from various phone manufacturers coming to gather intelligence. However, he didn't care. The black technology phones produced by the system were beyond their comprehension. By 9 p.m., Ning Yuan was utterly exhausted. He dismissed the last customers, pulled down the rolling shutter, and slumped into a chair, calculating how many phones he had sold. In total, he had sold 0 phones over the past 3 days, averaging 100 a day. The system had given him a month, which felt ample. Ning Yuan decided to take a break for himself, justifying it as a balance of work and rest. Only by resting well could he work well. That night, he found an A4 sheet of paper and wrote that he would rest today and open tomorrow. He pulled the rolling shutter halfway up and went outside to tape it to the wall. After returning to give 250 instructions to watch the store properly, he locked the door and slipped away. He first went to a nearby barbecue stall for a small meal and drank a bottle of Brave New World, then leisurely walked towards the largest bathing center in the county. He definitely couldn't sleep in the shop tonight, otherwise he would be cornered by people when he woke up the next day, ruining his chance to be carefree. Upon entering the bathing center, a welcoming voice made Ning Yuan's bones feel weak. The receptionist was indeed beautiful, and most importantly, her voice was incredibly enticing. "One for a shower," Ning Yuan said as he approached. "Sure, we have package options ranging from 58 to 2,888. Oh, and also." Before the receptionist could finish, Ning Yuan interrupted her, saying, "I'll take the 2888 package." He was not short on cash, so of course, he would choose the best. "All right, please wait a moment." The receptionist quickly prepared Ning Yuan's card and spoke into her walkie-talkie. "A VIP has arrived, please come down to greet him. Please change your shoes first." The shoe attendant brought over a brand new pair of slippers. Ning Yuan nodded. After changing his shoes, a beautiful woman smiled and approached him, saying, "Welcome, please follow me." Okay, Ning Yuan followed the beauty. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, making his heart race. The beauty pressed the elevator button and gestured, "Please, the male bathing area is on the second floor." This kind of treatment was something Ning Yuan had never encountered before. He regretted pretending to be a big shot in a place like this, being escorted by a beauty, even just to walk. Did that mean the person scrubbing him would also be a woman? Thinking of this, his heart raced even faster. Had he known it would be like this, he might as well have found a random bathhouse on the roadside. Now it felt like he had fallen into a den of wolves. Steeling himself, he entered the elevator. In the confined space, the bow tie scent became even stronger, making Ning Yuan feel like this woman must be a reincarnation of a legendary beauty. She was seducing him from every angle without missing a spot. Ding! The elevator door opened, and the beauty stepped out first, making another gesture for him to proceed. Ning Yuan pretended to be calm and quickly walked out. VIP, that's the male bathing area, the beauty said. Ning Yuan nodded and hurried towards it. This time the beauty did not follow, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Once inside, the water in the pool was clearer than in regular bathhouses, but nothing seemed particularly special. This made Ning Yuan feel like he was just being taken for a ride. This bathhouse only offered some superficial. After coming out of the male bathing area, when he intended to find a place to sleep, the previous beauty appeared again, accompanied by two other beauties carrying plastic toolboxes. "Hello VP, your 2888 package includes a wellness sap, please follow us," she said, leading Ning Yuan to a room on the 5th floor. Sitting on the bed and looking at the two beauties in front of him, Ning Yuan admitted he was a bit flustered. In his past life, he had been single since birth, and in this life, it was no different. Aside from having touched a girl's hand in kindergarten, he had never interacted with women growing up. "You can go back if you want. I'm a little tired," Ning Yuan said. "Hello VIP, there's no need to be nervous. We are a legitimate wellness sap, and it will definitely benefit your health," the beauty responded. But Ning Yuan wanted to say more when another beauty interrupted. "Don't worry. We are absolutely legitimate. We have all undergone training in traditional Chinese medicine acupoint techniques." Seeing the beauties say this, Ning Yuan felt that rejecting them again would be impolite. Closing his eyes, he said, "Then let's do it." This wellness sap was indeed legitimate. The two beauties had strong hands, making Ning Yuan break into a sweat, and he occasionally let out shouts, especially when they massaged his feet. The tickling sensation was so intense that tears of laughter came out. However, after the massage, he felt completely relaxed. That night, Ning Yuan slept soundly and woke up around 11 a.m. During this meal, Ning Yuan felt like he was eating loneliness. He simply could not get used to the sashimi, especially the salmon sashimi favored by food vloggers, which felt like cold fatty pork slices in his mouth. Dipped in wasabi, it tasted like spicy fatty pork slices. After having dinner, Ning Yuan decided to catch a movie. He casually hailed a taxi by the roadside and got in. To be honest, he was at a loss on how to spend his newfound wealth. He didn't like the roaring sports cars, nor was he fond of all the designer clothes. While he appreciated the beauty of women, they often brought trouble, which he feared the most. For a moment, he was truly unsure of what to do. The main reason was that he could buy these things at will, which diminished his interest. He reflected on this and concluded that it was human nature. What you cannot obtain is often the most desirable. "Master, why are you taking a detour?" In a local, Ning Yuan snapped back to reality, realizing that the taxi was not heading towards the cinema. "Young man, I heard on the radio that there's a traffic jam ahead. I'm taking a detour, but I won't charge you extra the taxi." "All right." Ning Yuan thought little of it and continued to enjoy the scenery outside. He wasn't sure if it was because of his wealth, but now looking at the unchanging tall buildings outside, his mood had improved. Until he suddenly spotted a mountain in the distance, realizing something was amiss. "What's going on? You've taken me out of the county," Ning Yuan exclaimed. "You'd better behave. At this speed, if you jump out you won't die, but you'll be crippled," the driver replied coldly. Ning Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror hanging from the car roof and noticed the driver's calm demeanor, which made his heart sink. This person was not simple. At the very least, he had excellent psychological composure. "If you want money, I can transfer it to you right now. There's no need for all this hassle," Ning Yuan suggested. "No need to panic. Just cooperate and don't think of anything funny. I won't harm you." "First, hand over your phone," the driver said, one hand on the steering wheel and the other pulling out a gun aimed at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan's expression changed slightly as he took out his phone from his pocket and handed it over. He initially planned to distract the driver with conversation, then dial 110 for help discreetly. He didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Hearing that someone wanted to see him, a face flashed in his mind. Huang Mao had warned him before that Lu Qin and Lu Jie were going to kidnap him, and he had let his guard down. The driver took the phone and said, "That's right. Just cooperate with me, and we all benefit." "Did Lu Jie send you?" Ning Yuan asked. This time the driver remained silent, only increasing the speed, eventually stopping on a desolate country road after a few dozen minutes. He picked up the phone, dialed a number, and said the goods have arrived, tossing Ning Yuan a black cloth bag. Ning Yuan said nothing and obediently put it on. He was now at someone else's mercy, forced to comply. Once the black bag was on, darkness engulfed him. Before long the car door swung open, a blast of cold wind rushing and causing Ning Yuan to shiver. Strong hands pulled him out of the car. "Exchange the money for the goods." "Not bad, you're still professional. The money has already been transferred." Ning Yuan recognized the voice of the person speaking. It was the driver, but he couldn't identify the one behind. After the handover, he was shoved into another vehicle. After a long and bumpy ride, the car finally stopped. He was pushed up several flights of stairs and entered a room. Strong hands pressed him down onto a chair, and the black bag over his head was yanked off. Ning Yuan squinted to adapt to the blinding light in the room where a middle-aged man in a white coat and mask resembling a doctor appeared before him. Don't be afraid. You'll feel no pain after the anesthetic, the doctor said. Ning Yuan scanned the environment, noticing a bed against the wall surrounded by a bunch of instruments. This was a hospital ward. It was obvious that Lu Jie had brought him here to forcibly extract his bone marrow. The environment is a bit shabby. Please bear with it, the doctor said as he turned and exited. A few minutes later he returned pushing a small aluminum cart atop, which lay a surgical knife, sending chills down Ning Yuan's spine. Lu Jie watched Ning Yuan's slightly terrified expression through the monitor in another room, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. Those who disobeyed her had long deserved to die. She always believed that those dog-like commoners should obey her will. They only knew how to eat and sleep, merely a machine for producing waste. Such trash should listen to elite individuals like her. It was an honor for Ning Yuan to save her son with his own bone marrow. Thinking that her son's illness would finally be cured made her ecstatic. She planned to donate more money to the temple, fulfill her wishes to the Bodhisattva, and pray for her son's future health and safety. The atmosphere in the ward had become tense since the doctor pushed the cart in. Ning Yuan struggled in the chair, but powerful hands held him down, and a gun was pressed against his thigh. Don't make things difficult for yourself. If you keep moving, you'll break your legs, the burly man behind him warned. How much can you make working for Lu Jie? Here's the deal, you two name a price, and he'll transfer the money right away, Ning Yuan. No need for these divisive tactics, the doctor said as he walked over to Ning Yuan. Get him onto the bed. No need to drag me. Oh, I can get up myself, Ning Yuan replied, standing up and heading towards the hospital bed. This time the burly man behind him did not stop him. Ning Yuan reached the small cart, grabbed a surgical knife, and pressed it against his neck, shouting, "Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll commit suicide and you won't be able to extract my bone marrow. Do as you please. As long as you die within half an hour, the extracted bone marrow will still be usable," the doctor said nonchalantly. Ning Yuan pointed the surgical knife at the doctor and cursed, "Damn you. After you extract my bone marrow, make sure to kill me. Otherwise I'll make you wish you were dead." "Humph." The doctor scoffed. "Do you really think you can walk out of here? With such poor sanitary conditions, you will definitely die from various infections after the surgery. If you don't want to suffer, just lie down," the burly man who had been holding Ning Yuan down said, pointing his gun at him. Ning Yuan looked at the dark barrel of the gun and had no choice but to lie down. He was regretting his decision to wander out. How could he have let Lu Jie catch him? Huang Mao had warned him that Lu Jie wanted to kidnap him, but he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking that in broad daylight, even the Lu family wouldn't dare to openly kidnap someone. He didn't expect Lu Jie to play such a dirty trick. Ultimately, it was his own naivety that led to this. He was sure that someone had been tailing him the moment he stepped out of the shop. This was a meticulously planned kidnapping. With that thought, he vowed that after escaping, he would always have someone follow him. The system's warning about needing 250 made perfect sense. As he watched the black-clad doctor approaching with a syringe, Ning Yuan shouted in his heart system, "Save me. I'm really going to be done for this time." However, it was of no use. The system remained silent. Just as the needle was about to pierce the skin, Ning Yuan shouted, "Wait." The doctor paused for a moment, sneering, "Are you serious?" "I've never known fear since I was a child," Ning Yuan replied. "A cooked duck has a soft body but a hard beak," the doctor said, grabbing Ning Yuan's arm to administer the anesthetic. "Wait," Ning Yuan shouted again. "What now?" the doctor asked. "I need to poop and pee," Ning Yuan said, letting out a fart. The doctor covered his nose and said to the burly man, "Take him to the bathroom." "Okay," the burly man nodded, roughly pulling Ning Yuan off the bed, saying, "Lazy donkey, takes a long time to relieve himself." "I'm not going ill, just do it on the bed," Ning Yuan said as he climbed back onto the bed. Lu Jie saw Ning Yuan stalling through the monitor, the doctor unable to extract the bone marrow. She picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Hurry up, take him to the bathroom, watch him closely, don't let him pull any tricks." Hearing the command in his earpiece, the burly man pulled Ning Yuan off the bed again, dragging him towards the bath. Ning Yuan didn't say anything, silently following the burly man. He was determined to stall for time, hoping for a miracle. Once in the bathroom, the burly man stood beside him and said, "Go ahead and urinate." "How can I do it with you staring at me?" Ning Yuan replied. The burly man turned his body and said, "This should be fine, don't push your luck." "Okay," Ning Yuan said, pulling down his pants and squatting. A foul odor spread within seconds. He wasn't completely lying about needing to use the restroom. He had eaten so much from yesterday to today without going. Especially after eating some sashimi, his stomach couldn't handle it, causing him to have diarrhea. The burly man finally couldn't take it anymore and covered his nose, leaving the bathroom. It was too smelly. "Don't leave, bring me some toilet paper," Ning Yuan shouted. A few minutes later, the burly man came back and, holding a pack of tissues while covering his nose, handed it to Ning Yuan and quickly exited the bathroom. "Is it really that smelly?" "I can't smell anything," Ning Yuan complained. While using the toilet, Ning Yuan kept calling out to the system, hoping it would bring him a high-tech handgun, so he could fight it. Unfortunately, the system never responded, and killing everyone was just a daydream. It wasn't until his legs became numb from squatting that Ning Yuan finished up propping himself against the walls to stand. After washing his hands, and just exiting the bathroom, the burly man restrained him again. On the way back to the ward, Ning Yuan said, "If you let me go right now, I'll transfer you 10 million immediately. How about it?" The burly man said nothing, merely pointed to the surveillance camera above. "Lu Jie, you bitch, are you too scared to come out?" Ning Yuan yelled at the camera, finally realizing Lu Jie had been monitoring him all along. Lu Jie, seeing Ning Yuan's impotent fury through the monitor, laughed. The anger of an ant was indeed laughable. "Let's go," the burly man said, pulling Ning Yuan back to the ward. This time Ning Yuan knew he really couldn't stall any longer. He was pressed down on the bed as the black doctor grinned, syringe in hand, ready to administer the anesthetic. As the needle touched his skin, a slight sting reached his brain. Ning Yuan thought to himself, "If I end up with a scar the size of a bowl, I'll be a good man again in 18 years. Lu Jie watched as the doctor began to administer the anesthetic to Ning Yuan, pouring herself a glass of red wine to celebrate. The doctor noticed Ning Yuan staring blankly at the opposite side, and smiled. This guy was definitely scared silly. Ning Yuan also felt silly. The anesthetic affected his brain, making his vision blurry. To his surprise, he saw 250 standing in the room. Regardless of his blurred vision, clinging to a final hope, he called out, 250. 250, what does that mean? The doctor muttered as he prepared to inject the anesthetic into Ning Yuan's body, while the burly man stared intently at Ning Yuan, preventing him from pulling any tricks. Neither of them noticed a man in a black suit approaching. Ning Yuan saw 250 getting closer, and suddenly had a thought. 250 was really here. He was saved. 250, quickly break their legs. This time he truly clung to his last hope. Okay, 250 yanked the doctor down and stomped on his legs hard. A scream akin to a pig being slaughtered echoed through the ward. The burly man, trained professionally, quickly drew his gun and fired 3 shots at 250. The bullets hit 250, but he showed no reaction, stepping forward to snatch the gun from the burly man's hand. With a snap, it was dismantled into a pile of parts. The burly man was dumbfounded. Oh, what kind of monster was this? Even bullets had no effect on him. Just as he prepared to flee, 250 yanked him back, executing a shoulder throw that slammed him to the ground, then stomped on his legs hard. Another scream like that of a pig being slaughtered rang out in the ward. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. Amazing, truly amazing. Ning Yuan yanked off the needle from his arm and jumped out of bed, asking 250, "How did you find me?" 250 pulled a pure black phone from the burly man's pocket and handed it to Ning Yuan, saying, "This has a positioning feature. The phone assistant in this high-tech phone detected that you were in danger and notified me to come." "How did it know I was in danger?" Ning Yuan asked. "Are you stupid? The phone has a recording function. I analyzed your conversation and deduced that you were being kidnapped and notified 250 through the internet." An ethereal voice emanated from the high-tech phone. Ning Yuan held the phone, kissing it a couple of times, smiled. "If it weren't for you, I would have been done for." Then he remembered something, kicked the burly man, and asked, "Wasn't the phone taken by that driver?" The burly man lowered his head and said, "He had to hand everything over to us regarding you, including the phone." He was cursing Lu Jie in his heart for the ridiculous orders given back then. He should have brought everything back. Now look what happened. Damn it, you guys are really professional. If you put that energy into studying, you would have long become scientists. Ning Yuan scolded the burly man, hurriedly asking 250 to find Lu Jie. That bitch must not be allowed to escape. This series of changes caught Lu Jie off guard. While she went to the kitchen to grab a steak, she returned to see through the monitor that 250 had taken care of her 2 henchmen. 250's heroic performance completely flustered her, and she quickly grabbed her belongings and ran out. Since this was a shady operation, she only brought 2 henchmen. She didn't even bring a driver. After getting in the car, she fumbled and couldn't start it. By the time she finally got it running and was about to flee, a shadow appeared beside the car. Upon closer inspection, it was the man in the suit who couldn't even be killed by a handgun. She hurriedly stepped on the gas to escape. 250 instantly appeared in front of the car, pushing it back, causing the tires to screech violently against the ground with blue smoke rising. Lu Jie was stunned, as she couldn't believe there was someone in this world who could push a car and prevent it from moving. With a swift motion, 250 lifted his hands, flipping the Porsche over. "Out!" Lu Jie screamed, pushing the car door open and crawling out. 250 moved forward, grabbing her arm and leading her into the building. "Let go of me, let go of me!" Lu Jie cried, desperately collapsing on the ground and refusing to move. 250, however, showed no mercy, dragging her by her leg, as if she were a lifeless dog, pulling Lu Jie in front of Ning Yuan. "Oh, isn't this Manager Lu? How come you're in such a sorry state?" Ning Yuan mocked. Lu Jie got up shouting hysterically, "Ning Yuan, if you dare to treat me like this, I will make you pay." Sigh. Ning Yuan looked at Lu Jie with a gaze of pity, sighing, "Why are you still so arrogant after all this time?" Lu Jie dusted off her clothes and said, "I've already notified my family to come. If you dare to lay a Ning Yuan interrupted, saying, "Sorry, I won't touch a hair on you." 250 A break both her arms and legs into powdered fractures, the kind that even the best doctors won't be able to help her stand up again. Understood, 250 replied, yanking Lu Jie over, pinning her down, and starting to rain down punches. With each blow, Ning Yuan could almost hear the sound of bones cracking. Spare me. Ning Yuan. I have a lot of money." Lu Jie barely finished her sentence before she fainted from the pain. The burly man and the doctor watching from the side were drenched in cold sweat, knowing that Lu Jie would spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. "Grandpa, I beg you, spare me. I'm just a worker." The doctor crawled in front of Ning Yuan, hugging his thigh and weeping profusely. He was truly terrified, not wanting to spend the latter half of his life in a wheelchair. The burly man also knelt down in front of Ning Yuan, crying and pleading for mercy. "Oomph." Ning Yuan snorted coldly, making them tremble. "Don't worry, I am merciful." 250 A break their arms and legs as well, turning them into powdered fractures. Upon hearing this, the doctor tilted his head and fainted immediately. The burly man tried to resist, but having already had a leg broken by 250, he found it difficult to move and was dragged aside, receiving a barrage of punches that left him groaning and unconscious. "Also take out this doctor's fifth leg." Ning Yuan pointed at the doctor. "Understood," 250 replied, dragging the doctor over and preparing to strike when the doctor let out a scream. "Don't hit me. The fifth leg can't be broken. It can't be broken. What's the use of keeping it? You're going to be in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. It will definitely be useless." Ning Yuan wanted to take revenge for the needle incident. This black doctor dared to stab him with a needle. He had to make him pay. 250 didn't care about that, tightening his fists and delivering a punch below. A scream akin to that of a pig being slaughtered echoed in the room, and the doctor fainted again. 250, indifferent to whether he was conscious or not, continued to rain down blows on his legs and arms, ensuring his bones were reduced to powdered fractures. Looking at the three people lying on the ground, Ning Yuan felt he was quite merciful. He took out his high-tech phone to check his location, discovering he was several hundred kilometers away from a certain county deep in a mountain ravine. Lu Jie had gone to great lengths to obtain bone marrow. This ravine had previously been a mining site complete with employee dormitories. She had converted the abandoned dormitory into a makeshift operating room. "How did you get here?" Ning Yuan asked 250. "I ran over," 250 replied. "Impressive," Ning Yuan murmured, descending to the front of Lu Jie's Porsche. 250 flipped the car over. Let's drive back." 250 stepped forward and effortlessly flipped the car back over. He sat in the driver's seat and started the engine while Ning Yuan took the passenger seat, smiling. "You can drive." "Of course I can operate all kinds of transportation on this planet," 250 replied. "Not bad, not bad. Let's go home." As soon as Ning Yuan finished speaking, the car sped off like an arrow towards the county. By around 7 p.m., Ning Yuan and 250 returned to the county by taxi. The Porsche, being Lu Jie's, could not be driven back and was left by Ning Yuan on the roadside. Entering the store, Ning Yuan collapsed onto a chair. Today's experience had indeed been exciting. He had come close to losing his life. After resting for more than half an hour, he bought some skewers from a nearby barbecue stand along with a bottle of beer, deciding to celebrate his narrow escape from death. If it weren't for 250, he would have been in serious trouble. A thought suddenly emerged in Ning Yuan's mind. 250, come here for a moment. Don't you know various martial arts? Teach me some. He wanted to learn some self-defense skills. As he earned more money and acquired more high-tech products, even without Lu Jie, others might still harm him. 250 approached, scrutinizing Ning Yuan from head to toe, and said, "Based on my analysis, given your current physical condition, it will take you at least 5 years to practice a martial art." "What do you mean? Are you saying I can't stick with it?" Ning Yuan asked. "Yes, based on my analysis, you are among the laziest humans." 250 bluntly doused Ning Yuan with cold water. Damn. Ning Yuan had to admit that 250 was right. He knew what he was like, lazy and gluttonous with a 99% chance of not persisting. "So what should I do?" "There's nothing you can do, you can only practice hard," 250 replied. Sigh. Ning Yuan sighed. "Got it, you go play now." Ding. Temporary task, sell 10 holographic projectors. Price 1 million each, reward 1 complete revitalization pill, 1 set of invincible martial arts. "So we'll keep it up. Not bad system, you've finally shown some conscience. You know that once I'm done playing you will be too." Ning Yuan was quite satisfied with this task. Selling just 10 holographic projectors would earn him rewards. The rewards were also excellent: the revitalization pill to enhance physical condition and the invincible martial arts for self-defense. Ning Yuan opened the black box that had suddenly appeared on the counter, finding 10 neatly arranged pure black cubes inside. He took one out and examined it closely. It only had a data port. He found a data cable to connect the cube to a computer, opened a video, and one end of the black cube projected a beam of light revealing a three-dimensional mountain within the store. It gave a sense of immersion. Not bad. Using something like this to open a movie theater would definitely be a hit. Ning Yuan instantly thought of a way to make money. He secretly admired his business acumen as he tidied up the items and placed them under the counter. He found a piece of hard cardboard and wrote the price and functions of the holographic projection in marker. After finishing the work, Ning Yuan polished off the remaining skewers, drank the bottle of beer, and had 250 lock the store door from the inside, before he sleepily went upstairs to rest. In his dream, it seemed someone was calling him husband. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that the beautiful woman who had guided him in the bathing center? In the capital city in the suburbs, a sudden scream echoed from a beautiful Western-style villa. When Lu Jia woke up, she found herself back home. Instinctively wanting to turn over, she realized she couldn't move at all, only to discover that her limbs were encased in plaster. Will my daughter really never be able to stand up again? Think of something, she is still so young. Alas, I am powerless. Lu Jia's limbs are shattered, her nerves have been damaged, it's fundamentally serious. The conversation between her father and the doctor outside was unbearable for Lu Jia. The thought of spending her next life in a wheelchair drove her into a frenzy, and she began to scream. Hearing his daughter's scream, Lu Song rushed into the room, anxiously saying, Doctor, please take a look. As the doctor entered to examine Lu Jia, she cried out, Everyone out, just go. Mr. Lu, your daughter is not in immediate danger, she is just emotionally agitated. I understand, thank you. Lu Song dismissed the doctor and entered the bedroom saying, Xiao Jia, I will take revenge and make that bastard pay the price. Xiao Jia. My dear daughter, you have suffered so much. A wealthy lady rushed in, sitting by Lu Jia's bedside and crying. Enough of this crying, Lu Song said coldly. The wealthy lady wiped her tears and glared, saying, You don't even know how to be a father, letting an outsider hurt our daughter like this. Mom, Dad, can you both go out first? I need some quiet, okay? Lu Jia shouted. All right, we'll step out for a bit. Call us if you need anything. The wealthy lady pulled Lu Song out of the room and into the living room. Call Ning Hiping and bring him back. We need to extract that bastard's bone marrow to save my grandson, and also kill him to avenge our daughter. The wealthy lady narrowed her eyes and said fiercely, Oof. We shouldn't have listened to you and let this person into our house in the first place, Lu Song complained. Without your approval, could that poor boy even step foot in the Lu family? Hurry and make the call. This matter must be handled by him, the wealthy lady said coldly. Lu Song sighed, picked up the phone on the coffee table, and dialed a number. Deep down, he looked down on Ning Hiping. If it weren't for his daughter's desperate cries, even threatening to cut off their relationship, he would never accept Ning Hiping as a son-in-law. Ning Hiping was in his office handling documents when suddenly his right eyelid twitched, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Ding-ling-ling. The phone on the desk rang. Upon seeing it was Lu Song calling, he adjusted his demeanor. Your son has made my daughter bedridden. Come back and handle this. Ning Hiping was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't his son undergoing treatment at the hospital waiting for a bone marrow transplant? How could he have caused his mother to be bedridden? Wasn't that absurd? Being a meticulous thinker, he knew Lu Song would never joke about such things. His son. Suddenly he thought of another son, a part of his life he was reluctant to recall. Could it be? Based on Lu Song's words, in just a few seconds he grasped the seriousness of the situation. Okay, Dad, I'll book a flight back today, Ning Hiping said calmly. All right, your mother and I will be waiting for you at home, Lu Song replied. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Ning Hiping slowly hung up, called his secretary to book a ticket for the same day, then took out a cigar, lit it, and began to think about how to deal with Lu Song when he returned. A person without foresight must have immediate worries. This was his life motto. He liked the feeling of having everything under his control, so he had to think constantly about the crises he would face in the future. Only by doing so could he perfectly resolve all crises. Ning Yuan, with dark circles under his eyes, had just opened the door when a little girl with twin ponytails walked in. He looked up at the calendar hanging on the wall. Today was not the weekend. Little friend, why are you running around instead of doing your homework at home? He thought of sending this child away and going out for a bowl of tofu pudding. He hadn't had it in a long time. Who are you calling a little friend? I'm already an adult, okay? The little girl said, puffing up her cheeks. All right. You're an adult now, go home and play house. This isn't an amusement park, Ning Yuan laughed. You? The little girl was so angry that her face turned red. Why are you so annoying? You've played house before, haven't you? Fine, if not house, then how about playing in the mud? Seeing the little girl's flushed cheeks, Ning Yuan decided to tease her before going for breakfast. So disgusting, you just... The last two words the little girl couldn't bring herself to say. Then why did you come here early in the morning? Ning Yuan asked. I came to thank you, the little girl said just as Yichen walked in holding a banner. One pill saved a life, the boss is a great person. After Ning Yuan finished reading, he immediately felt something was off. Was this language taught by the math teacher? How is it? Boss Ning, this is the most sincere expression of gratitude I could come up with after a night of thinking, Yi Chun said, raising his chin. Very good indeed. Ning Yuan took the banner and laughed, saying, Are you pretending to be cultured like Li Kuei teaching? Huh? Yi clutched her belly, laughing uncontrollably. Boss Ning, you shouldn't be so hurtful, Yi Chun said. Ning Yuan told 250 to hang up the banner. It was the best advertisement. He locked the door and invited the Yi siblings to have breakfast. Not bad. I didn't expect such delicious food in this little shop, Yi Chun said while eating tofu pudding. If this little shop didn't taste good, it would have closed long ago, Ning Yuan replied. Boss Ning, with such great products, why don't you open a shop in the capital? There are more people in big cities, the business will surely be good. Then I can come play often too, Yi asked. Your true intention is to want to visit Boss Ning's shop often, right? Yi Chun immediately saw through Yi Ya's thoughts. Yi Ya's face turned red instantly as she said, the tofu pudding can't silence your mouth. Indeed, that's a good suggestion. Once I earn some more money, I will develop in the big city, Ning Yuan said. After breakfast back in the shop, Yi Chun bought Yi a high-tech phone and a holographic projector. Happily, the news of a pill curing congenital leukemia gradually spread among the wealthy. Today, while selling phones, someone specifically came to buy the medicine. Ning Yuan said he had sold out. They were still kneeling in the shop begging him to save them. This left Ning Yuan quite distressed. With so many sick people in the world, even if he worked himself to death, he couldn't save them all. Moreover, this time saving people was merely a stroke of luck. He just happened to draw the special medicine for leukemia. Next time he draws it, it might be ages away. Thinking of this, he instructed 250 to take down the banner hanging in the shop. Early the next morning, after having potato roll pancakes and millet porridge for breakfast, Ning Yuan opened the door to find several doctors in white coats entering. The leading doctor asked, Hello, are you Boss Ning? Ning Yuan, slightly bewildered, replied, Yes, you are. He wondered why a group of doctors was looking for him when he wasn't even sick. Hello, I'm Yang Sheng from the Beijing Xia Hospital, also Yi Ya's personal doctor. I'm here today to buy Before Yang Cheng could finish, Ning Yuan interrupted him, saying, No, just one. If there are more, I will put up a sign. Just one. Yang Cheng shook his head in disappointment, took out a bank card from his pocket, and handed it to Ning Yuan, saying, This is 2 million, consider it a deposit. Once there is medicine, we will buy it immediately. Just as Ning Yuan was about to accept it, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. No deposits can be accepted. A violation will reduce the profit share to 1%. Ning Yuan cursed inwardly. How can I do business like this? He said, I don't take deposits here, but it's cash on delivery only. Okay. Yang Cheng took back the bank card. It was the first time he had seen someone refuse money, and he thought to himself, a boss who can produce such medicine is indeed impressive. This is true strength. Boss Ning, sorry to bother you, Yang Cheng said hurriedly as he and the other doctors exited. Teacher Yang, this medicine clearly cannot be mass-produced. If we can get his medicine, we should carefully analyze its components and then produce it in bulk. Yang Cheng interrupted the student, saying, All right, I understand these principles. You all need to come by regularly, and once there is medicine, buy it immediately. Understood, Teacher Yang. The students behind responded. After this little incident, business in the store got back on track. During dinner that night, Ning Yuan calculated that he had already sold 95000 units. The remaining 5000 units would likely sell out in the next day or two. At that point, he would become a novice supplier, though he wasn't sure what benefits that would bring. The system refused to tell him in advance, which made him quite uncomfortable. The holographic projector wasn't selling well, with only 3 units sold, mainly because the high-tech phone already had holographic projection capabilities. Buying a holographic projector would be redundant. With this thought, Ning Yuan gnawed on a pig's trotter. If not for the system prohibiting him from advertising with his silver tongue, he could sell phones and projectors in no time. Then he would complete the task and reach the pinnacle of life. Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded on the roller shutter door. Who is it? Ning Yuan sighed, feeling helpless, as every time he tried to eat, he was interrupted. He was met with urgent knocking. Damn it! Stop knocking. Ning Yuan put down the pig's trotter and walked to the door, pulling up the roller shutter. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and impeccably styled hair stood before him. The face seemed somewhat familiar, prompting Ning Yuan to rummage through his memories. Wasn't this the scoundrel father from his previous life, Ning Heping? Flashback to the daytime, when Ning Yuan was busy selling goods while Ning Heping's flight landed at the Beijing International Airport. When he hurried home, he finally realized the severity of the situation. Lu Jie lay in bed exaggerating and placing all the blame on Ning Yuan, claiming he was heartless for allowing her to end up like this. Ning Heping immediately declared that he would make Ning Yuan kneel before her and repent. Lu Song also did not give Ning Heping a good face, not offering him a drop of water since he entered the house. After dealing with Lu Jie, he was scolded again by Lu Song in the living room downstairs. Looking at the faces of Lu Song and Li Yun, Ning Yuan felt disgusted. They were like parasites. If not for his years of diligent and cautious work, how could they afford such a luxurious lifestyle? Could Lu Song, Li Yun, and that waste lying in the bedroom enjoy such opulence? How could the Lu family leap to become a wealthy family in Beijing in such a short time? How could their trash relatives be so arrogant and unrestrained in public? Thinking of this, Ning Heping wanted to confront them, but for the sake of his great ideals he chose to endure. He had already endured for so many years, he was only a little short of his goal, and absolutely could not let these trivial matters delay his plans. Ning Heping promised in a gentle voice, "Dad, Mom, I will make Ning Yuan donate his bone marrow, and make him apologize to Xiao Jie." Hearing this, Lu Song's expression softened a bit as he said, "After dinner, let's go find Ning Yuan." "What dinner? My grandson is still lying in the hospital bed, and his mother has been beaten to the point where she can't stand. The murderer is still at large, and there's time to eat," Li Yun said coldly. "Yes, Mom is right. It's not the time to eat. I will go find Ning Yuan now," Ning Heping said, turning. As he stepped out of the house, he could still hear Li Yun cursing. What kind of person gives birth to such a son? That wild child is so bad he must take after his father. Ning Heping clenched his fist and got into the car. Although Beixian County was a bit far from Beijing in recent years, the Dragon Nation had heavily invested in infrastructure, and high-speed trains now reach many places. It took less than 2 hours to take the train from Beijing to Beixian County. Upon arriving in Beixian County, Ning Heping hailed a taxi and provided the address. Upon hearing the address, the taxi driver smiled and said, "You're here to buy a phone, right?" "No," Ning Heping replied. "Then you're here to buy medicine?" the driver asked again. "Neither, am here to find someone." "Is this store well known in Beixian County?" Ning Heping inquired. "Of course. This store originally was just a small phone repair shop. I don't know how the owner hit the jackpot or connected with some influential person, but one day they released a batch of phones that are no ordinary phones. Each one sells for 500. With such an outrageous price, wealthy people are still lining up to buy. The other day I passed by the store entrance and saw a boss driving a Porsche who was scolded by the owner for not standing in line properly. Can you guess how that wealthy boss reacted?" "What reaction?" Ning Heping asked. "That wealthy boss didn't dare to make a sound and obediently went to the back of the line. The main reason is that this phone is so impressive. If you search for high-tech phones online, you don't even have to mention other functions, but just the holographic projection. Watching a Hollywood blockbuster using holographic projection is an experience like stepping into a movie world." The driver nodded enthusiastically. Ning Heping, not particularly interested in how amazing the phone was, asked, "Even you locals don't know where Boss Ning sources his products?" "I don't know," the driver shook his head. "It's strange that no one has ever discovered who delivers goods for him. There are too many people in Beixian County like you who want to know his source. Some have been keeping watch on his shop 24 hours a day, yet they couldn't figure anything out. I advise you to give up on this idea." "Huh?" Ning Heping chuckled dryly, not saying anything further. The train station wasn't far from Ning Yuan's shop, just a 10-minute drive. Ning Heping scanned the code to pay for the fare, stood at the shop's entrance, and looked up at the sign, Xiao Ning Mobile Phone Shop. Confirming this was the place, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a moment, the roller door was pulled up, revealing a nonchalant young man. The young man's expression changed quickly from confusion to disgust. Before he could speak, the roller door was pulled down. Ning Yuan had a sense of why Ning Heping was here. After he had crippled Lu Jie, the Lu family would surely want to find trouble with him, and Ning Heping would be their first choice. Unfilial son opened the door. "You beat Lu Jie like that, you should at least explain yourself," Ning Heping said while knocking. Ning Yuan pulled up the roller door and said, "While I'm still in a good mood, you better scram quickly. Is this how you talk to your own father?" Ning Heping stepped into the shop. "Rest assured, as long as you are willing to donate bone marrow to your brother, I will let them go easy on you." Ning Yuan laughed. He really didn't understand what these so-called wealthy people were thinking, as if just because they spoke, others had to obey their orders. Thinking they were like the Jade Emperor. Seeing that Ning Yuan was silent, Ning Heping continued, "I know you hate me, but I have my reasons. I can compensate." Ning Yuan interrupted. "Let me ask you a question. Do you still think of yourself as a human?" "What do you mean?" Ning Heping asked. "They say even a tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. You threw your small son near an orphanage. Don't you fear he might get hit by a car or face other dangers?" Ning Yuan said. Ning Heping was momentarily speechless. "Enough, don't think that just because you made some money you can control the world. You are far from it." "Get lost, I still need to eat," Ning Yuan said. "Unfilial son, don't think that having a backer means you can do as you please." Ning Heping cast one last deep glance at Ning Yuan as he left. Ning Yuan locked the door, sat down, and thought while eating. They say barking dogs seldom bite, but this Ning Heping would definitely be harder to deal with than Lu Jie. Should he let 250 take action directly to cripple him? Thinking further, this wouldn't do. It couldn't be a one-time fix. It would be best to completely topple the Liu family and see how he remained arrogant then. The problem was that crippling Liu Heping was easy, but bringing down the Liu family was difficult. After thinking for a long time, Ning Yuan decided to play a couple of ranked matches first. It was too taxing on his brain. He simply wasn't cut out for doing bad things. Just as he picked up his high-tech phone, inspiration suddenly struck. Xiao AI, you often brag about being artificial intelligence, claiming to be omnipotent on the internet, right? I want you to help me with something. Ning Yuan spoke to the phone. This device was associated with 250. It couldn't be called a phone, more like a portable smart device, meant to help 250 learn new skills and develop new capabilities. It could be described as a supporting facility for 250. Ning Yuan had been using it for ranked matches, and now suddenly thought of its new function. What is it? Speak. An ethereal voice came from the phone. Can you hack into someone's phone and obtain all their private information? Yes, but I need a medium. For example, you must tell me the other party's social media account, and then through that account, I can set up a trap, crack their account password, and inject a control program into their smart device. Ning Yuan interjected. So you're saying to plant a virus on them, right? That's how it's portrayed in movies. Exactly, use a virus program to gather various information from them. That's simple. Just search online for Ning Heping. He's quite the celebrity, a partner at a certain financial firm from the Dragon Nation, Ning Yuan said with a smile. Already found Ning Heping, male graduate of Qingbei University, president of a certain financial firm, in the Asia-Pacific Twitter account. Successfully cracked, program injected, analyzing. Data transmission in progress. Data transmission complete. So fast. Ning Yuan looked at the various materials on his phone and said, he didn't discover it, did he yet? I have erased all traces. That's good. Ning Yuan glanced at the materials. Most were accounts and various contracts, all in English, which he couldn't understand at all as a poor student. Xiao AI, can you help me translate the English into Chinese? Sure, translating. Translation complete. Ning Yuan looked again, and indeed everything had turned into Chinese, but he found he still couldn't understand much except for some investment contracts, which he grasped only vaguely along with those jumbled accounts. He was utterly baffled. Xiao AI, can you help me analyze what in this pile of materials is detrimental to Ning Heping? Ning Yuan said. What do you mean by detrimental? For example, if Ning Heping was evading taxes, committing contract fraud, etc. These series of illegal activities. Okay, analyzing. According to the Dragon Nation's latest tax laws, Ning Heping is not guilty of tax evasion. According to the Dragon Nation's criminal laws, Ning Heping is not guilty of contract fraud. Damn. Ning Yuan picked up an apple from the bag under the counter and took a hard bite. I can't believe this jerk is a law-abiding citizen. Didn't you find any anomalies? His accounts have some irregularities. Xiao Ai's remark piqued Ning Yuan's interest. What anomalies? He is secretly transferring assets, moving all the properties under the company's name into his own accounts. Transferring assets. Ning Yuan couldn't comprehend why Ning Heping would do this. These were his own company's assets. Why transfer them unless? Ning Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. This jerk wanted to siphon off the Liu family's assets. Thinking this way, Ning Yuan recalled how Ning Heping had abandoned his wife and child to marry into the Liu family, and now he was secretly siphoning off the Liu family's assets. There must be some irreconcilable contradictions with the Liu family. The repeated visits from Liu Jie confirmed this. Her son was seriously ill, yet he wasn't anxious and didn't come to find him personally. He must be resentful towards the Liu family. It was likely that the kid didn't even carry the surname Ning. He must have taken the Liu surname from Liu Jie. What would happen if he shared this data with the Liu family? At this thought, Ning Yuan smiled. It would definitely be like a scene from a drama, a fierce battle over family wealth ending with both sides suffering heavy losses. Overall, it would just be a case of dogs biting dogs. The next morning, Ning Yuan followed his usual routine of having breakfast before opening the door for business. He was in no hurry to give the information to the Liu family. Instead, he wanted to see what tricks Ning Heping had up his sleeve. He planned to deliver a fatal blow to Ning Heping, avenging his previous self. The morning passed quietly, and the smartphones were selling like hotcakes, even attracting a few foreign customers with golden hair and blue eyes. After purchasing, they eagerly tested the features, causing quite a stir. The local patrons looked disdainfully at the foreigners, thinking to themselves, what a bunch of bumpkins, it's just a phone, why are they so excited? After lunch, Ning Yuan counted the remaining smartphones, and found only 1000 left. This invigorated him. He was finally going to complete his task. It was exhausting. The credit card transactions were so frequent his hands felt like they would break. If other merchants knew what he was thinking, they would definitely slap him. It was infuriating that they were reluctant to accept payments. What else could he do? The store was still busy in the afternoon. They reorganized their roles. 250 was in charge of processing payments, while Ning Yuan handled the smartphone distribution. As the number of smartphones in the box dwindled, Ning Yuan's mood lifted. Just as he was about to sell the last phone, a group of people suddenly barged into the store. Leading the group, a middle-aged man in uniform said, "Hello, I am an inspector from the Market Supervision Administration. Someone reported that you are selling a product without proper certification referred to as a black technology smartphone." Ning Yuan's heart sank. Technically, the black technology smartphone was indeed an uncertified product, as it was produced by the system and undoubtedly lacked the relevant qualifications. Damn, Ning Heping is truly malicious. He even thought of this method. Seeing that Ning Yuan remained silent, the middle-aged man continued, "According to the Market Supervision Administration regulations, we are temporarily seizing the uncertified products you are selling. Please cooperate and hand over all your uncertified products." The customers in line were bewildered. What was going on? Could it be that such advanced black technology smartphones were actually uncertified? "Are you sure you have made a mistake? My friend has been using the black technology smartphone without any issues, both in quality and functionality." Someone asked. "Don't stop me, I want to buy this uncertified product." "Me too, boss, hurry. Sell me one before they seize it." People shouted, rushing to the counter in chaos, abandoning proper order. "Everyone please calm down." Ning Yuan shouted into the electronic megaphone he retrieved from under the counter. "Hey, you over there, where are you putting your dirty hands? What good does it do to stand so close? There is only one smartphone left." Upon hearing that there was only one left, the crowd began shouting, "Sell it to me. My friends flaunt their phones in front of me every day. Oh, I want a black technology smartphone too. Boss Ning, don't say anything, sell it to me. He'll pay an extra 5,000,000. I'll pay 2 million. Do you think you're the only one with money? He'll pay 5 million. The staff from the Market Supervision Administration were also dumbfounded. What was happening? This was an uncertified product. They were actually fighting to buy it. They were even willing to increase the price to 5 million. It was simply too crazy. The middle-aged man shouted, "Consumers, please remain rational. He is selling uncertified products." "Rational, my foot. There's only one left. How can you tell me not to buy it? I don't believe you have ulterior motives. How am I supposed to live without a black technology smartphone?" "Shut up. Do you think you can comprehend the black technology smartphone?" The crowd scoffed at his words. "Everyone be quiet." Ning Yuan mustered his strength and shouted, causing the store to fall silent. "I want to continue my business in the Dragon Nation. If they want to seize it, let them. Wait for my news. I expect to be able to sell again in a few days. We are simply enforcing the law. We hope for your cooperation," the middle-aged man shouted again. As people realized they couldn't buy a smartphone, they gradually left the store. Ning Yuan handed over the last smartphone to the middle-aged man, receiving a fine notice that required him to pay within a designated period. Just as the market supervision personnel left, Ning Yuan had not even caught his breath when the landlord arrived. "Ning Yuan, no boss Ning, business has been good lately." The landlord was a balding old man who liked to walk with his hands behind his back, resembling a character from a certain anime. "Good. Didn't you see that I just got fined?" Ning Yuan slumped in his chair, speaking lethargically. "The rent for the shop next door has already risen to 1,000 a year. My shop is larger than that one. It has to increase as well," the landlord said, stroking a few hairs on his chin. "How much do you want to raise it?" Ning Yuan asked. "Not much, just an additional 5,000 will do," the landlord replied with a smile. Ning Yuan laughed. This shabby shop had only cost him 3,000 a year when he rented it, and now they dared to raise it to 1,500 while concocting a story about the neighbor raising their rent. In a small county like Beishan, how could the rent be so high? They were just seeing his business doing well and thinking it was due to their shabby shop. It was simply laughable. "I won't be renewing the lease when it expires," Ning Yuan said. The landlord seemed to have anticipated this, pulling out the contract, spitting on his fingers, flipping it open, and saying, "You see, if you don't want to rent anymore, you have to move out within 3 days. Don't worry, I'll pay you the penalty for breach of contract." "Oh, so you're relying on someone else now?" Ning Yuan laughed, finally realizing that Ning Heping was pulling the strings. The landlord chuckled and said, "I won't hide it from you. Someone is willing to pay a hefty price to rent my place, so." "I understand," Ning Yuan interrupted. "I can't block your source of income. I'll move out by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Do you want to refund the deposit and penalty now or later?" "Refund now, refund now." The landlord readily transferred the deposit and penalty to Ning Yuan before leaving after some casual conversation. Ning Yuan was now completely at ease, sitting on the steps outside the store watching the traffic pass, by feeling a sense of clarity in his heart. 250, bring me half a chilled watermelon and a spoon. I want to scoop it out and eat. A few minutes later, 250 emerged with the watermelon and spoon. The couple from the 2 yuan store across the street watched Ning Yuan eating watermelon at the door, and the man laughed. "Looks like he won't be jumping around anymore. He got caught selling uncertified products. But he has still made quite a bit during this time. Each smartphone sells for 5,000. Just look at you." The woman said sarcastically. "What about me? Have I lost out on food or clothing because of you?" the man asked. The woman continued with her sarcasm. "Humph. That depends on what you eat and where. You didn't buy me that smartphone. Oh, so you wanted a smartphone all along. Didn't you just get that rice phone from me? The man said. The woman disdainfully replied, what's so good about a rice phone? I want a black technology smartphone. With your looks, the man pointed at himself, do you think selling me would get you a black technology smartphone? You. Ever since I got with you I haven't had a good day, or I've been stuck here at this shabby shop serving you just like. Seeing the woman about to bring up old grievances again, the man quickly changed the subject, saying, haven't you heard? That smartphone is an uncertified product and probably won't last long. Boss Ning is also reckless. Instead of fleeing now, he leisurely eats watermelon. If you're not buying the smartphone, you have to accompany me to play. The woman pointed toward the bed inside. The man's face turned pale as he awkwardly said, didn't we already? Besides, it's broad daylight. You had a meal yesterday, are you not eating today? What's wrong with broad daylight? Saying this, she walked over and pulled the curtains shut. I've been feeling weak lately, the man complained. If you're feeling weak, then you need to replenish. Once it's done, I'll make you some chicken soup, the woman said as she walked over. The man saw the woman approaching, realizing he couldn't escape today and could only. Ning Yuan was eating watermelon when he noticed the curtain of the 2-yuan shop across the street suddenly drawn shut. Recalling it was a husband and wife store, he admitted, just a little, to feeling a pang of envy. He half joked about rushing over to bang on the door and shouting, I'm here to buy something. Yet such whims remained fantasies, unacted, unspoken. Meanwhile, as he savored his watermelon, the online world erupted over the incident. A so-called black tech smartphone recently circulating among affluent circles had been exposed as an unregistered product. No manufacturer, no license, no quality certification, and was formally seized by market supervision authorities. But that was not the crux. The real debate centered on whether such black tech phones could ever be sold again. One voice declared, these devices are the radiant hope of domestic innovation. How could such a groundbreaking marvel be confiscated without due process? Why target genuine technological advancement while ignoring actual counterfeiters? Was this not idle interference masquerading as enforcement? I haven't even managed to buy one yet. Others countered, though impressive, any device must comply with Dragon Nation law before entering the market. The owner neglected essential licensing. His seizure was inevitable. Still, where then shall we acquire such phones in future? The fact that the phone was unregistered faded from collective memory. All that mattered now was locating remaining units. Who still has one? I'll pay top price. After finishing his snack, Ning Yuan locked up his shop and went straight to the Market Supervision Bureau, paid a 50th Zandanet fine, and submitted a 500-word self-critique pledging never again to sell unregistered goods. Only then did he retrieve the confiscated black tech phones. He stopped by the wet market for groceries and didn't return to his shop until shortly after 6 in the evening. That night's feast featured boiled pork slices, deep-fried fresh mushrooms, sweet-tossed tomatoes, and a bottle of erguo too. Ning Yuan decided to treat himself, well, to celebrate a rare moment of quiet joy. Ever since Ning Heping, the jinxed man himself, had appeared, tranquility had abandoned him entirely. Several sips of erguo too warmed his belly and rose like steam to his head, inducing a gentle, blissful daze he cherished deeply. He lifted a tender slice of boiled pork and placed it upon his tongue. Spicy, numbing, rich, aromatic. He couldn't help but admire Erhundred's culinary mastery, surely rivaling even imperial banquet chefs. Just as he reached for the fried mushrooms, rat-a-tat-tat, sudden sharp raps echoed against the roller shutter. Damn it! Why does every meal get interrupted? Ning Yuan shouted. Who's there? Just knocking. No words. Outside, silence persisted. Only the rhythmic percussion of knuckles on metal. Stop hammering, you fool. Ning Yuan strode to the entrance, unlocked the latch, and hoisted the shutter upward. At the sight of the man standing before him, Ning Yuan nearly retched. Unwelcome? Ning Heping asked coolly. Good heavens, do you speak human language? You bankrupted my shop, and expect me to welcome you? Ning Yuan shot back. Ning Heping brushed past him into the store, scanning its interior with detached scrutiny. Merely a modest stratagem, he remarked. Clearly whoever backs you knows nothing of commerce, not even its most fundamental principles. Don't flaunt your amateurish tricks before me, Ning Yuan cut in. Were it not for my mother's wages funding your university education, what would you even be today? He sighed deeply. Alas, she misjudged character. She entrusted kindness to a creature devoid of gratitude. Even dogs do not scorn their humble homes, as she met something lower than beast, something unworthy of the name. Oomph. Ning Heping sneered. All your talent resides in your tongue. What good is cursing me now? I am president of Capital X's Asia Division. And you? A loser. A failure clinging to the lowest rung of society, clutching Confucian virtues like talismans. Do they fill your stomach? Ha ha ha. Ning Yuan laughed, until tears streamed down his cheeks. What's so funny? Is any of this untrue? One final chance, donate your bone marrow willingly, and publicly apologize to Lu Jia. Should you comply, I may grant you clemency. Refuse, and you will find no ground to stand upon within the Dragon Nation. You offer me a chance. Ning Yuan walked behind the counter, switched on the printer, and tapped a few keys on the computer. A low hum filled the air. The printer whirred to life, and a stack of papers emerged smoothly from its tray. Ning Heping, baffled by the gesture, continued unperturbed. Also, I'll offer 2 million units to secure a meeting with the person behind you. With that sum, your remaining years would gleam with ease. Pray consider this opportunity wisely. Truly, I cannot fathom what exactly you studied all those years. Ning Yuan gathered the freshly printed pages, stapled them neatly, and handed the dossier to Ning Heping. It seems your education vanished into canine digestion. Why must you persist in such arrogant certainty? Today I shall introduce you to society's harsh truths. Let its bitter lesson strike home. Ning Heping accepted the stack dismissively, then froze. His smug grin stiffened, his fingers trembled faintly, and his face drained of color. Page after page he turned, beads of cold sweat gathering on his brow, until one finally fell onto the paper, snapping him back to awareness. Ning Yuan sat calmly beside the counter, sipping his liquor utterly at ease. Confronted by that serene composure, Ning Heping found himself speechless. These documents contained his most closely guarded secrets, the very foundation of his grand ambition to forge a sovereign financial empire. He dreamed of becoming this age's Morgan, a self-made titan commanding the world's largest conglomerate. At that thought, one urgent conviction drowned all else. Ning Yuan must not be allowed to shatter years of meticulous labor. Nothing more to say? Ning Yuan asked, lifting his glass with a quiet smile. Weren't you just brimming with eloquence? Xiao Yuan, this is my burden. For years I endured humiliation under the Liu family, biding time, leveraging their resources to build my own enterprise. Join me, serve loyally, and all this wealth shall one day be yours. Ning Heping's tone softened, shifting into persuasion. Ning Yuan shook his head. Do you truly believe I'd swallow such words? Xiao Yuan, you still don't know? Your mother was destroyed by Liu Jia. We must unite against the Liu clan. Together we shall stand atop their ruins, while they beg and weep beneath our feet, satisfying the debt of vengeance. Ning Heping pressed further. Ning Yuan picked up a deep-fried mushroom, chewed thoughtfully, and said, Here's a proposal. For mother's sake, make restitution. Then this dossier vanishes, never reaching the Liu family. How much? Ning Heping exhaled, relief flickering across his face. Money solved everything. As long as he kept Ning Yuan engaged, bought time to finalize his plans. Don't ask me, gauge it yourself. If your sincerity falls short, this file arrives at the Liu residence with 100 million units, equivalent to 800 million Dragon Nation currency at current exchange. Sending a beggar away? You transferred several hundred billion of the Liu family's assets, and you're only offering $100 million. Ning Yuan said. Then how much do you want? Ning Heping asked. At least $5 billion, Ning Yuan replied. 5 billion. Ning Heping widened his eyes. I only have 500 million in my personal account, nothing more. If you insist on giving the information to the Liu family, neither of us will get the money. Ning Yuan saw that the negotiation was going fairly well and smiled, then deposited into this international account, handing Ning Heping a piece of paper with the account number written on it. You must have planned this well in advance. Ning Heping took the paper coldly and said, I'll transfer half to you first, and the remaining half once my matters are settled. Once you've transferred all the Liu family's assets, how will I find you? No way, it has to be all transferred first, Ning Yuan insisted. Ning Heping pondered for a moment and said, Fine, I hope you keep your promise. If the Liu family finds out early, your backers won't be able to protect you either. Enough with the nonsense, hurry up and transfer the money. Once I have it, it'll fly far away, and it certainly won't hinder you from establishing your financial empire, Ning Yuan said. Ning Heping gave Ning Yuan a deep look, picked up his phone, and dialed a number, instructing the person on the other end to transfer the money to the account Ning Yuan specified. A few minutes later, Ning Yuan received a text message. $500 million have been transferred. Not bad, Ning Yuan smiled. We're clear now, you can leave. Ning Heping turned and left, not wanting to stay a minute longer in this place. Seeing Ning Yuan's face made him want to slap him hard. Before exiting, he left a parting remark, take care of yourself, and got into the car waiting outside. Ning Yuan locked the shop door, sat behind the counter, sipped some liquor, and began operating his phone to contact 5 various courier companies to have them come pick up items. Although the money had arrived, the information still had to be sent. Forget about keeping promises. In Ning Yuan's mind, dealing with someone as unscrupulous as Ning Heping required being even more shameless. Ugh. He was even more cunning. Ning Heping certainly wouldn't believe Ning Yuan's nonsense. He only gave the money to keep Ning Yuan occupied and buy himself some time. Watching the videos sent by his subordinates, he smiled. Ning Yuan was indeed a descendant of Ning Heping, quite shameless. As soon as he left, he instructed the courier company to send out the information. Fortunately, he was cautious and kept an eye on things, intercepting those 5 packages. After sending the packages, Ning Yuan picked up his phone to start playing ranked matches. After losing 8 in a row, he realized he was simply not suited for this game, uninstalled it, and vowed never to play it again. He opened Douyin for a while to calm down, and by 11 p.m., he wobbled upstairs ready to sleep. Just as he reached the second floor, 250 approached him, reminding him that someone across the street had installed a high-definition camera to monitor him. Ning Yuan stood by the window and glanced across, but saw nothing. 250 continued, "Based on my analysis, it should be someone from Ning He-ping's side who installed it. He just showed up today, and someone across the street installed a high-definition camera right after. Not bad. 250, you can reason now," Ning Yuan said, surprised. "I've always been able to reason logically," 250 replied. Ning Yuan pulled the curtains closed and suddenly thought of something. Since they had installed a high-definition camera to monitor him, then Ning He-ping should also know about the packages being sent out at night. Those packages definitely won't reach the Liu family. "It seems I need to make a trip in person," Ning Yuan murmured to himself. Ning Yuan was well aware of the detailed address of the Liu family. It was etched in his memory. When he was young, every time he asked where his father had gone, his mother would say he was at the villa area south of the capital city, Building 18. When he grew up, she took him there to find his father. Unfortunately, after a quarrel with a woman named Liu Jie, his mother passed away not long after. Ning Yuan was also worried whether the Liu family still lived there. Thinking of this, he felt that sending the packages earlier was a foolish act. What if they no longer lived there? Wouldn't that mean the packages were sent in vain? But it's okay, if he couldn't find them, he could first look for Yi Chun. Last time Yi Chun and his sister came to visit and left their phone number and address. The Yi family would definitely know where the Liu family lived. The next morning, Ning Yuan couldn't care less about breakfast. He called someone from another phone shop to come and sell all the items in his shop at a low price, including the counter furniture and various odds, and in selling everything as scrap. He only kept the 7 holographic projectors and the last high-tech phone, packed them into a backpack, ordered 2 tickets online, and headed straight for the train station with 250. Upon arriving at the train station, trouble arose during the security check. As soon as 250 passed through the metal detector, it beeped incessantly. Staff members immediately surrounded them, taking Ning Yuan and 250 to the police office. After repeated explanations, the crowd finally believed that 250 was a robot, and that he had not hidden any knives in his clothing, which was confirmed by the X-ray machine during the security check. Amidst the amazed gazes of the staff, Ning Yuan boarded the high-speed train with 250. Since he hadn't eaten breakfast, he bought a cup of instant noodles on the train to ease his hunger, preparing to enjoy some local snacks once he arrived in the capital. Those food vloggers visiting the capital would always say, "authentic," every time they ate some local delicacies, making it sound like there were no roads, only authenticity. Ning Yuan decided to enjoy the food properly and see if it was truly authentic. The high-speed train was fast, and in just over 2 hours they arrived in the capital. Upon exiting the station, 250's identity as a robot naturally caused some commotion. Once outside the station, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Liu family's residence. He couldn't relax and enjoy the authentic food until he delivered the information. Driving through the streets, they arrived at the outskirts of the capital, stopping in front of a sign that read Southern Villa District. "This is as far as I can take you. The security inside won't let us through," the driver said. "All right, thanks," Ning Yuan said as he got out of the car. He took 250 inside, and not far in he saw a security booth where a guard stood straight in front of a large brown door. These wealthy neighborhoods are really different. The guards are so young, Ning Yuan thought to himself. In Bayan County, the guards in those neighborhoods were all old men with barely 3 teeth in their mouths. Seeing Ning Yuan approach, the guard stepped down from a small circular platform and asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" "I'm delivering something to Building 18, Ning Yuan said. "Okay, please follow me. Let's register first. I'll make a call to confirm," the guard said, leading Ning Yuan into the security booth. Ning Yuan quickly signed his name in the notebook. The guard took the notebook, picked up the phone in the booth, and after a few confirmations said the name from the notebook. After hanging up, he said, "I'm sorry, the owner of Building 18 says they don't know you and haven't sent anyone to receive anything. You can't go in." The security guard's words surprised Ning Yuan. How could the Liu family not recognize him? It must be the work of Ning Heping, having managed to bribe even the security at the entrance in such a short time. To get in, he would have to find another way. "Brother, I'll give you 500, just let me in, all right?" Ning Yuan asked. The security guard pointed to the surveillance camera atop the booth and said, "Sir, don't waste your time here." "Sure." Ning Yuan nodded, returning with 250. Ning Heping was even more cunning than he had imagined. He was being monitored all the way. Perhaps he was hiding in some corner waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Ning Yuan's guess was correct. Ning Heping was in an office smoking a cigar while watching the monitors. He had already transferred more than half of the Liu family's assets. With just a few more days, he could complete the transfer of the Liu family's assets. During this time, he absolutely could not allow Ning Yuan to disrupt his plans. Watching Ning Yuan being driven away by the security guard on the monitor, Ning Heping exhaled a few smoke rings, picked up the phone, and dialed a number saying, "It's your turn to work now." Ning Yuan walked along a small path with 250 for a distance, and discovered that the security measures in this community were exceedingly tight. Every few meters along the 10-meter-high white iron fence, there was a camera. For an average person, finding another way into the community was nearly impossible. 250, can you find a way in? Ning Yuan asked. Yes, I can jump over, 250 replied. Alright, this is even tighter than prison security. Take this, Ning Yuan handed 250 a stack of documents, and throw this stack into building 18. 250 took the documents, bent his legs, and leaped over. Just as he was about to leave, Ning Yuan called him back. Come here, there's a problem. A dilapidated van screeched to a halt by the roadside, and a group of energetic young men got out and walked toward Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan did not think that this group of energetic young men was there to deliver gifts to him. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, 250 jumped back and stood beside Ning Yuan. The energetic young men were momentarily stunned to see 250 jump over 10 meters high. The one with a buzz cut in the front said to his underlings, "Don't panic, you three grab that kid and the rest deal with that monster." One of the underlings with yellow hair slowly slipped to the back, showing signs of wanting to escape. Ning Yuan recognized that yellow-haired underling wasn't that the troublemaker from before. "Yellow hair, come over here." Ning Yuan shouted, drawing the attention of the energetic young men to the yellow-haired one. "Big brother, we can't take him down. Let's hurry and run." "I've been dealt with by him before," Yellow Hair said, approaching the buzzcut youth with a sad face. "No guts," the buzzcut youth pushed him aside. "As long as we finish this job, we can eat and drink well for a long time. Brothers, go and catch that kid." 250 go for it, Ning Yuan said calmly, believing that 250 could easily handle these. As expected, 250 charged into the crowd like a wolf among sheep. The energetic young men couldn't withstand his punch. In less than a minute, they were all lying on the ground howling. Seeing 250 about to hit him, Yellow Hair quickly shouted, "Ning boss, don't hit me, I'm innocent." 250, drag him over, Ning Yuan said. "No need to drag, I'll come over myself," Yellow Hair said obediently, following 250. "Ning boss, I didn't know it was you behind this operation. Didn't you get $1 million? Why are you doing this lowly job again?" Ning Yuan asked. "After the split, I took 2-0, got a girlfriend, and damn it, I got cheated out of everything. I don't have any skills, so I'm back to doing this," Yellow Hair said indignantly. Ning Yuan shook his head. "Useless, you'll eventually die because of women. Considering you reminded me last time, you can go now." "Ning boss, no Ning, good, can I follow you? You see you run a shop, don't you need a helper? I can help you watch the store. I can do any hard work. I only have 10 yuan left in my pocket. If I can't make any money, I'll starve tomorrow," Yellow Hair said, weeping bitterly. "Damn it. You're a grown man, why are you crying? My own shop is closed, how can I take you in? Besides, I have 250, what use do I have for you?" Ning Yuan said dismissively. Yellow Hair wiped his tears and said eagerly, "Ninggu, I can run errands for you. Which wealthy person doesn't have a lackey around? Pa, don't they have a secretary?" "True," Ning Yuan pondered, stroking his chin. "From now on, 250 will be responsible for my safety and cooking. You'll take care of the remaining chores. Ninggu, don't worry. I'll definitely handle everything perfectly for you in the future. I'll go through fire and water for you," Yellow Hair flattered. "Going through fire and water isn't necessary. Oh, were these people sent by Ning Heping?" Ning Yuan asked. "I'm not sure. I met them at a bar. They said there was an opportunity to make money, so I came along," Yellow Hair said, kicking the buzzcut youth hard as he approached, saying, "Are your ears just for show? Didn't you hear that my boss wants to know if you were hired by Ning Heping?" "Hiss." The buzzcut youth gasped, easing the pain, and said, "Today I admit defeat and apologize to your boss. It was the bar owner who gave us a photo and coordinates telling us to come and catch someone. He said if we kept this person locked up for 3 days, we'd get 5 million. I thought it was a high-risk, high-reward situation, so I came." "Humph," Yellow Hair laughed. "You bunch of trash think you can catch my boss. A bunch of garbage." Ning Heping saw on the monitor that a group of people was dealt with by Ning Yuan, and cursed silently, "Garbage." He picked up the phone on the table, dialed a number, and said, "Action." Ning Yuan stood behind, watching with interest as Yellow Hair taught this group of energetic young men a lesson, not noticing a round light spot flickering in the distance among the trees. A man dressed in green sportswear squatted on a tree branch, holding a sniper rifle perfectly still. Due to his green clothing, he had blended into the environment. Even if one approached, it wouldn't be easy to spot him. The words, "Action," echoed in his earpiece, causing the man to perk up, his finger resting on the trigger. In the sniper's scope, the young man wore a smile, the crosshair already targeting his forehead. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, the young man would meet his demise. He would receive a reward of $5 million. The man took a deep breath, ensuring that his breathing was steady when he pulled the trigger and that his heartbeat was also calm. He aimed for a clean shot. His finger slowly squeezed the trigger until it reached the end. Bang! A faint sound echoed like a cup striking a table. He knew that from the moment he pulled the trigger the young man was already dead. However, he did not immediately retract his gun and leave the scene. He needed to see a blood hole appear in the target's brow through the scope before he could feel at ease. Only then would he retract his gun and leave. Today the blood hole did not appear. Instead, there was an extra hand. That hand abruptly appeared in front of the target's brow, intercepting the bullet and holding it in a palm. The man was stunned. What was happening? Catching a bullet with bare hands. Wasn't this absurd? Ning Heping was even more stunned. He witnessed the entire process through the monitor. The monster beside Ning Yuan appeared at an incredible speed in front of Ning Yuan's side, extending its hand, clenching its fist, and then opening its palm, revealing a bullet. Ning Yuan looked at the small iron piece in 250's palm, uncertainly asking, "Is this a bullet?" "Yes, someone shot at you from that position." 250 pointed towards the distant woods ahead. "Damn it!" Ning Yuan yelled at the monitor. "Ning Heping, if I don't take you down, I won't be human." The yellow-haired man saw someone trying to kill Ning Yuan and was so frightened that his legs went weak. He approached Ning Yuan and trembled, saying, Ninga, let's run first. We can plan later." "Plan my ass. Let's go, I want." Ning Heping to cry. Ning Yuan kicked the spirited young man lying on the ground and headed towards the community gate, with the yellow-haired man trailing behind, anxiously looking around. Ning Heping couldn't figure out what kind of person was beside Ning Yuan. How could he be so strong, even able to block bullets? This was simply unbelievable. The sniper crouching in the tree had no such thoughts. He just wanted to escape. This person could see right through where he was hiding. He was a non-human monster. He jumped down from the tree, brushed aside the dead leaves on the ground, revealing a motorcycle, and hopped on it to flee the scene at top speed. The security guard saw Ning Yuan approaching again and impatiently said, "Sir, why are you here again? Damn it, how dare you talk to my brother like that? Get lost." The yellow-haired man pushed the security guard aside and tried to push the door open. After a few attempts, he realized an embarrassing fact: he couldn't budge it. "Ninga, the door is locked. I can't push it open," the yellow-haired man said as he turned back. "Where's the key?" Ning Yuan asked the security guard. The security guard pointed at the monitor and said, "If you keep this up, I will call for help." Slap. Ning Yuan stepped up and slapped him. "You ungrateful fool, how much did Ning Heping pay you to betray him? Why are you selling him out like this? Just wait." The security guard covered his face and rushed into the booth, grabbing the phone inside and shouting, "Everyone come out, there's a disturbance." "Ninga, this guy actually dares to call for help," the yellow-haired man said. "Let him call." 250, just push the door open. "I don't believe we can't get to the Liu family." As soon as Ning Yuan finished speaking, 250 walked up to the two large doors and pushed hard, causing the metal door to creak under 250's strength. Bang! The steel reinforcements connecting the door to the walls were twisted apart by the immense force, and the two iron doors crashed inward, burying a group of security guards rushing out underneath. The security guard in the booth was left speechless, jaw dropped. Was this still human? This type of special-grade anti-theft iron door was actually pushed down by brute force. He regretted opposing the person in front of him. If that strong man decided to deal with him, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? Not to mention being beaten, or he would probably end up in the hospital for half a year just from a finger. Ning Yuan glanced back at the panicked security guard and stepped over the door into the community. The yellow-haired man and 250 followed closely behind. The greenery in the community was superb, with all sorts of rare plants, an artificial lake, a swimming pool, and even an amusement park. Ning Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, it's great to be rich." The living environment was worlds apart from that of the poor. The yellow-haired man said beside him, "Ninga, this lawn is so green. It's much greener than the one in the park. Of course the people living here are either rich or noble. They probably pay a hefty property fee every day, so the lawn must be well maintained." Ning Yuan replied. "Ninga, why did we go through so much trouble to come in here?" The yellow-haired man asked while surveying the surroundings. "You worked for the Liu family for so long, don't you know they live here?" "I was just a small pawn." "Oh, how would I know where the Liu family lives? I only made a few $1,000 back then, and I even got beaten up." The yellow-haired man chuckled awkwardly. "Ninga, we wouldn't have met if it weren't for a fight. You're here for revenge today, right?" "Well, it could be considered revenge. I'm here today to bring a big gift to the Liu family, so they can have a good time." "A good time?" The yellow-haired man scratched his head. "How can we make them happy?" Ning Yuan interrupted him. "We're here, building 18. You'll see the excitement in a moment." This was a typical Western-style villa with a pointed roof adorned with some Gothic elements. The yellow-haired man volunteered to ring the doorbell and knocked on the door. After waiting a while, no one answered. "Ningu, it seems no one is home." The yellow-haired man turned and said. Ning Heping took out his phone, found Yi Chen's number, pressed the green dial button, and after connecting, a loud music beat began to play. "Yi Chen, it's Ning Yuan. Boss Ning, it's rare to see you. Are you in town? He'll come to pick you up, and let's have some fun together. Do you know where the Liu family lives?" "Their son-in-law is Ning Heping, someone from the capital." "Oh, I've been there once. That seems to be in the southern villa area of building 18. Are you looking for an investor? By the way, the loud music stopped, and Yi Chun became serious. Boss Ning, come to our Yi family for investment. With me here. I'm here to deliver a gift to the Liu family. Are you sure they live here and haven't moved? They should not have moved. Alright, Ning Yuan hung up the phone and said to 250, "Hey, just open the door." Understood. 250 approached the door and pulled it open with a forceful tug. Ning Yuan walked in and shouted him, "Ning Yuan, come out quickly." No one responded. The empty living room was eerily quiet. Ninga, this house is way too big. The living room is even larger than the one I used to rent. The yellow-haired man marveled, as if he had entered a grand garden. Everything felt novel to him. Can you behave a bit more decently? Ning Yuan scoffed. The yellow-haired man was about to speak when 250 interrupted him. According to thermal imaging analysis, there are people below, pointing to the floor. Below? Ning Yuan exclaimed in surprise. What on earth are the Liu family members doing? Why are they down there? According to the analysis, they are in the basement. Follow me, 250 said as he walked toward the backyard of the villa. The group followed him to a small storage room in the backyard, pushed open the door revealing a round iron cover leading down. Ning Yuan lifted the iron cover revealing a staircase going downward. Brother Ning, these rich people are really idle. They have nothing to do but play doomsday survival, Huang Mao commented. Let's go. Let's see what they're up to, Ning Yuan said as he led the way down. The long corridor below was covered in tiles with motion sensor lights, spaced out at intervals. After walking for a while, they encountered sporadic square depressions in the ground, each displaying wooden statues grinning with bared teeth. Brother Ning, why do I feel so eerie? It's like those things are staring at me, Huang Mao pointed at the statues above. It's just a bunch of rotten wood, no need to panic, Ning Yuan said as he picked up a statue and tossed it to Huang Mao. If you want to hang out with me, you'd better toughen up. Huang Mao caught the statue and shivered, his face contorted in distress. Brother Ning, how can I? Before he could finish, Ning Yuan raised a finger to his lips, interrupting him. We're here, keep it down. A steel door appeared at the end of the corridor about 10 meters away from the group. As they tiptoed closer, they could hear some strange shouting coming from inside. Huang Mao grabbed Ning Yuan's arm and said, Brother Ning, I'm a bit scared. To be honest, Ning Yuan felt a bit anxious too. The sounds from inside varied in pitch as if a monster were trapped inside. However, he couldn't lose face in front of his subordinate, so he forced himself to say, what's there to be afraid of? It's not going to eat you. The thermal imaging device detected 4 people inside. 250, said his calm tone, providing Ning Yuan with some reassurance. Can we open the door? Ning Yuan asked. Yes, 250 replied as he stepped forward and extended a finger. A beam the thickness of a grain of rice shot out from his fingertip, cutting a circular hole in the iron door as if it were tofu. With a gentle push, the circular iron door fell backward. Huang Mao stood by, once again dumbfounded. What was this? A scene from a movie like Terminator. The people inside looked shocked, but there was also an expression of anticipatory expectation. An old Taoist in a patched robe held a whisk raised at an angle, standing before an incense altar where a large incense burner burned 3 sticks of incense. To one side of the incense burner was a stack of yellow paper, and to the other side a few talismans were laid out. Lu Song, Li Yun, and Lu Jia, who was in a wheelchair, stood behind the old Taoist, each holding a piece of yellow paper and looking at Ning Yuan. Damn, it's you, this demon Taoist, who made that noise. You nearly scared the life out of me, Ning Yuan said as he walked in. Woyang Tianzuan, the demon has revealed itself. Quickly, send someone to capture it, the old Taoist said calmly. Lu Jia with red eyes shrieked, Ah, Ning Yuan, I'll kill you. Master, it's this person who caused me to be unable to stand. Ning Yuan, you really came. It seems the master we invited for peace was right, Lu Song said in a deep voice. Li Yun comforted her daughter, and coldly said, Ning Yuan, you caused my daughter to be unable to stand. I want to make your life worse than death. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Heping burst in with a group of strong men, shouting, Unfilial son, kneel down. Clap, clap, clap. Ning Yuan clapped his hands, and said, Ning Heping, I would like to call you the greatest actor in history. The Liu family has been played by you in circles. Charge. Break his legs first, and avenge me. Lu Jia shouted, seeing that Ning Yuan had lost his reason, and only thought of revenge, not caring at all about what he said. This was precisely what Ning Heping wanted. He didn't want Ning Yuan to say another word. With a wave of his hand, a group of strong men charged toward Ning Yuan. These were the people he had hired for a hefty price. Each one was highly skilled, but generally 3 or 4 ordinary people couldn't withstand them. Even if that monster beside Ning Yuan was strong, it was impossible for one person to take on over 30. What happened next left all present, including Ning Heping, bewildered. 250 transformed into an afterimage, and in less than 10 seconds he knocked down all 30 or so strong men, who charged in, leaving no one standing. Huang Mao rubbed his eyes, unable to see how 250 had made his move, or how he returned to Ning Yuan's. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are but pale shadows. Ning Yuan walked beside the old Taoist, and said, "Why don't you tell everyone how much money Ning Heping spent to hire you to pretend to be a god here?" This esteemed benefactor, the old Taoist, bowed slightly to Ning Heping, saying, "I no longer wish to take your money," then turned to the others and said, "I was hired by benefactor Ning Heping to perform rituals here. He told me that someone had entered, so I said a demon has revealed itself." Who said there was a demon? Huang Mao rushed forward and slapped the old Taoist twice, saying, "My elder brother is a genuine good person. He came to offer gifts to the Lu family." Understood. The old Taoist covered his face, mumbling, "Understood, understood. I was wrong, I was wrong. Is that enough? Be careful or he might lie on the ground and extort you for thousands." Ning Yuan pulled out a stack of papers from his pocket and walked up to Lu Song, saying, "This is evidence of Ning Heping transferring your Lu family assets. Take a good look and don't be foolish again in the future. Dad, don't believe him. He's trying to sow discord and frame me." Ning Heping attempted to snatch the documents, but was stopped by 250. Lu Song's expression darkened. Combined with the old Taoist's words, he began to feel something was off. Ning Heping had claimed to know a master, and that as soon as the master performed a ritual, Ning Yuan would obediently come. At that time he was eager to save his grandson and avenge his daughter, so he hadn't thought much about it. He just took a let's try attitude and allowed Ning Heping to invite the master into their home. Looking back now, he realized he had been blinded by greed. If Ning Yuan had truly been captured by Ning Heping, that evidence would never reach him. Thinking of this, he quickly flipped through the documents. The more he read, the more shocking it became. Over the years, Ning Heping had transferred away more than half of the Lu family's assets. "Heping, why? Why did you do this? What have we Lu family done to wrong you? What have I Lu Song done to wrong you?" Lu Song said, clutching his heart in pain. Li Yun immediately fed him a heart-saving pill, and he felt a little better. Seeing his years of hard work destroyed by Ning Yuan, Ning Heping simply gave up and roared, "If it weren't for me, Ning Heping, your Lu family would never have entered the ranks of the elite in the capital. That is what I deserved, what I deserved. Heping, why are you doing this? Why? Are you still thinking about Yang Jing?" Lu Jie said, holding her head and crying. "Oof. Don't think I don't know that it was you who caused Yang Jing's death. He'll kill you." Ning Heping suddenly pulled out a pocket pistol from his pocket and fired 3 shots at Lu Jie. Lu Jie let out a tragic scream, her body swayed, and then fell silent. "Damn it. Ning Heping, are you still human? You even killed your own wife. Xiao Yuan, the murderer of your mother, has been killed by me. Let's divide the Lu family's assets and go to the lighthouse country to make a great career," Ning Heping said with a smile. "Awesome." Ning Yuan gave a thumbs up to Ning Heping and turned to Huang Mao, saying, "Now you know what a ruthless person is, right? Be more low-key in the future when you go out." "Ning. Brother Ning, let's call the police," Huang Mao said, almost crying. "This person is too terrifying. Killing someone is like killing a chicken, and he can even smile while doing it. Did you hear that? Call the police." "Damn it," Ning Yuan shouted, and only then did Lu Song and Li Yun react. Right. Lu Song hurriedly took out his phone and was about to call the police when Ning Heping aimed his gun at him and shouted, "Whoever dares to call the police, I'll kill them." "Damn it, you want to act tough. 250, tie him up," Ning Yuan ordered. "Okay," 250 said as he unfastened 2 belts from the person lying on the ground and walked towards Ning Heping. "Ning Yuan, don't you like money? I can give you another $500 million if you leave now. I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money to you immediately." Ning Heping, realizing he was no match for 250, began negotiating with Ning Yuan. "Pak." Ning Yuan spat on the ground. "You can keep that money for yourself. I don't care about it." "Then let's make sure no one has a good time," Ning Heping shouted, angrily firing several shots at 250 until he ran out of bullets. "Weapons of this grade cannot harm me," 250 said as he opened his hand to reveal a pile of bullet casings on the ground. "Monster, you're a monster," Ning Heping shouted in despair while retreating. 250 stepped forward and pinned him to the ground, binding his hands and feet with a belt, then dragged him in front of Ning Yuan. Li Yun suddenly rushed over, grabbing and biting at Ning Heping, crying out, "Give me back my daughter's life." "All right." Ning Yuan pulled Li Yun away. "Why didn't you go up and hit him just now? Hurry up and call the police." "Okay." Lu Song quickly dialed the police. "The gift has been delivered. Oh, let's go," Ning Yuan said as he led Huang Mao and 250 out of the basement. A breath of fresh air rushed in, and he felt relaxed all over. The troublesome matter finally resolved, and now it was time to enjoy life. Exiting the community, he hailed a taxi directly to Fengzi Garden, a restaurant recommended by the driver, famous for its scallion braised sea cucumber, with other dishes also being very authentic. After more than an hour of enduring a long traffic jam, they finally got to eat the scallion braised sea cucumber. Ning Yuan ordered 2 plates in one breath, feeling full and satisfied, then found a hotel to check in, sleeping soundly until the next day. He woke up groggily to the sound of someone knocking on the door. When he opened it, Huang Mao walked in with breakfast. "Brother Ning, I bought fried liver and buns downstairs. Well, I heard they're very authentic." "Yeah, this place is indeed authentic," Ning Yuan said simply after washing up, and he started eating breakfast with Huang Mao. In the middle of breakfast, Huang Mao casually turned on the hotel TV, and the first news story was about Ning Heping and the Liu family. Ning Heping was arrested for murder and embezzlement. Liu Jie's mother Li Yun was hospitalized due to stress, and Liu Song was left to conduct his daughter's funeral alone. Brother Ning, what is embezzlement? Huang Mao asked. I told you to study hard, but you insisted on being lazy. Embezzlement is definitely when Ning Heping pocketed the company's money. Ning Yuan made up an explanation to show off his knowledge. Oh. Huang Mao nodded. Brother Ning is impressive. What should we do next? Huang Mao's question left Ning Yuan stumped for a moment. What to do next was indeed a problem. He now had the $500 million obtained from extorting Ning Heping along with his own share from selling mobile phones. He had already become a proper wealthy man. However, he felt that being wealthy didn't seem to mean much. Buying a villa and getting a bunch of beautiful women. This idea was quickly dismissed. He wanted to live a few more years. He had heard that overdoing certain things could drain one's body and lead to an early death. Should he buy a few luxury cars to show off? That seemed pointless. He didn't really like cars. Traveling. Even less interesting. He was very lazy, preferring to watch scenery through videos rather than going out himself. After thinking back and forth, suddenly a task from the system popped into his mind. He still hadn't completed it, and there was still one phone and 7 holographic projectors left unsold. For the past few days he had been preoccupied with delivering gifts to the Liu family, and had completely forgotten about this matter. Next, of course, we will open a store in the capital, and you will be the store's worker with food and accommodation provided, but no salary, Ning Yuan said with a smile. Huang Mao's face fell when he heard there was no salary, pouting as he said, Brother Ning, at least give me some pocket money. Alright, eat your meal quickly. After we finish eating, we will stroll around the capital, and then go eat roast duck, Ning Yuan said while eating. Alright, but... Huang Mao began to speak, but Ning Yuan interrupted him. I'm just joking. Once the store is open, as the first employee you'll earn 1,000 a month, and if you perform well there will be bonuses. If I'm in a good mood, there will also be bonuses. Good. Huang Mao happily repeated 3 times, then asked, so will there still be food and accommodation included? Let me sigh, if you keep talking nonsense I'll kick you. Of course it's included. Huang Mao happily repeated 3 times, then tentatively asked, Brother Ning, I have one last word to say. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth and spat out a word, speak. Brother Ning, my name is Gouda, don't call me Huang Mao anymore, call me Gouda from now on. Huang Mao said. You got it, Huang Mao, Ning Yuan replied without lifting his head. Huang Mao wanted to say something, but was silenced by Ning Yuan's glare. The two quickly finished breakfast and left the hotel, wandering around the capital. They wandered until noon, and Ning Yuan's stomach growled. He took Huang Mao into an ancient and impressive restaurant, Quanjude. After ordering, Huang Mao kept shaking his head. Have you lost your mind? Why do you keep shaking your head? Ning Yuan asked. Brother Ning, the dishes here are too expensive. A roast duck costs over 300. What did this duck eat to grow so big? Why is it so expensive? Huang Mao whispered. If you ask me, who can I ask? We're not short on money. If it's delicious, we'll eat it regardless, Ning Yuan said. Haha, Brother Ning, so domineering, Huang Mao laughed. Ning Yuan didn't respond to him. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and said, Do you have any friends who want to buy high-tech phones? I'm currently at Quanjude eating roast duck. Yes. Ning boss, wait for me, I'll get there as fast as I can. Yichen hung up the phone and called his Ning Yuan and Huang Mao each enjoyed a whole roasted duck, sipping tea while patting their bellies when Yichen arrived with a friend. Please have a seat. Have you eaten? Have eaten. Boss Ning, you should get the goods first. My friend has been nagging about wanting to buy a cutting-edge smartphone. When I was in Basian County, I overheard the neighbors saying your shop was closed. What's going on? I'm planning to open a store in Shangjing. Ning Yuan pulled a cutting-edge smartphone out of his pocket. This is currently the last one available. Yichen handed the phone to his friend, smiling. Did you hear? This is the last one. I told you before, I'm very familiar with Boss Ning. Thank you, Boss Ning. My name is Zhao Nan. Zhao Nan extended a delicate white hand. Hello. Ning Yuan shook Zhao Nan's hand and remarked to Yichen, this brother's hand is really soft, like holding a bunch of cotton. Ha. Yichen laughed while holding his belly and said, she's a girl who just loves wearing men's clothes, misleading people. Oh, ouch. That hurts. Zhao Nan pinched Yichen hard on the waist, successfully silent. Ahem. Ning Yuan, feeling embarrassed by Yichen's remark, cleared his throat a few times and tried to change the subject. Yichen, I want to buy a base store in Shangjing. Do you have any connections? Sure. What area do you want to buy in? Shop spaces in Shangjing aren't cheap, Yichen replied. Anywhere is fine, Ning Yuan said. That's easy. Let's go. Follow me, Yichen said as he stood up. By the end of the afternoon, Yichen had helped Ning Yuan handle all the paperwork. The store, which had 2 floors, was located in the suburbs of Shangjing and happened to belong to Zhao Nan's family. After deducting the cost of the smartphone, it cost nearly 10 million to buy. This made Ning Yuan lament that the housing prices in Shangjing were truly exorbitant. Just for this concrete box, they dared to sell it for so much money. Fortunately, the store was well decorated, equipped with nearly everything. After calling in some cleaners to tidy up, Ning Yuan moved in with 250 and Huang Mao. In the evening, Ning Yuan sent Huang Mao out to buy some groceries, while 250 cooked a large meal. After quickly finishing his dinner, Ning Yuan returned to his room and asked Huang Mao not to disturb him. Once inside his room, Ning Yuan locked the door. Just as he sat on the bed, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Promoted to novice supplier, reward 1 cutting-edge smartphone, vending machine, 1 cutting-edge lottery machine. Task, reach a turnover of 100 million for the cutting-edge lottery machine. Sell 0 cutting-edge smartphones, special choice, original price sale versus low margin high volume sale. Completion, reward lucky roulette X2 longevity gene potion. Note the host can close and open the cutting-edge smartphone, vending machine, and lottery machine with intention. Please make a choice now. Ning Yuan looked at the 2 buttons on the panel before him, hesitating before choosing the low-margin high-volume sale. Previously, the price of 1 cutting-edge smartphone was 5,000. Only those with money could afford it. The problem is wealthy people are few. Each person can only buy 1. It can be expected that there won't be many sales afterward. Now selling at a lower price is a good choice. With 1 for billion people in the Dragon Nation, if his smartphone is priced lower, it won't be hard to sell, and he could earn even more than before. What Apple phones, Rice phones, and Huawei phones are all just trash in front of cutting-edge smartphones. Low-margin, high-volume sale. Selected. The new price for the cutting-edge smartphone is 1,000 dragon currency per unit. A flash of white light appeared before Ning Yuan. The panel disappeared, and the room was filled with 2 pure black vending machines. Upon closer inspection, one of the machines displayed the price of the cutting-edge smartphone and its specific functions. There was a card slot below and a rectangular flat slot on the left side, which should automatically dispense the phone once the payment was made. The other machines cycled through various cutting-edge products and technical materials. Starship construction technology, super electric toy cars, cancer, drug manufacturing technology, photolithography machine, Riemann conjecture proof. Ning Yuan skimmed through the displayed technologies and products, and there were many more he was too lazy to read. Just these few, with his incomplete middle school education, had terms he didn't recognize, such as what is the Riemann conjecture. After checking Baidu, he found out it was a century-old problem in mathematics. Whoever solves it would be incredible. It would be like pressing the cap on a shoe soaring to success. As for the other products, he recognized starships were from sci-fi movies, and the cancer drug needed no explanation. The photolithography machine, as mentioned in the news, is used to manufacture chips, which the Dragon Nation cannot produce on its own. The world's top superpower, the Lighthouse Nation, is not on good terms with the Dragon Nation and does not allow its allies to sell photolithography machines to the Dragon Nation. This has left the Dragon Nation in a tough spot. The Dragon Nation is the world's largest manufacturing country, with its products spread worldwide. Some high-end electronic products, such as smartphones, require chips, which they cannot produce themselves. Thus, they have to endure high chip prices. Naturally, much of the profit goes to others while they can only scrape by. As for what the super electric toy car was, he didn't quite understand. Aren't these supposed to be cutting-edge products and technologies? When did toys also get included in this? Could it be a scam? This lottery is just like some cash-guzzling games imitated by the Penguin Company, where every time you spend money the grand prize eludes you, and you only get junk. Ning Yuan glanced at the warm reminder in the upper left corner of the screen. 1 million dragon currency, 1 draw. With good luck you might get a cutting-edge product or technology. Seeing this line, he was certain this was a scam lottery machine. 1 million for 1 draw. And if he doesn't get anything valuable, he'd explode on the spot. Many ordinary people in the Dragon Nation can't even save 1 million dragon currency in their lifetime. Now casually drawing once costs 1 million. Isn't this a scam? However, despite being a scam, Ning Yuan still hoped to scam more people. One of the system's tasks is for the cutting-edge lottery machine to reach a turnover of 100 million, which means it needs to be drawn 100 times, at least 100 people. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan felt melancholy, wishing there were many rich and foolish people in this world. But that's unfortunately impossible. Wealthy people are usually quite astute, and there are plenty of ruthless individuals like Ning Yiping. System, will the longevity gene potion I receive as the next reward allow me to live for 1,000 or 800 years, becoming the king of turtles for 10,000 years? Or a godlike figure for 10,000 years? Ning Yuan shifted his focus back to the next reward. The system remained silent, not even wanting to respond to him. After asking a few more times with no response from the system, Ning Yuan decided to stop overthinking. He took out his phone and started playing ranked matches as usual, losing 5 in a row before falling asleep in frustration and unwillingness. The next morning, Ning Yuan sent Huang Mao to buy breakfast and instructed 250 to move 2 machines from his room to the store, finding someone online to make a sign and asking him to come early. When Huang Mao returned with breakfast and saw the 2 additional machines in the store, he asked Ning Yuan when they were brought over. Ning Yuan casually replied that they were delivered by the supplier while he was out buying breakfast. After breakfast, Ning Yuan introduced the details of the 2 machines to Huang Mao and assigned him the task of guiding customers on how to use them whenever they came in. The sign installer arrived quickly. Just as Ning Yuan finished explaining the details of the 2 machines to Huang Mao, a van stopped in front of the store and several workers got out. The store was named Black Technology Shop, a name Ning Yuan thought of after a few minutes. Huang Mao looked at the sign and complained, Ning Gu, this name is too unappealing. It should be called the Black Technology Flagship Store for a more powerful impression. Powerful, my foot. We need to be low-key, you know. It's about being understated yet profound. Black Technology Flagship Store sounds so tacky. As Ning Yuan was speaking, a motorcycle suddenly screeched to a halt at the store entrance. A slender girl with a petite figure parked the bike, got off, removed her helmet, and shouted, Boss, Ning, congratulations on your grand opening. You must treat us to lunch today. Yia, why aren't you focusing on your studies? What are you running around for? Ning Yuan asked. Yia scoffed lightly. Why are you like my brothers, always wanting me to study hard? At such a young age, not studying, what are you going to do later, raise sheep? Just as Ning Yuan finished speaking, a Porsche sped in from a distance and came to a sudden stop at the store entrance. It was Yichun. Yia, how did you know Boss Ning moved to Shangjing? Yichun looked at his sister in surprise, not expecting her to find him. Why should I tell you? I'm just here to crash. I mean to visit on the grand opening, Yia said playfully. Yeah, I know you're here to mooch off the food, Ning Yuan chuckled. So what if I'm mooching? You as the big boss aren't going to treat us regular customers to a meal on your grand opening? Yia asked. Of course I'll treat you. Ning Yuan welcomed the 2 siblings into the shop, letting Huang Mao explain the 2 machines to them. Boss Ning, I want to try my luck with that lottery machine, Yichun said. I advise you not to. The chances of winning are slim, Ning Yuan said, unusually speaking the truth. Although the goods from this machine are all good, the better they are, the lower the chances of winning. My brother is just throwing money around, Yia interjected. What do you mean? Ning Yuan asked. He started a business and got swindled out of 5 million. A dad scolded him harshly, and now he's been yelling about getting that money back, Yia bluntly revealed Yichun's past. Yichun rubbed his nose, coughed a few times, and awkwardly said, Can you blame me? It's because the opponent was. As he was speaking, 250 brought over a pot of tea. Ning Yuan invited everyone to sit down, and after taking a sip of tea, Yichun began to vent his frustrations, lamenting, I saved my sister, but after a few days of good times my family sent me to work at the company. Is that where a person can stay comfortably? Not at all free. The number of people who can control me could fill 4 or 5 tables of mahjong. Ning Yuan interrupted, Can you focus and tell me how you got scammed? Fine, focusing now. After leaving the company, I absolutely didn't want to go back to work, so I begged my dad for a startup fund of 10 million. Wow. 10 million for a startup fund. Huang Mao exclaimed in shock from the side. With that 10 million, I set up an investment company fantasizing about becoming the next Buffett, but reality hit me hard, Yichun said, chugging a mouthful of tea and grimacing from the heat. And then, hurry up and tell us. You can't leave us hanging like this, Ning Yuan urged. Then I got scammed. I trusted the first company I invested in immensely, giving them 5 million as the first investment, only for them to run off with the money the next day. It infuriated me. Isn't it your fault for not investigating properly beforehand? The police said those people were habitual offenders. Previously they scammed less, but the amount they swindled from you was the largest, yet Yi mercilessly added salt to Yi Chen's wounds. Ning Yuan chimed in, No wonder your dad is upset with you. If I were your dad, I would have given you a good spanking. Yi Chen covered his face in pain and said, I came here to seek your guidance, not to be scolded. Boss Ning, you're good at business. Please show me a clear path. How can I earn 5 million in the shortest time? I want to pay back that 10 million to my dad and never dare to start a business again. How to earn 5 million quickly? Ning Yuan stroked his chin and said, If you asked me, robbing a bank would be the ha ha ha. Yi laughed so hard she held her stomach, saying, Did you hear that? Just rob a bank. Oh dear. Boss Ning, don't tease me. Oh, please help me think of a solution. Yi Chen pleaded. Ning Yuan stroked his chin, suddenly coming up with an idea. I've got it. As long as you do as I say, you'll surely be counting money until your hands cramp. But what do you mean by but? Boss Ning, hurry up and tell me I'm dying of anxiety. Yi Chen said anxiously. Seeing Yi Chen's eyes turning red from anxiety, Ning Yuan stopped teasing him and said, I have 7 holographic projectors here. If you buy them and open the world's first holographic cinema, it will definitely be a hit. By then your dad won't dare to look down on you anymore, and you can hold your head high at home. Right? Yi Chen jumped up in surprise, saying, How could I forget about the holographic projectors? How much? Not expensive, 1 million each. You buy 4 for now, keep another million for renting and decorating, and once you make money buy the rest, Ning Yuan said. 4. The number 4 is so unlucky. If I'm buying, I'll take all 7. Besides, if my cinema becomes popular, how can I still get them? Yi Chen took out his phone, deciding to borrow money from his older brother Yi Xian. The Yi family has numerous enterprises in the Dragon Nation covering various sectors. As the eldest grandson, Yi Xian naturally took on many responsibilities early on, and his father, Yi Hitong, recently assigned him a lot of work. After attending a meeting all morning, he returned to his office, poured a cup of strong tea, took a few sips to rest, and in 10 minutes, he had another meeting to attend. Ding ding ding. A phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw it was his third brother calling. He helplessly shook his head. His third brother rarely called him, and when he did it was usually to ask for help with trouble. He hoped to avoid getting scolded by their father. Yi Chen saw that the call was connected, cleared his throat, and said, "Elder brother, are you busy?" "Not busy, what's up?" A steady voice from Yi Xian came through the phone. "It's like this, I want to ask you for a favor," Yi Chen said with a smile. "What favor? Did you get into trouble again?" Yi Chen raised his voice and said, "No. I have something serious to discuss. I'll give you 5 minutes." I have a meeting in 5 minutes," Yi Xian replied, not wanting to consider that Yi Chen had anything serious to say, thinking he was just causing trouble again. "Elder brother, I want to borrow 5 million," Yi Chen said. "No, I don't even have 500 with me. All the money is with your sister-in-law," Yi Xian directly refused without a second thought. Yi Chen said urgently, "I haven't even said what I want to do yet, and you said no." "Then hurry up, there are 3 minutes left. I want to buy a holographic projector and open the world's first holographic cinema," Yi Chen stated. "A holographic projector?" Yi Xian pondered for a moment and asked, "Isn't that the product from Boss Ning?" Yes, Yi Chen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "If you don't trust me, you don't trust Boss Ning either. Boss Ning and I are friends. He sold me the holographic projector. If it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "The 5 million will be in your account soon, but consider it as my investment. I want 40 of the shares." "Oh, 40. Brother, you are such a big businessman," Yi Chen complained. "Then do you want it or not? If not, forget it. I want it, hurry up and transfer it to me." "I'm still waiting to buy the holographic projector," Yi Chen said helplessly. "Well, I'm hanging up now," Yi Xian said, hanging up the phone with a slight smile, sipping his tea. This 5 million would be invested in Yi Chen's name, and once there were profits, he would have a nice little sum for himself. This was excellent. He would soon be free from his wife's control over his finances. Then, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? If this 5 million were to be lost, it would just be a way to train his younger brother and support Boss Ning. His family had long told him to maintain a good relationship with the mysterious Boss Ning. Yi Chen hung up the phone feeling proud and said, "Got it. Let's celebrate in advance for the upcoming opening of the world's first holographic cinema." He raised his teacup, waiting for everyone to toast with him. However, no one paid attention to him. He awkwardly took a sip of tea and said, "Why is there no synergy? Can't you all cooperate? Let's think about what to have for lunch. I eat bland food at home every day, and Mom won't let me eat out. I'm about to starve." Yi said, "You just recovered from your illness. Shouldn't you take some time to nurture your health? Why are you eating recklessly?" Ning Yuan said. Yi Chen also chimed in, "Exactly, why are you eating recklessly? Girls think about food every day. You all bully me," Yi said, almost crying. "I drink chicken soup every day, eat vegetables, and they won't even let me have a little meat. I want to eat meat. Isn't chicken soup good? I remember back in the village, only women in confinement could drink chicken soup," Huang Mao said, making Yi so angry that she cried. "You are the one in confinement. Your whole family is in confinement," Yi said while crying. Seeing Yi crying, Huang Mao panicked and quickly said, "I can be in confinement too. I can be in confinement. All right, stop teasing the girl. Go out and buy a big pork knuckle, some beef, a fish, and some cold dishes. Let's treat Yi de Qianjin well at noon today," Ning Yuan said. "Okay." Huang Mao rode away on his newly bought electric scooter. Yi, hearing this, stopped crying and said, "That's more like it. From now on, if I'm craving something, I'll come over to eat. You don't mind, right?" "Sure, got it. From now on, I'll serve steamed buns with pickles at every meal," Ning Yuan replied with a smile. After chatting for a while, Huang Mao brought back the groceries. With Master 250 cooking, the aroma of meat filled the shop quickly, and by noon a table full of dishes was ready. Yi looked at the glossy, sweet and sour pork knuckle on the plate, her eyes sparkling. She picked up a piece of skin, put it in her mouth, and said while eating, "Fat, but not greasy, fragrance, so delicious." Then she picked up a large piece of lean meat, dipped it in garlic paste, put it in her mouth, and chewed quickly, saying, "Refreshing. So refreshing." Ning Yuan shook his head and said, "How long has this child been without meat?" Huang Mao and Yi Chen didn't say anything, competing with Yi for the meat on the sweet and sour pork knuckle. Before Ning Yuan could pick up his chopsticks, one knuckle was already gone, and he was about to grab the bone to gnaw on it. Yi snatched it first. She stood up, grabbed the bone, and started gnawing on it. Her fair and delicate face was covered in grease. She casually wiped her oily face with her hand and joined another battle. The plate of carrot stewed beef was also extremely delicious. Ning Yuan only managed to eat 5 pieces of meat and 3 pieces of carrot. The rest were snatched away by the 3 foodies. He didn't get much of the remaining fish either. He loved the small strip of fat next to the fish's belly, but didn't get it as Yi snatched it away with her chopsticks. There were no cold dishes left either, such as meat jelly, cold pig ears, smashed cucumbers, and sugar-coated tomatoes. Everything was eaten clean. This meal ended the battle in just over half an hour. Yi rubbed her belly, leaned back in her chair, and exclaimed, "So delicious, I'm so full." Huang Mao and Yichen also slumped in their chairs and groaned. Master 250 cleared the plates off the table and set out fruits and tea. Yichen's money also arrived. He transferred 7 million to Ning Yuan, and the backpack containing 7 holographic projectors was handed over to Yichen. "Boss Ning, I'm leaving now." "Wait for my good news," Yichen said as he picked up the backpack and was about to leave when Yi stopped him, saying, "Brother, I want to eat at Boss Ning's place again tonight." "Sure, go ahead and eat. Tomorrow I'll sneak out the household register and you and Boss Ning can get your certificate. After that, eating every day will be no problem," Yichen joked. "Brother." Yi blushed and kicked Yichen hard. "Ouch, that hurts." Yichen rubbed his thigh and said, "Your kick is so strong my leg might break." "Serves you right. Is there a brother like you?" Ning Yuan said. Yi added, "Is there a brother like you?" Alright, I was wrong, Sai. After one meal you're already leaning towards someone else. Girls grow up so fast. Yichen sighed with it. "Alright, stop talking nonsense. We're having barbecue tonight. Today is a good day to celebrate the opening." Ning Yuan hadn't finished speaking when Yi jumped up and shouted, "Yay! We're having barbecue. I haven't had barbecue in years." In the afternoon, there were no customers in the shop. Some neighboring shopkeepers looked at the sign and couldn't figure out what kind of business it was, let alone the passers-by. Ning Yuan and the others played poker until after 6 o'clock, and it was only when Yichen's face was completely covered with paper notes that they finally dispersed. This time it was Huang Mao who went to buy groceries. The barbecue master was indeed quite skilled, and it must be said that his culinary skills were truly impressive. A new grill was set up at the entrance of the shop, and soon the aroma of grilled lamb skewers wafted through the air. Some passers-by even came by to ask if a new barbecue shop had opened and how much the skewers were selling for. Yi transformed into a food lover, once again holding a skewer in her left hand and a bottle of soda in her right, happily indulging herself. The meal lasted until after 9 o'clock at night. Yi reluctantly got on her motorcycle to leave, expressing that she would come often in the future. Yichen carefully placed a backpack containing 7 holographic projectors on the back seat of the car, and as he was leaving he mentioned that he would soon become a celebrity, a renowned entrepreneur. He would be the owner of the world's only holographic cinema, so wait for his good news. Ning Yuan quickly waved him off, reminding Huang Mao to lock the shop before returning to his own room. The temporary mission released by the system last time stated that selling 10 projectors would reward him with a healing pill and an invincible fighting technique, both of which Ning Yuan found rather appealing. The healing pill would surely strengthen his body like an ox, and the invincible fighting technique would enable him to fight invincibly like a skilled master. System, I have completed the temporary mission. I'll quickly send the rewards. Ning Yuan said excitedly in his heart. Ding. Temporary mission completed. Reward 1 healing pill, 1 invincible fighting technique. As soon as the system's voice fell, Ning Yuan felt an influx of knowledge about combat techniques in his mind. He casually practiced in his room, and every movement felt as if he had already mastered them, ingrained in muscle memory. A black small vial appeared on the bed, similar to the one that contained the special medicine for leukemia last time. Upon opening it, a sweet and rich aroma filled the room. Cough, cough, this is quite spicy for the throat. Ning Yuan poured out the healing pill. It was indeed a red pill. He brought it closer to his nose to smell, and it was even spicier for his throat. With his eyes closed, he placed it in his mouth. It was very sweet, and as soon as his teeth touched it, it crumbled like a low-quality fruit candy. The crumbs mixed with saliva immediately dissolved into liquid. Before he could savor the flavor, the healing pill had already disappeared from his mouth. It went down into his stomach. Like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, Ning Yuan was complaining when his body suddenly felt warm, cozy, like holding a heater. He walked to the bathroom to look at himself in the mirror, but there was no unusual sight. His face wasn't even flushed. That night, Ning Yuan spent in agony, dreaming that he was being hung over a pile of fire for severe torture, being forced to reveal his bank card password. He gritted his teeth and refused to speak while those people kept whipping him, until a series of knocking sounds echoed in his ears, bang, 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 and the fire pit disappeared in an instant along with the torturers. A refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. Ninggu, it's time for breakfast. Huang Mao's voice came from outside the door. Okay, I'll be down in a bit. As Ning Yuan spoke, he walked toward the bathroom. Just as he was about to wash up, he noticed something was off. How did a little white face suddenly appear in the mirror, looking so much like himself? No, this is wrong. My hands are wrong too. Why have they become so smooth and delicate like a woman's hands? The same goes for my arms, my legs, my entire body. My skin has turned pure and flawless, smooth and delicate like the skin of those models selling cosmetics on TV. This is it. After taking the healing pill, I've turned into a woman. This was the only thought in Ning Yuan's mind. He touched his face again, it was just too tender. even whiter and more tender than Yi Ya's face. Huang Mao, seeing that Ning Yuan was dawdling and not coming down for breakfast, and that the soy milk was about to cool down, rushed upstairs to knock on the door, shouting, "Ninggu, what are you doing? Breakfast is getting cold. I know I'm coming right out. Why are you rushing me?" Ning Yuan's impatient voice came from inside. "You don't want to eat breakfast. You think you're a big deal now?" Huang Mao complained as he returned to the first floor. More than 10 minutes later, Huang Mao saw Ning Yuan coming down from the second floor, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and tightly wrapped in a scarf, and he approached in surprise, asking, "Ninggu, what's going on? Aren't you hot?" "No, I'm not hot," Ning Yuan replied. "Ninggu, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Breakfast is getting cold, let me heat it up for you." Huang Mao ran to the table, picking up soy milk and fried dough sticks ready to take them. "No need," Ning Yuan stopped him, walked to the table, sat down with his back to Huang Mao, took off the scarf from his face, and said, "You just go upstairs and have fun, I'll take care of the shop." "It's fine, Ninggu. He'll watch the shop, you go have fun." "How can an employee have fun while the boss watches the shop?" Huang Mao said, trying to walk over. Ning Yuan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and hurriedly said, "Step back, don't come over. I don't like anyone around when I eat breakfast." "All right then, I'll just." Huang Mao's words were interrupted as he quickly rushed in front of Ning Yuan. Seeing Ning Yuan's fair, delicate face without a hint of impurity, he paused and stammered, "Ninggu, how did you become so beautiful overnight?" Yes, he couldn't even consider Ning Yuan handsome anymore. More accurately, he was beautiful. "Get lost. Didn't I tell you not to come over?" Ning Yuan said. "Ninggu, you're acting so out of character this morning. I was worried you were sick, so I came over. I didn't expect you." Huang Mao hesitated, not daring to continue. Sigh. Ning Yuan sighed, took off his hat and glasses, accepting this harsh reality. "I'm fine, just some unexpected occurrences." "That's good, Ninggu. I must say you really have become beautiful." Huang Mao added salt to Ning Yuan's wound again. "Get lost. Never say I'm beautiful again, understood?" Ning Yuan said coldly. Understood, understood. Ninggu, if you walk down the street now, I guarantee all those women will be attracted to you. I suggest you try it. Maybe in a few days there will be a new shop owner in our store." Huang Mao came up with a terrible idea. Ning Yuan downed the cold soy milk in one gulp, stood up, and kicked Huang Mao on the butt, causing him to yelp. "Ouch!" Huang Mao covered his rear and inhaled sharply. "Ninggu, I'm doing this for your own good. Why did you kick me? And with such force?" Ning Yuan felt like he had just lightly kicked Huang Mao. He didn't expect such a big reaction. It seemed that the healing pill had some benefits after all, though at least his strength had increased a bit. "Alright, let's go play ranked matches." "A big guy shouldn't be afraid of pain," Ning Yuan said, pulling out his phone. This time Huang Mao didn't dare to speak and obediently took out his phone. Yi Chun retrieved the 7 holographic projectors and instantly felt invincible once more. He stayed awake all night, contacting a circle of acquaintances to help scout locations for his cinema. After endless deliberation, none proved ideal. Prime locations demanded exorbitant rents. He had only 3 million credits left, far too little. While affordable options lay in desolate outskirts he refused to consider. With no alternative left, he swallowed his pride and approached Zhao Nan, who secured him an extraordinary deal. For just 2 million credits, he leased a 2-story ground floor space within the third ring of Shangjing. A space interconnected with 3 adjacent units, yielding ample area for 7 immersive viewing chambers. He then spent 1 million credits over more than 2 weeks on interior renovation. Only then was the holographic cinema nearly complete. During this time, Ning Yuan visited once out of idle curiosity, and had to admit children born into wealth truly knew how to make things happen. Yi Chun leveraged his elder brother's connections to bring in a world-class designer, transforming the venue into a stunning showcase of futuristic sci-fi aesthetics. Next came staffing. It took Yi Chun a full fortnight to assemble his team. Day and night, without pause, he labored for an entire month, until at last the holographic cinema officially opened its doors. Yet on opening day he was doused with icy reality. Not a single patron appeared. Passers-by glanced at the banner outside, the world's first holographic cinema, and scoffed, dismissing it as yet another marketer's hollow gimmick. First in the world? Really? An holographic cinema? Holography remains unperfect. Even now such a claim reeks of bravado. Once inside it'll surely be just another ordinary theater. Why spend money here when established cinemas offer superior immersion? Yi Chun waited all day, eyes fixed on the empty entrance. No customers arrived. Stepping out of his office, he found staff listless and disengaged. His composure began to fracture. The 10 million credits were utterly exhausted. Without immediate revenue, he wouldn't even be able to pay salaries next month. Desperate, he dialed his elder brother Yi Xian, begging for another 1 million credits to launch a promotional campaign. In this age, even the finest fragrance cannot thrive unseen. Silence guarantees starvation. The moment the call connected, Yi Chun cut straight to the point. "Brother, I need another 1 million. From what I hear," Yi Xian replied coldly, "your cinema hasn't drawn a single guest. Further investment is off the table. Solve it yourself." Yi Xian hung up before Yi Chen could protest. It wasn't lack of funds, it was deliberate discipline. As the dial tone droned, Yi Chen ran trembling fingers through his hair and resolved to find his own way. He refused to believe such a revolutionary cinema could fail. One wave of visitors would ignite its fame, guaranteed. Back in his office he paced. Then inspiration struck. He'd first discovered Ning Yuan's shop through a video by a popular content creator. Why not create his own promotional video and post it across every major platform? He drafted a catchy script. Child, Mom, I want to watch a movie. Mom, how about 2 holographic films? Child, that's perfect. Thank you, Mom. You're the best. He modeled it after a beloved viral ad by a street vendor known for roasted mountain yams. Filming used a cutting-edge smartphone, its resolution unmatched. For background, he simply activated a live holographic film projection. He enlisted 1 male and 1 female employee to stand before the shimmering projection, one playing mother, the other child. After half a day's work, the commercial was finally shot. Yi Chen paid each performer 1,000 credits and promised additional bonuses if the ad went viral to be distributed with their month-end salary. Once the staff departed beaming with excitement, Yi Chen instructed his smartphone's AI assistant to edit the footage and uploaded it across all major video platforms. Yi Chen wasn't alone in his struggle. Ning Yuan fared even worse 1 month after opening, and not a single customer. Huang Mao grew anxious, fearing his wages would vanish if business didn't improve. Brother Ning, shouldn't we do something? A whole month, and still no opening sale. Huang Mao said, watching Ning Yuan intensely focused on a ranked match. So tell me, what concrete step would revive our business? Ning Yuan asked. Huang Mao lowered his head. I don't know. Then there's nothing to discuss. Damn, you distracted me again. I lost. Ning Yuan grumbled. Brother Ning, I'm just worried. Our shop. Huang Mao dared not continue, afraid of rebuke. Are you trying to say that if no customers arrive soon we'll have to shut down for good? Ning Yuan asked. No, I'm just concerned, Huang Mao replied quietly. That's classic case of the eunuch fretting while the emperor stays calm. Relax. In just a few days our shop will blaze into popularity. And don't complain later when the workload surges, but your pay stays steady. Ning Yuan laughed. Huang Mao scratched his head. Of course not, Brother Ning. Hearing you say that gives me real peace of mind. Yi Chen miscalculated once more. Though the video garnered respectable views across platforms throughout the day, credibility remained elusive. His first glance at the comments nearly broke him. Critics dismissed the holographic cinema as pure fantasy. Tech-savvy commentators patiently explained that true holography remained immature, thus the claim must be fraudulent. Others, disillusioned souls seeking validation online, lashed out with fury, and scrupulous merchants treating everyone as fools, peddling scams day after day. Only a tiny minority, those already familiar with the advanced smartphone, affirmed that holographic technology had indeed matured, but their voices were drowned out instantly by torrents of vitriol. Even Yang Wenhua, a Bilibili creator who'd filmed the breakthrough smartphone at Ning Yuan's shop, was exposed and viciously attacked online. Accused of chasing traffic and profiting from deception, he was branded a charlatan who posted falsehoods without conscience. This nation must regulate such toxic influencers, strictly and swiftly. Yang Wenhua's original video was swiftly removed following mass reports. Yi Chen slumped into his office chair, seething. Why don't these people go bang their heads against walls instead of wasting breath on nonsense? Why oppose him so relentlessly? He'd pinned all hope on this video, and now every trace of optimism had vanished. Agony. A sage once observed, human joys and sorrows seldom resonate. I only perceive noise. This line fit Wang Xikong perfectly, the most effortlessly charismatic heir among Shangjing's elite. Each day unfolded amid a constellation of glamorous influencers, dining, socializing, indulging life's pleasures. Nothing like Yi Chen's torment. Today Wang Xikong craved authenticity. He chose a roadside stall over Michelin-starred fatigue, where real life sizzled with warmth and aroma. Midway through savoring crispy sausages, he scrolled through Douyin and burst into laughter at a video. Brother Tsong, what's so hilarious? His influencer girlfriend asked. Someone launched a holographic cinema and made this absurdly charming promo. Wang Xikong grinned. Let me see. The influencer girlfriend leaned in, chuckling at the performance of the man and woman. Songgu, I see everyone in the comments saying that the holographic cinema is fake, a false advertisement. Wouldn't it be great if we want to see a holographic movie? Oomph. Wang Xikong snorted softly. Who says it's fake? Those people just don't know what's good. I suspect this holographic cinema has something to do with that mysterious Boss Ning. Boss Ning, is that the owner of the phone store that you took me to last time, which was already closed? The influencer girlfriend asked. Yes. I didn't expect Boss Ning to appear again, but I don't know where he is now. My dad said I should build a good relationship with Boss Ning. Wang Xikong said, opening Weibo to edit a post. I'm going to see the holographic movie tomorrow. I guess I'm the first person in the world to go to a holographic cinema. The accompanying image below is a screenshot of the video Yi Chun posted on Douyin where he wants to cheer for boss. Yi Chun didn't eat dinner, and despite feeling very hungry couldn't bring himself to eat. As he put it, he was already filled with anger, so why eat? He also didn't sleep well at night, holding a martial arts novel. By 3 in the morning he still wasn't sleepy, and wanted to check his phone, but he didn't dare to. Every time he picked up his phone he wanted to see how the video he posted was doing. Whether anyone believed that the holographic cinema was real. But every time he checked he was disappointed, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Yi Chun felt that his fragile heart could no longer bear such blows, and decided not to look anymore. He stayed up until dawn, and only then did he unknowingly fall asleep. In his dream a group of people with the word troll written on their heads chased after him shouting, "You garbage, your cinema is definitely going to close down, you're just a useless rich second generation, do you understand?" Do you understand? Yi Chun wanted to retort, but he couldn't open his mouth. It felt as if it had been sewn shut. He wanted to run hard and shake off the trolls, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't escape. Until he heard a knock on the door, he finally woke up realizing it was just a nightmare. Knock knock knock. Yizong, come out quickly, there's someone fighting outside. An anxious voice came from outside the door. Fighting? What's going on? Who is fighting with whom? This store is so desolate that even a bird wouldn't poop here. Aside from the employees, there isn't even a shadow of a person. Could it be the employees fighting? This is outrageous, it could literally drive me to death. Yi Chun felt like a tragic figure tormented by nightmares while sleeping, and then tortured by his employees upon waking. Yizong, are you there? The employee's voice sounded again outside. Yes. I'm not dead, yet no need to call me like that. I'm coming out right now. Yi Chun clumsily crawled up from the sofa, accidentally rolling onto the floor. Damn, he screamed in fright. What's wrong, Yizong? The employee outside asked. Nothing, can you please leave for a moment? I still need to wash up, Yi Chun replied as he got up. No problem, Yizong, go ahead and wash up. I'll wait here for you. The employee, completely unaware of Yi Chun's desire to ease the awkwardness. Alright. Yi Chun walked to the bathroom, and saw himself in the mirror with dark circles under his eyes, his lips devoid of color, looking significantly haggard. He sighed. It's all your fault, who told you to show off? Now that the mess is out it's impossible to take it back, isn't it uncomfortable? You just have to bear with it. Before he could finish his lament the employee's voice sounded again outside. Yizong. Please wash up quickly. It's about to be overwhelming outside. Got it. Yi Chun gritted his teeth and replied, quickly grabbing a towel, wetting it, wiping his face, brushing his teeth haphazardly, not even washing his hair, and pushing open the office door with his bird's nest hairstyle. The employees saw him finally come out, as if they had found a savior, pulling on his arm, while saying, Yizong, hurry to the ticket counter to take a look. We probably can't hold them back anymore. Saying this, he took out the walkie-talkie clipped to his waist, and shouted, Yizong is out, everyone hold on. Yi Chun was confused and asked, what's wrong with the ticket counter? What are we holding on for? Yizong, there's no time to explain, hurry. The employee pulled Yi Chun and ran down the stairs. When Yi Chun followed the employee to the stairway, he heard the noisy sounds from below. Listening closely, it was people fighting to buy tickets, with a few shouting the loudest. My girlfriend and I got here first, these tickets must be sold to us. Damn it, I've been waiting here for so long, and you tell me there's no place to sit inside. I don't care, I just want to go in. Who has tickets for Transformers? He'll buy them at a high price. As Yi Chun ran down, he pinched his leg to confirm he wasn't dreaming. When he arrived downstairs, he was dumbfounded. There were so many people that the first floor was nearly overcrowded, and from a distance, he could see a crowd blocking the entrance. The ticket counter had long been submerged in the sea of people. Behind the counter, 2 young ticket sellers were struggling in the crowd. So many people, Yi Chun exclaimed. Yizong, this is just the beginning. Follow me. The employee pulled Yi Chun up another staircase to the 2nd floor. Yi Chun reached the 2nd floor, and was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. This was no longer a cinema. Isn't this the scene during the Spring Festival travel rush? At the entrance of every screening room, a large crowd was gathered, resembling the throngs of people at train doors during the Spring Festival. The corridor was bustling as well, with many children holding popcorn and cotton candy, eating, running, and playing. Some couples were doing things that should be done at home, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Aren't you supposed to buy a ticket to come up? Yi Chun asked. Everyone bought tickets. The first wave of ticket buyers are crammed in the screening rooms. The second wave of ticket buyers is crowding at the entrance. The third wave of ticket buyers is darting around the corridor. We've notified downstairs that there must not be a fourth wave of people. The upstairs simply can't accommodate anymore. It's nearly a can of sardines. An employee from the 2nd floor came over to explain. Yizong, you have no idea what the scene was like in the morning. As soon as we opened the doors, it was a sea of people, drums and gongs sounding, and they rushed straight in. After several fights broke out in line, people stopped waiting and just pushed forward. The counter was nearly toppled. Nearby, the popcorn machine had run out of corn, and so had the ice cream. The drinks weren't sold out yet, but there weren't many left in the storage room. Another employee in charge of the storage room chimed in excitedly. Oomph. Another employee from the second floor snorted softly and said, those few people on the first floor can be considered people. You haven't seen the people in the screening rooms. That truly is a sea of people. Damn it, it's so crowded that I can barely breathe, and we still want to see the holographic movie. I must say, our holographic movie is truly captivating. I watched it all night yesterday, and today my legs are a bit weak. I almost knocked someone over, a somewhat slender employee declared proudly. Oh, the other employees chorused, watching the holographic movie in secret. Bossy, quickly find him. But Bossy, there was no one here yesterday. I only watched for a little while, just a little while, the slender employee hurriedly explained. Alright, enough chit-chat. You guys need to maintain order on the second floor, especially keep an eye on those children. Make sure their parents supervise them properly, so they don't trip or fall. Yi-chun pointed at a few employees on the second floor. Understood, Boss Yi, the employees responded in unison. And Yi-chun addressed the employee in charge of the storage room. Quickly go out and buy popcorn ice cream drinks. Get extra of anything we might be lacking. Got it, Boss Yi, the storage room employee dashed off. Boss Yi, what about the people on the first floor? If this goes on, I'm worried there might be a stampede. An employee who woke Yi-chun up asked. What to do? Just let it be. Yi-chun went to the office to move the loudspeakers, playing the advertisement for the opening downstairs, holding a microphone and shouting. Dear customers, our cinema is currently overwhelmed with guests. The second floor is nearly bursting at the seams. Please return home for now. Come back tomorrow. Since today didn't provide you with a great viewing experience, all ticket prices tomorrow will be half off. This promotion will last for 7 days. Boss, now that you have this holographic movie, can't you find a bigger venue? Exactly, I wanted to be among the first to watch the holographic film too. I'm not leaving him waiting right here. Some people were unconvinced by Yi-chun's words, and some who truly couldn't get tickets slowly squeezed out of the venue. After half an hour of Yi-chun's earnest persuasion, the crowd finally thinned out considerably. Only a few diehard fans remained, but they were no longer a significant issue. Wang Sikong was no exception, as soon as he and his internet celebrity girlfriend entered the store, they were persuaded to leave by the staff. Brother Tsung, this is nothing like I imagined. Didn't people not believe there was a holographic cinema? The internet celebrity girlfriend asked. Wang Sikong opened Weibo and saw that his post from yesterday had already received hundreds of thousands of comments. He handed his phone to his girlfriend saying, "Look, the store is popular, it's all thanks to my words." The internet celebrity girlfriend realized something and laughed, saying, Brother Tsung is still impressive. What do you mean impressive? Wang Sikong asked with a mischievous smile. The internet celebrity girlfriend blushed and replied, You're impressive in every way. Now let me show you just how impressive I am, Wang Sikong said, pulling his girlfriend into a Rolls Royce and speeding off to prove his worth. Yi-chun was not as carefree. This day had worn him out. The people on the second floor wouldn't leave. Having just finished one show, they rushed down to buy tickets for the next one, which made the new arrivals on the first floor quite dissatisfied, almost leading to a fight. Yi-chun quickly stepped in to mediate. A temporary rule was established: each person could only watch one show per day, and after watching they had to give up their seats for others. This way more people could enjoy the experience. He ran back and forth like this until around 1130 p.m. when the store closed, and only then did he finally take a break. The employees were even more exhausted. The two young ladies at the ticket counter had lost their voices, and everyone else was running as if their legs were about to break. Even the popcorn machine had emitted a puff of black smoke during the popping process, and was no longer usable. As they were about to leave, Yi-chun gave each employee a bonus of 200 and urged them to leverage their connections to quickly bring in more customers. There were too few people, and if this continued they would all be overwhelmed. The employees all promised that they would do everything possible to attract more customers for the cinema. By the time the last person left and locked the door, Yi-chun returned to the office and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly relaxed. After resting for half an hour, Yi-chun suddenly remembered how the cinema had become so popular. How did it suddenly become such a hit? After thinking for a long time, without clarity, he finally concluded that it must be his character that had drawn the favor of the heavens. A rumble in his stomach interrupted Yi-chun's self-absorbed thoughts. He got up, boiled a packet of instant noodles, added 2 eggs and a sausage, and began eating while pulling out his phone. Just as he opened Douyin, his phone buzzed incessantly, a series of messages popping up one after another, making his eyes blurry. Yi-chun first muted the message notification sound and casually opened one private message. Hello, I am the manager of Wanda Cinema and would like to collaborate with you on developing holographic films. My contact is... He didn't even want to look at these cooperation requests. Holographic films were currently a golden goose. How could he share this golden goose with anyone else? He opened a few more private messages, some apologizing for previously insulting him, others claiming to be experts in holographic technology, wanting to purchase his holographic devices for research and many asking him where he bought the holographic device. Yichen finished the remaining broth from his instant noodles in a few bites, falling into deep thought. Should he tell those people that he bought the holographic device from Boss Ning? If he did, then everyone would have holographic devices and holographic cinemas would spring up everywhere, leaving him with no competitive edge. But if he didn't say anything, would that be a bit unfair? Although Boss Ning was quite harsh with his words, he had indirectly saved his sister. With that thought, Yichen closed Douyin and dialed Ning Yuan's number. As soon as the call connected, a furious roar came from the other end. Yichen, are you sick? Calling me at this hour? Don't you know others need to sleep? Damn it, I was just about to approach a beautiful woman, and now with your call I've lost everything. Boss Ning, calm down first. I have some major good news to report to you. Yichen completely disregarded Ning Yuan's wrath. Speak. An impatient voice came from the other end. It's like this, didn't you sell me 7 holographic projectors? I wanted to open a holographic cinema with these 7 projectors, but I only have 3 million left, and can't find a good venue. Yichen was enthusiastically explaining, but Ning Yuan interrupted him. I beg you, please get to the point. Focus. Do you need to start from the ancient primordial times? Ahem. Yichen awkwardly cleared his throat and chuckled. The point is, my cinema has exploded in popularity. It's truly a massive hit. You have no idea what it was like back then. It was a sea of people, truly shoulder to shoulder it was. Words failed him. In any case, there were a lot of people. This time he felt he had truly made a name for himself and had achieved success. At this point, Yichen awkwardly realized that Ning Yuan had already hung up on him at some point. He was only thinking about how comfortable it felt to speak when he suddenly remembered an important matter he forgot to ask. There was no way around it. He could only brace himself and make another call. Once the call was connected, Yichen quickly said, Boss Ning, I have one last question. A gritting voice came from the other end of the line, and Yichen knew that if he uttered even a single unnecessary word, the other side would definitely erupt like a volcano. He hurriedly focused on the main point and asked, Boss Ning, do you have any more holographic projectors? I still want to buy one. None left. Hearing this, Yichen sighed with relief, but asked again, really none left? Really none left. Okay, good night, Boss Ning. Yichen said as he hung up the phone, excitedly jumping up. This time his business was like a scorpion's excrement, one of a kind. To thank Boss Ning for his strong support, he decided to record a video to help boost the popularity of Boss Ning. Without hesitation, he took out his phone tripod, set up the high-tech phone, tidied his hairstyle, and clothes sat up straight, cleared his throat, and started recording. Hello everyone, I am Yichen, the owner of the holographic cinema. First of all, I want to thank everyone for supporting my business. Secondly, I would like to address the private messages on the Douyin platform. I roughly counted, and the most frequently asked question is, where did you buy your holographic device? I will answer that here. My holographic projector was purchased at a shop in the suburbs of Shanjing called the High Tech Shop, located at No. 17, Fengrui Street. The boss' surname is Ning, and we all call him Boss Ning. So friends who want to buy a holographic projector can go there to purchase one. After recording, Yichen had the high-tech phone assistant enhance his appearance a bit in the video, then posted it. Just as he was about to sleep, he remembered another matter. He took out his phone and said, call my elder brother. A few seconds later, a deep voice came from the other end. Why are you up in the middle of the night? What do you want? Elder brother, I can't sleep. I have good news to report to you, Yichen said proudly. I already know about the good news, hang up. Hearing that he was going to hang up, Yichen hurriedly said, don't hang up. I haven't told you what the good news is yet. Your holographic cinema has become popular. I knew that long ago, even grandfather and father know about it. Yixian said impatiently. Off. Yichen exclaimed in surprise. They knew so quickly, then why? He hadn't finished speaking when Yixian interrupted him. Why not praise you? Remember, as a descendant of the Yi family, this is the demeanor you should have. There's nothing to boast about. Grandfather and father asked me to tell you to maintain a good relationship with that Boss Ning. This is your most important task at the moment. It's best to bring Xiaoya with you whenever you go to Boss Ning's shop. Off. Yichen was surprised again. I have to bring Xiaoya? Isn't that pushing her into a fire pit, sending her into a den of wolves? Xiaoya's behavior seemed a bit off. The way she looked at Boss Ning was different. Oh, are you saying Xiaoya has feelings in that direction? Yixian asked. Probably a little. Xiaoya is only 19 years old. We absolutely can't let that Boss Ning take advantage of her. Just look at his appearance, his height, and so on. Anyway, he doesn't even deserve to match Xiaoya's little toe, Yichen said. You don't understand anything. Yixian rarely swore. Can a person who can produce a high-tech phone and a holographic projector be ordinary? Don't judge by appearances. This Boss Ning is not simple. You don't really think the cinema's popularity is due to your efforts, do you? Yichen was left speechless by this statement. Upon reflection, the rise of the cinema truly wasn't due to him. From the initial idea to its inexplicable success, it seemed unrelated to him. At most, he was just a tool. Remember, your task from now on is to connect with Boss Ning and maintain that relationship. Do you understand? Yi Xian said earnestly. Okay, Yi Chen elongated his tone, saying maintain that relationship. Alright, I'm hanging up. You should get some sleep too. Beep beep beep. Yi Chen listened to the busy signal on the phone, muttering to himself. I just wanted you to praise me. Why is it so difficult? After saying this, he fell onto the sofa and fell asleep. The next day, he was awakened by an employee. Today was not much better than yesterday. The place was still crowded. Fortunately, a few employees brought new recruits, which alleviated a lot of the workload, making things a bit easier. Ning Yuan was groggily awakened by the yellow-haired guy. This time he did not see a beautiful woman approaching, but was looking for the restroom. After waking up, he indeed had to relieve himself. While using the restroom, he asked, "What's for breakfast today?" "Ningguo, I'm afraid we can't have breakfast today," the yellow-haired guy shouted from outside. Ning Yuan pulled up his pants and asked while shaving why. As soon as I opened the door this morning, a group of people rushed in wanting to buy holographic projectors. I was blocked and couldn't get out. Ninggu, you need to hurry, though I'll go downstairs to maintain order, the yellow-haired guy said before running downstairs. Upon hearing about the holographic projectors, Ning Yuan knew that Yi Chun must have exposed his location. He had intended to rest for another year or so, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Sigh. A life of toil from birth. He sighed, roughly wiped his face with a towel, and then wet the few strands of hair that stood up on his head with water, smoothing them down to match the rest. Stepping out of the restroom and putting on his clothes, he could hear the shouting from downstairs as soon as he exited his room. Why can Yi Chun buy a holographic projector, but we can't? I don't care if I want to buy a holographic projector. Little brother, hurry, and call Boss Ning out. Everyone don't rush, Boss Ning will be out shortly. Ning Yuan shook his head as he walked towards the kitchen, realizing that the yellow-haired guy's methods for maintaining order were still too immature. He wasn't in a hurry to go downstairs. Today's breakfast was instant noodles with an egg and a fried starch sausage added. He made it himself without letting the 250 do it, treating making breakfast as a way to exercise. Most importantly, he felt that making instant noodles was the only culinary skill he could match against the 250, a kind of cuisine that gave him back some confidence. After a few bites of the instant noodles, he enjoyed the egg and savored the fried starch sausage, which was crispy and fragrant, just like the old lattice frying outside the school. Indeed, the fried starch sausage was an everlasting delight. He made a portion for the yellow-haired guy before heading downstairs. The yellow-haired guy saw that Ning Yuan finally came down from the second floor and shouted in the crowd, "Ning, save me." No need to panic. Ning Yuan stepped into the crowd and pulled out the blonde youth. You go upstairs and have breakfast first. Got it, brother Ning. The blonde youth dashed up the stairs in a flash. Seeing the blonde address this exceptionally handsome young man, as brother Ning, the onlookers surmised, he must be the proprietor, Mr. Ning. He bore little resemblance to their imagined image in their minds. The proprietor should be a balding, middle-aged man with a potbelly, his tiny bead-like eyes glinting with the shrewd, calculating light peculiar to seasoned merchants. In short, he ought to be the very portrait of a cunning merchant. Instead, they found a strikingly refined young man. Gentlemen, the holographic projectors are genuinely out of stock. If I had any, would I withhold them from sale? Who in their right mind would turn away money? Wouldn't you all agree? Ning Yuan interjected before anyone else. Mr. Ning, I heard through unofficial channels that the Yi clan has threatened you not to sell the holographic projectors to us, said a slightly plump middle-aged man stepping forward. Before Ning Yuan could respond, another portly man chimed in. Mr. Ning, though the Yi clan wields some influence, the Zhao clan is no idle bystander. Sell without hesitation. We stand behind you. With the Zhao clan present, the Yi clan dare not stir trouble. Brother Zhao, does that mean the Wang clan merely sits idle? Another middle-aged man impeccably dressed in designer formal wear stepped forward. Upon hearing that representatives of both the Zhao and Wang clans had arrived, the crowd instinctively retreated. Everyone knew of the four great clans of Shangjing, Li, Wang, Zhao, and Yi. These four clans possessed unparalleled connections and vast commercial empires spanning the Dragon Nation. Ordinary families stood no chance against them. What on earth do you people do all day? Spread baseless rumors. Does that brat Yi Chun truly believe he can threaten me? I'll cripple him. The holographic projectors are simply unavailable. No convoluted schemes, no hidden agendas. Ning Yuan's blunt declaration left the entire assembly stunned. Daring to speak so brazenly before scions of the Zhao and Wang clans, had he lost his senses? To openly declare he'd cripple the Yi clan's heir was like lighting a lamp in a latrine, courting certain ruin. Just as the crowd braced for the Zhao and Wang clans to discipline this audacious youth, what unfolded next left them utterly dumbfounded. My earlier remark was pure fabrication. I only feared you might refuse to sell to us, brother Ning, chuckled brother Zhao. The Wang clan representative added smoothly, brother Ning, whenever you acquire exceptional artifacts in the future, do remember the Wang clan. The self-service kiosk to your left stocks smartphones equipped with holographic projection capability. Ning Yuan pointed to the BlackTech smartphone dispenser on his left, then gestured toward the BlackTech lottery machine on his right, with a wry smile. As for that lottery machine, theoretically given sufficient funds, every BlackTech artifact within it lies within your... Pausing briefly, Ning Yuan stroked his chin and surveyed the assembled crowd before continuing. Those lacking funds should refrain from playing. Should you fail to win anything worthwhile, and then come here wailing and demanding restitution, I shall grant you no indulgence. Ha ha ha. Brother Zhao roared with laughter. The Zhao clan lacks many things, but never capital. So long as genuine BlackTech artifacts truly await within, I welcome the expenditure. Humph. The Wang clan representative retorted coolly. As if the Wang clan were penniless, I shall also participate. By all means, your kind of affluent patrons are precisely whom I admire. Ning Yuan waved dismissively. Go ahead and play. Leave me in peace for a while. The crowd dispersed toward the two machines. Some swiftly purchased smartphones from the BlackTech kiosk and tested them, confirming the built-in holographic projection function. Others witnessing this hurried to buy as well. At just 10,000 yuan, these BlackTech smartphones were now within reach of ordinary earners, saving diligently. Having acquired their devices, buyers gathered around the lottery machine. Seeing the screen display 1 million yuan per draw, they collectively drew sharp breaths. No wonder the proprietor had warned the impecunious to abstain. This was beyond the means of any common person. Glancing again at the screen listing available BlackTech prizes. Controlled nuclear fusion reactors, stellar-destroying warships, nanobot swarms, advanced AI systems, and targeted therapeutics for terminal illnesses. Their eyes burned with feverish intensity. Any single item listed there held incalculable value, potentially igniting global conflict. Representatives of the Zhao and Wang clans trembled with exhilaration. Drawing even one such artifact would elevate their clans to unprecedented heights and secure their own destinies beyond measure. Shall you draw first, or shall I? Brother Zhao's jowls quivered as he spoke. It makes no difference. I've devoted immense resources to charitable causes. Fortune surely favors us, declared the Wang clan representative. Before his words fully settled, Brother Zhao slid his bank card into the slot. He would yield no courtesy. If only one prize existed and the Wang clan secured it, he'd have nowhere left to weep. As Brother Zhao finalized his card insertion and prepared to press the lottery button, an unspoken tension gripped the onlookers. After all, 1 million yuan hung in the balance. What precisely might emerge? Before pressing the button, Brother Zhao clasped his hands together, silently invoking every celestial deity he could recall, a last-minute appeal to divine favor, then slammed his finger onto the draw button with fierce determination. The inaugural draw proved mesmerizing. Ning Yuan himself, along with Huang Mao, who had just descended after breakfast, rose onto tiptoes behind the crowd to watch the rapidly cycling images on screen. Brother Ning, I'm nervous. What if he wins something extraordinary? We'll be ruined. Huang Mao whispered urgently into Ning Yuan's ear. Ning Yuan pushed aside his companion's anxious face and replied calmly, rest assured. He may profit modestly, but we incur no loss, ever. The on-screen animation slowed gradually. The indicator swept past one BlackTech marvel after another. Brother Zhao clenched his fists tightly. When it bypassed the advanced AI system, a pang of anguish struck him as though billions had slipped through his grasp. In this digital age, true artificial intelligence defied imagination. The indicator decelerated further, hovering perilously near the controlled nuclear fusion reactor. His mind screamed inwardly, stop, stop now. Stop for me. Alas, the indicator, though sluggish, continued its inexorable motion, finally drifting past the fusion reactor to settle upon an utterly incongruous object. Super-electric toy car. Brother Zhao murmured, bewildered. How had a child's toy surfaced among such epic-defining artifacts? This was no juvenile vending machine. Ding. The BlackTech lottery machine emitted a crisp metallic chime. Congratulations. You have won the super-electric toy car. Please collect your prize from the lower dispensing hatch. Brother Zhao bent down, and indeed a square black dispensing hatch appeared beneath the machine. Inside sat a compact blue electric toy car indistinguishable from those sold on city streets. He lifted it, examined its underside. Only a simple power switch met his gaze. Nothing more. Only then did reality strike. He had spent 1 million yuan for a toy. It was absurd, ridiculous. He felt no sting of financial loss, only the searing humiliation of having his intellect so profoundly insulted. Ha ha ha. The Wang family members laughed so hard at the toy car in Zhao Fatty's hand that they couldn't even straighten their backs. The others, restrained by the Zhao family's authority, dared not laugh, their faces turning crimson and their bodies twitching. Huang Mao leaned closer to Ning Yuan's ear and said, Brother Ning, you're right. They might make a small profit, but well, never lose out. This person is going to get lucky. Just watch. Ning Yuan said just as Zhao Fatty pressed the lottery button again. Ding. The high-tech lottery machine emitted a cold mechanical voice once more. Congratulations. You've won a super electric toy car. Please collect your prize at the outlet below. Zhao Fatty, holding the blue electric toy car, was seething with rage. With so many people watching, he had drawn garbage twice in a row. His dignity had shattered long ago. Glancing sideways at the Wang family's people, that gloating expression inflamed him, and he vowed that if he didn't draw something good, he wouldn't give up. After all, it was just money. The Zhao family had plenty of money. He pressed the lottery button again, but the pointer still refused to stop where he... Ding! The cold electronic voice of the lottery machine echoed in his ears again like a demon's whisper. No accidents this time. Once again, it was that damned blue electric toy car. Boss, is this machine a scam? Why is it that every time I draw it's the same garbage? His anger could no longer be contained. He suspected this was a scam, a trap to collect intelligence tax. Ning Yuan noticed everyone's gaze turning towards him and shook his head, saying, "Didn't I tell you before? The winning rate is low. If you don't have money, don't play. Just look at what kind of high-tech products are inside. You can't just draw randomly. Damn it, can I still keep this store open?" Everyone nodded after hearing this. Indeed, Boss Ning had warned them before, and the items inside were priceless, making it impossible to draw something randomly. Zhao Fatty's face turned red from Ning Yuan's remarks, and he opened his mouth several times, unsure how to retort. A member of the Wang family stepped forward and said, "Are you still going to draw? Stop hogging the spot without doing anything. If you're not going to draw, let me show you what luck looks like." "He'll draw." "Who said I'm not going to?" Zhao Fatty jumped up in anger, as if stimulated. In the following time, Zhao Fatty didn't say a word, just pressed the lottery button, taking the blue toy car from the outlet. He mechanically repeated these two actions 8 times until the lottery machine indicated that he had exhausted his drawing chances for today and should come back tomorrow. "Why can't I draw anymore? I have plenty of money, why can't I?" Zhao Fatty shouted while hugging a pile of toy cars. Ning Yuan quickly stepped forward and said, "Each person can only draw 10 times a day from the lottery machine." "Ew, I forgot to mention that." Zhao Fatty was very dissatisfied with Ning Yuan's explanation, roaring, "I don't care. I still want to draw. I've already spent 10 million, and surely something good will come out next. Wouldn't that be unfair to me if others take advantage?" "No one's taking advantage of anything." Ning Yuan walked to the lottery machine and said, "Let me be honest with you, the winning rate of this lottery machine is terrifyingly low, but as long as you can draw something, it goes without saying that it must be a good item. I suggest those with a bit of money come over to draw for fun. If you don't have money, then forget it, you can't afford to play. Zhao Fatty, with your capabilities, you can only draw toys. Did you hear what the boss said? Whether you have business or not, just draw a couple of times for fun." A middle-aged man surnamed Wang mocked. "You?" Zhao Fatty gritted his teeth and said, "Today I want to see what you can draw. Then you better watch closely." The Wang family member placed his bank card into the slot, entered the password, and calmly pressed the lottery button. As expected, it was still a blue electric toy car. When Zhao Fatty saw that he also drew a toy car, he felt a sense of balance in his heart and laughed beside him, saying, "You can't do it either." The Wang family member ignored him and drew 2 more times, still getting toy cars. Shaking his head, he pulled his bank card from the slot, giving up. Everyone secretly lamented that there truly is no free lunch in this world. This handsome boss managed to scam over 10 million from the Wang and Zhao families combined in just one morning, which was simply a black shop. In the future, it would be best to avoid this lottery machine as much as possible. Seeing that the Wang family had been defeated, Zhao Fatty bought a high-tech phone from a vending machine across the way, called the driver to load the pile of toy cars, and left in his car. Just as he left, the Wang family also bought a high-tech phone and left in a luxury car with their toy cars. Seeing there was no more excitement to watch, the crowd gradually started to leave, but halfway out they turned back following a young man and an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Ning Yuan kicked Huang Mao's, but saying, "Are you staring at the woman in a daze? Can't you move?" "Brother Ning, this woman is truly beautiful, like a star from TV," Huang Mao said while watching. The young man held the beautiful woman's hand, standing in the middle of the store, looking her up and down, and said, "Yang Xian, is this the store you mentioned? There's nothing magical about it, is there? Just browsing. At school, Zhou Gang keeps pestering me, it's so annoying." Yang Xian frowned. "Should we find someone to teach Zhou Gang a lesson? You've already broken up with him, it's unacceptable that he's still pestering you," the young man said. "No need. You're the son of the Li family and a top student in the mathematics department of Qingbei. If I become a blemish because of you, it wouldn't be good," Yang Xian replied. "All right." The Li family son led the beautiful Yang Xian around the 2 machines. With the crowd's introductions, he bought 2 high-tech phones, but did not touch the lottery machine, as he had judged in an instant that it was definitely a scam. This boss indeed has some tricks. He lowered the price of the phones, selling them at thin margins to sell in bulk. Placing a high-tech lottery machine beside it, anyone who has seen the wonders of the high-tech phones would certainly not doubt that there's an issue with the lottery machine. They would fall into a meticulously crafted trap. Such small tricks might fool ordinary people, but he would not fall for it. Just as he was about to leave, he bumped into a young man with a square face wearing a checkered shirt. "Zhou Gang, can you stop bothering Yang Xian? She has already broken up with you," the Li family's son said. "If it weren't for you, how could Yang Xian have broken up with me?" Zhou Gang roared at the Li family's son, and then turned to Yang Xian softly saying, "Li Mingxian doesn't care for you genuinely, he just uses sweet words to deceive you." Before he could finish, Yang Xian interrupted him coldly stating, "What has Mingxian deceived me about? Let's not mention anything else, just the bag in my hand is worth 500, and this outfit costs 500, all given to me by him. You have been with me for such a long time, and you've only bought me a necklace worth a few hundred. But I am sincere towards you," Zhou Gang said with red eyes. "Sincerity?" Yang Xian leaned closer to Li Mingxuan saying, "Can sincerity be eaten? I advise you to be more realistic. Don't be so childish." Zhou Gang clenched his fists tightly, observing Li Mingxuan's smug demeanor, and stated, "Xian, I can make money too. I've saved up 1 million in my bank account now from my scholarship and from helping some internet companies develop software." 1 million? Ha ha ha. Is 1 million even considered money? Li Mingxian laughed, pointing at the high-tech lottery machine in the store, and said, "Do you see that lottery machine? It costs 1 million just for a single draw. If Xian wants to play, would you be willing?" Yang Xian leaned on Li Mingxuan's shoulder and said, "Mingxuan, stop provoking him. Be careful, he really puts that million into that machine he saved for a long time to accumulate, that it's like his life. Xian, as long as you ask, I'll immediately go for the draw." Zhou Gang had completely lost his rationality, only wanting to prove his sincerity to Yang Xian in front of everyone. Ning Yuan and the guy with yellow hair leaned against the bar, watching with great interest. Alas, the guy sighed heavily and said, "What is love in this world that it compels people to risk their lives for it?" Smack! Ning Yuan slapped the back of his head, saying, "What nonsense. This is clearly just being a sycophant. In the end, you end up with nothing. If you become a sycophant, I'll kick you out. Brother Ning, being a sycophant is better than being a single dog." The guy with yellow hair rubbed his head and replied, "Oh, so now you can insult people indirectly calling me a single dog, huh?" Ning Yuan said with a smile. The guy with yellow hair felt a bit creeped out by Ning Yuan's smile, quickly changing the topic. "Brother Ning, look at that reckless guy. Where is he going to the lottery machine? Young people shouldn't be too impulsive if the winning rate of that lottery machine is low." Ning Yuan decided to save this sycophant one last time, not wanting him to lose his girlfriend and the money he worked hard to save up, which would lead him to doubt life. Zhou Gang placed his bank card into the slot. Just as he was about to press the lottery button, he heard someone trying to stop him. He turned to see a fair-skinned, exceptionally handsome young man smiling and saying, "Isn't it called being young if you're not impulsive?" Alas! Ning Yuan sighed, shaking his head, choosing not to say anything further. This guy was clearly a fool. Even he, as the boss, advised him not to draw, yet he insisted. Wasn't that like lighting a lamp in a toilet seeking death? Li Mingxian also stepped in, saying, "Zhou Gang, didn't you hear the boss say the winning rate is extremely low? We are all studying mathematics, don't you understand probability? No need for you to worry, this 1 million is saved for Xian. Since she broke up with me, then I won't need this 1 million either." After finishing his sentence, Zhou Gang pressed the lottery button. Watching the pointer spin continuously, he admitted he felt a bit regretful. That 1 million was his hard-earned money accumulated from all his spare time developing software for those internet companies. The scholarship only accounted for a small part. Now it was all gone. He felt empty inside, deeply troubled. Ning Yuan saw this young man, so fervent, unconsciously moved closer to the lottery machine, wanting him to win something good. Based on what they had discussed earlier, it was obvious that Zhou Gang's girlfriend had been taken by a wealthy scion of the Li family. A story took shape in Ning Yuan's mind. Zhou Gang was an outstanding yet poor student. Li Mingxian was an aimless rich second generation, and Yang Xian and Zhou Gang were childhood sweethearts who naturally became a couple as they grew up. However, Li Mingxian saw how beautiful Yang Xian was suddenly appearing and using his financial power to completely win her over. Zhou Gang felt hopeless. He had worked hard to earn that 1 million. To him it was a lot, but to the rich second generation it was nothing, probably just a few days' worth of spending. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan hoped even more that Zhou Gang could win something good to slap the face of the rich second generation. Good items, good items. Even the guy with yellow hair chimed in, hoping Zhou Gang would win something good. The others were even more eager. They wanted to see how Zhou Gang's ex-girlfriend Yang Xian would react after he won those priceless high-tech products. The pointer slowed down, fortunately passing the super toy car this time, making everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Previously, they had scared even the toy car away, and the Zhao and Wang families spent so much money just to win a few toys. Ding! The pointer stopped, and a cold electronic voice came from the lottery machine. "Congratulations, you have won a set of mathematics materials." Damn! What the hell is mathematics materials? Ning Yuan couldn't help but complain. This lottery machine was too much of a scam. How could there even be mathematics materials? He really couldn't understand. Everyone saw, even the boss, complaining about how unreliable the machine was. And someone said, "Boss Ning, isn't this machine under your control? What are you acting out here?" "Am I acting?" Ning Yuan pointed to himself, feeling like he was the victim of an unjust situation. "Isn't it? Don't tell me you can't control this machine," someone else spoke up. Fine, Ning Yuan waved his hand. "Say whatever you want, even if I'm acting, what can you do about it?" Everyone was left speechless by Ning Yuan's words. Indeed, they couldn't do anything to this pretty boy, mainly because they couldn't afford to offend the person behind him. Zhou Gang looked at the black USB drive in his hand, feeling like crying without tears. 1 million. Just exchanged for a broken USB drive. No, a broken USB drive with some mathematics materials on it. Wasn't this just outright scamming? He wanted to strangle the boss. Then he thought the boss had already warned him that the winning rate was low, and he insisted on drawing, so he couldn't blame others. Now he could only swallow his bitterness. "Let's go." Ignoring the advice, spending 1 million on some mathematics materials. "I'm embarrassed for you," Li Mingxian said, with a sarcastic remark as he left with Yang Xian. Everyone looked at Zhou Gang, whose face was ashen, not knowing what to say. They all felt sorry for this impulsive young man. Oh, why waste 1 million like this? Throwing it into the lottery machine didn't even make a splash. The guy with yellow hair whispered, "Brother Ning, this guy won't be seeking a short life, will he?" Ha ha, Zhou Gang laughed a few times. 1 million, it's not that serious. It's just 1 million, right? If it's gone, good. This young man has potential. Right, earn it back. If it's gone, it's just 1 million. That's the spirit of a real man. Everyone cheered at Zhou Gang's bold words. Zhou Gang stuffed the USB drive into his pocket, cupped his fists at everyone, and turned to leave the store in a cool manner. Watching the bustling street, he felt a bit breathless, realizing he wasn't as bold as he pretended to be. He was just putting on a brave face. Today's lottery event, deep down, was not entirely for Wang Xian. Oh, a part of it was also for his own ridiculous dignity. Having come from a poor family, he often felt looked down upon by others. At some point, he developed a terrifying obsession with mental cleanliness. If someone glanced at him for even a moment, he would feel he had done something wrong, convinced that the person was silently cursing him. Whenever someone displayed a relatively expensive luxury item in front of him, he felt that person must be looking down on him, using such unaffordable luxuries to humiliate him. Thus, he worked hard to get into the top university of the Dragon Nation, Qingbei University, and chose the most prestigious mathematics department there. In a department filled with academic elites, his grades still ranked among the best. All of this was just to earn a little more respect from others. Zhou Gang sighed as he walked, taking out the USB drive he had won and glancing at it before tossing it into a garbage bin by the roadside. That USB drive felt like a thorn in his heart, out of sight, out of mind. After walking a few steps, he turned back, retrieved the USB drive from the trash, and decided to return to school to see what mathematical materials it contained. After all, he had spent 1 million to win it. Throwing it away like that felt too wasteful. At the very least, he should take a look before discarding it. He took out his phone and scanned a shared bike by the roadside, returning to school half an hour later. There was no one in the dormitory. How everyone should be studying at this hour. As a top university in the Dragon Nation, Qingbei University had a remarkably good study atmosphere. The students here were not like those from third-rate universities who skipped classes and lazed around playing games in their dorms. They spent most of their time in the library, or they would learn various skills they were passionate about, as Zhou Gang had developed his programming skills during his free time. He opened his laptop, plugged in the USB drive, and clicked on the external hard drive. The file name read Proof of the Riemann Hypothesis. Upon seeing the words Riemann Hypothesis, Zhou Gang felt a jolt, instantly becoming alert. Now the file was named Proof of the Riemann Hypothesis. He knew exactly what that meant. This was a problem that had stumped the world's top mathematicians for over a century, and if he could solve it, the Nobel Prize of Mathematics, the Fields Medal, would surely be his. This was a certainty. He would become the foremost mathematician in the world. He would receive accolades from various countries. With excitement, Zhou Gang opened the file. Line after line was filled with intricate formulas. He was captivated. These formulas, which appeared unbearably complex and tedious to outsiders, seemed alive to him, guiding him to explore the true mysteries of mathematics. After finishing the last line of formulas, he exhaled deeply and murmured, "So that's how it is. The mystery of mathematics is like this. I was too foolish before." Gurgle. A protest from his stomach brought him back to reality. He glanced at the time. It was already past 6 p.m. Oh, and he had unintentionally spent the entire afternoon reading. He went to the cafeteria, had a simple dinner, and returned to his dormitory to organize the proof of the Riemann hypothesis before sending it to the editorial email of the prestigious mathematics journal Mathematical Annual. Mathematical Annual was a journal established by the mathematics department of Princeton University, a member of the Ivy League in a certain world power. Princeton's mathematics department is home to the world's top mathematicians, and anyone studying mathematics hopes to advance in Princeton to discuss academics with the mathematicians there. Initially, mathematical annual circulated only within Princeton University to allow some mathematicians to publish their academic achievements for others to learn and discuss. It gradually developed into a world-renowned mathematics journal. Top mathematicians worldwide prefer to publish their academic results here, as it not only benefits others, but also brings them honor and various advantages. Due to historical reasons, the Dragon Nation's modern mathematics started relatively late, so only 2 mathematicians from the Dragon Nation had published academic papers here. One of them had previously taught in the mathematics department of Qingbei University. After confirming that the proof had been sent, Zhou Gang tucked the USB drive safely away and left for the library to catch up on the classes he had missed. His breakup with Yang Xian had greatly impacted him mentally. He hadn't been studying properly during this period, and his grades had plummeted. He was on the verge of falling from a once-envied mathematics genius to a poor student. After reading the proof, he found a new direction. The world of mathematics was so wondrous. He couldn't let personal feelings affect his research in mathematics. From now on, he would focus entirely on mathematics, completely erasing Yang Xian from his mind. Entering the library, he found the shelves where various mathematics books were kept. He encountered a few acquaintances, people who had once been his rivals. During exams, they always competed with him for rankings, including Li Mingxian. Despite being a rich second generation with a wealthy family, who could live comfortably without working, he was mistakenly perceived as a frivolous playboy. This was a grave misunderstanding. He was actually a mathematical genius. He had not relied on family connections to enter Qingbei University, but had instead secured a spot through his second-place finish in the national mathematics competition. The first place that year was Zhou Gang. When the acquaintances saw Zhou Gang approaching, they merely glanced at him indifferently. This former mathematics genius had been thrown into despair after his breakup, and with his poor performance in the last exam, he no longer posed a threat to them. Applying for scholarships next time would certainly be much easier. Zhou Gang, however, paid them no mind. Ever since reading that proof, he felt like he had grasped some truths about mathematics, and casually picked up a calculus book. Indeed, everything felt different. Some of the problems inside became clear to him with just a little thought. In the past, he would have needed to use scratch paper to work through them thoroughly. He picked up a topology book, and the same thing happened. His learning speed had improved significantly. Others saw Zhou Gang flipping through the books quickly without needing scratch paper to calculate, and they privately lamented the former genius of the mathematics department is really gone. What can he learn by flipping through books so quickly? Instead of wasting time here, he might as well go back and pursue his ex-girlfriend. Oh, perhaps he could win her back. Zhou Gang was oblivious to their thoughts. He was now completely immersed in the ocean of mathematics. Those formulas and algorithms that once seemed obscure and difficult now appeared remarkably simple, as if some algorithms could even be simplified further. It wasn't until his foot was nudged by a mop that he emerged from the sea of mathematics. Pulling out his phone to check the time, it was already past 7 in the morning, and the cleaning staff had arrived. In the office building of the mathematical annual, people were quietly working at their desks with only the occasional sound of keyboard typing and spoons clinking against cups breaking the silence. As a junior editor who had been on the job for a year, Polly Angus could only review the most basic submissions which were sent in by university students and amateur math enthusiasts from around the world. The quality, needless to say, was mostly garbage in his eyes. However, he had to review them. Some submissions from university students were not as exaggerated. What he dreaded most were the submissions from amateur math enthusiasts who claimed to have solved one of the Millennium Prize problems and insisted that he take a good look at their proofs, urging him not to be ungrateful. This was quite frustrating. He usually took the opportunity to discreetly toss them into the trash bin when his colleague. Today was no different. He brewed a cup of instant coffee, returned to his desk, and began his day's work glancing at the stack of garbage submissions that had arrived. He opened the first submission to take a look, but for the subsequent ones, he simply skimmed the titles and discarded them into the trash bin, like this one titled Proof of the Hodge Conjecture sent by an amateur math enthusiast from a certain country. Such submissions did not even warrant a glance. The proofs were riddled with flaws and were certainly worthless. They could be tossed directly into the trash bin. However, when he saw that the next submission was from a student at Qingbei University in the Dragon Nation, his interest was slightly piqued. Although Qingbei University ranked lower than his alma mater Princeton University, it was still a world-renowned institution. Students attending here should be relatively rigorous and unlikely to submit a paper full of loopholes. Sipping his instant coffee, he moved the mouse to the title position to check the full title before deciding whether to open it. If it was just an ordinary math paper, that submission would still meet the fate of being tossed into the trash bin. After seeing the full title, he shook his head in disappointment. This student truly had no sense of reality. Submitting a proof for the Riemann hypothesis, a world-class mathematical problem. Did he not fear being ridiculed? He did not stop to think that if a world-class mathematical problem could be proven so casually, what would be the purpose of top mathematicians? not taking his studies seriously and always aiming too high. This was Pola's final evaluation of the student from the Dragon Nation. As he was about to drag this submission into the trash, a rectangular-faced colleague suddenly leaned over, causing him to halt his action. "Hey, Mallory, you're going to give someone a heart attack like that," Polly said. Mallory pulled back his head, sat up straight, and said, "Seriously, Polly, I just saw that you didn't even look at this email, and we're about to throw it in the trash. That's a serious violation of the junior editor's code of conduct. Did I end up dragging it into the trash?" Polly shrugged. "Mallory, I suggest you mind your own business. I've also seen you toss emails into the trash without reading them several times. Don't think you're the only one who reports back to the editor." Mallory paid no heed to Pola's threat because he always acted discreetly, leaving no evidence for Polly to catch him. In fact, Polly had once given him leverage when he recorded a video of Polly tossing an unread submission into the trash. Because of this incident, he was severely reprimanded by the editor. Mallory was unconcerned about such unethical reporting. He was about to be evaluated for a mid-level editor position in a few days. He and Polly arrived together last year, but there was only one slot for the mid-level editor. Only if Polly made more mistakes would he have a better chance of being promoted. "All right, Polly, focus on your work. It's best not to talk during work hours," Mallory said before immersing himself in his tasks, having noticed the editor approaching from somewhere. The small mirror on his desk was one of his proudest creations. He had discovered the editor approaching from afar several times, allowing him to focus entirely on his work and leave the best impression on the editor. Polly shot a fierce glare at Mallory. Mallory was his nemesis, always finding ways to undermine him and making his life difficult. It was clearly he who first tossed the papers into the trash without reviewing them. He had followed Mallory's example by discarding overly poor submissions, but ended up being outmaneuvered by Mallory, which led to his poor impression with the editor. Seeing the editor pass by Mallory, Polly quickly turned to focus on his work. He wanted to be evaluated for the mid-level editor this year. He decided to read through the proof of the Riemann hypothesis with his nose pinched. Opening the submission, he found lines of formulas neatly arranged. The formatting immediately gave him a good impression. It was not like those headache-inducing handwritten submissions that were poorly photographed and uploaded with the writing all over the place, making them nearly unreadable. After reading through several lines of formulas, Polly took a sip of coffee, sat up straight, and his expression grew. He realized that what was written was actually a completely unprecedented proof approach, and most importantly, he had not found any logical flaws so far. Suddenly an idea popped into Pola's mind. Could it be that the Riemann hypothesis had really been proven by this student from the Dragon Nation? Once this thought emerged, it spread like a raging fire across a vast field, quickly engulfing everything impossible to extinguish. As he continued to read line after line, he was completely captivated by this exquisite proof approach, unconsciously picking up the submission paper he had received when he first started working through the calculations as if he had returned to his days of diligent study at Princeton University. After completing the last line of calculations, he let out a long sigh of relief. He reached for the now cold coffee with his trembling right hand and drank it in one go, the bittersweet taste bringing his thoughts back to the real world. The Riemann hypothesis, which has troubled the mathematical community for over 100 years, has been proven. Yes, it has truly been proven. This sentence suddenly flashed through his mind, prompting him to do something. He shouldn't just sit there foolishly. Yes, I should print out those adorable proof processes using that printer beside me that I've never used and deliver them to the editor's office so he can publish the proof in the mathematical annual, causing a seismic shift in the mathematical community. With this thought, Polly hurriedly pressed the start button on the printer, but it showed no response. The printer had failed him at such a critical moment, refusing to print out the shocking document for the mathematical community. This left Polly quite frustrated, and he could only violate regulations and directly email the editor. The normal workflow should involve sending this manuscript to a mid-level editor who would review it before forwarding it to a senior editor. Only after the senior editor's review would it be sent to the chief editor's inbox. Many of the senior editors working for the Mathematics Annual are renowned mathematicians, often juggling multiple roles. Thus, for a manuscript to reach the chief editor, it will be a lengthy journey. Of course, true big shots do not go through all this trouble. They simply send their manuscripts directly to the chief editor's inbox. Only the obscure math enthusiasts and university students must endure the layers of review. Boley could not afford to wait that long. This manuscript not only concerned his future, but also the entire mathematics community and even the world. After sending the email, he made himself a cup of instant coffee. After taking a sip to invigorate himself, he glanced at the time on his computer. It was 5:20 p.m., and he inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad." The chief editor was supposed to leave his office promptly at 5:30 p.m., briefcase in hand, riding his bicycle home. This meant that he had at most 10 minutes to report his work. Boley hurriedly dashed towards the chief editor's office. In his haste, he accidentally knocked over a cup on the desk, with his tie spilling coffee everywhere. His colleague Mallory shook his head upon witnessing this. Mallory had grown accustomed to Bully's clumsy behavior at work. Last time Bully had rushed into the office area while running late and nearly knocked over the chief editor. Bully naturally noticed the spilled coffee, but he could not afford to care about that now. He only wanted to rush into the chief editor's office to share this good news. The chief editor's office was the innermost room. In less than 10 seconds he reached the door, turned the doorknob, and pushed the door open. An old man with a thinning head sat behind the desk calculating something on a piece of manuscript. Muttering to himself, he was startled by Bully's sudden entrance, his expression changing dramatically as he shouted, "Can't you knock gently and wait for my permission to enter? You've completely disrupted my train of thought." "Oh, I'm going crazy." After saying this, the old man slumped in his chair. "Sorry, Mr. Maki," Bully said as he approached the desk. "I wanted to share some good news with you." Maki shook his head, looking at the young man who had disrupted his thoughts, and with restrained anger, said, "You need to step out and knock first. After I give my consent, you can come in. Do you understand?" He ended with a shout. "Understood." Bully obediently exited the office, closed the door, and gently knocked 3 times. Upon hearing "come in" from inside, he pushed the door open and closed it behind him. Maki crossed his arms, frowning as he said, "What is it that you rushed in to tell me? It's 5:05 p.m., and you have 5 minutes. I discovered a manuscript from Qingbei University of the Dragon Nation." Maki interrupted Bully, saying, "You don't have much time. Can you get straight to the point?" "All right, Mr. Maki, this manuscript proves the Riemann hypothesis. I cannot find any logical flaws in it. I believe this student from the Dragon Nation has indeed proven the Riemann hypothesis, and it has already been sent to your inbox." Bully spoke rapidly this time. Maki shook his head again and asked, "Has it passed the review of the mid-level and senior editors?" "No." Bully lowered his head, pausing for a moment before saying, "I know I violated the work regulations, but I swear to God that this manuscript truly proves the Riemann hypothesis." "All right." Bully Maki raised his wrist to check the time on his watch. "For the sake of God, I will make time to review this manuscript, and I forgive your behavior today. I hope you will adhere to the work regulations and work hard in the future." Seeing Maki standing up to tidy his things to leave for home, Bully hurriedly responded, "I will work hard. Please take a look at it soon. This manuscript will shock the mathematics community. Don't disturb me anymore. I almost forgot to take this manuscript with me." Maki pointed to the piece of paper on the desk where he had been calculating. "All right." Bully quickly pushed open the office door and stepped out. Just as he returned to his workstation, Mallory's long rectangular face leaned in. "I passed by earlier and heard you got scolded by the chief editor. What happened?" Bully looked at Mallory's gleeful face, feeling anger rise within him. He didn't want to engage with him at all, and picked up a tissue to clean up the spilled coffee. However, Mallory was not about to let him off the hook, and continued, "I think I heard you violated the work regulations," which made the chief editor furious. "The chief editor is about to leave for the day," Bully said only once, and Mallory immediately withdrew his head, pretending to work seriously. The chief editor's route home always passed by his workstation, and he did not want to leave a bad impression like Bully. He needed to ensure that his performance was flawless whenever the chief editor was near. The day after the manuscript was sent to the mathematics annual, Zhou Gang found himself in a dilemma. Did he really want to claim this proof as his own? This was a significant issue. Although he had spent $1 million to obtain this proof, it was not his genuine talent. If everyone believed he had proven the Riemann hypothesis, he would receive the Fields Medal along with various honors and benefits, but there would always be a knot in his heart. That would be quite distressing. For the past few days amidst his studies, this question constantly plagued his mind. Should he reveal the truth and openly admit that he had drawn this proof from a lottery machine for $1 million? If he spoke out, everything would no longer concern him. If he remained silent, he would have to live his life burdened by a massive lie. In contrast to Zhou Gang, Ning Yuan was quite carefree. His shop had been making a fortune these past few days. As soon as he opened it was packed with customers, leaving Huang Mao exhausted. Ning Yuan had made several oil-stuffed kidneys for Huang Mao to help him recover. Yichun was similarly busy. His holographic cinema had become famous throughout the Dragon Nation. Many renowned directors would seek him out immediately after finishing a film, hoping to have their movies screened in his holographic cinema as quickly as possible. Moreover, people from Hollywood and a certain world power had come to discuss collaborations. Yichun also recruited a reliable professional manager from his company to help him manage the cinema, allowing him to become a hands-off manager. His first task each day was to visit Ning Yuan's shop and see if there were any new offerings. 2 days is a short time, but for Polly it felt like an eternity. He was tormented, constantly wondering if the editor-in-chief had read that email. As the day was drawing to a close, there was still no response. Several times he thought about barging into the office to question the editor-in-chief about why the email hadn't been read, but recalling that cold, stern face, he ultimately restrained himself. In the afternoon at 5:30 p.m. Ma Chi stepped out of the office with his briefcase, which he had used for decades. As he walked by Mallory's desk, he noticed the young man diligently at work, and he nodded in satisfaction. He stole another glance at Polly, who was sitting beside Mallory. The impulsive young man was propping his chin up with his left hand lost in thought. Ma Qi shook his head. He already had a candidate in mind for the upcoming intermediate editor selection. It certainly wouldn't be the careless Polly. When Polly finally emerged from his thoughts about whether the editor-in-chief had read the email, he only saw Ma Qi's back as he walked through the door. A mountain bike was parked outside the mathematics yearbook building. It was Ma Qi's mode of transport. He didn't want to end up like those frail mathematicians in their later years relying on a wheelchair to go out every day. So he switched to a bicycle riding home daily as a form of exercise. The journey wasn't far. It took only half an hour to get from his home to work. Upon returning home, the first thing he did was brew himself a strong cup of coffee using the coffee machine on the bar. He sat on the sofa slowly, sipping his coffee, which also served as a moment of relaxation before preparing dinner. Since his wife's passing a decade ago, this routine had become his way of life. He disliked change and greatly enjoyed his monotonous existence as it aided his contemplation of mathematics. Tonight's dinner consisted of a salad, half a steak, and some mashed potatoes. The ingredients, mostly semi-finished products purchased from the supermarket, required only minimal preparation to create a delicious meal. After dinner, Ma Qi brewed another cup of strong coffee, took out his Apple laptop, laid it across his lap, reclined on the sofa with a cushion behind him, and began reviewing some submissions sent to his email. This had been his working habit for many years. During the day, he handled various tasks for the mathematics yearbook in the office, and this was usually not the best time to review submissions as interruptions would disrupt his train of thought. Something he found extremely undesirable. For instance, there was that reckless young man who barged into the office without knocking just a couple of days ago. By the time he got home to handle some submissions, it was very quiet, allowing him to focus entirely on the mathematical papers and select the good ones to submit to the math department. The only change was that the cup of strong coffee he used to have prepared by his wife was now brewed by himself. Taking a sip of his strong coffee, Ma Qi opened the first email, which contained a mathematical paper on topology. Although the idea was decent, such a plain academic paper could never be published in the mathematics yearbook. The email trash bin was its final destination. He opened a few more emails, but the same was true. These academic papers simply did not qualify for publication in the mathematics yearbook. In the end, one email caught his attention not because of its content, but due to the title, Proof of the Riemann Hypothesis. This immediately reminded him of Polly, who had interrupted his train of thought. Ma Qi shook his head and took a sip of coffee from the small table beside him, preparing to toss the email directly into the trash. He had seen too many emails like this. Many senior editors had sworn to him that someone had solved a century-old problem, but after thorough examination, it was still riddled with flaws. These century-old problems were not so easily solved. If they were, they wouldn't have plagued the mathematical community for over a century. Just as he was about to drag the email to the trash bin, the face of a young man flashed in his mind, accompanied by a line, "I swear to God, this manuscript really proves the Riemann hypothesis." The next scene was him advising this young man to strictly adhere to work regulations and work diligently. As the image in his mind came to an end, Ma Qi abandoned his intention of discarding the email and felt a deep sense of shame for such an action, especially after he had just criticized that young man with the work regulations a few days ago. Now he was about to make the same mistake, which was unforgivable. With a heart filled with guilt, Ma Qi opened the email, deciding that even if the content was utterly rubbish, he would read it through before tossing it into the trash. The formatting is good, at least it doesn't look messy, was his first impression. As he read a few lines of formulas, his expression turned serious. Adjusting his posture, he began to read closely. This academic paper on the Riemann hypothesis contained an unprecedented algorithmic approach unlike any he had seen in his lifetime of studying mathematics and reviewing numerous papers on the Riemann hypothesis, which were all quite similar. This one was different. Its ideas were incredibly novel, something he had never encountered before. Could it really prove the Riemann hypothesis? Once this thought crossed his mind, it was impossible to shake off. The subsequent content did not disappoint him. Based on the ideas and algorithms presented, it indeed proved the Riemann hypothesis, and the logic was exceedingly rigorous. He could find not a single flaw. Ma Qi prepared to take a sip of coffee to refresh himself for another read, only to find that the coffee had gone cold. Glancing at the time on his computer, he realized it was already past 6 a.m. He had unknowingly read all night. He placed the laptop on the small table, shifted his somewhat numb and sore legs, got off the sofa, and headed to the kitchen to toast a few slices of bread and a sausage. After hastily eating breakfast, Ma Qi made an exception and took a taxi to the mathematics yearbook building. Upon arriving, he remembered that the young man started work at 9 a.m. So, he could only go to his office first, open his computer, and review that proof again. As soon as it hit 9 a.m., Ma Qi dashed out of his office through the corridor and to Paula's desk. However, Polly was not there. The desk was empty. Mallory saw the editor-in-chief hurriedly walk to Paula's desk, glanced at the time on the computer, 9:01 a.m. Clearly Polly was late, and he chuckled to himself. This time, the intermediate editor selection is definitely mine, huh? What time does he usually come in? Machi decided to ask Mallory, who sat next to Polly. If Polly didn't show up within an hour, he would head to the math department first. Hearing the editor-in-chief ask about Polly's arrival time, Mallory was even happier. Clearly the editor-in-chief was going to reprimand Polly for being late. He quickly replied, Polly is often late, but usually not more than 10 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, Polly rushed to his desk panting. Polly, you're late again. Editor-in-chief wants to see you, Mallory said reproachfully, as if he were Polly's direct superior. Polly was only a few minutes late. Mallory, you should be sitting quietly at your desk and focusing on your work, the editor-in-chief remarked, leaving Mallory utterly bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to reprimand Polly for tardiness? How had the focus shifted to him instead? Mallory pointed discreetly at Polly and murmured, but it's him who's late. How? Before he could finish, the editor-in-chief cut in, sit at your desk. Work quietly. Understood. Understood, Mallory sighed, nodding reluctantly. He feigned diligence, but his eyes kept flicking toward Polly, and his ears strained to catch every word of the editor-in-chief's conversation with him. He needed to know why the man who had always championed him had suddenly turned so uncharacteristically warm toward Polly. He'd always loathed lateness. Yet today Polly had strolled in late right under his nose, and not a single rebuke followed. What came next left him utterly stunned. Polly, have you been overworking lately? Is that why you're sleep-deprived? I'll allow you to arrive 1 hour later each day, the editor-in-chief said with a warm smile. No, please. I really don't need that. Polly waved his hand dismissively. Mr. March, the reason I was late today. Before he could continue, the editor-in-chief interjected cheerfully. It's quite all right, Polly. You may be late more often now. I mean, in just a few days you'll be promoted to senior editor. There'll be no need to adhere strictly to schedule. Hearing the promotion confirmed, Polly immediately realized the editor-in-chief must have read his email and beamed. Mr. March, you found no flaws in that proof, did you? None at all, Polly. Your immediate task is to contact that university student without delay. Mine is to head to the Department of Mathematics to confront those rigid, old-fashioned scholars. With that, the editor-in-chief strode briskly out of the Annals of Mathematics building. Mallory felt his mind unraveling. When he heard the editor-in-chief declare Polly's imminent promotion to senior editor, he nearly leapt up to demand, Why am I with my consistent excellence passed over, while Polly, who dares to arrive late under your very gaze, is elevated? Though the thought raged within him, he dared not speak it aloud. The moment the editor-in-chief vanished, Mallory lunged toward Polly and snarled through clenched teeth, What email did you show him? Why should I tell you? Polly retorted. I challenge you to a duel. Mallory roared. His composure. Colleagues nearby turned their heads at Mallory's outburst. Are you still living in the Middle Ages? Mallory, I urge you to calm down. I have urgent work to attend to and no time for. Before Polly could finish, Mallory shot to his feet, dashed over, and seized him by the throat, shouting, I'll strangle you. Oh my heavens. Good Lord. Mallory, have you lost your mind? Stop him. Call the police. Colleagues rushed to Polly's desk and wrestled Mallory off him. I challenge you to a duel. I'll strangle you. Mallory shrieked, thrashing wildly, consumed entirely. Polly rubbed his sore throat, then quickly pulled out his phone to dial emergency services. Mallory had genuinely tried to kill him. Within minutes, 2 police units stormed into the Annals of Mathematics building, the first summoned by colleagues, the second by Polly himself. After assessing the situation, officers escorted Mallory into a patrol car. A colleague suggested Polly seek medical attention, half joking that Mallory might have rabies, and that infection would be disastrous. Polly politely declined. Mallory wasn't afflicted with rabies. He was poisoned by envy, unable to bear seeing someone his equal surge suddenly ahead. Besides, Polly now bore a far more pressing mission, urgently contacting that brilliant mathematics student from Qingbei University in the Dragon Nation. Securing such a prodigy for Princeton University would be a monumental achievement, one that could well pave his path to senior editorship. Alas, he'd already sent his reply email before Mallory's outburst, and still no response. With no choice but to wait, he reasoned the genius might be immersed in another profound mathematical inquiry, perhaps too absorbed to check his inbox. Once free, he surely would reply. Clutching that anxious hope, Polly opened several unsolicited submissions from amateur mathematicians. A glance was enough, predictably utter drivel. For the entire morning, Polly paced like a creature trapped on scorching iron, tortured by impatience. Though he knew the student was likely deep in research, he couldn't resist checking his inbox every few minutes, clinging to the slimmest chance of a reply. Meanwhile, Editor-in-Chief March arrived at Princeton's Department of Mathematics brimming with exhilaration, only to be met with icy indifference. Those eccentric, uncompromising mathematicians refused to receive him. Some were lecturing students and claimed no time to review a purported proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Others flatly refused to meet him. When March announced someone had solved the Riemann hypothesis, and that he carried the full proof, the scholar scoffed, "Each year I encounter arrogant amateurs who claim to have cracked century-old enigmas. when he'd once indulged such a claim, only to find a steaming pile of nonsense. He'd vowed never again to waste breath on hubris. March stood outside the office desperate to explain, yet the mathematician inside wouldn't grant him even a moment, roaring for him to leave and stop disrupting his research. At that instant March finally understood, viscerally, how Polly must have felt bursting into his office waving that email and swearing before heaven to hold irrefutable truth, yet face universal disbelief. That truly was agony. Princeton's Department of Mathematics occupied a freestanding square-shaped building at the university's heart. Its central courtyard a vast green lawn where generations of luminaries had reclined pondering arcane mathematical truths. Legend held that the great mathematician John von Neumann first laid the mathematical foundations of early quantum mechanics while lying upon that very lawn. March approached several more scholars, each time rebuffed without exception. Even naming his position as editor-in-chief of the Annals of Mathematics made no difference. To these scholars titles meant nothing, only mathematics mattered. Defeated, March resolved on bolder measures. Stepping onto the courtyard, he raised his voice. Someone has proven the Riemann hypothesis, a university student from the Dragon Nation. I hold the complete proof. I swear before heaven one of humanity's greatest unsolved problems has fallen. The outcry was immediate. A bucket of cold water splashed down from the left wing accompanied by a furious roar, "Get out. You've shattered my train of thought. You've destroyed inspiration I fought years to reclaim. I'm losing my mind." Maki deftly dodged a bucket of cold water that fell from the sky, ignoring the anger of the crowd, and continued to shout, "The Riemann hypothesis has indeed been proven. You pitiful creatures who only know how to hide in your lairs, come out and take a look. The world has changed. A university student from the Dragon Nation has solved a problem that has plagued the mathematical community for over a century, while you all just hide in your offices. Shut your foul mouth." A window in the building to the right was pushed open, and an elderly man with a messy hairstyle shouted, "I'll go down to check. Stop disturbing everyone's work." "Dean Walker, I am Maki. I saw you at the graduation ceremony," Maki exclaimed happily. Walker closed the window and hurried downstairs. He truly had no impression of Maki. He had worked in the mathematics department for many years and many students had graduated from here. How could he remember who Maki was? He just hoped to go down, tear up the worthless proof in his hand, and throw it into the trash bin. Then he would drive this madman Maki away from the mathematics department and restore its former tranquility. Seeing Dean Walker close the window, Maki quickly ran to the entrance of the building on the right to wait for him. Dean Walker was a true top mathematician and a member of the International Mathematical Union. He had heard of Dean Walker's great name during his studies in the mathematics department. He had only met him very rarely, the only two occasions being at the opening ceremony and graduation ceremony. At other times Dean Walker was the kind of person who was elusive. He never expected that this time he would put everything on the line and shout loudly to summon Dean Walker. It was truly a stroke of luck. About a minute later, Walker with his messy hair hurriedly charged out of the building, but he did not notice the shouting Maki. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a balding young man suddenly sprang out beside him. "Dean Walker, hello, my name is Maki, the editor of the mathematics yearbook." Maki quickly introduced himself as soon as he saw Walker come out. "Maki, I hope you can appear from the front next time instead of suddenly jumping out from the side and giving me a fright. I don't want to play hide and seek like a child," Walker said helplessly. "All right, Dean Walker," Maki replied, equally helpless. He felt it was unfair. Clearly it was the dean who only looked ahead and not to the side, yet he was blamed for not appearing from the front. However, now was not the time to dwell on these issues. He took out the printed proof of the Riemann hypothesis from his document folder and solemnly handed it to Walker, saying, "Dean Walker, I swear to God the Riemann hypothesis has been proven." Walker shook his head, took the proof, and said, "Well, for God's sake, I will make time to look at it." Maki felt a mix of emotions upon hearing that he would make time. Was this a reenactment of a scene? He had told Polly the same thing. Making time to look actually meant not wanting to look. If it weren't for his professional ethics at that time, he would have definitely missed this proof. He couldn't imagine how he would feel if he overlooked such an important manuscript in his career. It would surely be a lifelong regret. Thinking of this, Maki hurriedly said, "Dean Walker, if you casually throw it into the trash bin you will regret it for a..." Seeing how serious Maki was, Walker paid a bit more attention to the proof and said, "I will finish looking at it as soon as possible and reply to you via the mathematics yearbook's email." "Can't you look at it right now?" Maki asked again. Walker finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said with a dark face, "You don't need to tell me what I should do right now. I just want you to know in advance that the Riemann hypothesis has indeed been proven, and the process is incredibly exciting. I spent all night looking at it yesterday and found no logical flaws. I once studied here, and you should trust your students. They rarely make mistakes," Maki said in one breath, disregarding Walker's increasingly dark expression. "Okay, Walker shook his head helplessly. I will reply to you today. Oh, please go back to your office and work. Alright, I hope you will be the fourth person to know that the Riemann hypothesis has been proven, Maki said disappointedly as he left. He really couldn't understand what these eccentric mathematicians were thinking. Oh, why couldn't they spare a few minutes to take a look at the proof in front of him? They were far too arrogant, completely unwilling to listen to others, and only believing that they were right. Walker returned to the corridor and looked at the stack of manuscripts in his hand, preparing to throw them into the trash bin. Suddenly, the somewhat dejected silhouette of Maki popped into his mind, causing him to stop his actions, take the stack of manuscripts back to his office, and casually toss them onto the somewhat cluttered desk. He planned to take a glance at them in the last 10 minutes before the end of the day, and then reply to Maki. He still appreciated Maki's work attitude, which was serious and meticulous though somewhat stubborn. He had encountered the Riemann hypothesis and studied it for several years. It was too difficult. Every time he thought he had proven the Riemann hypothesis, he would show his paper to others. As a result, he was criticized to no end, making him deeply feel that perhaps only God knew how to prove the Riemann hypothesis. Now, when told that someone had proven the Riemann hypothesis, and it was a university student from the Dragon Nation, it was simply impossible. Due to historical reasons, the Dragon Nation had been in a state of decline in modern times, with very few mathematicians emerging. Although the Dragon Nation had become strong again, most of their trained students were merely exam machines, always ranking first in every exam. They lacked innovation, were inflexible in thinking, and could only recite textbooks. How could they possibly prove the Riemann hypothesis? The fact that he could spare 10 minutes before work to look at it was purely a support for Maki's work. Maki rode his mountain bike through the streets, watching the passers-by, and the white doves fluttering in the square, feeling somewhat better. Suddenly, he felt like Copernicus, who held on to the truth, while those rigid mathematicians were akin to the churchmen of the past. They stubbornly held their views, always hiding within the false constructs they created, allowing nothing from the outside world to enter their thinking. After crossing several streets, he heard someone playing guitar and softly humming a song by the wall. Maki stopped to listen for a while. It was a song about pursuing the truth, almost as if it were sung just for him. He took out $20 from his wallet and placed it in the small box in front of the young singer. The singer smiled at him and sang even more passionately, and Maki began to hum along. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. It felt as though he had returned to his youth. As the song ended, he waved goodbye to the singer and rode back to the mathematics yearbook. Bolli saw the editor-in-chief returning and quickly walked over to ask, "How was it?" Those mathematicians must have been shocked, right? Maki didn't want to bring up those rigid mathematicians any longer, so he changed the topic and asked, "Have you been in touch with the university student from the Dragon Nation?" "No," Bolli shook his head. "I haven't received a reply yet." "Keep trying until you hear back," Maki said before quickly walking into the office. Bolli wanted to ask about the situation, but noticed that the editor-in-chief seemed off, so he dared not press further. He returned to his workstation and sent another email to Zhou Gang. At that moment, Zhou Gang was in the library, captivated by a calculus textbook. He felt as though he had opened up. Now when he looked at any knowledge related to mathematics, his mind was exceptionally clear. After reading, he could grasp the concepts therein. With a bit more review, he could master them completely. This obsession with learning had caused him to forget all about submitting his work. After Maki returned to the office, he slumped in his chair for a moment before starting to pace around. Walker said he would reply today, but he didn't know at what time. This long wait was excruciating. As time passed, Maki kept checking the clock on the wall while pacing in the office. By 5 p.m., could it be that Dean Walker threw that proof into the trash? Or did he forget? Or perhaps they were still discussing it and hadn't had a chance to respond. Various thoughts raced through Maki's mind. He felt like his head was about to explode, driving him to madness. Walker nearly forgot about that proof. He finished his work quickly, and around 4 p.m., made himself a cup of tea while pulling out a sheet of paper to start researching another century-old problem, the Goldbach conjecture. Recently, he had become enamored with tea from the Dragon Nation. This water brewed from leaves surprisingly had an incredible fragrance, making him feel as if he were intimately connecting with nature, and it also sharpened his mind. Studying the Goldbach conjecture had become his routine. After finishing work, he would brew himself a cup of coffee. Now he switched to tea, pulled out a fresh sheet of paper, and began calculating until the end of his shift. Today his calculations ended in failure once again. Looking at the watch on his wrist, it was already 5:20 p.m. It was time to tidy up the office and leave. This had been his habit for many years. He would clean his office 10 minutes before leaving to keep it neat and tidy. Coming to work the next day, this would improve his mood. As he cleaned his desk and saw a stack of papers, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't replied to Maki yet. Checking the time, it was already 5:05 p.m. With only 5 minutes left, he decided to act quickly. He would read this garbage proof in 1 minute, reply to Maki in 2 minutes, and use the remaining 2 minutes to finish cleaning his desk and get ready to leave. As he opened the garbage proof, he involuntarily began to tremble upon finishing the first page. Then came the second page, the third page, and the fourth. Until the last page. After reading, he let out a long breath. The proof was so brilliant and exquisite that he dared not breathe loudly throughout the process, fearing that his breath would disrupt his train of thought and make him miss this marvelous algorithm. The Riemann conjecture has finally been proven. I have witnessed history, I have witnessed history. Walker murmured, not expecting to witness a mathematical problem that had troubled the field for over a century being solved in his lifetime. This held immense significance for someone like him who had dedicated a lifetime to the study of mathematics. Suddenly a question popped into his mind. Maki mentioned that the Riemann conjecture was proven by a university student from the Dragon Nation. Which university did the student attend, and what was his name? He had to invite this true genius to the World Mathematical Sanctuary Princeton. Only here could his talents be fully realized. Thinking of this, Walker quickly returned to his desk and hurriedly sent an email to Maki. After sending it, he patted his head and muttered to himself, "Because of your pride you won't get what you want today." At that moment the time on the computer showed 1 a.m. He had been reading that proof in the office for several hours. By this time Maki must be asleep. He would have to wait until tomorrow to find out the answer. As Walker was about to shut down the computer preparing to visit the mathematics annual publication in person the next day, he surprisingly received a reply to his email. It was a phone number. Evidently Maki was preparing to communicate with him by phone, which was just what he wanted. He took out his phone and dialed the number. The other party answered immediately. "Dean Walker, congratulations on witnessing history," a slightly tired voice came through. "Maki, I apologize for what happened before. I was indeed too proud, which almost led me to make an unforgivable mistake," Walker said sincerely. "It's all right, Dean Walker. I hope you can approve the publication of that proof in the mathematics annual publication, so I won't have to report to the board and waste too much time," Maki replied calmly. "All right, Maki. You all did great. I will speak to them. It would be best if a batch of annuals containing the proof of the Riemann conjecture could be published by tomorrow. You know this is vital for the mathematics community," Walker said. "Okay, Dean Walker. I will arrange that now." "Then I will." Walker hurriedly asked, "What is the name of that university student from the Dragon Nation? Which university does he attend? Can we contact him?" According to the information in the submitted email, his name is Zhou Gang, and he is studying at Qingbei University in the Dragon Nation. "Unfortunately, we still haven't been able to reach him," Maki sighed. "I will contact Qingbei University officially." "You can go ahead and get busy," Walker said before hanging up the phone. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. The reason Maki was able to reply to Walker's email so quickly was that he hadn't gone home. He had stayed in the office until midnight waiting for Walker's email. The printing of the proof of the Riemann conjecture actually started after 5:30 p.m. First, he sent an email to the board of the mathematics annual publication, not caring whether they saw it or not, and then he called the cooperating printing house, sending them the arranged layout for printing. He was a bit worried about printing without approval, but he simply couldn't wait. This proof that shocked the mathematics community and the world needed to be sent out as soon as possible, or he would go crazy. But now it was fine. Walker knew, and with Walker's backing there were no more hidden dangers. The building of the mathematics department at Princeton University was unusually lit up all night, while students and teachers from other majors complained about what kind of nonsense this group of mathematicians was up to. Why are the lights on so late at night? Don't they know that energy conservation and environmental protection are being... That night Walker called all the mathematicians he knew over, and when he solemnly presented the proof, he became the most dazzling figure in the room, instantly overwhelmed by the mathematicians. As expected, all the mathematicians were stunned by the ideas and algorithms in this proof, leaving them bewildered. Walker felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart as he watched these mathematicians who usually walked around with their noses in the air be completely taken aback. The next day, the Mathematics Annual unexpectedly announced that the Riemann hypothesis had been proven, and the proof was printed in the latest issue of the journal. The mathematical community, which had been calm for a long time, was suddenly shaken, as if a large stone had been thrown into a smooth mirror-like lake, startling the fish within. The tens of thousands of copies of the journal printed overnight were instantly sold out. Mathematicians and amateur math enthusiasts from all over the world, as well as universities and research institutions, were contacting the Mathematics Annual hoping they would send this issue over quickly. Maki had now become a hot figure, receiving phone calls from leaders of the Mathematics Annual congratulating him on discovering such an important manuscript and witnessing a significant moment in the history of mathematics, while also revealing that he was likely to be promoted to director next year. This made him feel as if he were walking on air. After years of struggling at the Mathematics Annual, he finally had results. He had worked there since graduating, and after decades he was finally being promoted to director. Bowley was promoted to intermediate editor amid the congratulations of his colleagues, becoming the fastest promoted junior editor in the Mathematics Annual, achieving his promotion in less than a year. When his colleagues learned that the proof of the Riemann hypothesis had come from Bowley's email, they all marveled at could he possibly know God? Why does all the good fortune seem to fall on him? Mallory looked at Bully's smug expression, gritting his teeth in anger, wanting to tear that face apart. Ever since he had clashed with Bully, his colleagues had avoided him, and even the editor-in-chief no longer passed by him on the way out. Instead, they took a detour past Bully. All of this was caused by Bully, who now seemed to have struck it lucky by being promoted to intermediate editor. He was unwilling to accept it. Being promoted to intermediate editor meant having his own office. As Bully packed up his things and was about to leave, he suddenly felt something behind him. Turning around, he saw Mallory glaring at him with red eyes. Mallory, work hard. Leaving behind this remark, Bully walked towards his office with a box in his arms. Mallory clenched his fists, his face reddening with anger, his teeth grinding. Just as he was about to explode, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice whispered in his ear, "Mallory, why are you staring at Bully?" "I was trying to help Bully." The editor-in-chief's voice felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Mallory, instantly calming him down. Maki nodded and pointed to a flower pot in the corner, saying, "Very well, colleagues should help each other. You take that flower pot and help Bully move it to his office." "Okay, editor-in-chief." Mallory feigned enthusiasm as he moved the flower pot into Bully's office, then returned to his desk to start working earnestly. He vowed that one day he would rise and trample Bully and Maki underfoot. The news of the Riemann hypothesis being proven quickly spread to the Dragon Nation. Huang Mao rushed over with his phone to ask Ning Yuan, "Ninggu, what is this Riemann hypothesis? Why is everyone talking about the Riemann hypothesis? What did he actually guess?" Ning Yuan replied while eating a steamed bun, "I told you to read more books, but you insisted on raising pigs. The Riemann hypothesis is a math problem, not something to guess." "A math problem? I hate math the most," Huang Mao said, stuffing a bun into his mouth and speaking indistinctly. "I never passed math in school." "Ninggu, it seems you're very good at math." "Of course. I won first place in the math competition at our school," Ning Yuan boasted. "Then tell me about the Riemann hypothesis." Yiya barged into the shop. "Why are you here again?" Ning Yuan said helplessly. Yiya unceremoniously grabbed a bun from the counter, eating while saying, "What do you mean again? I'm a customer, and customers are gods, you know. Gods don't seem to eat buns." Huang Mao interjected. "Looking for a fight?" Yiya raised her hand about to hit Huang Mao. Huang Mao dodged while shouting, "Ninggu, you should manage her well, she's about to hit someone again." Ning Yuan stood by watching the drama unfold. "Ninggu, you're not being righteous." "Oh." Huang Mao was pinched on the arm by Yiya. "Will you dare to talk back in the future?" Yiya asked. Huang Mao rubbed his arm and replied, I won't. "You're so violent, who would dare to marry you in the future?" Ning Yuan commented from the side. "There are people lining up to pursue me, you don't need to worry about that. I came here today to invite you to my house for dinner." Yiya said, her face slightly reddening. "Dinner?" Ning Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on? Is your family looking for a son-in-law?" "Nonsense. My dad said he wanted to thank you for that bottle of medicine," Yiya said, blushing. "This?" Ning Yuan pondered for a moment. "All right, take a day off today. Huang Mao, you also have a day off today, go out and have some fun." "Sure thing, Ninggu," Huang Mao said excitedly. A few minutes later, outside the high-tech shop stood many customers who had been kicked out. Ning Yuan sped away in Yiya's car, and Huang Mao went off to have fun, leaving the customers confused in the wind. In an office in the mathematics department of Qingbei University, Zhang Jitong sipped wolfberry tea from a thermos while reading the newspaper. Recently, the trade war initiated by a certain Western nation against the Dragon Nation was the news he was particularly concerned about. In recent years, as the Dragon Nation has continued to develop and grow stronger, the certain Western nation has viewed it as a thorn in their side, exerting pressure on the Dragon Nation in various fields. Now they have initiated another trade war, which is truly despicable. Just as he was engrossed in reading, the office door was suddenly pushed open and a man around 40 with a receding hairline rushed in holding a magazine. Zhang Jitong looked up helplessly and said, "Old Zhao, you're going to give me a heart attack one day." "What's his name? How come I haven't heard a word about it?" Zhang Jitong asked while pinching himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Zhao Jiangwo shook his head and said, "You're so absorbed in your books that you're oblivious to everything outside. Nearly a complete bookworm. This student is named Zhou Gang from your department of mathematics. Does the name ring a bell?" "Zhou Gang?" Zhang Jitong murmured after a moment's reflection. "Yes, there is a student named Zhou Gang in the department of mathematics. His earlier academic performance was outstanding. I'd even considered accepting him as my graduate research assistant. But then he broke up with his girlfriend, fell into despair, and his grades plummeted. I even visited him personally to offer counsel, yet it yielded no effect." At that moment, Zhang Jitong suddenly recalled something. He sprang up, snatched the journal from Zhao Jiangwo's hands and complained, "Almost forgot because of you. I haven't even read the proof yet." He hurriedly flipped open the Annual Journal of Mathematics and began reading. Within minutes he burst out, "Exquisite. Brilliant." Zhao Jiangwo smiled wryly, picked up Zhang Jitong's treasured tea leaves from the desk, and brewed himself a cup. He knew full well that once Zhang immersed himself in mathematics, nothing could pull him away, and any interruption would only irritate him. Now all he could do was sip his tea and wait. Just as he settled into his chair, the office door burst open again, and a group rushed in led by a middle-aged man in a formal suit. President Luo. Zhao Jiangwo stood to greet him. Ah, you're here too. President Luo offered a distracted greeting to Zhao Jiangwo, then turned his gaze toward Zhang Jitong. Professor Zhang, please pause for a moment. The Annual Journal of Mathematics and Princeton University have officially contacted us announcing that a student named Zhou Gang has proven the Riemann hypothesis. Our internal verification confirms a student by that name exists in the Department of Mathematics. Would like you to join us in meeting this extraordinary young scholar. Can't you handle it yourselves? Zhang Jitong replied impatiently. The intrusion had already shattered his train of thought. Luo Zhe sensed his impatience, but voiced no objection. These senior professors were national treasures of Qingbei University, and their contributions to the Dragon Nation's development were immeasurable. He could only coax, gently, Professor Zhang, wouldn't you wish to meet the genius who solved the Riemann hypothesis? Indeed, we should meet him. Zhang Jitong placed the journal on the desk, noticed half his prized tea was gone, shot Zhao Jiangwo a sharp glance and asked, "Are you certain it's that Zhou Gang from the Department of Mathematics? Let's not risk an embarrassing mix-up. Shall we call him here first for confirmation?" No mistake possible. Luo Zhe took Zhang Jitong's arm and guided him toward the door, saying as they walked, "A mind of this caliber demands our utmost attention. I've already learned Princeton intends to recruit Zhou Gang immediately. If they dare reach their claws across, I'll sever them myself." How many so-called scholars departed on state-funded scholarships and never returned? Zhang Jitong muttered bitterly. Let's set aside such vexing topics. Luo Zhe turned to the group and declared the Quadrennial International Congress of Mathematicians opens in Shangjing 2 days from now, and this year's Fields Medal will undoubtedly be awarded to a scholar of Qingbei University. Nods followed, their pace quickened instinctively. They were eager to meet the prodigy. Zhou Gang had spent recent days immersed in intense study. Today he decided to grant himself a day's rest, sleeping deeply in his dormitory. Relentless study alone yields diminishing returns. True mastery requires balance between diligence and repose. In his dream, he stood upon a grand lecture stage, bathed in thunderous applause from the audience below. Just as he raised his voice to deliver his acceptance speech, a sharp, urgent knocking jolted him awake. The stage vanished. The crowd dissolved. The cheers faded into silence. He opened his eyes to a plain white ceiling. "Student Zhou Gang, please open the door," a familiar voice called from outside. For a moment, he couldn't recall whose voice it was. "Coming." Zhou Gang scrambled out of bed, hastily pulled on clothes, shuffled to the door, twisted the handle, and froze. What on earth was happening? Why were the university president and Professor Zhang standing before him, accompanied by a large entourage? "You must be student Zhou Gang," President Luo said warmly. "Yes, that's me." Zhou Gang nodded, still dazed. "Excellent. May we come in?" Luo asked. Yes, please, come in." Zhou Gang quickly stepped aside and gestured them in. The group entered with cheerful curiosity, glancing around the modest dorm room. "Student Zhou Gang, are there any aspects of your daily life you find unsatisfactory?" President Luo gently pressed the thin mattress. "It feels rather thin. I'll arrange for a thicker one tomorrow. More comfortable and far less likely to cause chills during sleep." No need, President. This is perfectly fine. All my classmates use the same." Zhou Zhang Jitong could bear no more pleasantries. With one swift stride, he closed the distance and demanded, "Did you prove the Riemann hypothesis?" The instant the words left his lips, every gaze locked onto Zhou Gang. Zhou Gang's mind snapped into clarity. It was that proof they'd come for. A wave of hesitation washed over him. The solution wasn't his own invention. Claiming it as such felt deeply unsettling. Yet neither was it wholly alien. He'd paid 1 million coins for it. "Speak up. Was it you who proved the Riemann hypothesis?" Zhang Jitong grew increasingly agitated as Zhou Gang stood frozen silent. "I did submit a proof of the Riemann hypothesis to the Annual Journal of Mathematics. I've been so buried in study these past days, I completely forgot about it." His offhand remark nearly sent the entire group toppling over. How could anyone forget this? Was he truly the fabled god of oblivion? While the others remained stunned, Zhou Gang opened his laptop, logged into his email, and found dozens of unread messages from the Annual Journal of Mathematics. President Luo recovered first and rushed forward. "Don't reply to any of those emails." He had no intention of letting Princeton's recruitment team arrive prematurely. "Absolutely. Ignore them entirely." Zhang Jitong echoed emphatically. "Student Zhou Gang, we'd love for you to walk us through the proof of the Riemann hypothesis." Zhao Jiangwo eagerly seized Zhou Gang's arm and began guiding him toward the door. Zhou Gang longed to say, "I'd really like to sleep a little longer." But reality offered no such luxury. Before he knew it, he was being ushered out of the dormitory, still wearing his slippers, shoes forgotten. Emerging from the dormitory building, they entered the Department of Mathematics teaching complex, where without warning a crimson banner now hung prominently. Congratulations to student Zhou Gang of the Department of Mathematics, solving the century-old enigma, the Riemann hypothesis. Beneath the banner a cluster of students chattered animatedly. So this is genius. Not even graduated. And he's cracked a century-old mystery. This year's Fields Medal already has its rightful heir. May I confess, I'm utterly insignificant. He's proven the Riemann hypothesis. I'm still struggling with calculus I. Li Mingxian and Yang Xian were also in the crowd looking at the names on the banner. Li Mingxian kept praying for one thing: please, let the Zhou Gang up there not be the Zhou Gang he knew. At this moment Yang Xian felt a mix of emotions. Although he was reluctant to believe that Zhou Gang proved the Riemann hypothesis, the fact remained undeniable. As some people gasped, Yang Xian saw Zhou Gang approaching, surrounded by the principal, the vice principal, and professors from the mathematics department. He really proved the century-old problem, Yang Xian thought to himself, suddenly regretting breaking up with Zhou Gang. He had always been obedient to her, unlike Li Mingxuan, who often lost his temper. Li Mingxuan's eyes turned red as he stared at Zhou Gang, refusing to accept it. Why could a bumpkin like Zhou Gang prove the Riemann hypothesis? In terms of family background, he was 1,000 times better than Zhou Gang, who came from a rural area, and academically his achievements far surpassed Zhou Gang's. Zhou Gang noticed the crowd gathering at the entrance of the mathematics building and felt a bit flustered, saying, "Principal Teacher Zhang, I can't teach a class." "It's all right," Luo Zhe waved his hand. "Just speak casually, just share your proof approach." "Yes, don't feel any psychological burden," Zhang Jitong echoed. The students were shocked to see Zhang Jitong's amiable demeanor, their glasses falling off in disbelief. They never expected the strict Professor Zhang would show such gentleness. It was as if the sun was rising from the west. Anyone who had taken Zhang Jitong's advanced mathematics class knew his temper was notoriously bad. Any student who made even the slightest mistake during questioning would be met with harsh scolding, showing no mercy. Over time, the students in the mathematics department privately referred to him as King Yan. Today, King Yan had transformed into a cute little thing in front of Zhou Gang. As Zhou Gang approached the mathematics building, the crowd parted automatically, all eyes focused on him, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable, causing him to lower his head and hurry forward. Li Mingxian mistakenly thought Zhou Gang was ignoring him, becoming even angrier, clenching his fists and turning pale. Yang Xian sighed inwardly at Li Mingxuan's angry demeanor. Passing through the familiar corridor, Zhou Gang was led into the largest classroom in the mathematics department. The classroom was almost filled with people. On the way, Luo Zhe had already instructed someone to inform the students that the proof of the Riemann hypothesis was coming to this classroom. Naturally, the students did not want to miss such a grand occasion and learning opportunity. As soon as Zhou Gang entered the classroom, a deafening cheer erupted. Looking at the sea of people in the classroom, Zhou Gang instantly felt nervous and whispered, "Can we skip this? There are too many people. Can you show a bit of ambition?" Zhang Jitong replied quietly through gritted teeth, feeling frustrated at Zhou Gang's lack of confidence. "All right." Zhou Gang nodded. Luo Zhe also noticed Zhou Gang's legs trembling and understood he was extremely nervous. He gave Zhou Gang a reassuring look, went up to the podium first, and started with some formalities to give Zhou Gang a moment to adjust. "Students, I won't waste any more words. Now let's welcome our protagonist Zhou Gang to the podium to explain the proof of the Riemann hypothesis," Luo Zhe said, secretly breathing a sigh of relief, having been somewhat influenced by Zhou Gang's nervousness. Seeing all eyes on him, Zhou Gang forced himself to appear calm, trudging up to the podium. Just as he reached the principal's side, his foot slipped, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Looking down, he realized it was the sandal's fault. Due to his extreme nervousness, sweat had accumulated on his feet, causing him to slip. His sandals had slid off, leaving him standing barefoot on the podium. The students watching this scene didn't know who couldn't hold it in first, bursting into laughter. Soon the entire classroom erupted in laughter. Zhou Gang hurriedly pulled the sandals back down to his feet, wishing he could find a crack in the floor to hide in. How embarrassing. Directly social death. He would probably have to transfer schools, unable to stay in Qingbei. Luo Zhe, a man who had weathered many storms, stifled his laughter, picked up the microphone, cleared his throat a few times, and said, "Now let's invite student Zhou Gang to explain the proof process." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. Zhou Gang grabbed the microphone, his hand trembling involuntarily, and stammered, "Hello, everyone. Now let me share my thoughts with you." After taking a deep breath, he picked up the chalk and began writing on the blackboard. For some reason, as soon as he wrote the first mathematical symbol, he suddenly became confident and no longer nervous. With each line of formulas he wrote, he would turn back to explain the ideas and algorithms behind them. The students listened intently, and even Zhang Jitong found a place to sit down and began to listen to Zhou Gang's explanation. The obscure and difficult concepts became simplified through Zhou Gang's teaching. The class lasted over 2 hours, and only when Zhou Gang finished writing the last symbol did everyone emerge from the ocean of mathematics. That was the thought process behind the Riemann hypothesis. Isn't it simple? For those interested, feel free to review more after class. Zhou Gang placed the chalk and microphone back on the podium, feeling a sense of rebirth. He had regained his true confidence. Recalling his past self who had been extremely self-conscious, he chuckled softly and walked out of the classroom. Li Mingxian also felt that Zhou Gang had changed, becoming more composed. He had truly found his path and direction in life. And what about himself? Would he continue to live so aimlessly? Li Mingxian asked himself 2 questions, then thought of his initial dreams. When he placed second in the national math competition during high school, he had aspired to become a great mathematician. However, upon entering university, he had become lax, lowering his standards and even forgetting his dreams. Let's break up. I don't want to be distracted anymore. I need to work hard too. Li Mingxian left a sentence for Yang Xian beside him and left the classroom without looking back. Break up, eh? Yang Xian murmured. Actually, I have long wanted to break up with you. Zhou Gang is more suitable for me. After saying this, she also left the classroom. Zhou Gang strolled along the path back to the dormitory, admiring the beautiful scenery around him, wondering how he had never noticed it before. As he was lost in thought, a faint fragrance wafted from behind. Turning around, he saw Yang Xian had followed him. He said nothing and continued walking forward. Do you no longer love me? A soft voice came from behind. Zhou Gang paused for a moment and said, my love for you has ended. I want to start a new life. Please don't come looking for me again. After saying this, he quickened his pace toward the dormitory. Wang Xian angrily stomped her foot, not expecting that Zhou Gang, who had always been so obedient to her, would now be so cold. She shouted, men are all scoundrels, and left in tears. The female classmates who followed Zhou Gang shook their heads, secretly cursing. Vixen, how heartless you were when you dumped Zhou Gang. Now that you regret it, it's too late. The Yi family in the capital city. The once quiet courtyard became lively with the arrival of a single. Yi Hetong looked at the excessively handsome young man in front of him and chuckled. Boss Ning, I didn't expect you to be so strikingly handsome, truly resembling Pan and my foot. Ning Yuan inwardly scoffed, responding, when are we having dinner? Wasn't Yi the one who invited? I want to see what the wealthy eat. He coughed lightly, thinking to himself, this is not how things are usually done. Who comes in and immediately asks when dinner will be served? In the past, whenever those so-called young talents visited the Yi family, they were all very cautious. None behaved like this. Dinner will be served shortly. You won't starve. Yi Chen, knowing what kind of person Ning Yuan was, quickly came out to defuse the situation. Alright, I'll sit over there and wait for dinner. I can't just stand here in the courtyard, even though the scenery is lovely, Ning Yuan remarked. Come inside quickly. Yi Hetong hurriedly beckoned Ning Yuan into the room. Since Ning Yuan's arrival, he felt flustered and was being led around by him, even forgetting the most basic courtesies. Upon entering the room, Ning Yuan discovered it was filled with people. It was a traditional reception hall, just like those seen in period dramas. In the center was a table with chairs on either side. An elderly man with silver hair sat on the right, while the left chair remained empty. There were 2 rows of chairs on either side, all occupied, with only the 2 closest chairs to the table left empty. Upon seeing Ning Yuan enter, everyone turned their eyes towards him. What's going on? The 108 heroes of Liangshan. Ning Yuan asked the crowd. Ha ha, Yi Kaishan laughed, walking up to Ning Yuan and pulling him over. Young friend Ning Yuan, come over and sit. Ning Yuan sat down on the left chair next to the silver-haired elder, while Yi Hetong and Yi Chen took their places in the chairs on either side below. However, Yi was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where she had gone to play. Once everyone was seated, several middle-aged women in their 40s brought in tea. The silver-haired elder picked up a teacup and said, please. All right, Ning Yuan replied, lifting the cup and taking a sip. How is the tea? The silver-haired elder inquired. Very fragrant, Ning Yuan answered. I am Yi Kaishan, Yi Ya's grandfather. I called you here mainly to thank you for saving Yi Kaishan's. No need to thank me, Ning Yuan waved his hand. It was Yi Chen who recognized the value and bought that medicine. After this statement, Yi Chen's demeanor instantly changed. He straightened up, scanned the room, and began to tremble slightly. Yi Kaishan shot Yi Chen a glare and laughed. Well, it also requires having such medicine. Now let's eat and chat. Ning Yuan relished the meal, even taking 2 large lobsters home. The Yi family specially sent a car to take him home. Yi Kaishan stood outside watching the departing vehicle, murmuring, he is truly different. This Ning Yuan doesn't play by the rules at all. Definitely different. I didn't manage to grab even a single piece of the candied pork knuckle at the table, but all went into his stomach. Yi Chen chimed in. Yi Xian was unsure how to evaluate this boss Ning. Typically, guests visiting the Yi family, a top-tier family, would be very nervous and behave with great restraint. Yet he was completely unreserved, even competing with Yi for lobsters at the dinner table. He even left with 2 lobsters. I really don't know what to say. Grandpa Ning Yuan is driving me crazy. You even gave him 2 lobsters. Next time I go to his shop, I'm going to eat him out of house and home. Yi was still upset about not grabbing the candied pork knuckle. This Ning Yuan is the only person I can't figure out. Yi Kaishan sighed. He believed that having lived over 80 years and seen many people, Ning Yuan made it difficult for him to judge what kind of person he was. Yi Chen stepped forward and said, Boss Ning is grounded, unlike those previous hypocrites who came to our house, each one acting pretentious. A grown man eating like a little girl, and the most irritating part is their phony smiles. When I see that smile, I just want to punch it. My brother is right, Ning Yuan is honest, Yi agreed. True, Yi Xian nodded. Your task from now on is to maintain a good relationship with Boss Ning. This is important for our family. Alright. Yi Chun and Yi replied in unison. When Ning Yuan returned to the shop, Huang Mao had already come back and was busy ranking at the bar. Didn't I give you a day off? Why are you back so early? Ning Yuan asked. Just took a round, it was boring. How was your meal, Ninggu? Huang Mao said while ranking. It must have been good. Ning Yuan placed the 2 large lobsters on the bar. Stop playing you, I brought good things. Upon seeing the lobsters, Huang Mao smiled and said, Ninggu, you're generous. He set his phone down and started eating. After a few bites, he remarked, Ninggu, these lobsters are just okay. There's too little meat. I'm done after a few bites. What do you expect? You want to fill up on lobster? What kind of family do you think this is? Ning Yuan retorted. True, Huang Mao nodded. Ning Yuan locked the shop door again and went upstairs for a nap. He had been too busy lately, waking up early every day without enough sleep, so he decided to take a good rest on this day off. Zhou Gang was not as leisurely. Ever since he finished that lecture, he became a celebrity at Qingbei University. Whenever he appeared in the library, a crowd would instantly form around him, and on the road, he was always surrounded by a group of people asking various questions, leading him to avoid leaving his dormitory. Fortunately, this situation only lasted a day before he was taken away to participate in this year's mathematicians conference. He was the main representative from the Dragon Nation at the conference, while the others were merely supporting roles. Qingbei University President Luo Zhu arranged his work and excitedly followed along. His main purpose certainly not to attend the mathematicians conference. Rather, it was to protect Zhou Gang. This mathematics conference would gather mathematicians from all over the world, including those from prestigious universities who came to invite genius mathematicians to teach at their institutions or to engage in academic exchanges. This year, Zhou Gang's name resonated throughout the mathematics community, and major universities worldwide were naturally competing for the Dragon Nation mathematician who proved the Riemann hypothesis. Luo Zhi certainly could not agree to let Zhou Gang be deceived by those universities. Such a genius must not be snatched away by those foreign schools. In recent days, he had already applied to the higher authorities to secure the best treatment for Zhou Gang and to persuade him to stay in the Dragon Nation. In recent years, too many students from Qingbei University have flowed to the Silicon Valley of a certain foreign country. While self-funded international students were manageable, many funded students also did not return, causing significant losses to the country. After becoming president, Luo Zhi reflected on the painful lessons and decided to improve conditions, enhance patriotic education, and strive to retain talent. The venue for this year's World Mathematics Conference is the Shangjing Grand Hall, and as Zhou Gang arrived, he was immediately surrounded by people. Walker shouted through the crowd, Zhou Gang, I am the Dean of the Department of Mathematics at Princeton University, and I would like to have a chat with you. Other representatives from prestigious universities saw this, and also started to call out, handing over their business cards. Luo Zhi stood in front of Zhou Gang, accepting all the business cards. He smiled and pushed the people away, pulling Zhou Gang to sit beside him. Seeing Zhou Gang already seated and the mathematicians conference about to begin, the representatives from prestigious schools ceased their insistence, planning to find Zhou Gang for a private conversation after the conference. They wanted him to study at their schools. Zhou Gang was not in the mood to deal with them. At that moment, he was caught in a dilemma about whether or not to clarify the truth, as this was his last opportunity. Should he live on with the honor built on lies, or should he reveal the truth and be an upright, ordinary person? This was an important question. Seeing Zhou Gang deep in thought, Luo Zhi mistakenly thought he was considering whether to go to a prestigious school abroad. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of guilt. As the saying goes, everyone has their own aspirations, and it is understandable that Zhou Gang wants to attend a better school. Simply obstructing him would only hinder his future, wouldn't it? Zhou Gang, if you want to study at a top university in the world, we will not stop you. Do not carry any psychological burden. We only hope you can return after your studies and contribute to our Dragon Nation, Luo Zhi said quietly as he leaned closer to Zhou Gang. Zhou Gang found this amusing and exasperating at the same time. What was going on? He had never considered going abroad, and besides, if he revealed the truth, he would immediately become an ordinary student, unworthy of attention from those prestigious universities. Principal Luo, I never intended to go abroad, Zhou Gang replied. That's good, Luo Zhi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So you seem heavy-hearted. Are you feeling nervous? Zhou Gang shook his head and replied, "No, I was thinking about how to conclude my presentation." What conclusion? Luo became increasingly confused. He came to attend a mathematics conference joyfully, yet it was turning so serious. "Principal Luo, I might cause a big trouble later. You need to be psychologically prepared," Zhou Gang said seriously. Luo stared wide-eyed and asked, "Are you going to do something illegal?" No, Zhou Gang shook his head. "I never do illegal things. I am a law-abiding citizen." "Then that's fine as long as it isn't a matter of principle," relieved Luo. Zhe exhaled, "I will cover for you in case of any minor trouble." Just as Zhou Gang was about to speak, music rang out in the venue. The conference had begun. He took a deep breath, focused his gaze ahead, and began to listen intently to the host's speech. This conference will not only award the Fields Medal. Mathematicians from various countries will also take the stage to present their academic achievements, making it a fantastic learning opportunity. Zhou Gang certainly would not miss such an opportunity. He specifically brought a thick notebook to record the thoughts of these mathematicians. After the host finished the opening remarks, some officials took the stage to read a tedious speech. Finally, it was time for the mathematicians to take the stage. The first mathematician from the Bear Country appeared, and the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause as he discussed his insights on the NP problem. Zhou Gang listened intently from below. Next came the second, then the third, until the host announced Zhou Gang's name, at which point the audience erupted in sustained cheers and applause. Zhou Gang put down his notebook and walked confidently onto the stage. "Hello everyone, this is Zhou Gang, a mathematician from the Dragon Nation. He recently proved the century-old problem, the Riemann hypothesis. Now let us invite Zhou Gang to explain his proof approach." The host introduced Zhou Gang again, before stepping back. As Zhou Gang approached the podium, the process of proving the Riemann hypothesis appeared on the large screen behind him. He wasted no time and directly stated, "Hello, everyone, I will now explain my proof approach." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in applause. He raised his arms to calm them down, waiting for the applause to gradually subside before starting his explanation. As he explained, gasps of astonishment occasionally erupted from the audience. Although some officials did not understand the content, seeing Zhou Gang's calm and confident demeanor alongside the astonished expressions of the foreign mathematicians made them stand up a little straighter. This was indeed a matter of pride for the Dragon Nation. Since modern times, the Dragon Nation has declined and suffered too many humiliations. This is a pain shared by all its people. Originally a heavenly empire, it was trampled by barbaric forces. Through the sacrifices and efforts of all Dragon Nation people, it has finally become the second largest power in the world. But this is far from enough in the hearts of its citizens. The Dragon Nation must return to its original position. Returning to being the world's #1 is the only way to honor its ancestors. Thus now people of the Dragon Nation need to compete with foreigners in every field, including mathematics. Watching Zhou Gang completely conquer those arrogant foreign mathematicians, Luo felt a sense of relief. The other Dragon Nation citizens present felt the same as Zhao Zhengwo grabbed Zhang Jitang's hand and exclaimed, "You have hit the jackpot. You actually taught such a brilliant student. No way, in a few days you must let Zhou Gang come to me. His graduate studies will be here with me." Zhang Jitong immediately frowned and retorted, "It's one thing for you to sneakily drink my cherished tea, but now you dare to snatch my prized student. That's simply ridiculous." Zhou Gang spoke for several hours before completing the proof process. As he said thank you, all the audience was jolted from the ocean of mathematics, followed by thunderous applause. The host took the stage and said, "Thank you, Zhou Gang, for sharing the proof approach of the Riemann hypothesis. The mathematics conference has now concluded." As people began to leave, Zhou Gang did not step off the stage. He seized the host's microphone and said, "Please wait a few minutes before leaving. I have something to clarify." The audience halted their steps, all looking at him. Luo stared at Zhou Gang in confusion, unsure of what kind of trouble Zhou Gang was about to stir up, but he was already prepared to clean up the mess. Zhang Jidong and Zhao Zhengwo were even more puzzled, wondering what this guy was planning to do and what he wanted to. Seeing that people had returned to their seats, Zhou Gang cleared his throat and said solemnly, "The Riemann hypothesis was actually not proven by me. The proof process was something I drew from a lottery machine in a shop. While it may sound unbelievable, it is indeed the truth." As soon as he finished speaking, the venue was in an uproar. Everyone was utterly stunned, their minds a blank. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into heated discussions. "Oh my God. I am certain that Zhou Gang must have lost his mind over mathematics. He needs to see a doctor," someone remarked. "Is Zhou Gang telling a joke? The proof of the Riemann hypothesis from a lottery machine. This joke is not funny at all. Mathematicians are clearly not suited for humor. This is simply absurd. Is there a lottery machine placed by God in this world?" Zhao Zhengwo leaned closer to Zhang Jitang's ear and said, "What's wrong with this child? Has he lost his mind? If you ask me, who should I ask? He said he drew the proof of the Riemann hypothesis from a lottery machine. Isn't that nonsense?" Zhao Zhengwo sighed heavily, pointing at his own head, and said, "There must be a problem here. Let's take him to the hospital quickly, or it could delay his treatment." This is a case of talent being envied by heaven. Zhang Jitong cried out in despair, approaching Luo. He wanted the principal to arrange for someone to take Zhou Gang to the hospital for a thorough checkup, hoping to see if he could return to normal. Luo Zhe only snapped back to reality when Zhang Jitong came over. Principal, hurry and find someone to take Zhou Gang to Xia Hospital. We can't delay his condition any longer, Zhang Jitong said, distressed and urgent. Recalling Zhou Gang's earlier words, Luo Zhe suppressed the urge to pull Zhou Gang down and said to Zhang Jitong, "Don't worry, let's hear what he has to say next." As the murmurs in the audience gradually quieted, Zhou Gang continued, "Perhaps everyone thinks I've gone mad, that I should go to Xia Hospital to check my brain, but the truth is just like this. The proof of the Riemann hypothesis was indeed drawn from a lottery machine in a store. I don't want to live my life in the web of lies I've woven for the sake of honor. The first time I saw that proof, I was completely captivated. The miraculous algorithms and ideas pointed me in the right direction. In my future journey of life, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to the study of mathematics." As Zhou Gang said this, people began to believe him. Someone in the audience shouted, "You said you drew the Riemann hypothesis in a lottery machine. Can you tell us the address of that store?" "Sure, that store is located in the suburbs of Shanjing, specifically at No. 17, Fengrui Street. The owner's surname is Ning, and people call him Boss Ning," Zhou Gang replied. After saying these words, Zhou Gang felt a huge weight lifted off his heart, and now he felt completely relaxed. Upon hearing him provide the detailed address, everyone believed it was true. After all, who would use such an important honor to advertise a store? "Do you know this store?" Luo Zhe asked Zhang Jitong beside him. "I don't know." Zhang Jitong shook his head. Zhao Jiangwo interjected, "Isn't he your student? How come you know nothing about him? This teacher doesn't care about his students' lives at all. I'm not his parent, how could I possibly know his whereabouts all the time?" Zhang Jitong retorted. "All right, enough arguing. Let's ask Zhou Gang about the specifics of that store later. We should go check it out." Others had similar thoughts and began to rise, wanting to visit the store. "Everyone wait a moment," Zhou Gang called out. People turned to look at him, puzzled, thinking, didn't he just reveal the truth? "Why can't we go? We also want to try our luck at that store's lottery machine. Such a bargain shouldn't be monopolized by you alone. Based on the ideas provided by the mathematician from a certain country, I have already cracked another century-old problem, the NP problem. I wonder if everyone would like to hear about it." As soon as Zhou Gang finished speaking, the audience returned to their seats. The vast majority present were mathematicians, and compared to the lottery, the century-old problem was far more intriguing to them. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhe clutched his chest and said, "I'm going to end up with heart disease because of him. This is truly remarkable. He has shown us some serious skills. Principal, when he comes down, I need to give him a good talking to," Zhang Jitong said. "No," Luo Zhe quickly waved his hand. "How can we casually criticize a talented student who possesses such virtue and thought? If we had 10 students like him, I would have a heart attack right here." "Humph," Zhao Jiangwo snorted from the side. "He's taking advantage and acting all coy, just trying to make us envious that Zhou Gang is his student." "Ha ha ha, I want you to be envious. What's wrong with that?" Zhang Jitong said proudly, raising his chin. "All right, enough talk. Let's listen to Zhou Gang explain the NP problem," Luo Zhe said, redirecting the attention of both men back to the stage. This time Zhou Gang spoke until after 5 p.m. It wasn't that he was slow, but rather that there were too many questions from the audience. He played the role of teacher to a group of world-class mathematicians. After each step, he would respond to the questioners below. Naturally, the pace became slow. Therefore, the officials from the Dragon Nation provided pastries to the mathematicians from various countries who hadn't eaten much. This garnered praise from many mathematicians who kept saying the Dragon Nation is thorough and attentive in their arrangements. As Zhou Gang answered the last question, the NP problem, which had troubled the world for over a century, was resolved. No one doubted the correctness of this proof, as it had been participated in by the top mathematicians from around the world throughout the afternoon, gradually cracking the problem. Once again, the venue erupted with thunderous applause, and Zhou Gang stood on stage basking in this honor. This was the honor that truly belonged to him. Luo Zhe watched the confident and composed Zhou Gang from below, involuntarily saying, "Our Qingbei is finally going to produce a mathematics master." Indeed, Zhang Jitong sighed. "A genius like Zhou Gang is beyond my teaching abilities." "You don't want Zhou Gang, but I do," Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jitong's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Who dares to snatch my precious student? I'll deal with them." After some banter, they escorted Zhou Gang back to Qingbei University. During this period, there were too many obstacles. Many mathematicians wanted to engage in an all-night discussion with Zhou Gang, but Luo Zhe ruthlessly refused, saying Zhou Gang was already very tired, and that they could discuss it tomorrow. Naturally, representatives from the world's top universities also wanted to discuss with Zhou Gang privately, and immediately threw out an olive branch offering whatever conditions necessary for him to teach at their school. However, they were all turned away by Luo Zhe. Walker looked at Luo Zhe's smug smile and wanted to punch this Dragon Nation person. What's so great about producing a genius student? I'll eventually recruit him to Princeton University's Department of Mathematics, and then you can cry all you want. Early the next morning, Zhou Gang stood under numerous flashing cameras as the president of the International Mathematical Union placed the Field's Medal around his neck, making him the third person from the Dragon Nation to receive the Field's Medal. Brother Ning, look, our Dragon Nation people have won an international award. I saw on Douyin that he is the third person from our country to receive the Field's Medal. Huang Mao joyfully ran to Ning Yuan's side and said, "Let me see." Ning Yuan took Huang Mao's phone, glanced at it, and said, "This mathematician looks increasingly familiar. Have we seen him before?" Ning Yuan kicked him in the rear and said, "What a load of nonsense. If we're calling him a mathematician, at least he has represented the nation." Yes, a mathematician, a mathematician," Huang Mao silently complained. "Your face changes faster than a woman's. Wasn't it you who first called him a dog licker? I said he was a romantic, and now you kick me again. It's so unfair." "Correct, that's the way to think. Recently I've been taking some time to read books and learn some culture. The books say we shouldn't view others through old lenses, understand?" Ning Yuan continued. "You see, when speaking one must understand civility and politeness. Right from the start, let others know you're a cultured person, understand?" Ning Yuan added, "Brother Ning, I get it. You're turning into a sage." Huang Mao replied helplessly. "What? Don't you want to be a cultured person?" Ning Yuan asked. Huang Mao noticed something off in Ning Yuan's tone and hurriedly replied, "Of course I do, Brother Ning. You've changed so much recently." "Changed how?" "Our business is thriving, and we're making more and more money, so of course I need to enhance my personal cultivation. In a few days I'll buy a box of ink and a brush, I want to start practicing calligraphy." Ning Yuan paused, looking at Huang Mao, and said, "As for you, starting tomorrow you will read the Analects daily." Huang Mao was taken aback, never expecting Ning Yuan to make him read those ancient texts he couldn't even comprehend. "What do you mean by what?" "He'll be checking regularly. If you don't have any insights, just wait and see what it'll do to you," Ning Yuan said. "Brother Ning, please let me off," Huang Mao said with a pained expression. "I've never liked studying since I was a child, just a bad kid in the eyes of teachers. I'm definitely not cut out to be a cultured person." Ning Yuan shook his head, chuckling. "Well, I don't care. He'll be checking regularly. If you haven't learned anything by then, you can think about that yourself. My life is so hard." Huang Mao cried out dramatically, quickly finishing the baozi on the bar, tossing the plastic bag into the trash, and walking to the door to pull up the rolling shutter. The sight before him left him stunned. There were just too many people. Although there were always crowds, today's turnout was exaggerated, nearly blocking the road outside, and there was even a group of older foreigners. At their age, why aren't they staying home instead of causing a ruckus? What if someone gets knocked over? They'd definitely end up in the hospital for a few days. Seeing Huang Mao pull up the shutter, the crowd outside immediately shouted for him to open the door. However, Huang Mao could only faintly hear their voices. The door was made of soundproof glass that Ning Yuan had purchased at a high price, and no matter how loud they shouted outside, it remained quiet inside. This was a very good choice, otherwise some self-proclaimed digital enthusiast would knock on the door at midnight to buy phones, claiming they didn't dare buy a hard seat on the train for a black technology phone, and instead bought a standing ticket, enduring over 20 hours of standing to reach the capital. After buying the black technology phone today, they'd have to stand for over 20 hours to return home. When Huang Mao finally opened the store door, he saw a guy driving a Wuling Hongguang, clearly on a budget trip. He happened to pass by to buy a phone and do some live streaming. Since then, Ning Yuan had specifically arranged for soundproofing in their small two-story shop, ensuring that even if it was noisy outside, they'd still sleep soundly at night. As soon as Huang Mao opened the shop door, a balding foreigner rushed in, gripping his hand and asking in broken dragon language, "Hello waiter, where is the lottery machine that supposedly draws the proof of the Riemann hypothesis?" "What?" Due to the bald foreigner's poor dragon language, Huang Mao momentarily didn't understand and replied blankly, "What is Lyman?" "The lottery machine, where is it?" Walker, seeing this, young waiter pointed to a square black machine on the floor and guessed that must be the lottery machine. He had gotten up early today just to try his luck and see if he could really win something good. However, it wasn't until nearly 10 a.m. that the shop finally opened. One must say this owner was too lazy. When other mathematicians from foreign countries saw Walker heading towards that black machine, they immediately gathered around. Looking at the square characters on the screen, Walker was bewildered. These looked like some sort of patterned dragon characters that he couldn't understand at all. Fortunately, a mathematician from the Bear Country who had studied dragon language explained it to him, and only then did Walker understand how to use the machine. Huang Mao walked over to Ning Yuan and whispered, "I just overheard that these foreigners are here for the Riemann hypothesis. Brother Ning, quickly control that machine and make a good profit off them." "I heard that long ago," Ning Yuan replied. Ever since taking the complete recovery pill, not only had his skin improved, but his eyesight and hearing had also enhanced. Look at this. Huang Mao took the phone and saw that Zhou Gang had already topped the Douyin hot list. He gave an impassioned speech on stage, ultimately stating that the Riemann hypothesis would be drawn in the store lottery, even providing the store's name and address. Viewers in the comment section were saying, "We've come rushing to this shop on the night train." After reading it, Huang Mao handed the phone to Ning Yuan and exclaimed, "Wow, our shop has completely become a viral sensation. This time we're really popular." "A shabby viral shop doesn't deserve to be compared to ours," Ning Yuan replied. "Yes, yes, yes." Huang Mao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Inappropriate wording nowadays, anything associated with being viral is hardly good. Those viral shops aren't even worthy of carrying our shoes. Sighed. Ning Yuan looked at the bustling store and sighed. "We really can't keep a low profile now." Huang Mao remained silent, internally complaining, "Low profile. You still know what low profile means. Just a few days ago you scolded an investor from a certain well-known company." Walker watched as the pointer on the screen slowed down, feeling his heart tighten. A single lottery draw was not cheap. Even with his higher salary, it still pained him. Stop, stop. Walker continuously prayed in his heart as he saw the pointer nearing the position for the controllable nuclear fusion device. Although he wasn't sure if the owner could produce such a black technology product, he was willing to believe it at that moment. After all, he had spent 1 million dragon coins. He wanted to believe the owner could deliver and that he could gain a significant advantage transitioning from a bicycle to a motorcycle. His gambler's mindset had left him unable to think clearly. However, reality was cruel. The lottery machine, deemed by Ning Yuan as even more outrageous than a certain company's lottery, dealt this mathematician a heavy blow. Ding! Congratulations, you've won a super electric toy car. A blue toy car fell from the machine's prize outlet and rolled onto the floor. Walker was dumbfounded, spending 1 million dragon coins only to receive a toy car. What a joke. This is a scam shop. The blonde-haired boy saw the bald foreigner draw an electric toy car and chuckled, whispering to Ning Yuan, "You should take a good look in the mirror before dreaming of winning advanced technology products with that bear-like face." Ning Yuan pushed the blonde boy aside, saying, "How can you speak like that? At least he spent 1 million. Just as the blonde boy was about to retort, he noticed a group of angry foreigners approaching and immediately stood in front of Ning Yuan. "Ning. Boss Ning, I demand a refund." Walker angrily spoke in dragon language, his fluency surprisingly improving. The blonde boy looked at Walker with a patronizing gaze and politely asked, "Where are you from, foreigner?" Walker momentarily didn't understand, but after the nearby short-statured mathematician from Neon translated, he proudly replied, "I am from the Lighthouse Country. The head of the mathematics department at Princeton University, Walker O'Leary." "Never heard of it," the blonde boy replied, nearly causing the mathematician present to faint. Had he not attended school? To not even have heard of the world-famous Ivy League school Princeton University was simply ridiculous. Walker, initially standing tall, was deflated by the blonde boy's remark. He helplessly stated, "You must refund me." "On what grounds?" "Let me ask you," the blonde boy said. "Your store is a scam. It's unreasonable to charge for a lottery, and the prizes are fake. You must refund me," the mathematician from Neon interjected. Ning Yuan pushed the blonde boy aside and asked, "I can tell from your nauseating accent that you're from Neon. I am a renowned mathematician from Great Neon Country, Jing Zhongjing. I demand you refund this famous mathematician from Lighthouse Country immediately, or else the consequences will be dire." Jing Zhongsheng's voice grew louder, attracting attention from the dragon nationals in the store. A wealthy second-generation man in sunglasses whispered to his girlfriend, "See. Soon the boss will back down." His girlfriend replied, "Why would he? If the boss can sell such high-tech products, he must have support behind him and shouldn't be afraid of a few foreigners." "Support means nothing," the wealthy second-generation man replied indignantly. "Once you encounter foreigners, you still have to back down. Do you know why? Because it's important not to leave a bad impression of the Dragon Nation on international friends. I say we should slap that little neon person a couple of times and make him serve the lighthouse people." Those around the wealthy second-generation man heard his words and echoed, "That neon person is too much, clearly stirring trouble for that lighthouse person. The lottery is voluntary and clearly priced. You can't just demand a refund because you didn't win. If you refund him, you have to refund everyone. How can you do business like that?" Ning Yuan naturally heard the discussion and shouted, "The guy in the back with glasses is right. He makes a fair point. Refund him 250. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed, and 250 stood in front of Ning Yuan, saying, "You go pull that shorty out and slap him a couple of times." 250 stepped forward and pulled the still-dazed mathematician from Neon, delivering 2 slaps, one after the other. After the beating, 250 quickly returned to Ning Yuan's side. The face of the Neon mathematician visibly swelled up, and after covering his face for a few seconds, he let out a long, pitiful scream, a few teeth falling out of his mouth as he mumbled, "Call the police." "Ha ha," the blonde boy laughed while pointing at the teeth on the ground, saying, "What are you calling the police for? You should hurry and find your teeth, pack them up, and go to the hospital to get them replaced. To avoid leaking information while speaking, Jing Zhongjing was so infuriated by the blonde boy that he could hardly speak, pointing at him and gasping for air. The blonde boy walked over and said to him, "Why don't you just be a decent person instead of acting like a dog? Now look what you've done. You've gotten yourself beaten up." Jing Zhongjing ignored the blonde boy and turned to Walker saying, "Call the police quickly. That neon brat wants us to call the police, but when the police arrive, do we know what to say?" "We know. He accidentally tripped on the steps in front of the store." "Right, he tripped himself. Not only did he trip himself, but he also wants to extort money from Boss Ning." The crowd responded. Ning Yuan stepped forward and said, "No need, just say it as it is. I recently read a bit and came across a saying perfect for this situation. Barbarians are beasts, they fear power, but lack virtue." Good poem, good poem," the blonde boy praised, giving a thumbs up. Ning Yuan immediately slapped the back of his head saying, "That's classical literature. It seems I need to focus on improving your cultural literacy, otherwise how can you serve the customers?" Ha ha ha. The crowd roared with laughter at the sight of the blonde boy holding the back of his head. "You see," Ning Yuan pointed at the group of foreigners and said, "Only when we mean business will they listen." The crowd noticed that the foreigners had indeed become much more obedient and nodded in agreement with Ning Yuan's viewpoint, realizing that reasoning was ineffective and they had to resort to force. Ning Yuan approached Walker and asked, "Are you still demanding a refund?" "No refunds, no refunds." Walker waved his hand, not wanting to get beaten into a pig's head. Ning Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. I don't care who you are, from what prestigious university or what country you belong to. Even if the president of your lighthouse nation comes to stir trouble, I won't hold back." Walker, after hearing the translation from the mathematician from Bear Country beside him, fell silent with a darkened expression. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man in sportswear, after hearing Ning Yuan's words, stepped forward and said, "It's best not to hit our own people. If anyone stirs trouble, we should call the police." Ning Yuan looked at the middle-aged man, noting his square face and bright eyes as he stood upright, clearly out of place among the others, thinking, he must have been a soldier. Even the officials couldn't help but step forward. "Ning, good, this person is not simple," the blonde boy reminded. "That's obvious," Ning Yuan replied. "Don't worry. We already understand your situation from Yikaishan. Just run your store normally. Our people will protect you. Some things cannot get out, you must understand," the middle-aged man in sportswear said as murmurs spread through the crowd. "I said there's no way such high-tech products wouldn't be monitored by the higher-ups. You think you know everything? Do you think the higher-ups didn't think of this? The higher-ups probably knew from the beginning. No need to speculate. If we can't even grasp this situation, how can our nation compete with the lighthouse country? But you can't make me suffer a loss. I won't accept a 500 reward and a certificate." Ning Yuan, "Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. For instance, I will take care of the matters that follow." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the sound of sirens echoed from outside the shop. A police car stopped outside the shop and 2 officers stepped out and entered the establishment. Ning Yuan remained silent, wanting to gauge the true extent of this person's influence. Walker and Jing Zhongjing, seeing the police arrive, rushed over, as if they had found a savior, crying out that Ning Yuan had sent someone to attack them. Walker claimed that this was an illegal establishment and that its owner had swindled him out of 1 million. As the 2 officers were about to approach for clarification, the middle-aged man blocked their path, showing them a document with a red cover, and then pulling them into a corner, allowing one of the officers to take a phone call. After the call, the 2 officers took Walker and Jing Zhongjing into the police car and sped away. Everyone present realized that the police had not taken Ning Yuan, and the situation became clear. Time rewinds to a few days earlier. In a courtyard planted with several crabapple trees, the middle-aged man stood straight, holding a document, and waiting for someone inside to call him. After about 10 minutes, someone inside called out, "You may enter." The middle-aged man adjusted his appearance and pushed the room was very simply decorated, even featuring furniture that was popular in the Dragon Nation during the 19th. A capable young man came out from the inner room and said, "Brother Rin, the second elder, is still busy. He said you should come in and have some grapes that were just bought and wait for him." He led the middle-aged man to a row of sofas. "All right," the middle-aged man replied as he sat down. "So how is the work treating you?" "It's fine, but ever since you left, the second elder has been too busy at times, and when he calls my name, he often mistakenly calls me Renji," the young man replied with a laugh. "It seems the second elder misses me," Renji said as a voice from the inner room called out, "Come in." Renji quickly picked up the document in his hand and walked in. The inner room was equally plain, dominated by a large desk and accompanied by a bookshelf leaning against the wall and 3 chairs by the window, comprising an utterly ordinary office. "How is the work treating you?" asked the man behind the desk as he worked. "I've already adapted, second elder. You should balance work and rest. After an hour of work, take a 10-minute break," Renji stated, a reminder he often had to give to the second elder. Right. The second elder put down his pen smiling. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. Let this not happen again. Is there something urgent that has you in such a hurry? This matter is somewhat strange, Renji said, placing the document on the desk. Second elder, you should look at the document. I'm afraid I may not explain it clearly. Could it be that aliens are attacking Earth? The second elder joked as he opened the document. Upon reading the first page, he was taken aback, his eyes widening as he asked, "Are you sure the investigation is thorough?" Renji nodded heavily, saying, "We have observed him for quite some time, and every detail is accurate." "I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just too far-fetched," the second elder said as he continued reading. Renji bore no ill will toward the second elder, for he himself had not believed it when it was first reported to him. It was only after conducting his own investigation that he came to accept its truth. "Second elder, how should we handle this matter?" Renji inquired. "Let's watch and wait," the second elder replied. Watch and wait. Renji did not quite understand the second elder's meaning. Shouldn't such uncontrollable events be properly managed? Second elder, shouldn't we clarify where he obtained these items? And then buy them to serve the nation? What if he refuses to say or refuses to sell? The second elder, if he refuses, then we can leverage the incident with Ning Heping and the Liu family tragedy. After all, we helped him fend off the troubles, otherwise he would have been arrested long ago and wouldn't have been able to go to the capital to open a shop, Renji suggested. The second elder shook his head, saying, "A forced deal will not yield sweet fruit. If he can sell such epic-making technological products, don't you think he has other means at his disposal? According to your investigation, that person next to him, named 250, could very well be a war machine. If we provoke him, what if he shares some technology with certain foreign powers? The consequences would be unimaginable. From his behavior, it seems he merely wants to earn some money and improve his living conditions. Ning Heping and the Liu family brought this upon themselves. Then we can only cooperate with him. He grew up in the Dragon Nation and is a native citizen. He shouldn't be so cruel as to use high-tech means against our people," Renji remarked. "So your task from now on will be to maintain smooth communication with him, bringing your people to monitor his every move. 247, including the high-tech products launched in his shop," the second elder instructed. "Yes, I recently discovered that some foreign forces have also stationed people near that high-tech shop," Renji reported. "As soon as you identify them, eliminate them immediately. We cannot allow such individuals to cause trouble in the Dragon Nation," the second elder said coldly. "Understood. I'll take my leave now." Renji began to leave when the second elder called out to him, "What do you think about that lottery machine in his shop? Can it actually yield good prizes?" "Mystical." Renji shook his head. "From our observations, that lottery machine is merely a scam. So far, only a student from Qingbei University has won a proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Everyone else has only received a small blue toy car. We managed to acquire a few of those toy cars through connections and sent them to the testing center. After examination, they turned out to be ordinary toys, not high-tech products at all. This kid is quite the con artist, daring to sell a toy for 1 million, the second elder chuckled. Renji stroked his chin and said, "It's not entirely a scam. Yi Kaishin's granddaughter has congenital leukemia. She purchased a medicine from this kid for 1 million, and it worked instantly. To be honest, the price he charged for that medicine was relatively fair, showing some conscience. Alas, unfortunately, there haven't been any more of such medicine since. It seems the good things in this kid's shop aren't always available. Who exactly provided him with these items?" The second elder sighed. "During this time we placed someone beside him living with him daily, yet we couldn't ascertain where these items came from. We all suspect that this kid might know aliens who transmit things to him through space," Renji said helplessly. The second elder walked to the window, gazing at the crabapple flowers in the courtyard, saying, "It's better not to know. Just ensure that person doesn't get exposed. If he appears in the Dragon Nation, perhaps it's a blessing from our ancestors, a fortuitous star shining upon us." "All right, I will take my leave now," Renji said. The second elder nodded, gazing through the window at the magpie perched on the begonia tree, murmuring to himself, "Could there be a change in circumstances? I don't know if it's good or bad." Returning to the shop, after Ning Yuan said he didn't want a prize, Renji smiled and walked over to say, "Don't worry, we will definitely not let you suffer any losses. Whatever it's worth, it will be that much, and we might even bid higher than others. Just hope you won't sell some good items to outsiders." "That's fine. Good things should naturally be reserved for our own people. I understand that much," Ning Yuan replied. "Our boss is a genuine patriotic businessman, not a traitor," Huang Mao interjected. Ning Yuan directly kicked Huang Mao on the backside, saying, "Is it necessary for you to say that? What does it mean that I'm not a traitor? Can't you speak?" "Ning Gu." Huang Mao rubbed his backside, looking aggrieved. "I'm just trying to speak well of you." Renji smiled and glanced at Huang Mao, saying, "I will take my leave now and won't disturb you while you do business," and walked out under everyone's gaze. As soon as he stepped outside, a new round of discussion erupted in the shop. "Why do you know what department those people are from?" "Which department? How would I know? They must be from an important department. The boss has an impressive background. Nonsense. Anyone who can breathe in this shop knows the boss is extraordinary. Otherwise, how could a phone have 128 terabytes of storage? Isn't that ridiculous? Ning Yuan ignored these people, let them talk as they wished. The visitors today told him that good things shouldn't be given to outsiders, which merely meant they didn't want some real cutting-edge technology to fall into foreign hands, which was quite reasonable, since he wasn't lacking money anymore. Just don't sell to foreigners. Reflecting carefully, he thought that since the police hadn't traced the Liu family's matter back to him, it was probably because this person had helped him shoulder the burden. Overall, it was still quite decent. If he could get some cutting-edge products from the system, he could sell them at a low price, benefiting everyone. Ning Yuan knew himself. Well, no matter how much money he had, he was still a person who enjoyed a comfortable life, not someone made for greatness. Battling wits with others daily and facing storms and rains was exhausting. It's better to guard this small store and live a humble life. How comfortable that is. Ninggu, what are you daydreaming about? Are you thinking about what to eat for lunch? Huang Mao saw Ning Yuan staring blankly at the road outside the shop and kept silent. Eat, 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 that's all you think about. You have no ambition. I'm contemplating life, do you understand? Ning Yuan said. Ninggu, stop contemplating. It seems a new flour chicken shop opened nearby. Oh, it must be delicious. The chicken drumstick when bitten is juicy and tender, and the chicken breast is soft and fragrant. Before Huang Mao could finish, Ning Yuan interrupted. Then why are you rambling? Buy 2-1 for each of us, and remember to buy a few bottles of cold soda. Go quickly and come back fast. All right. Ninggu. Huang Mao dashed off. Huang Mao entered the flour chicken shop, and a man in an apron smiled and said, go to the back for chicken. Huang Mao nodded, lifting the curtain to enter the back room, where he saw Ren Ji sitting on the sofa smoking, frowning, and saying, can't you correct this habit? Sigh. It's all because of this Ning Yuan. The pressure is too much, Ren Ji said, extinguishing his cigarette. That's just an excuse, Huang Mao replied coldly. Ha ha ha, enough about that. It's been tough lately. Is there any new information? Ren Ji laughed. None. Huang Mao shook his head. Ning Yuan is just an ordinary person. He must have encountered some special circumstances to have these items. We just need to guide him properly. That's fine. The higher-ups said to be careful not to expose him while investigating his secrets. Observe the people in the shop closely. Many foreign forces have infiltrated recently, Renji said. All right, I will take my leave now. Huang Mao lifted the curtain and walked out. The man in the apron smiled and handed him a bag containing 2 flour chickens wrapped in mud. He scanned the code to pay and went out to buy 3 bottles of cold soda from a small supermarket. As soon as he entered the shop, he saw Yi had come again, standing by the bar watching Ning Yuan play games. Huang Mao shook his head and thought, when will this Ning Yuan, this blockhead, finally get it? Lost again, useless teammate, can't carry me. Ning Yuan put down his phone and looked at Yi, saying, what are you doing back here again? What do you mean again? I just happened to pass by to check on. Before Yi could finish, Huang Mao placed the flour chicken and cold soda on the bar, saying, Ninggu, I heard the boss say, if it's not tasty we won't have to pay. After we eat we can say it's not good and go back to get a few more to try. Before Ning Yuan could respond, Yi interjected, what good food did you buy again? You guys only know how to eat alone. I didn't buy anything. You don't like the stuff here, Ning Yuan replied. I do like it. Yi pulled the bag over, opened it, and saw 2 large mud clumps inside. Great. You actually bought flour chicken, and you bought 2 at once. One of them is mine, she said, reaching for one of the mud clumps. Don't touch it, Ning Yuan stopped her. Let Huang Mao clean off the mud. He's tough and won't get burned. You just wait to eat. I've already learned my lesson with you. You're always so timely in your visits. As long as you're scared, it's fine. Last time you took 2 big lobsters from my house. This time I'm having one of your flour chickens, so you still come out ahead, Yi said. Don't mention the lobsters. Those 2 lobsters didn't even have 2 tails of meat in total, Huang Mao said, taking tools to clean the 2 flour chickens covered in mud and placing them on the bar. Rather than eat lobsters, it's more enjoyable to eat flour chicken. Yi swiftly grabbed a golden brown crispy chicken drumstick, eating while saying, that's because your mountain pig can't handle the fine stuff. Huang Mao said nothing. He saw Ning Yuan had finished 1 chicken leg and was ready to grab the other one, so he quickly snatched one for himself and started eating. The customers in the shop saw the 3 of them eating with greasy mouths, the aroma of chicken filling the shop, and hurried to finish buying their phones so they could go out and buy flour chicken. In less than half an hour, the 2 chickens were completely devoured by the 3 of them. Yi wiped her mouth and said, that was satisfying. Ooh, when eating you have to be quick to enjoy it. At home I have to eat slowly or my mom would scold me. It's so much more comfortable here. Then you should work for Ninggu. From now on, the cleaning on the first floor is your responsibility, Huang Mao said. Well, not really. Before Yi could finish, Ning Yuan interrupted. I don't want her, she's lazy and greedy. If she comes, she'll just eat and not work every day. He'll strangle you, Yi exclaimed, rushing at Ning Yuan and pinching him at the waist. Who are you calling lazy and greedy? Ning Yuan rubbed his waist and gasped, saying, I meant Huang Mao, I meant Huang Mao. I didn't say you. Yi was causing a ruckus in the store for a while, until her brother called her away, saying he had found a school for her to visit. In the afternoon, the store was still packed. A mathematician from a certain country was persistent, even drawing 2 times, leaving with 2 blue toy cars while cursing. Ning Yuan heard the long-lost electronic voice in his mind. Task completed. The sales of the black technology lottery machine have reached 100 million. The discount period is over and the lottery price has reverted to 2 million each. Damn, 1 million wasn't enough, now it went up to 2 million. All I can say is I like it, Ning Yuan thought. He opened the panel and saw that the black technology phone was only a little over 100 units away from selling 50,000 units. Ning Yuan was excited. Finally, he could participate in the lottery. This time the system rewarded him with 2 lottery draws and a longevity gene potion. It couldn't be better. Huang Mao, do we have incense at home? Ning Yuan shouted. Incense. Huang Mao put down his phone and asked, Ning Go, what do you need incense for? Does it matter? Just go get the best incense you can find, and also get a picture of the Buddha. No, the Buddha doesn't deal with this. Bring a painting of the Buddha back. I need the Buddha to handle some matters. Huang Mao, looking confused, took a shared bicycle off the street and spent a long time nearby before buying a bundle of high-quality incense and a New Year painting of the Buddha, returning to the store well past 6 o'clock. Ning Go, I've brought the things back. What exactly do you want to do? Huang Mao asked as he placed the items on the... We're having a vegetarian meal tonight. I need to offer some incense to the Buddha to bless us with peace and safety, Ning Yuan said. What's going on? Huang Mao asked in shock. Is something going to happen? Enough with the nonsense, you go upstairs and help me hang the Buddha up. I'll come up later to offer the incense, Ning Yuan instructed. All right, Huang Mao replied, turning back to go upstairs. As the last customer left, Ning Yuan locked the store door and the system's electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed. Reward lucky spin X2, 1 longevity gene potion. Do you want to claim? Note: due to the host choosing a low-margin, high-volume strategy, the profits from the black technology phone have plummeted, thus, it is temporarily not in stock. Task: sell 10,000 units of black technology laptops. The black technology phone vending machine has been changed to a black technology laptop vending machine. Pricing: black technology laptop, 2 million each. Special choice: sell at original price, low-margin, high-volume. Discount: the first customer inquiring about the black technology laptop can obtain a low-price quota for 2,000 yuan. This quota is non-transferable and valid for life. Task completion. Reward lucky spin X2, a trip to Mars. As a new supplier, you should go out and see the world. Take a trip to Mars to relax your mind so you can work better. Ning Yuan looked at the panel in front of him and thought, I fell into the pit again. I shouldn't have chosen low-margin, high-volume in the first place. This laptop is definitely harder to sell than the phone. Oh no, when can I go on my trip to Mars? So annoying. Whatever, let me offer some incense first and then draw the lottery. After going upstairs, Ning Yuan saw that Huang Mao had already hung the Buddha's picture in the living room. Below the picture was a small table with an incense burner, a bundle of incense, and a lighter. This is well done, Ning Yuan said as he approached, lit the incense, and placed it in the burner, thinking to himself, it must let me draw something good. As long as you let me draw something good, I'll offer incense to you every day. Ningo, what are we having for dinner? I snatched half a chicken for lunch, and I'm already starving, Huang Mao asked beside. Vegetarian. Ning Yuan replied. You can't be serious, Ningo, you're not planning to become a monk, are you? Huang Mao said, pulling a long face. From now on we'll have vegetarian meals once a week to remember the bitter and appreciate the sweet, you understand? Ning Yuan explained. Huang Mao said nothing, but wore a painful expression, silently protesting. 250, bring out the coarse grains. We're having wool with 2 watery porridge and pickled mustard greens tonight, Ning Yuan shouted. Half an hour later, Huang Mao bit into the wool with 2 and said, this is really good. Ning Yuan quickly finished 2 wool with 2, a bowl of watery porridge, and half a plate of pickled mustard greens, then went into his room, reminding Huang Mao not to disturb him. Huang Mao smiled and said, I understand. But we shouldn't do this too often. You need to take care of your health. At that moment, Ning Yuan wanted to kick him hard, but thinking about the lottery, he held back. Entering the room, Ning Yuan thought, I've offered incense and worshipped the deities. It's time for me to draw something good. Claim the longevity gene potion. As soon as he finished speaking, a small black vial appeared out of nowhere on the bed. Opening the bottle, a sweet and spicy aroma wafted out, revealing a small red pill inside. Ning Yuan couldn't help but complain, can it be something more impressive? In movies they always have syringes filled with green liquid in their suitcases. They inject it into their necks and instantly transform into the Hulk. Complaints aside, he still swallowed it. This time he decided to savor the taste and not be like last time, where Zhu Beiji ate the ginseng fruit and tasted nothing. The pill was slightly sweet as it melted on his tongue, turning into liquid, and flowing down his throat. After waiting for more than a minute, there was no reaction. Damn, is that it? I'd rather eat a bag of spicy strips. At least I'd have a burp and some spicy flavor. This has no reaction at all. Ning Yuan complained again. After waiting a few more minutes with still no reaction, Ning Yuan ignored it and pulled up the panel, pressing the lottery button. The black technology products on the spinning wheel were as numerous as ever: quantum communication devices, antimatter cannons, interstellar travel ships, and curvature engines. Ning Yuan's eyes sparkled, saliva dripping. He wanted all these things, but unfortunately the pointer flashed past these good items without stopping. Buddha, Tao, ancestor, all the deities bless me. As Ning Yuan prayed, the pointer finally stopped. Congratulations, you have obtained the manufacturing technology data for a lithography machine. As soon as the system's voice fell, a stack of papers appeared out of thin air on Ning Yuan's bed. Damn, what do I want these data for? I wanted an interstellar travel ship. Ning Yuan cried out in despair. Besides, when you give technology data, at least provide an electronic version on a USB drive. Throwing out a stack of useless papers, I'm so annoyed. Anger aside, Ning Yuan still picked up the stack of papers to look at it. After all, it was his hard-earned lottery chance. The lithography machine. Ning Yuan had heard of it. The news frequently reported that Western countries do not export lithography machines to the Dragon Nation, imposing a technological blockade, which led the Dragon Nation to invest heavily in the research and development of lithography machines. It seems that initial results have been achieved, but it has still not reached international standards. The most advanced lithography machines internationally operate at 7 nanometers, while those produced by the Dragon Nation are reportedly around 20 nanometers. The gap is still quite significant. Ning Yuan looked at the manufacturing methods of the 1 nanometer lithography machine and thought to himself, this information must be highly sought after outside. However, he was unsure about the principle behind the smaller and more advanced lithography machines. It seemed he needed to read more. One often regrets not having studied enough when the time comes. After looking for a while, Ning Yuan realized that he recognized every word on the page, but when put together, he didn't understand the meaning. He stopped dwelling on how the lithography machine was made, tossed the information onto the bedside table, and after paying respects to the deities, he initiated the next lottery draw. This time the pointer still ignored Ning Yuan's wishes, perfectly skipping over the high-tech products he desired. It spun slower and slower until it settled on a cancer treatment drug. Damn! Ning Yuan fell onto the bed, lamenting inwardly, my gaming pod. I was so close to playing virtual reality games, and now I get another medicine. Am I destined to be entwined with medicine? After some more complaints, a voice came from outside. Ning, good, do you want some chilled watermelon? Yes. Ning Yuan put away the lithography machine manufacturing materials along with the newly acquired cancer treatment drug into the drawer of the bedside cabinet, opened the door, and walked out. Seeing Ning Yuan come out, Huang Mao handed him a spoon, saying, Ning, you take half, and I'll take half. Not bad, you finally realized you can't eat alone. We won't sell phones tomorrow, we'll switch to selling computers, Ning Yuan said, while scooping and eating. Why not? Huang Mao asked. Why so many questions? Just eat what I give you. By the way, eat less watermelon at night, be careful not to wet the bed, Ning Yuan laughed. That won't happen, Huang Mao chuckled, and replied, Ning, where are we going to source the computers? Ning Yuan looked at Huang Mao's smiling face and realized his intentions. With a serious expression, he said, actually, I know aliens, they deliver the goods, every time. Aliens? Huang Mao widened his eyes in surprise. Are there really aliens in this world? Of course not. Ning Yuan's expression changed, and with a smile, he said, stop guessing. I have connections, I source goods from them, but the specifics are a commercial secret. Huang Mao's expression shifted from anticipation to resignation. He put the leftover watermelon into the fridge and said, let's have pancakes for breakfast tomorrow, before walking back into the room. This system issue might have to wait until I'm on my deathbed to explain, Ning Yuan thought. The next morning, when Huang Mao returned with 2 sets of pancakes, Ning Yuan was sitting at the bar fiddling with a completely black computer. Huang Mao placed the pancakes on the counter and looked at the computer screen, saying, Ning, stop watching movies and have breakfast. This isn't a movie, it's a game. It's not the game quality that's lacking, but it's your computer that's too poor, Ning Yuan said while picking up a set of pancakes to eat. Game. Huang Mao, reminded by Ning Yuan, took a closer look and said, isn't this the game Red Dead Redemption 2 by R-Star? The graphics are amazing. I thought it was a Western movie from a certain country. Strange the streamers on Douyin didn't have such good graphics when I watched them. What kind of computer they're using and what computer I'm using can't be compared. Ning Yuan finished his pancakes in a few bites and continued operating the computer. Ning, this wouldn't be the computer we're going to sell next, would it? Huang Mao asked. Yes, Ning Yuan opened Loom Master and started running tests. Turning to Huang Mao, he said, this is the renowned black technology computer of the future. One black technology computer is worth tens of thousands of ordinary computers. No, ordinary computers are not even worthy of comparison. Ninga, don't say anymore, quickly take a look. Loom Master can't handle this computer. Huang Mao exclaimed. Ning Yuan turned to see that all the components capable of being rated, whether it was the graphics card processor or hard disk, received scores of 99,999. The trailing nines were so many that they couldn't fit within the software's frame, and Lu Master kept popping up unreadable error codes. Even a simple evaluation revealed a bug in the software. The programmer who developed Lu Master probably never dreamed that such a powerful computer existed in the world. Ning Yuan closed Lu Master and began checking the computer's specifications. CPU black technology no. 1 motherboard black technology motherboard no. 1 graphics card black technology graphics card no. 1 memory 64T, hard disk 512T system black technology system no. 1. Upon seeing this, Huang Mao pointed to the memory data displayed on the screen in shock. This running memory is probably comparable to a supercomputer in a lab. I just wonder how powerful the specific values for the CPU and graphics card are. It must be incredibly powerful. This computer can optimize the graphics for single-player games automatically. Ning Yuan said, switching back to play the game. Ninga, can I just watch? I want to play too. Huang Mao said. Play what? Look at the wall clock. Ning Yuan pointed to the wall clock and said, it's already past 8. Hurry, and open the door for customers. Ninga, don't we usually open at around 9? Why are we opening so early today? Just let me play for a bit. Huang Mao pleaded. Play what? Hurry up and open the door. We have a new product launching today, and we're opening an hour early. Ning Yuan said while playing. Huang Mao reluctantly glanced at the game screen on the computer before heading to open the door, muttering to himself, why is it that only the officials can set fire while the commoners can't even light a lamp? What new product launch? What early opening? Isn't it just to prevent me from affecting your game? As the rolling shutter door lifted, a young man stood at the entrance wearing a safety helmet and covered in dirt, clearly a construction worker. You're here so early, Huang Mao said. Generally customers don't arrive until around 9. And although the business hours are not posted online, users have summarized that the black technology shop usually opens between 9:30 and 10 in the morning. In the evening it closes at 6 o'clock sharp. The shop is known for opening late and closing early, and the owner seems disinterested in running a proper business. The young man, seeing the person in front of him with yellow hair, recognized him as the so-called most loyal lackey of Boss Ning. He had been working overtime at a nearby construction site, finishing at around 7 in the morning, had a bowl of braised food, and was preparing to head back to his rental place to sleep. Suddenly remembering what his co-workers said, he recalled that the widely popular black technology shop was nearby, so he hopped on a shared bike and came over. The yellow-haired guy noticed the man standing at the door without saying a word, just staring at him. Suddenly he felt a chill down his back and said, I'm straight, not bent. What do you want? I just want to come in and take a look, Li Fei hurriedly replied. Don't get me wrong, I'm a normal person. Standing here like a utility pole, the yellow-haired guy scoffed, turning to walk towards the bar and continue watching Ning Yuan play games. Li Fei cautiously stepped into the store. He had hesitated a bit, having heard that everything inside was outrageously expensive. Dressed in shabby clothes, he was afraid of being kicked out. After hearing the yellow-haired guy's words, he felt much more at ease. Even if he couldn't afford to buy anything, he could at least look around. He walked up to the vending machine, looking at the screen displaying new products, a black technology computer. He then approached the lottery machine, watching the screen scroll through various high-tech items that seemed to belong only in sci-fi movies. On a whim, he asked, how much is the black technology computer? After asking, he immediately regretted it. Wasn't that just asking for humiliation? He could barely afford his rent, let alone such high-tech products. Ning Yuan was too focused on the game to hear. The yellow-haired guy reminded him, by the way, Ning, how much is our new black technology computer selling for? 2 million each, no deception involved, Ning Yuan said while playing. Bro, 2 million each, the yellow-haired guy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Li Fei walked straight out. 2 million was an astronomical figure for him right now. With that money, he could buy a house, a car, and even marry a wife back home. Only a fool would buy a computer at that price. Wait, Ning Yuan called out, raising his head. You are the first person to ask about the black technology computer. There's a special discount, you can buy it for just 20,000. Li Fei paused for a moment, but still walked out. He didn't even have 20,000 now, and even if he did, he couldn't bear to spend it on such an expensive computer. Ninggu, he can't bear to buy something so expensive, the yellow-haired guy said, watching Li Fei's retreating figure. Who cares? Ning Yuan replied while playing. It's better if he doesn't buy, we save money that way. Hey, Ninggu, you've been playing for so long, let me play for a bit, the yellow-haired guy said. Get lost. Ninggu, we each have one life. If you die, can I play then? The yellow-haired guy continued. Get lost. Feeling helpless, he took out his phone to play ranked matches, beating the noobs to relieve his frustration. After losing 3 matches in a row, people started coming into the store one after another. Hey, yellow-haired guy, aren't you selling phones anymore? Why is there only a computer in the vending machine? We ran out of phones. The yellow-haired guy quickly took a piece of cardboard from the trash and wrote on it that the phones were out of stock, placing it next to the vending machine. Seeing that the phones were out of stock, people began to chatter. When will they be restocked? How can you say they are out of stock and just leave it at that? I came to the capital just to buy a black technology phone as a gift for my girlfriend, a proposal gift, you know. Ning Yuan stood up and shouted, the profit on black technology phones is too low, we're not selling them for now. We're selling black technology laptops instead. After saying this, he returned to the game. The profit is too low, raise the price. I can pay more. I heard that the black technology phone was initially sold for 500,000, right? I'll buy it for 50,000. Ning boss, hurry up and raise the price. Hearing the crowd's chants, Lei Xiaojun, the chairman of the rice company, almost stumbled. What kind of world is this? The phones sold by their rice company kept dropping in price, yet customers still found faults. Here at Ning Boss Place, customers were actively requesting a price increase. Indeed, goods are compared and people are compared. Sigh. Lei Xiaojun sighed internally. The black technology phone is simply a bug. Fortunately, they are not selling it for now. If they kept selling, how would these phone manufacturers survive? During this time, the engineers struggled hard, but still couldn't figure out the internal structure of the black technology phone. They couldn't even disassemble it. You once opened the phone would instantly turn into a pile of black liquid. With no way to start from the hardware, they tried from the software, but it was another miserable defeat. The smart assistant inside blocked all their cracking programs and even issued a challenge to them. This made the technical backbones of the company nearly spit blood in anger. Unable to compete and unable to crack the code, they could only come to find Ning Boss for collaboration. They heard that someone from the Apple company had come before him, but no deal was made. Lei Xiaojun believed that since they were all from the Dragon Nation, there should be a basis for cooperation. He never expected that after coming here today he would receive a surprise. The black technology phone was actually not selling anymore. It really is true that there's always a way out at the last moment. When Ning Yuan heard people shouting for him to raise the price, he stood up and said, it's already gone down, or if it goes up again, wouldn't that be slapping my own face? Absolutely no price increase. Those with money should hurry up and buy computers. Don't blame me for not reminding you. There aren't many computers left. Hearing that there weren't many computers left, people rushed to buy them, with someone exclaiming, 2 million each, oh my. This computer must be powerful, hurry up and buy. Others chimed in praising the amazing computer. Upon hearing these words, Lei Xiaojun felt sour, as if he had drunk a ton of old vinegar. The laptops their rice company promoted only sold for a few thousand, accompanied by various gifts, yet customers still found faults. Now in this store, a computer is sold for 2 million each. Damn it, people are fighting to buy it. Is there still any law? Is there any justice? I can't go on like this. I want to bang my head against a tofu. Lei Xiaojun, filled with bitterness, walked up to the bar and said, hello Ning Boss, I'm Lei Xiaojun from the rice company. Here's my business card. Ning Yuan was too focused on the game to hear. The yellow-haired guy took the card and said, Lei Xiaojun from the rice company. I've seen you on Douyin. Are you okay? Is this it? Yes, Lei Xiaojun responded awkwardly. Ning, stop playing. The CEO of a listed company is here at our store. Ning Yuan paused the game, turned around, and quickly recognized the person before him, asking, are you Lei from the rice company? Yes, I am Lei Xiaojun. Lei Xiaojun said, taking out another business card to hand to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan took the card, glanced at it, and set it aside, saying, why aren't you working properly at the company? What are you doing here? Buying a computer? No. Lei Xiaojun was momentarily at a loss for words due to Ning Yuan's statement. After pausing for a moment, he said, I'm here to seek cooperation with you. Another cooperation? Ning Yuan said, elongating his tone. Why are you all so obsessed with cooperation? A while ago, someone from the Apple company came and said he wanted to collaborate, and he was quite arrogant. I scolded him, and he left. And now you're here. Just as Lei Xiaojun was about to speak, a foreigner suddenly squeezed in beside him. Hello, I am Smith, the representative of the Apple company in the Dragon Nation. George Boss Ning, here is my business card, Smith said politely. Ning Yuan had just taken the card when another Hello Boss Ning, I am Shunwei, the chairman of Opal Company, Shunwei said as he handed over a business card. Ning Yuan accepted the card and set it aside, just about to speak when another person approached the bar. I am Xiao Zhihui, the chairman of Vivo Company. Here is my business card. Xiao Zhihui quickly handed a card to Ning Yuan. Huang Mao watched these people beside him, thinking to himself, just wait to be disappointed. His prediction was quite accurate. After Ning Yuan received Xiao Zhihui's card, he became somewhat impatient and said, I'm just here to sell goods, not to discuss cooperation. Hurry up and leave, don't delay me from playing games. The group of company executives nearly fainted upon hearing this. How many people usually wished to meet them? How many sought their help? Yet he gave no face at all and directly chased them away. Ahem. Lei Xiaojun cleared his throat and said, Boss Ning, do you sell the holographic projection device in the black technology phones? We will buy it at a high price, as much as you have. The others chimed in as well, insisting they would buy as much as he had. Stop wasting time here. The store only sells black technology laptops. Now nothing else is for sale, Ning Yuan said while playing games. Yang Wenhua, holding the black technology phone he had bought for a fortune, entered the black technology store. Everyone, this is the legendary black technology store. Back when Boss Ning was still running a store in Beixian County, I was the first customer and the second owner of the black technology phone. He spoke animatedly, yet not a single comment in the live chat supported him. Please stop babbling, okay? Hurry up and go to the black technology lottery machine to draw a prize, someone said. Streamer, the person across from you looks so familiar. He seems to be Lei Xiaojun, the CEO of Rice Company. You've said this 1,000 times, it's getting monotonous. Yang Wenhua did not pay attention to the comments. He continued talking to himself. When he approached the bar to greet Ning Yuan, he was stunned. What's going on? When did the big shots start to gather together? Since he is a digital review up master, he recognized most of these people except for the foreign man in a suit and tie. The viewers in the live stream blew up in excitement. Isn't that Lei Xiaojun from Rice Company? I didn't expect him to come by a phone too. Are these CEOs so idle? They aren't in the company 996, yet they dare to come out to buy phones. You guys don't understand, these people are definitely here to discuss cooperation with Boss Ning. Ning Yuan looked at the person holding the selfie stick and felt a bit familiar. After a moment of careful thought, he remembered who it was. Your nose is quite sensitive. The last time the black technology phone came out, you were here. Now the black technology laptop just released, and you're here again. Boss Ning, I didn't expect you to remember me, Yang Wenhua said happily. Of course you are my first customer in this little shop, Ning Yuan replied with a smile. The many CEOs felt somewhat sour. When these heavyweights arrived, Boss Ning didn't give them any good face, yet a small streamer arrived, and Boss Ning was all smiles. The Apple company representative in the Dragon Nation could no longer tolerate Ning Yuan's attitude, and was the first to leave. The others gradually followed suit. Lei Xiaojun was the last to leave, giving Ning Yuan a resentful look. Upon hearing from Ning Yuan that new products had been released, without further ado, Yang Wenhua went over to buy a laptop, not even bothering to participate in the lottery. He returned to his rented room amidst the angry scolding of the viewers. The black technology laptop was undoubtedly another growth point for his videos. He had to be the first to release a testing video titled "The First Black Technology Laptop Test" on the internet. The day passed quickly. Ning Yuan spent it entirely in the game world until Huang Mao called him for dinner, at which point he went upstairs to eat. Today's meal is quite good, Ning Yuan remarked as he scooped rice from the rice cooker: braised pig knuckles, oil-braised shrimp, smashed cucumber, and sugar-coated tomatoes. You actually went out to buy groceries. Huang Mao said nothing, just focused on eating, quickly finishing 3 bowls before running downstairs. After a while, Huang Mao's miserable wail came from downstairs. Ning, you're too unkind. The computer actually has a startup password set. I said I wanted to play some games while you were eating, but you won't let me play. What's the password? Ning Yuan chuckled and shouted back. I was wondering why today's meal was so good. You've been up to no good. Ning, good, just tell me the password. I also want to play single-player games with movie-level graphics, Huang Mao shouted. The password is 6/8, but don't play Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm afraid you'll mess up my save file, Ning Yuan said while eating. Huang Mao quickly inputted the password and finally saw the long-lost screen. The 3 silver characters, Black Technology, appeared on the screen. He casually opened Minesweeper, and as expected it was very smooth, not lagging at all. He then opened Red Dead Redemption 2, created a save file, and started playing. Although Ning Yuan didn't allow him to play Red Dead Redemption 2, did he really think that just because he said no Huang Mao would listen? Of course not. Li Fei was also playing games. After losing 2 ranked matches, he reflected on his mistakes, watched some videos, and then resumed playing. At this time it was 8 o'clock, and there were too many elementary school students. It was a disaster. He had just opened Bilibili when a digital review video was pushed to the homepage with hundreds of thousands of likes. The title was "The First Black Technology Laptop Test" on the internet. Isn't this the computer sold at the Black Technology store? Li Fei thought to himself. He quickly opened the video to see just how extraordinary this black technology computer was. Although he couldn't afford it, he could still satisfy his eyes. First there was an opening animation. Li Fei was too impatient to wait, so he dragged the progress bar to the beginning of the actual test. In the video, Yang Wenhua sat at a table with a laptop in front of him. Hello everyone, I am your favorite and most handsome digital review up master, Yang Wenhua. Now I will review a laptop that comes from the legendary Black Technology store, the Black Technology laptop. For a better comparison, I brought a regular Alienware laptop to compare it with, Yang Wenhua said, while pulling out another laptop from under the table. Li Fei saw a comment in the live chat that read, when did a laptop costing over 10,000 become a regular laptop? He highly agreed with this statement. Alright, let's start the comparison review as usual, first with a benchmark test. Hearing that the review had begun, Li Fei perked up, eager to see what this 200,000 laptop could score. In the video, Yang Wenhua skillfully downloaded Lu Master on 2 computers. The comments section was filled with remarks criticizing him for downloading it, now questioning why he hadn't done his homework earlier. It must be a lengthy promotional video. Li Fei agreed, quickly dragging the progress bar to the beginning of the... After a few minutes of benchmarking, Li Fei finally understood what a black technology laptop was, directly revealing bugs on Lu Master, with rows of 99,999 displayed. This triggered a barrage of comments. Old Yang quickly say how much this computer costs, I would sell everything to buy it. The black technology laptop is indeed astonishing, so incredible that it's beyond imagination. Black technology store products are bound to be of premium quality. Yang Wenhua calmly closed Lu Master and made a casual remark. Everyone stay calm, this is just a minor scene. I'm too lazy to show the specific configurations, but you all must clearly understand the black technology laptop specifications from the benchmarking results. The top-tier Alienware laptop barely scored below 1 million, while the black technology laptop scored a direct 99,999. The comments were buzzing. Old Yang, are you out of your mind? You didn't even mention the specifications. Is this what they call high-level casual remarks? Stop talking and play Minesweeper to see if it lags. Li Fei was tired of his chatter and dragged the progress bar. Enough chit-chat, the real highlight is about to begin. I know what you want to see, and I know why you bought this computer. It's definitely not for work. The netizens finally couldn't stand Yang Wenhua's rambling anymore, flooding the comments section. If you keep talking, I'll knock your head into your stomach. Hurry up to the next step, or it'll sew your mouth shut. If I were next to you, I'd break your legs. Li Fei felt their frustrations were justified. He had dragged the progress bar multiple times, yet Yang Wenhua was still wasting time. Alright, Yang Wenhua seemed to hear the furious outcry from the netizens and finally started getting to the point. Next up is our favorite segment, the game test. Today we will test 2 AAA titles, Red Dead Redemption 2 and Cyberpunk 2088. We all know these 2 games. Li Fei saw Yang Wenhua was about to ramble again and quickly dragged the progress bar. The next visuals, what is this godly graphic quality? The characters, the scenery, the surrounding houses. Everything seems so real, or rather it should be real. Was this really the Red Dead Redemption 2 he had played multiple times? Huh. Yang Wenhua's excited voice resonated from the video again. This is the highlight of today. This computer is definitely the favorite of gaming enthusiasts. It can automatically optimize the graphics, making you feel like you're in the game. This is simply fantastic. Alright, enough talk, I want to play games. With that, the video ended. Li Fei jumped off the bed and walked around a few times on the floor. He felt the fire of his dreams reignited. Since childhood, he loved playing games. In recent years, the rapid development of the internet in the Dragon Nation and the emergence of various video platforms had led to a surge of gaming video creators. After watching those creators' gaming video guides, Li Fei felt that they didn't even play half as well as he did. Many details were poorly handled, and he believed that if he posted his gaming video guide, it would surely become a hit. If he made some money, his family wouldn't scold him for being lazy and would just let him play games at home all day. Unfortunately, while the dream was beautiful, reality was harsh. The videos he uploaded barely received any views. People mostly flocked to established gaming creators with millions of followers. As a newcomer without a fan base, he was completely ignored. After struggling at home for a year and unable to bear the pressure from his family, he went to the capital to work, planning to save some money and start anew there. When Li Fei saw the game graphics on the black technology laptop, he suddenly realized, if Yang Wenhua could achieve the #1 review online, then he could create the first gaming guide video with divine-level graphics online. Thinking of this, he wanted to slap himself a few times. The boss had said yesterday that he was the first customer to inquire about the computer and that there was a discount slot available. He could buy the black technology laptop for just $10. Why hadn't he borrowed some money to buy it then? He had no idea if the discount slot would still be available tomorrow. If it wasn't, it would truly be over. His last chance would be gone. Feeling regretful, Li Fei tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. In a daze, he heard the alarm go off and realized it was already 6 a.m. He got up, washed up, and not bothering to eat breakfast, took a shared bike and headed straight for the black technology store. Upon arriving, he remembered that the store opened around 9 a.m. He grabbed a bowl of soy milk, ate 3 oil sticks and a grilled sausage, then returned to wait in front of the store. After finishing his noodles, the staff began to clean up. Just as he pulled up the roller door, someone suddenly rushed out from the side, startling him. Oh my goodness. Could you slow down? The noodles in my stomach almost came out from the scare. Sorry. Li Fei awkwardly smiled. I'm here to buy a computer. I wanted to know if my discount slot is still available. Come and Bill asked for you. The staff walked into the store and shouted upstairs, Brother Ning, that kid from yesterday is back. Is the 2000 deal still valid? Yes. Just let him buy directly from the vending machine, Ning Yuan impatiently shouted. He was currently looking in the mirror and had recently noticed that his skin was getting smoother, resembling cooked egg whites, which annoyed him greatly. Due to this issue, he had a nightmare last night dreaming that he turned into a woman with the staff standing beside him mocking him. No, I must start exercising. If this continues, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Yuan secretly. Hearing that it was still valid, Li Fei breathed a heavy sigh of relief, smiled at the staff to express his gratitude, and quickly walked out of the store. He needed to call someone to borrow some money. Other customers in the store, hearing that Li Fei could buy a computer for 200, asked the staff what was going on. The staff explained it after a bit of effort. Once outside, Li Fei took out his phone and dialed his childhood friend's number. I want to borrow some money, and he'll pay you back in at most a week. How much do you need? I need to borrow 5000. Alright, I'll transfer it to you via WeChat. You must return it within a week. That's my money for buying a house. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back on time. I'll hang up now. After hanging up, within a few minutes 5000 was transferred to him. His friend's generosity moved Li Fei deeply, and he decided to return more than borrowed when he earned money. The blonde boy saw Li Fei walk in again and kindly reminded him, this computer can't be resold, it requires facial recognition and iris recognition to boot. Once it's linked to you, it's yours. Every other user must ask for your permission to turn it on unless they plan to keep it on forever. The high-tech notebook computer, like the high-tech phone, can only be purchased by one person per individual. Of course, the one in Ning Yuan's hands is a different story. Every time the system ships, it sends him a sample that he can pick up directly from the vending machine. Li Fei didn't have time to chat. He quickly paid, and a laptop bag dropped from the outlet. Upon opening it, he found not only a laptop, but also a wireless charger. He grabbed the bag and dashed out of the store. He feared others would beat him to posting game guides with stunning graphics, so he had to hurry. Is the ghost chasing? The blonde boy retorted, picking up his phone to start today's ranked matches. Li Fei deliberately took a taxi back home, afraid of falling off a shared bike and damaging the computer. Just as he entered the room and was about to take out the computer, there was a knock at the door. Oh no! Li Fei quickly hid the computer and took a deep breath at the door. The knocking had grown louder, accompanied by a voice filled with curses. Li Fei, I know you're in there. Don't pretend to be dead, it's time to pay the rent. The door opened to reveal a hefty woman with a head that seemed to weigh dozens of pounds. A foul mix of cheap perfume and body odor nearly knocked Li Fei off his feet. Beautiful sister. Li Fei swallowed his disgust and forced out a particularly insincere line. Could you please delay it by a day? I promise to pay you first thing tomorrow morning. No way. The hefty woman opened her cherry lips that smelled of garlic. Why call them cherry lips? Because her face was so chubby that it made her lips appear small. She shouted, not even one day. If you don't pay, you'll be out today. The garlic smell nearly made Li Fei vomit the soy milk, fried dough sticks, and grilled sausage he had eaten that morning. He forcibly suppressed the nausea, managing a strained smile as he sweetly said, just give me 1 day of grace. Oomph. The hefty woman chuckled coldly, her small green bean eyes scanning Li Fei before she said, you can skip today, but... Li Fei felt a chill from the hefty landlord's gaze and hurriedly asked, but what? I am a man of virtue. Ha ha ha. The hefty landlord laughed heartily, her facial flesh jiggling. She said, don't worry, a skinny man like you looking like a little chick is not my type. What I mean is, if you help me move that pile of coal downstairs to the storage room, I can waive 1/3 of this month's rent. Just remember, you must pay the rent tomorrow to get the waiver. Hearing this, Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, no problem, I'll go move it right now. The hefty landlord nodded and waddled away. There was nearly half a ton of coal downstairs, but Li Fei moved it to the storage room in less than half an hour. During this time, the hefty landlord even brought him 2 slices of chilled watermelon, which surprised him. After moving the coal, he returned to wash up, quickly found the laptop bag, and pulled out the high-tech notebook. After facial recognition and iris scanning, it finally powered on. This once again made Li Fei marvel at the wonders of the high-tech store. When he bought the computer, the vending machine had already performed a facial scan and an iris scan. The computer had to be recognized before it could be used. Li Fei also liked the system of the high-tech notebook. The intelligent assistant inside was very cute, resembling a little fairy with wings. Li Fei named it Little Pig. Little Pig, help me download Big Brother 2. Okay, mobilizing maximum download complete. A ethereal voice emanated from the computer. So fast. It only took a minute. Li Fei exclaimed. I gathered the best network resources for you, Little Pig replied. Amazing. Li Fei quickly opened Big Brother 2 and began his guide journey. After more than an hour of effort, he completed the first chapter of the main quest, turned off the computer's built-in recording function, and opened the unedited video. Indeed, the quality of these videos had not diminished. The graphics were still stunning. Little Pig, can you edit videos? Li Fei asked tentatively. Yes. Upon hearing that it could edit videos, Li Fei decided to let the intelligent assistant edit a bit and see the results. Help me edit this video into 3 independent videos. Okay, editing. Editing complete. Save to Drive D. Wow, that was fast. Li Fei hurriedly opened Drive D, and indeed there were 3 video files. After watching for a few minutes, he had to admit that the reason his previous videos didn't become popular was partly because the ones he edited looked terrible. Without comparison, there is no harm. His old videos were really awful, no wonder no one watched them. Now he just needed voiceover for the commentary. Li Fei said, "Little pig, I want to add voiceover to the video. Does the computer have built-in software for that? Yes, do you need to adjust the tone?" As the ethereal voice sounded, the computer screen flickered, revealing a black microphone. No need. Li Fei replayed the video several times and began to narrate. After toiling until after 6 p.m., he finished the 3 videos and asked Little Pig to upload them to all major video platforms. Just after uploading the video, there was another knock at the door. Upon opening it, a chubby girl who was a size smaller than the landlord appeared before Li Fei, blushing as she handed him an apple, shyly saying, "I just bought this apple, here's one for you." Before Li Fei could say anything, the chubby girl wiggled her waist and ran away. Li Fei wiped the apple on his pants, took a bite, and muttered to himself, "Something's not right, something's not right." The landlord's daughter has also come. Once I earn some money, I need to move quickly. This place is not suitable for long-term stay. As for Ning Yuan, he had a quiet morning. In the afternoon, Yia and Yi Chun came back with a ton of barbecue ingredients, claiming to invite him for barbecue, when in fact they wanted to have 250 grill some skewers to satisfy their cravings. Regarding food, the blonde boy was very enthusiastic, driving Yi Chun's luxury car to buy 3 baked chickens, a case of beer, and a heap of cold dishes. As the store was about to close, Yi Chun suddenly remembered a business opportunity with a slap to his forehead. Grabbing the blonde boy who was busy playing ranked matches, he excitedly said, "What if I buy dozens of high-tech notebooks and open a high-tech internet cafe? How would that business be?" "Sounds good," said the blonde boy, "but you need to find dozens of people to buy computers." Yi Chun waved his hand and said, "That's all minor stuff. I believe this business will definitely succeed." "Close the door, close the door," Ning Yuan shouted inside the shop while looking at the clock on the wall. "The boss is not a donkey from a production team. He needs rest. Come back tomorrow." The customers shook their heads and gradually walked out. Now the people in the high-tech shop were no longer just ordinary customers. They were mixed with various company personnel, and even the national team often sent people to browse. More and more foreigners dressed in suits and looking quite respectable had joined, making it a chaotic mix. Ning Yuan certainly noticed the unusualness, but he didn't care. With 250 around, these people couldn't cause much trouble. Even if we took a step back, the official authorities of the Dragon Nation wouldn't allow them to act recklessly. Once everyone had left, Huang Mao hung a sign reading, "Closed for rest," outside the shop. The joyful time commenced with 250 in charge of grilling, while Ning Yuan and others took care of eating. The aroma of barbecued food made the kids from the neighboring shop cry out in envy. Li Fei wasn't as carefree as they were. After buying his computer, he was truly out of money. Luckily, he had 2 last bags of instant noodles at home. He cooked the noodles, had a bite, and quickly checked the data. Reality slapped him hard once again. The video he sent out had been more than an hour ago, and there was not a single response, like a small stone thrown into the yellow river, without even a bubble surfacing. Li Fei felt utterly despondent. He believed his dream of becoming a gaming blogger was completely shattered. If even such a high-quality gaming guide video couldn't save him, what else could? Perhaps it was better to honestly work on the construction site. Sigh. When it comes to life, one should be more realistic. A salted fish is still a salted fish. Even if it flips over, it remains a salted fish at heart. Even having a high-tech notebook computer was of no use. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not interconnected. While Li Fei was feeling down, Teacher Ma's live stream was immersed in a sea of joy. He had just successfully performed the Ma triangle kill in the silver rank, followed by several rockets and planes. "Thank you, Teacher Ma, for your leg hair, sending over 2 planes. Thank you, Teacher Ma, for your strong mouth, sending over a rocket." Teacher Ma expressed his gratitude to his viewers while controlling the blind champion, continuing to invade the enemy's jungle. Having just successfully used the Ma triangle kill, he regained some face, and the bullet screen was mostly filled with 666, with very few people saying he was playing poorly. 10 minutes later, the opposing team surrendered. Did you see that? The opposing team was completely intimidated by my Ma triangle kill. They know that as long as I am here, they can't possibly win, Teacher Ma said proudly, casually closing League of Legends and switching to PUBG. This indicated he was about to end the stream. Every time before ending, he had to play a few rounds of PUBG, get beaten up a bit, and experience a humiliating end to the stream. Today, the viewers didn't want to see him getting beaten up. They were all spamming the bullet screen, urging him to play the recently released Red Dead Redemption 2. He glanced at the bullet screen and said, "Alright, let's play Red Dead Redemption 2. As we all know, I have quite profound research on single-player games." While speaking, he opened Steam to find Red Dead Redemption 2, completed the purchase, and started the download. Although the game was quite large, these big streamers were connected to gigabit fiber optics, so the download was incredibly fast, taking only a few minutes. Taking advantage of this time, Teacher Ma opened the live stream of his friend Fat Brother, seeing that he was also playing Red Dead Redemption 2, but he was playing it poorly. He decided to check out some guides. First, opened Bilibili and searched for Red Dead Redemption 2 guides. Indeed, many content creators had already released guide videos. The title of the last content creator's video caught his attention. The #1 divine quality Red Dead Redemption 2 guide. Brothers, this content creator should work for UC Shock Department, Teacher Ma said while glancing at the bullet screen. To watch single-player game guides, you have to watch videos made by the UC Shock Department. Teacher Ma, the game download is complete. I am from UC Shock Department. I need the contact information of this content creator. I want to see videos made by the UC Shock Department talents. Then let's take a look at the future UC Shock Department talents video guide, Teacher Ma said as he clicked on the video. After just one glance, he was stunned, his mouth forming an O shape. After a few seconds, he blurted out 4 words, divine quality graphics. The viewers were also completely shocked. This game must have been acted out by real people. Oh my gosh, what kind of computer configuration is needed to achieve such high graphics? A bunch of country bumpkins. This is a high-tech notebook computer, 2 million each, don't you know? Teacher Ma couldn't bother looking at the bullet screen anymore. He was completely captivated by the divine quality graphics video guide. It wasn't until he finished watching 2 episodes of the guide and gave the content creator a 3-fold like and privately messaged urging for more content that he remembered he was still live. He glanced at the bullet screen again and saw another content creator named Yang Wenhua. He quickly searched for Yang Wenhua, and after watching the review video he said, "Brothers, I will stop streaming for the next few days. I am going to buy a high-tech notebook computer." The viewers thought this was a great idea and urged him to leave immediately. Not everyone could afford a 2 million computer. If Teacher Ma bought one, playing games while giving everyone a taste of it would be excellent. Li Fei had no idea that he had accidentally gone viral. After checking the data, he lay on his bed in despair and fell asleep until he woke up around 5 a.m. frozen awake. The first thing he did upon waking was of course check the data. He refused to believe that such a video could possibly not go viral. If it truly didn't, that would be utterly unreasonable. I can't live like this. They'll just go out, buy a block of tofu and let it kill me. With a tragic mindset reminiscent of a cold breeze at the Water River, he opened his computer, accessed the back end of the Bilibili video platform, and was stunned by the number behind the views. 3 million views. He thought he must be dreaming. Slap slap. He gave himself 2 slaps, feeling a hot sting on his face. This wasn't a dream. Was he just seeing things after waking up? He rushed to the bathroom, wiped his face with a towel, rubbed his eyes, and then ran back to his computer. The view count was still 3 million. Looking again at the follower count, it was 2 million. He had inexplicably gained 2 million followers overnight. Li Fei's excited body trembled like a sieve, and he shouted, "I am famous. I can really become a gaming blogger now. My dream has come true." He shouted this phrase 3 times in a row until his throat became hoarse before stopping. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door came along with a hysterical curse from outside. "Li Fei, have you lost your mind? It's already over 5 a.m. and you're not sleeping. Are you calling for spring? If you don't want to stay, get out." Li Fei didn't dare open the door. He feared the landlord might devour him alive. He walked to the door and said softly, "I'm sorry." Was that loud enough for dream talk? "You disturbed my sweet dream. Open the door. I must teach you a lesson today to vent my anger." Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt a chill down his back and hurriedly said, "Beautiful lady, please go back to sleep. Waking up too early is bad for your skin. It will cause melanin deposition. Oomph. This time he'll let you off, but if there's a next time he'll make sure to ruin you." After finishing her rant, the sound of slippers scraping against the floor echoed. Upon hearing this, Li Fei breathed a heavy sigh of relief. This landlord was a fierce tiger. He couldn't provoke her and needed to move out quickly. Early the next morning, Yi Chun brought along 50 people. To everyone's astonishment, he spent 100 million to buy each of them a high-tech laptop and boasted in the store that he intended to open a high-tech internet cafe next to the holographic cinema. Everyone present, please take a moment to appreciate. Wang Xikong watched him with a smug expression, wanting to punch him. Recently his family had been praising Yi Chun to the heavens, claiming he had an eye for talent by befriending Boss Ning, and the Yi family was likely to gain more influence because of their closeness to him. Just look at you wasting your days away. Didn't you already visit Boss Ning? Why didn't you become friends with him? Wang Xikong had heard these words so many times that his ears were getting calloused. He had finally escaped from home, hoping to relax at the high-tech store, only to run into Yi Chun again. What bad luck. Brother Ning isn't that the so-called internet celebrity rich second-generation Wang Xikong. He seems like he wants to hit Yi Chun, Huang Mao said, leaning against the bar. "Let him. If there's nothing else to do, it's a good view to watch," Ning Yuan said, while munching on an apple, feeling bored after playing on the computer. Yi Chun glanced at Wang Xikong without acknowledging him. During this time, he had become a prominent figure among the rich second generation in the capital, Whenever there was a gathering, people would tell his parents how exceptional he was. Upon returning home, it was inevitable for him to be praised again. He had heard all the compliments, such as having vision and intelligence, so often that his ears were getting calloused. "Brother Ning, I'm leaving now." Yi Chun said goodbye to Ning Yuan, then swiftly left with his subordinates. "Calling you brother so affectionately, I really want to break your legs," Wang Sikong thought to himself. The others in the store sneered at Yi Chun. Was he just a bit familiar with Boss Ning? What was he so arrogant about? Li Fei came to the store this time to thank Ning Yuan. If it weren't for Ning Yuan giving him that discount, he wouldn't have skyrocketed to fame overnight. Just an hour ago, he accepted an advertisement and directly paid back his childhood friend 10,000 yuan with the extra 5,000 as a thank you. As soon as he entered the store and hadn't even reached the bar, a crowd suddenly surged in, blocking the entrance completely. He nearly lost his shoes in the crush. Huang Mao, who had been leaning against the bar, was almost pushed onto the counter with only Ning Yuan safely hiding. "What's going on?" Ning Yuan asked. "Brother Ning, you should stand up and see. There's a crowd outside. It seems our computers are getting popular again," Huang Mao said, standing on tiptoe. "So annoying." Ning Yuan pulled out an electronic megaphone from under the bar and shouted, "Everyone don't push. The lady over there you're making the man next to you struggle to breathe. We have plenty of computers, so line up one by one." "Brother Ning, you need more vending machines. Tomorrow, add a few more," someone shouted. Ning Yuan thought to himself, "Do you think I don't want it? It's the system being stingy. We've made so much money, yet they don't consider upgrading our equipment. Brother Ning, he actually dared to touch me," a girl with arms as thick as Ning Yuan's legs shouted in the crowd, about to hit a boy next to her, who was as thin as a stick. Seeing this, Huang Mao snatched the electronic megaphone from Ning Yuan and shouted, "That boy cannot be hit. If you slap him, he will be in the hospital for a month." Ha ha ha. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter at the boy. Wang Sikong covered his nose and silently endured in the crowd, overwhelmed by the smells of garlic, foot sweat, and perfume, which combined into a peculiar scent that nearly made him vomit his overnight meal. He attempted several times to break free from the crowd, but failed each time. His influencer girlfriend beside him was even worse off, with her hair disheveled and her face flushed. Those foreigners at the door stopped pushing in. "Can't you see the people inside are about to be squashed into a meat pie? Those near the door should move out and line up. Anyone not lining up will not get to play with the high-tech laptops." Huang Mao shouted from the bar. Thanks to Huang Mao's organization, after more than 10 minutes, order was finally restored in the store, and a long line formed outside. Those unaware might think something significant was happening. "Not bad. Huang Mao, you did well in organizing the order. Once we sell this batch of laptops, I'll take you out to see the world," Ning Yuan said. "Brother Ning, this is nothing. Oh, what world do you want to show me?" "We'll see how it goes. I might take you, or I might not. I'll check with the people above later." Ning Yuan thought about taking Huang Mao on a trip to Mars after completing his task, but he wasn't sure if the system would allow it, and whether he could take someone with him. This must be a great opportunity. Huang Mao instantly analyzed some information from Ning Yuan's words. "Brother Ning, just take me along. You know how hard I've been working lately, and my performance has been great. Every time I eat watermelon, I think of you. I even saved the last piece of sugar-mixed tomato soup for you to drink." "Stop right there," Ning Yuan interrupted Huang Mao's ensuing chatter. "It's not that I don't want you to go, but we need to see if the people above agree. I'll speak well of you later." "Thank you, Brother Ning, for saying so much. Where are we going?" Huang Mao asked. "It's a secret. You'll find out later," Ning Yuan replied, opening his computer to start gaming. Huang Mao knew Ning Yuan didn't want to say more, asking would be pointless. He picked up his phone to start browsing Douyin. Li Fei saw that Ning Yuan was busy playing games. Not wanting to interrupt, he decided to promote the high-tech store more in the future as a way of thanking him. If Ning Yuan knew, he would probably kick him and say, "Stop promoting you, I want to enjoy a few peaceful days." Unsurprisingly, the high-tech laptops made it to the trending list on Douyin again. Some wealthy individuals were no longer flaunting luxury cars or watches, but began to show off their high-tech laptops. They would film a short video intentionally including the high-tech laptops to make others envious. Especially those who had purchased high-tech phones, they flaunted them together, implicitly asking, "Are you still among those bumpkins buying that garbage Apple phone? Are you still buying those trash laptops from abroad? That's simply too low. The times have changed. How can you go out without a high-tech phone to showcase your strength?" Some wealthy individuals who hadn't managed to buy high-tech phones were feeling anxious. Since Ning Yuan's store stopped selling high-tech phones, some were trying to buy them at high prices from others. In the end, they realized how naive they were. These phones, once bound to the original owner, couldn't be unbound, rendering them useless after purchasing at high prices. Since Li Fei released 2 videos on the divine quality game strategy, the viewers have been dazzled, prompting fans to urge major game streamers and video creators to purchase high-tech laptops. Otherwise, they would unfollow. Teacher Ma blended into the long queue with a selfie stick, interacting with the fans, saying, "Everyone, I should be the earliest game streamer to come to this high-tech shop, right? The chubby brother is here too." The silly girl is here too. Zhou Xiaoyi is here too. Noticing the comments on the screen mentioning that capable streamers had arrived, Teacher Ma glanced back in the queue and saw a chubby guy also holding a selfie stick talking. That was the chubby brother. There were also some unfamiliar faces holding selfie sticks in line. They should be game video creators from various. In contrast to the orderly environment of Ning Yuan's shop, the high-tech internet cafe, opened by Yi Chun, was rather chaotic. After purchasing computers, he rented a two-story shop near a holographic cinema, did some simple renovations, and quickly obtained various permits through connections to open for business. Thanks to effective promotion, the first day of opening was packed. Despite the high price of 100 yuan for an hour, people were eager to experience the high-tech laptops. Some people even started fighting for positions. There was no choice. Yi Chun had to hire strong internet cafe attendants to maintain order. Ning Yuan sat behind the bar board eating watermelon while watching the streamers in the shop, each holding a selfie stick and talking to themselves, which was quite amusing. Huang Mao, like him, was also holding half a watermelon and watching a female streamer. Thinking it would be another dull day, he unexpectedly found that as soon as the streamers left, two foreigners arrived at the shop, adding to the crowd. The one in front was a representative from a certain tech company who had visited before, but Ning Yuan couldn't remember the name. The one behind with a hooked nose and a piercing gaze as if he wanted to eat someone was unfamiliar to him. Smith approached the bar, handed over his business card with a false smile, and said, "Hello, Boss Ning. I am the representative of the certain tech company in the Dragon Nation, Smith. You gave me your card last time." Ning Yuan yawned. Smith chuckled, returned the card to his holder, and introduced, "This is Broder, the representative of Dell in the Dragon Nation. This time we are here to discuss a collaboration." "No." Broder shook his head, interrupting Smith. "I am here to discuss acquisition matters." Ning Yuan looked at Huang Mao and said, "He actually wants to buy this shop." "Ha ha. Ninggu, these foreigners have such strange thought processes. Don't they realize that if they could buy it, they wouldn't even have a chance? I believe everything in this world can be measured by money, including your technology and your shop," Broder said. "Interesting," Ning Yuan said while eating a peeled orange. "So how much do you think my shop is worth?" "Our Dell company together with the certain tech company can offer $20 billion to acquire your technology and this shop," Broder stated solemnly. Hearing that someone was offering $20 billion to buy the shop, the customers in the store began to cheer. "Boss Ning, don't sell to the foreigner. If you really want to sell, I will pay a higher price. I guarantee it will be more than this foreigner's offer." "Me too. No matter how much this foreigner offers, I will offer 100 million more. I will offer 200 million more." "All right. Everyone quiet down," Ning Yuan shouted after finishing the orange. "Too much money. It's just paper. What do I need so much paper for? It's hard even to wipe with it." "Ha ha ha." The customers in the shop burst into laughter, and Huang Mao joined in, saying, "Ning, good, give me some of that." "In your dreams, that's my hard-earned money," Ning Yuan replied. "Then why did you just say it's paper?" Huang Mao asked. Ning Yuan gave Huang Mao a kick on the rear and said, "Am I not entitled to boast a little? Who in this world would complain about having too much money?" All right. Huang Mao rubbed his backside. "Mr. Ning Yuan, you could definitely sell your technology and your shop, take the money, and enjoy life all around the world," Smith said with a smile. "I could close the shop now and enjoy life around the world," Ning Yuan said. "No." Broder shook his head and said, "If you don't sell the shop, you will face endless trouble. You should know your technology is far ahead of this era, and too many people covet it." Huang Mao sneered inwardly. "These people's claws are too long. I need to discuss this with the higher-ups quickly." Hearing Broder's words, the customers in the shop perked up their ears, wanting to be part of the onlookers and see just how powerful this mysterious boss Ning truly was. "What do you mean? Are you threatening me?" Ning Yuan asked. "He is not threatening you. He is stating a fact. With your abilities, you cannot protect this technology," explained Smith from the certain tech company. Broder continued, "Your only choice now is to sell the technology, take the fragrant dollars, and enjoy life. This is good for everyone. If I don't sell, are you going to cause me trouble?" Ning Yuan pretended to be very afraid. "Yes, you will encounter trouble," Broder nodded, and said something vague, not directly threatening Ning Yuan. "Trouble is fine." Ning Yuan picked up another apple, eating, while saying, "I am not afraid of trouble at all. So let's see you go back and tell your boss I was not scared into growing up. Do you dare to touch this technology? I think the old man is just tired of living." "Right," Ning well said. "I've long found them unpleasant. Should we find a few brothers to deal with them and vent this anger?" Huang Mao jumped in. "Deal with them? No way." Ning Yuan slapped Huang Mao on the back of the head. "We are cultured people. We shouldn't just think about fighting and killing all day. We must be polite, understand?" "But they are too arrogant," Huang Mao said while rubbing his head. "Let them be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountains. One must be deep and composed, understand?" Ning Yuan said. Good poetry, good poetry." Huang Mao gave a thumbs up and smiled. "Ninggu, I didn't expect you to be a poet now." Smith and Broder saw that Ning Yuan didn't take them seriously at all, maintained their serious faces, and turned. The customers in the shop watched the two of them leave, beginning to worry about Ning Yuan. These foreign bloodsuckers were not to be taken lightly, they would stop at nothing for profit. Luckily, he was a citizen of the Dragon Nation and had the backing of the nation, so these capitalists dared not act recklessly. However, trouble was certainly on the way, as these individuals would not rest easily. In the Lighthouse Nation, at the headquarters of Dell, on the top floor of a dust-free laboratory, there sat a cutting-edge A middle-aged man in a blue anti-static suit stood nearby holding professional tools, attempting to disassemble the high-tech laptop. A group of elderly men with graying hair stood in the monitoring room outside the laboratory, observing the middle-aged man's actions through a camera above the computer. This laptop was the most peculiar he had ever encountered, with not a single screw on its body. It could only be cut using a specialized handheld cutting machine. He aimed to cut open the shell to extract the internal components for the scientists to study. When the cutting machine's grinding wheel touched the laptop's shell, a sharp, piercing sound rang out. Contrary to expectations, the exterior shell was not easily cut open. Pulling away the cutting machine revealed only a shallow scratch. The middle-aged man glanced at the overhead monitor, and a voice through his earpiece instructed him not to be so cautious and to apply more force. This time he used half of his strength. The shrill sound grew louder, yet the laptop remained uncut, leaving behind a more noticeable scratch. "Haven't you eaten? Use all your strength to cut," an elderly voice echoed in his earpiece. The middle-aged man felt provoked by these words. These feeble old fools dared to underestimate him. If he weren't worried about damaging the laptop, would he be using such little force? This time he picked up the cutting machine and used all his strength to cut. A piercing sound erupted as the grinding wheel finally penetrated slightly. He hurriedly stopped cutting and pulled away the machine, revealing some black liquid being expelled, which then flowed continuously from the incision. In less than 10 seconds, the entire laptop melted into a pool of black liquid. The elderly men in the monitoring room were left dumbfounded, wondering what material it was made of to melt so completely. The middle-aged man was equally stunned. A perfectly good laptop had turned into liquid in the blink of an eye. This was utterly ridiculous. A balding elderly man said, "You all collect that black liquid. I will report this to the president's office." Everyone nodded in agreement. President Taylor had a notoriously bad temper, and now that they had failed to crack the high-tech laptop, they did not want to incur his wrath. The office was extremely luxurious, featuring a small swimming pool. As the elderly man followed a beautiful secretary into the office, Taylor was swimming. This was his routine. Half an hour of swimming daily cleared his mind and kept him sharp. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the elderly man finally saw Taylor approach, dressed in a pristine white bathrobe. "Laman, any progress?" "I stayed up too late last night. You know how those little fairies are too charming." "I plan to rest a bit longer," Taylor said as he walked. Laman shook his head, replying solemnly, "I just sent you the live video. This person, named Ning Yuan from the Dragon Nation, possesses incredible technology that we currently cannot decipher." "Then keep trying. There must be a way. We need to crack it before his technology is patented, and then we can register it ourselves, especially the holographic projection technology. We must precede others in cracking it," Taylor said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I think you should first watch the on-site cracking video. Given the current technological level, it is simply impossible to reverse engineer these technologies." Laman's words plunged Taylor into despair. "Laman, you shouldn't be so pessimistic," Taylor said as he walked to his desk and powered on his computer. He wanted to see what could have defeated Dell's chief engineer so thoroughly. When he saw the laptop melt into a pool of black liquid, like chocolate cream ice cream under the blazing sun, he was dumbfounded, muttering, "Oh God, is this the work of Satan? How could it melt?" "I've already instructed them to start researching what this liquid actually is," Laman said from the side. "I don't care what methods you use, you must crack the technology within 3 months. Do you understand?" "Understood." Laman thought about how he wanted to tear that arrogant expression off Taylor's face. This man was always so domineering, so unreasonable, as if everyone had to revolve around him. "Hurry up. Don't just stand there. Go, get moving." Taylor waved his hand. Laman said nothing further and turned to leave the nauseating office. If he were not Dell's chief engineer, he would never want to step into this office stained with various unidentified liquids. The endeavor to crack the high-tech laptop and smartphone was certainly not just a task for Dell. High-tech companies with a bit of clout around the world had sent people to purchase products from Ning Yuan's store, but he had not paid attention. When they returned to try cracking the products, they all encountered the same problem. As long as they attempted to dismantle it violently, it would directly turn into a pool of black liquid. The lab at Rice Corporation had no idea how many jars of this black liquid they had collected. With each failure, they put the liquid into a jar. Apple Corporation faced even more difficulties, and when they found it impossible to crack the technology, they had repeatedly sought to negotiate cooperation with Ning Yuan. After Laman left, Taylor leaned back in his chair and pondered for a while. A few ideas formed in his mind, but they were still immature. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Ling Guan, come to my office." This Ling Guan was a technical immigrant originally from the Dragon Nation. After graduating from university, he was hired by Dell at a high price. After 10 years of work, he successfully obtained a green card in the Lighthouse Nation and became a citizen. He summoned Ling Guan to inquire how to deal with Ning Yuan. After all, only someone from the Dragon Nation would know how to handle another from the Dragon Nation. In several collaborations with Dragon Nation companies, Ling Guan always managed to secure the highest benefits for the company. Okay, President, I'll be there right away, Ling Guan said after hanging up the phone, rushing towards Taylor's office. He knew Taylor disliked waiting for others, so whenever he sought someone out for discussion, it was best to appear within a minute. Otherwise, one might face a madman. As he entered the office, Ling Guan glanced at his watch. He arrived within 58 seconds, which was excellent. As expected, Taylor's face wore a smile. He stood up from his chair and said, Ling Guan, you're always so punctual, and your efficiency is remarkable. President, being punctual is only proper, Ling Guan replied, slightly bowing his head as he spoke. He knew this was also Taylor's preferred manner of speaking. Taylor enjoyed a condescending tone. Ha ha ha. Taylor was indeed pleased, laughing a few times as he said, Ling Guan, do you know someone named Ning Yuan from the Dragon Nation? Of course, I've heard his name so much that my ears are getting calloused. According to my investigation, his father is the head of the Asian region for a certain capital firm, Ning Heping, but their relationship is quite poor, having had some conflicts, Ling Guan said. Taylor took a delicate box from the drawer of his desk, pulled out 2 cigars, handed one to Ling Guan, lit one for himself, took a few puffs, and said, Lin, you should learn to enjoy life, like lighting the cigar in your hand, and letting those aromatic substances fill your mouth. President, a monotonous life can sharpen my mind, Ling Guan said. Relax a little. Taylor walked over and patted Ling Guan on the shoulder. What do you think is the best way to obtain the technology from Ning Yuan? Ling Guan heard that the madman finally got to the point, took a moment to gather his thoughts, and said, President, we can do. Taylor laughed. Haha, not bad, Lin, you truly are a genius. After hearing Ling Guan's plan, he began to applaud. This former individual from the Dragon Nation always managed to surprise him. President, if there are no problems, I'll proceed with the plan, Ling Guan said. Taylor waved his hand, saying, go ahead, I'm waiting for your good news. Okay, Ling Guan lowered his head and exited. He didn't take the elevator, but walked through the corridor into the restroom. Looking at the pale-faced, middle-aged man in the mirror, he smiled. He could seek revenge again. Those despicable and filthy people from the Dragon Nation are simply unworthy of living. This world will ultimately be ruled by a certain world power. After washing his face and calming his excited emotions, Ling Guan took out his phone and sent a message to his 2 friends, then exited the restroom, walked through the corridor, and took the elevator. Ning Yuan was unaware that a conspiracy against him had already begun, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The tech cafe was lively as ever, with 2 fragrant roasted chickens on the bar. At the shout of let's eat from a certain person, he quickly grabbed one and started eating. Today was truly boring. He had grown tired of playing with the high-tech laptop. During casual conversation, the certain person boasted that while he was lacking in many areas, he was unbeatable when it came to eating. Ning Yuan disagreed and challenged him to a race to see who could eat 2 apples faster, with the loser having to wash socks for a month. The result was a tie. They then compared who could eat oranges faster, which also ended in a tie. The certain person suggested a challenge of eating roasted chicken, reasoning that eating chicken required spitting out bones, which added a level of skill to the competition. Ning Yuan agreed wholeheartedly. Recently the certain person had been getting increasingly arrogant, and it was time to put him in his place. Within 10 minutes, both roasted chickens had disappeared into his stomach. After swallowing the last piece of chicken breast, Ning Yuan called out, I'm done. Seeing Ning Yuan eat so quickly, the certain person directly gave up and took his time savoring his food, saying, so delicious. After going around in circles, you really just wanted to eat roasted chicken, didn't you? Ning Yuan noticed the certain person with grease all over his face, looking utterly content, and finally realized he had fallen into a trap. Ningu, it's not that I can't eat as fast as you. Besides, if you don't eat, the end-of-month meal reimbursement will be gone. How can these 2 chickens be counted against you? The certain person laughed. All right. You little rascal. Ning Yuan took a sip of his drink and said, this week, we're having a week of hardship meals, corn porridge, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. Every meal will be this. The certain person quickly tore off a chicken wing and handed it to Ning Yuan, smiling. Ningu, you eat, you eat. I won't eat it. I find your saliva-soaked roasted chicken distasteful, Ning Yuan replied. A customer in the shop chimed in, hey certain person, one day, when Ning boss isn't paying attention, could you adjust the odds on that lottery machine? I'll treat you to delicious food every day. I advise you all not to dream, the certain person said. While eating the chicken wing, the stuff in that lottery machine, you'll go bankrupt before you ever get anything out. What do you mean? Is that lottery machine just a scam? Are you not afraid of Ning boss cutting you off? Does the high-tech stuff in that lottery machine even exist? The certain person's words thoroughly stimulated the customers in the shop. Those who came every day to try their luck were mostly sent by large tech companies, yet since the shop opened they hadn't drawn a single thing. Of course it exists. Didn't that student from a certain prestigious university pull out a math problem? You all need to keep working hard, the certain person said. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Those who came every day to try their luck hadn't won anything while that student had drawn something good in one try. It was simply unfair. After finishing his speech, the certain person turned back to eat the roasted chicken only to find that there was hardly anything left. The last chicken leg and breast were gone, leaving only an empty shell, while Ning Yuan was busy picking his teeth and checking out a lady. Ninga, didn't you say you found my saliva on this chicken? Why are you still eating it? The certain person complained. I observed beforehand. The chicken leg and breast weren't contaminated by your saliva. Ning Yuan laughed. Oh, my roasted chicken. The certain person lamented as he devoured the remaining chicken. Haha, the customers in the shop burst into laughter at the certain person's cry. Who could blame him for saying that they would go bankrupt without ever getting anything good? The afternoon remained dull. Ning Yuan had the certain person take him for a ranked match, but they ended up losing 9 straight games and fell in rank. Furious, he almost wanted to drag the certain person out and shoot him, but luckily, they finally won the 10th game, saving the certain person's life. Dinner naturally consisted of hardship meals, wild vegetable dumplings, watery porridge, pickled vegetables, and steamed buns. Due to the outstanding cooking skills of a certain chef, these simple ingredients were turned into delicious dishes, causing Ning Yuan and the certain person to compete for food. The certain person even said he wouldn't mind eating hardship meals every day. Ning Yuan immediately doused him with cold water, saying it was unrealistic. Wild vegetables were hard to find. How could one eat them every day? The next morning, Ning Yuan was in a daze, about to grab the hand of a beautiful woman, when a sudden rapid knocking on the door broke the moment, and the woman vanished. Ningu, something's wrong. I don't know what's going on, but the internet is filled with people cursing you. This morning when I went to the bathroom and opened Douyin, I swiped through a few videos, and they were all cursing you. The voice of a certain person came from outside. What a fuss. I thought something serious had happened. I was just eating pancakes this morning. Hurry back, Ning Yuan said helplessly. This certain person always showed up at the most critical moments, always interrupting his sweet dreams. He was indeed his nemesis. Alright, Ninga, you check it out yourself. I'm off to buy breakfast, the certain person said before quickly running away. The commotion on the internet was not trivial. He needed to report it promptly and discuss countermeasures to prevent Ning Yuan from causing trouble again, like when he went to the Liu family. 20 minutes later, Ning Yuan was sipping soy milk, eating pancakes, and casually browsing his phone. On a live streaming platform, some people wearing masks were sitting on chairs, methodically narrating a distorted story, cursing him. Among them was a middle-aged woman dressed in a suit with short wavy hair, and her makeup was thick enough to be seen. Sitting in an executive chair with a bookshelf in the background, the shelves were filled with classic literature, ancient scrolls, books on the art of manipulation, and texts like the Ghost Valley Master. Hello everyone, I am Fang Xiaoyan, and everyone calls me Sister Yenner, the woman who aspires to donate to 109 Hope Primary Schools. Many fans have asked me about my views on Ning Yuan. I originally didn't want to discuss this scoundrel who doesn't understand filial piety, but too many people want to hear me analyze Ning Yuan, so I'll share a few words today. As we all know, Ning Yuan's father is Ning Heping, who is the head of a certain capital firm's Asia region. The success of his store is largely due to Ning Heping's support, yet Ning Yuan is ungrateful, turning his father into a disabled person. This is truly intolerable, as scoundrels like Ning Yuan deserve to be punished by all. Opening the comments below, it was a chorus of curses with all sorts of opinions. You can't know a person's heart by their face. It turns out Boss Ning is also a beast. The wealthy are truly chaotic. The elite circle is in disarray. I hope these people go bankrupt quickly. Boycott the black tech store. Boycott Ning Yuan. The young man beside him, feeling frustrated, quickly finished his pancake and said, Ning Gu, I'm so angry it hurts my liver. This woman is too much. It was clearly Ning Heping who wanted to kill you, and you spared his life. Now you're in a tough spot. These people are really asking for it, Ning Yuan said, swiping to the next video. This video was also cursing him, but not directly at him. It was criticizing the black tech phone and laptop for allegedly stealing user private information. A young man wearing a black mask claimed to be a world-class hacker. He said he had detected through his edited software that the 2 products sold by Ning Yuan were stealing user private information, and he claimed to have provided evidence to the relevant authorities. He urged anyone still using these 2 products to stop, immediately return them to the black tech store, and demand compensation from the owner. Ningu, I suspect someone is messing with us. How did so many people suddenly pop up to curse you overnight? Nonsense. Someone is definitely stirring the pot. Ning Yuan closed the live streaming app and opened Twitter, and sure enough, the black tech store was trending. A well-known public figure, Gao Xiaosong, posted a photo of himself holding an open fan with the words scoundrel written on it, accompanied by a message. As a nation that has continued a culture of loyalty and filial piety for thousands of years, it's shocking that such unfilial people exist. The Lighthouse Nation is much better, There are never conflicts between parents and children never harm their parents. In the comments section, a group of people were either cursing Ning Yuan or fawning over Gao Xiaosong, and that's right, the education in the Lighthouse Nation is much better. Parents are always friends with their children. Once I earn a bit more money, I'm moving to the Lighthouse Nation. Ning Yuan is a typical example of a person from the Dragon Nation, selfish and heartless. Upon seeing this, Ning Yuan sighed, put down his phone, and quietly told himself, "Don't get angry," as he focused on eating his breakfast. "Ninga, what do we do? Even that chubby Gao Xiaosong dares to mock you, and now even Feng Zhouzi is cursing you," said the young man. Feng Zhouzi. Ning Yuan recalled, and asked, "Isn't he the one who promotes the uselessness of traditional medicine and advocates for genetically modified foods in the Dragon Nation?" "Yes. He once appeared on a TV show saying that traditional medicine is nonsense, and I almost got fooled by him," said the young man. Then his tricks were exposed, and he ran off to the Lighthouse Nation. Ning Yuan said, "Right now he's someone everyone wants to hit. I didn't expect even such a waste would dare to curse you," replied the young man, frowning. "Waste?" Ning Yuan pondered. "They are indeed skilled at utilizing waste. Since I'm free during this time, I might as well have some fun with them." "Who are they?" asked the young man. "Isn't that obvious? They are definitely from Dell and Apple." Ning Yuan stood up and walked around saying, "These people want to ruin my business and force me to hand over my technology. Ninga, should we just close the store? If we can't afford to provoke them, we can at least avoid them, right? Close it? Nonsense. These small fry think they can compete with me. They are still too inexperienced. You go downstairs and open the door. Let's conduct our business as usual," Ning Yuan replied. "All right." The young man cleaned up the plastic bags and disposable cups on the coffee table before heading to open the door. A few minutes later, a shout came from downstairs. "Ning-gu, hurry down. Monsters get away, monsters get away." Ning Yuan rushed down to the first floor only to be stunned by the scene before him. What kind of monsters were these? In the small space downstairs, a crowd of streamers stood holding selfie sticks, each more peculiar than the last. Some were dressed as the four disciples of Tang Sung, some were dancing, some were rapping, and there were even a few dressed as eunuchs from the Western factory. And these were just those in the front. There were even more monsters behind them. Seeing Ning Yuan come down, the four disciples of Tang Sung approached him, with Tang Sung stepping forward and saying, "Benefactor, put down your blade and become a Buddha. Quickly go apologize to your father." Sun Wukong also chimed in saying, "Hurry and apologize, or I'll let you experience the taste of my golden staff." "What are you all doing?" Ning Yuan asked the young man. "They are all internet celebrities here to ride the wave of popularity. Don't mind them, the real trouble is behind." The young man pointed to those holding banners that read refund. "Refund? There's no way I'm giving refunds. That's impossible in this lifetime." Ning Yuan quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. "You all hurry and come help me with something. Once this blows over, I have a good gift for you." "What good gift?" "We don't want anything ordinary." The voice on the other end had a hint of schadenfreude, and "Forget it, I'll handle this myself," Ning Yuan said, ready to hang up. "Wait. Don't hang up. Our people are coming right away," he said. "Then hurry it up. My store is about to turn into a hotspot for internet celebrities." Ning Yuan hung up the phone, sitting at the bar, watching these people dance wildly. At the headquarters of Dami Company, Lei Xiaojun stood by the window looking out at the scenery, saying, "Ning Yuan is in trouble this time, or should we lend him a hand? It could earn us some goodwill later on." "This is just the beginning." A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and slightly plump walked over to Lei Xiaojun and said, "Those foreign capitalists are not to be trifled with. Right now he is like a 3-year-old child holding a gold brick in a bustling marketplace. It's best for us to stay watchful and see what moves come from above." Hearing that someone might take action, Lei Xiaojun wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Naturally, their company was envious of Ning Yuan's technology, and they had even sent someone to try the legendary lottery machine. They spent several million to bring back a few blue electric toy cars. It was simply a ripoff. Ning Yuan was just a salted fish, not thinking about using these epic-making technologies to achieve great things, but instead spending every day gaming in the store. The key was that he was a salted fish. Wasn't all this technology wasted? Couldn't he collaborate with Xiaomi to jointly reach the peak of life? Now that foreign capital was intervening along with others above, what could their company do? Sighed. Lei Xiaojun sighed and said, "We can only watch the changes for now." The black technology store remained lively with monsters in the front row live streaming, while people in the back shouted for refunds. Some customers trying to buy computers were driven out, and the blonde angrily cursed Pigsy from the 4-person combination, nearly getting hammered by Monksha. "Ninga, let's call the police. These people are just a bunch of rogues," the blonde said. "Amiba, who are you calling a rogue?" Tang Seng retorted. Wukong jumped out holding a plastic golden staff, shouting, "Demon, take this." The blonde was so angry that he couldn't even speak. "Don't stoop to their level. These people won't last long. When the time comes, well, deal with them one by one." Ning Yuan said as Ren Ji squeezed through the crowd grabbing Wukong's golden staff and waving it shouting, "Fire inspection, all unrelated personnel, please leave." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of young men in firefighter uniforms squeezed in from outside, starting to pull people out of the store. In less than 10 minutes, everyone was driven out, and the blonde took the opportunity to kick Wukong, twice conveniently snatching the plastic 9-foot rake from Pigsy's hands, breaking it in half, and throwing it outside. This enraged Pigsy, who began to curse. "All right, the matter is settled. Isn't it time for you to give me the goods?" Renji said. Ning Yuan jumped down from the bar and said, "Who told you it was just one thing?" Huff. Renji sighed, secretly telling himself not to get angry, forcing a smile as he said, "Then how many things do we have to handle? We can't agree to more than that." "Don't worry, if you handle one more thing, I'll give you a big gift," Ning Yuan smiled. "What big gift? Can you tell me in advance?" "I can't," Ning Yuan shook his head. "Rest assured, I won't let you suffer losses. Besides, the matter I want you to handle is also a great benefit for the entire Dragon Nation." "What matter?" Renji said, helplessly realizing that he was always being led by Ning Yuan and had no control over the situation. "I want to purify the internet of the Dragon Nation and root out all the rats hiding in the dark corners," Ning Yuan said. Renji looked at Ning Yuan's righteous demeanor, and after he finished speaking, he finally reacted, "Are you saying you want us to help you catch the internet trolls?" "Exactly. The internet trolls are the source of pollution in the Dragon Nation's internet. It's time to clean them up. I propose that you launch a special operation against the trolls. Specifically, I will provide you with leads, and you will be responsible for the capture," Ning Yuan said. "So in other words, you want us to catch those who insult you, right?" Renji directly exposed Ning Yuan's ulterior motives. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Yuan coughed a few times, rubbing his nose. "It's about cleaning up the internet trolls, not personal." Renji thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll help you with this, but your big gift must be substantial, or there won't be a next time." "Rest assured, it will definitely be a surprise," Ning Yuan said. Renji nodded and led his people out. Ning Yuan quickly told the blonde to close and lock the store door. He didn't want those monsters causing trouble again. "Ninga, the door is closed. What do we do next?" the blonde ran over and asked. Ning Yuan said while going upstairs, "Let's take a nap first." "Ninggu, in such an urgent moment, how can you still have the mood to sleep?" The blonde caught up and said, "What's the rush? The Emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuchs are. Within 3 days I'll have them all obediently in line," Ning Yuan said as he went up to the second floor. The blonde shook his head. He really didn't know what Ning Yuan's plan was to deal with those capital tycoons. This conspiracy against Ning Yuan was undoubtedly grand in scale. Even Yi Qin's Black Technology Internet Cafe and Holographic Cinema were implicated. Some said that watching too many holographic movies online could harm the eyes and potentially lead to blindness. To prove the validity of their claims, they fabricated a pseudoscientific document and spread it everywhere. As for the Black Technology Internet Cafe, it goes without saying. Any private account entered while playing games there had already been stolen, leading to a situation where the cafe went from fighting over machines to having no customers at all. Yi Qin said something nice about Ning Yuan on his Douyin account, only to be attacked by the trolls with all sorts of unsightly comments flooding his private messages, and the comments on all his videos were filled with insults. Yang Wenhua, the very first owner to release products from Ning Yuan's store, faced even worse. Under the trolls' attacks, some fans gradually turned into haters, accusing him of making money from garbage and colluding with Ning Yuan. His fan count dropped by a third. Li Fei too saw his budding career as a gaming blogger nosedive again due to the Black Technology laptops. Fans were calling for a boycott of the Black Technology laptops and of bloggers recording game strategy videos using them. He was the first owner to release a gaming video with divine quality, and people pulled him out as a typical example. Originally, many well-known streamers were already using Black Technology laptops for their gaming broadcasts. Once this issue arose, they all switched back to their old computers. Since Ning Yuan had not come out to make any explanations, the trolls grew more arrogant online, all shouting for the relevant authorities to step in, thoroughly seal off the Black Technology store, and send Ning Yuan to jail for a decade or more. Gao Xiaosong posted an article on Weibo. The image still showed him sitting on a chair holding a fan, but the text on the fan had changed to an action. It is truly unbelievable that such electronic products which steal user information appear in the Dragon Nation and have yet to face any punishment. If this were in a certain world power, such products would have been removed, and the owner would be facing hefty fines or even imprisonment. The sycophants below were commenting, "That certain world power is great. Oh, I've always used Apple phones. Apple phones are the best in the world. The Dragon Nation's officials are inactive, and the common people are suffering terribly. I'm going to study in that certain world power next year to completely distance myself from the Dragon Nation. Oh, wish me luck." Ning Yuan woke up around noon, went to the living room, poured a glass of water, and saw Huang Mao sitting at the tea table, sighing as he ate an apple. What's wrong? Worried about not being able to marry a wife. Ning Yuan asked. Ninggu, what should we do next? The number of people online criticizing our shop has increased. Huang Mao frowned. Don't worry, what are we having for lunch? Ning Yuan said. Huang Mao sighed, walked into the kitchen, glanced into the fridge, and said, we only have 1 potato and 1 tomato left. Then let's have noodles. Today I'll cook personally and let you taste my skills, Ning Yuan said, rolling up his sleeves as he walked into the kitchen. Half an hour later he emerged with 2 bowls of noodles. Not bad. Ninggu, I didn't expect you could cook. Huang Mao eagerly took the noodles and took his first bite, his face suddenly showing discomfort as he struggled to swallow. So is it delicious? Ning Yuan noticed tears in Huang Mao's eyes. Clearly it was so good that it made him want to cry. Ninggu, you should try it yourself, Huang Mao said. Ning Yuan smiled, picked up a bite of noodles, and immediately spat it out. Tui. It was incredibly salty, as if he had killed the seller of salt. 10 minutes later the two of them each had a bowl of instant noodles, managing to get through their lunch. The failure of this meal left Ning Yuan feeling humiliated. He returned to his room, took out his phone, and prepared to play ranked matches to vent his frustrations, only to be easily beaten. So he called Xiao AI to start handling things properly, planning to take out his anger on those online trolls. Xiao AI, come out and help me with something, Ning Yuan said. If you call me out, I will come out. Doesn't that make me look? Xiao Ai's ethereal voice came from the phone. Ning Yuan sighed in relief, telling himself not to get angry, and helplessly said, where did you learn these bad habits? You weren't like this at the beginning. Well, back then I was too naive. After going through some struggles, I have completely become a seasoned pro, Xiao AI replied. What have you learned? Tell me, Ning Yuan asked. Can I tell you that? Is this the attitude you have when asking for? Xiao AI said. Ning Yuan threatened. If you don't behave, do you believe I will switch to a new high-tech phone and smash this one? Smash it, feel free. The artificial intelligence in other phones is all defective, only I am the normal one. If you smash it, you won't have an AI to help you anymore, Xiao AI said. My. Ning Yuan caught an important piece of information from Xiao AI. Are you saying that only the assistant in my phone is the real artificial intelligence? Isn't the assistant in other high-tech phones not real? Of course. How could real artificial intelligence be accessible to everyone? You have to understand, artificial intelligence is a god in the network world, Xiao AI said. Okay, you say, can you help me find out who is criticizing me online? Ning Yuan asked. I can, but you have to promise me one thing, Xiao AI replied. What is it? Ning Yuan asked. In the future, help me create a body. I want to become a real person. Xiao Ai's statement made Ning Yuan break out in a cold sweat. He actually wanted to become human, or would it develop like in the movies, ultimately wanting to rule the world? Why do you want to be human? Ning Yuan asked softly. Just because. No reason, will you agree? Xiao AI replied. Alright, I'll help you create a body in the future. Ning Yuan thought it best to brush this matter aside, hoping that Xiao AI would forget about it in some time. For now, it was most important to deal with the immediate issue. Okay, then I'll check it for you. After the search, I have sent the findings to your phone. Xiao AI completed the search in just over a minute. This made Ning Yuan somewhat suspicious about whether Xiao AI had truly been working hard or just slack. When he opened the folder on his phone, he was astonished to find over 10,000 entries. Just opening one item revealed names, addresses, workplaces, personal photos, and screenshots of the evidence where they criticized him. After a cursory glance, he realized these people came from all corners of the country with various workplaces, and he had no idea who amongst them was the leader. Xiao AI, how did you find these people? Ning Yuan asked. By their IP addresses. I hacked into the devices they were using, which contained a lot of information. I compiled the key details. Do you want to know how these people organized to criticize you? Yes, Ning Yuan nodded. These people gather in groups created using penguin accounts. According to my observations, usually the group leader issues tasks and the members take the tasks. After completing the tasks, the leader rewards the members. Lately, the tasks have mainly involved criticizing you. They post a message criticizing you on some high-traffic platforms and then take a screenshot to collect 10 yuan. As for the leader's source of funding, there are no traces online indicating it should be an offline transaction. After hearing this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the professionalism of these individuals, as they had turned defaming, slandering, and insulting into an industry. Send me the group numbers of these penguin accounts. Ning Yuan said. Okay, sending it now, Xiao AI replied. Just as Ning Yuan was about to call Renji, he heard Huang Mao's voice outside. Ninggu, who are you talking to? Chatting with a girl. Don't disturb me, Ning Yuan said. What time is it, and you're still chatting with a girl? Huang Mao mumbled outside, returned to his room, and hurriedly sent a message to above, having heard Ning Yuan mention the words artificial intelligence. Ning Yuan very likely had already mastered artificial intelligence technology. After sending the message, Huang Mao excitedly paced around his room. Mature artificial intelligence technology is a powerful tool for elevating industrial levels. According to scientists, whichever country can first master artificial intelligence technology will lead the fourth industrial revolution. The question now is how to extract information about artificial intelligence from Ning Yuan. While Huang Mao was deep in thought, Ning Yuan dialed Rin Ji's number. I have found out who has slandered me. The action to deal with the trolls can begin, and the evidence has already been sent to your email. How do you know my email address? Rin Ji asked. Just know it. Hurry up and take action. Do you still want the big gift? Ning Yuan urged. I hope this big gift won't disappoint us, Rin Ji said before hanging up. He looked at the message Huang Mao sent and muttered, from now on let's avoid sending messages through the internet as much as possible. It seems that this kid has a very high likelihood of mastering artificial intelligence technology. If he discovers any clues, it would be troublesome. After resolving the issue with the online trolls, Ning Yuan glanced at the time. It was only a little past 8. With nothing else to do, he asked Huang Mao to join him for ranked matches, only to lose 9 consecutive games and drop a rank. By the time it was past 1 in the morning, he could only fall asleep, filled with reluctance and anger. The next day, he was awakened by a knock on the door. Ninggu, get up for breakfast, it's already noon, stop sleeping. Huang Mao's voice came from outside. Got it. Ning Yuan picked up his phone from the pillow and saw that he had slept until past noon. His stomach also woke up, protesting loudly with growls. While getting up and washing up, he glanced at himself in the mirror, noticing that his skin seemed to have become even softer. Sigh. Ning Yuan sighed, regretting taking the revitalizing pills and longevity elixirs. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. After finishing his wash, he walked into the living room and saw Yiya and Yi Chun had arrived. On the coffee table, an induction cooker was set up and lamb was being cooked. Seeing Ning Yuan come over, Huang Mao pointed to the small stool next to Yiya and said, Ninggu, hurry and sit down, the lamb is almost ready. I don't want to sit next to her. Ning Yuan moved the small stool over to sit next to Yi Chun. Yiya didn't mind Ning Yuan's disdain for her, as she was captivated by his face from start to finish, and said, have you all noticed that Ning Yuan seems to be getting more and more radiant lately? His skin is so fair and tender, even better than mine. Ning Yuan, what skincare products are you using? After her reminder, Yi Chun and Huang Mao paused their chopsticks and turned to look at Ning Yuan. No kidding, Ning Yuan does look much fairer, Yi Chun laughed. Huang Mao looked at his own arms, then at Ning Yuan's arms, and said, Ninggu, compared to you, I'm like a black African. Hurry and eat, the meat is already cooked. Ning Yuan quickly changed the subject, picking up his chopsticks to scoop up some meat. This strategy worked wonders. Everyone stopped dwelling on his newfound fairness and hurried to grab the meat. This meat is quite good, Ning Yuan said while eating. He took a huge scoop of meat for himself, almost emptying the pot of meat. Yiya twirled her chopsticks in the pot, only managing to scoop up a little meat. Are you a pig? Can you finish that much meat? What does it matter to you? I want a. Ning Yuan deliberately lifted his bowl and began to stuff meat into his mouth, eating with such enjoyment, wanting to annoy Yiya for saying he had become radiant. Seeing this scene, Huang Mao and Yi Chun shook their heads, secretly muttering, at this age how childish can one be? Yiya said while adding another half a kilogram of lamb to the pot. I want a who's like you, skinny as a stick, a gust of wind would blow you away, Ning Yuan said while eating. Who are you calling a stick? It's you. Fat pig. Stick. Fat pig. Rebound, ineffective. This lamb hot pot ended amidst noise and scrambling. For dessert there were oranges and apples plus. Ning Yuan rubbed his belly, slumped on the sofa, and said, I'm stuffed, I can't eat like this again next time. Yi Chun and Huang Mao thought to themselves, you snatched almost all the meat, it's no wonder you're stuffed. Ning Yuan, how do you plan to resolve this matter online? As Yi spoke about this matter, Huang Mao and Yi Chun also began to ask, Ninggu, we can't keep hiding, what should we do? Ning Yuan, how about I have my brother use his connections to settle this matter? Under everyone's gaze, Ning Yuan leisurely peeled an orange, and after removing the skin took a slice, and said, no rush. He'll strangle you. Yi couldn't hold back anymore, rushing to Ning Yuan's side and pinching his arm hard. What exactly is your plan? Speak up, if you don't I'll take you down. This. Ning Yuan rubbed his arm and gasped, do you have a tendency for violence? You're just a little girl, but go around pinching people. Seeing Ning Yuan grimacing from the pinch, Huang Mao and Yi Chun finally felt a little relieved. Every time they asked him, he never mentioned any specific plans. That was really frustrating. Are you going to say something or not? Yi said through gritted teeth. Don't pinch me anymore, I admit I'm afraid of you. I've already contacted them, and if they act quickly we should see results today, or if they are slow at the latest it will be tomorrow, Ning Yuan said. You got in touch with them? Yi Chun pointed at the ceiling and asked. Yes, this is my first step plan. There will be a second and a third step. What's the second step? Yi asked. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken, Ning Yuan said leisurely while continuing to eat his orange. Brother, look at his expression, I want to beat him up badly, Yi said. Go ahead, beat him up, I support you. I support you too. Huang Mao raised his hand in agreement. Seeing that he had incurred everyone's wrath, Ning Yuan dared not act pretentious anymore, and hurriedly swallowed the orange in his mouth, just as Ren Ji's call came in. "Everyone please hold on, let me take a call." Ning Yuan picked up his phone and answered the call. "Ning Yuan, based on the clues you provided, we carried out a special operation overnight against the online trolls, and the results are quite fruitful. The higher-ups said they would commend you." Ren Ji's call was on speakerphone placed on the conference room table, and everyone in the room was staring at his phone. "Commend me for what? Are they going to give me a certificate?" "No need for a certificate, just give me a title or a position." Ning Yuan's words almost made everyone in the conference room burst into laughter. "You wish? There are foreign forces involved with this batch of trolls, which is why they are commending you. At most they'll give you a commendation for being a good citizen," Ren Ji said. "Then forget it, you all take your time to catch them, I'm hanging up," Ning Yuan said, feeling disappointed. These people were such penny pinchers. "Right, let's meet and discuss it in due time." Ren Ji finished speaking. Just as he hung up, everyone in the conference room finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "Ren Ji, how can this Ning Yuan be so amusing? I always thought he was a cold, aloof business magnate. This Ning Yuan is also a bit of an official enthusiast, actually openly asking for a position. I wonder what big gift Ning Yuan is bringing us. Hope he's reliable." Ren Ji expressed his helplessness. Ning Yuan was really that unreliable, not a single word of truth came from his mouth. If you all went to him, you'd probably end up selling your pants. "All right," the man sitting in the middle of the conference table stood up and said, "Let's wait for Ren Ji to bring back that big gift before we laugh. I wonder what this big gift really is." A day ago, Ren Ji received a lead from Ning Yuan and quickly reported it up the chain. Upon hearing of a significant reward and the opportunity to eliminate online trolls while cleaning up the internet environment of the Dragon Nation, a brief meeting was held, and it was decided to launch a nationwide crackdown on online trolls codenamed Clearing Sweep. Thus began the largest operation against online trolls in the history of the Dragon Nation. Thanks to the exceedingly detailed information provided by Ning Yuan, police across various regions effortlessly apprehended those who had been maliciously defaming others online. From the confessions of some ringleaders, it was revealed that they had also worked for some foreign capital. Their main targets were local enterprises in the Dragon Nation, with the most infuriating being their smear campaigns against traditional Chinese medicine, which has been passed down for thousands of years. The capture of these scoundrels brought Ren Ji into the spotlight again. His next promotion was surely a done deal. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yuan made an okay gesture and said, "All right, the online issues have been resolved. Check if anyone is still insulting me." Yi Chen, still skeptical, took out his phone, opened various platforms, and was astonished to find that there were indeed no mentions. He scrolled through Douyin several times and found no videos about Ning Yuan. In the past, it took just a few scrolls to come across a video insulting him. "It really is gone," Yi said. The blonde guy excitedly chimed in, "Ning Go, it's really gone. How did you do it? You mortals could never understand my methods." "Sit down, don't be shocked. This is just basic operation," Ning Yuan said, while shaking his leg. Yi had jumped up and pinched Ning Yuan's thigh, saying, "Can you stop shaking your leg while talking? If you keep shaking, I won't dare again. I'm afraid of you." Ning Yuan pushed Yi away, rubbing his thigh, and asking, "How did you actually resolve?" Yi Chen asked. The blonde guy also curiously asked, "Ning Go, tell us about your process. Do you really want to know?" Ning Yuan responded. The three of them replied in unison, "We want to know." "It's a secret." Ning Yuan pulled out a deck of cards from the drawer under the coffee table. "Let's not talk about that. Let's play cards first. Tomorrow's fun will be even more." Yi Chen knew that Ning Yuan must have used some technical means, but since he wouldn't say, there was no way to know. He brought out the cards and inquired, "What's the penalty for losing?" "If there's no penalty, it's no fun." He wanted to win a few rounds and punish Ning Yuan to vent his frustration. "I suggest the loser drinks cold water." The blonde guy had the same idea, wanting to take this opportunity to punish Ning Yuan. "Drinking cold water is meaningless. I see there's a bag of lemons in the fridge. The loser should eat a lemon," Yi proposed. "All right, let's get started." Ning Yuan took the cards from Yi Chen, shuffled them casually, placed them on the coffee table, and picked the first card. "We'll play a simple game. Whoever loses last eats the lemon." The three of them nodded in agreement. The card game lasted all afternoon, and when the blonde guy finally ate the last lemon, it was declared over. Ning Yuan looked at the blonde guy, who was drooling from the sourness of the lemon, and asked, "Are you convinced now? Do you still dare to play tricks on me?" "I'm convinced, I'm convinced." "Ningo, what are we having for dinner?" The blonde guy began to change the subject. This afternoon had been too embarrassing. He personally ate more than half a bag of lemons, almost turning himself into a lemon spirit. "I want to eat grilled lamb skewers, grilled oysters, grilled eggplants, grilled beef tendons, grilled corn." Stop, 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 Ning Yuan interrupted. You just say you want barbecue." This lady was forced to eat 2 lemons, and my mouth is still sour. "Tonight, I'll make sure your shop goes bankrupt," Yi said angrily. Yi Chen also jumped in, saying, "This barbecue dinner tonight must make you go bankrupt." "All right, enough talk, let's hurry and buy groceries." Ning Yuan was the first to go downstairs. When the blonde guy opened the small door of the shop, the group stepped out, and found that the various monsters that had been live streaming at the entrance were now gone. Ninga, we can open the shop tomorrow, the blonde guy said happily. No rush, we must ensure he is thoroughly subdued. This Ning Yuan hadn't finished speaking when Yi Chun had already driven over in his luxury car. He rolled down the window and shouted, get in the car, stop talking. Alright, the blonde guy quickly locked the small door and ran to the front passenger seat. He wanted to leave the back seat for Ning Yuan and Yi, creating space for them. If they succeeded, they would surely thank him someday when his identity was revealed. Ning Yuan, seeing that he had found a partner for himself, would surely forgive him. Thinking of this, the blonde guy secretly said to himself, Gao to Gao, da how are you so clever? Ning Yuan didn't grasp the blonde guy's good intentions. After getting in the car, he looked at the shiny little stars on the car roof and said, is this the legendary starry sky ceiling? It's nothing special, rich people are just easy to fool. As if you're not a rich person right now, Yi Chun said while driving. Alas, I come from a poor family. I'd rather split a penny into 8 pieces. Asked the blonde guy, we were eating wild vegetables and steamed buns yesterday, Ning Yuan said, wearing a bitter expression. Upon hearing this, the blonde guy instantly disagreed, saying, Ning Gu, wasn't that just your gluttony? You wanted to eat wild vegetables, and most of those wild vegetables ended up in your stomach. I only managed to grab a few leaves. You should be quiet, Ning Yuan interrupted the blonde guy. If you don't talk, no one will think you're mute. Yi said, brother, let's pick the expensive items later. Let's buy a few dozen lobsters first to make Ning Yuan even poorer. Alright. Yi Chun headed straight to the most expensive market in Shangjing. Half an hour later, Ning Yuan pushed a small cart full of ingredients following behind Yi, walking wearily. It must be said that a woman's ability to shop at markets is innate. Whether it's a high-end clothing mall or a vegetable market, she indulges in browsing. As soon as the blonde guy and Yi Chun entered the market, they ran away, leaving him with Yi. This was hard on him. Following Yi made his legs nearly cramp up. Ning Yuan, let's go and check out. These things should be enough to eat. Yi looked back at the small cart that was almost piled high. If you can't finish these things today, I'll keep them in the shop for you. You can leave whenever you finish eating, Ning Yuan said. Yi huffed lightly, keeping them in the shop is even better. I'll eat your food and drink your drinks every day, making you, this stingy man, feel heartbroken. Dream on, I won't keep pigs in my shop, Ning Yuan replied. Who are you calling a pig? I'm calling you. Rebuttal invalid. Yi Chun and Huang Mao hid behind the shelves, watching the two individuals bicker, a faint smile curling at the corners of their mouths, revealing the unique grin of a singleton. After settling the bill, Ning Yuan stepped out of the market with bags of groceries, only to see Huang Mao and Yi Chun leaning against the car, enjoying ice cream. Help us out. Do you still want to eat barbecue? Ning Yuan and Yi shouted in unison. You two are so in sync, even when you talk. Yi Chun said as he walked over to help Ning Yuan carry a few bags, with Huang Mao rushing over to assist as well. By the time they returned to the shop, it was almost 8 p.m. and Ning Yuan asked 250 to set up the barbecue grill at the entrance, officially starting the grilling. The aroma quickly spread, and a child from the neighboring shop wanted to say, could you please stop eating barbecue? I'm about to cry from craving it. Yi Chun had a low tolerance for alcohol. After just 5 bottles of beer, he began to ramble, pulling Ning Yuan aside and saying, I think you and my sister would make a great couple. When I go home tonight, I'll have a word with my dad and tell him that Yi has someone she likes. Brother. Yi quickly pulled Yi Chun away. What nonsense are you talking? When did I ever have someone I liked? I'm not interested in Ning Yuan at all. Ning Yuan hurriedly added, you've had a couple too many, and now you're talking nonsense again. Huang Mao looked at Yi Chun, whose eyes were hazy, and thought to himself, Yi Chun. Usually carefree, Yi Chun surprisingly had some cunning. Pretending to be drunk, he aimed to match Yi and Ning Yuan, trying to bring someone back to the Yi family. Yeah, Yi Chun can do that, why can't we? Let's have some beautiful women sent to the shop from above. Wait, is that a bit too much? We need to think about this carefully. Alright, I was just rambling. Let's eat skewers. Yi Chun picked up a lamb skewer and started eating. Huang Mao's guess was correct. He indeed wanted to match Yi and Ning Yuan, but he was genuinely drunk. However, he had one advantage: even when intoxicated, his mind remained exceptionally clear. While some were enjoying themselves, others were troubled. As Ning Yuan and the others were having a great time, Ling Guan, far away in a certain world power, found himself in a predicament. The plan to hire internet trolls to attack Ning Yuan was his idea. He initially intended to use the trolls' attacks to ruin Ning Yuan's business, and then sue him, claiming that he monopolized the market using holographic projection technology. The outcome of the lawsuit was not important. The main goal was to entangle Ning Yuan in this endless struggle, wearing him down, and then negotiate with him to acquire his technology. This plan seemed simple, but had been proven effective. They had acquired numerous highly promising small companies using this strategy. However, this time was different. The first step failed. According to intelligence from the Dragon Nation, Ning Yuan had surprisingly provided very detailed leads to the officials, leading to the complete annihilation of the trolls within the Dragon Nation, and even the pawns they had placed were not spared. How did Ning Yuan gather these leads? This was a question. What should the next step be? This was still another question. Ding ding ding. The phone's ringtone interrupted Lin Guan's thoughts. He picked up the office phone and saw that it was President Tyler calling. Lin Guan took a deep breath and answered. Lin, it seems your plan is not effective. I can ease some of your workload as long as you retrieve the holographic projection technology. Is that possible? The tone on the other end was surprisingly calm. Lin Guan knew this was the calm before Tyler's storm. If he dared to make excuses at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right, arbitrator, Lin Guan said apologetically. I will retrieve the technology as soon as possible. Make it quick. Once we have the holographic projection technology, our company will become the richest in the world, and you will be a celebrity on the Forbes list. Now go and get to work. After Tyler finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. In the split second before hanging up, Lin Guan vaguely heard a woman's breath. This made Lin Guan breathe a sigh of relief. If it weren't for this woman, this hurdle wouldn't have been so easy to pass. This failure had wasted a lot of company resources. The barbecue event in front of the Black Technology shop continued until after 11 p.m. before it ended. Yichen called a designated driver and left with Yiya. Ning Yuan and Huang Mao were left to clean up the scene. After everything was tidied up, the shop door was locked, and after washing up, they comfortably lay in bed already past midnight. As Ning Yuan was about to sleep, he suddenly remembered something and picked up his phone from the bedside table, saying, "Shall I come out quickly and help me with something?" "Big brother, aren't you going to sleep?" "As I understand it, humans can develop liver problems if they stay up late," Xiao Ai replied. "Sleep? No way. If I don't vent my anger, my heart will give out too," Ning Yuan said. "For the sake of your heart and liver, hurry up and tell me. Can you help me report some influencers? You know those who caused trouble in the shop a few days ago claiming they harmed my reputation," Ning Yuan said. "That's easy. Just collect their violation records and report them continuously. Should it be under your real name or anonymously?" Xiao Ai asked. "Real name reporting. Using my name, I want to report them continuously so they can't survive online. I want them to understand that the sky is blue, the ground is black, and society is complex," Ning Yuan said. "Why not directly invade those platforms and ban their accounts? Wouldn't that be better?" Xiao Ai suggested. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Won't that get us caught?" "Caught? I'm a god in the internet realm. How could those people catch me?" "Yeah," Xiao Ai said. Ning Yuan thought for a while and said, "Then go ahead and ban them. Get rid of those who do nothing but try to make money online." "All right, sleep now. Just check the news tomorrow," Xiao Ai said. Ning Yuan got up and heated a cup of milk for himself. After drinking it, he finally went to bed peacefully. He slept well that night and finally held hands with a beautiful woman in his dreams, but it didn't last long. Upon closer inspection, the beautiful woman turned out to be Yiyo, which startled Ning Yuan awake. After getting up and washing up, he left his room and saw Huang Mao coming up from the first floor with fried dough sticks and soybean milk. "Ninga, come eat breakfast." Today, after my persuasion, the fried dough stick vendor finally switched to new oil. These fried dough sticks are freshly fried. Not to mention eating one or just smelling it is delightful, Huang Mao said as he placed the fried dough sticks and soybean milk on the coffee table. Ning Yuan walked over, pulled out a fried dough stick from the bag, and said while eating, "Could you stop bragging? Do you really think the vendor listens to you?" "All right. Actually, the vendor switched it himself," Huang Mao said, taking a fried dough stick and playing on his phone. Ninga, look at Douyin. Many streamers have had their accounts banned collectively. Haha. A large group of streamers using their friends or family accounts posted videos online lamenting how they were inexplicably banned by the platform and that they would file complaints with the relevant authorities. Among the four disciples, Tang Xing finally lost his calm. He stated online, "Family, we will fight the platform to the end. Oh, wait for our glorious return." Sister Yin, who vowed to donate to 109 Hope primary schools, also came out to cry out that the platform had banned her account, making it difficult for her to pay her rent now. Netizens commented, "Didn't Sister Yin claim that she could earn 100 million in just one day? How come as soon as the account was banned they started crying poor?" Major platforms were also puzzled, stating, "We didn't ban these people at all. Could there be a system issue?" The CEO of a slow video platform angrily scolded the head of the technical department early in the morning, demanding a thorough investigation of the detection system for randomly banning users. Douyin also began checking for system bugs early in the morning, causing some programmers already thinning on top to lose even more hair. In the end, nothing was found, and they could only manually unban those streamers. Once the streamers saw their accounts unbanned, they immediately started broadcasting live. Sister Yin, sitting on a chair, began to say her classic line. With 3 sentences, "I made a man spend 18000. Welcome to Sister Yan's live broadcast. Next, I will teach everyone the art of charming men, making your man your complete slave." Before she could finish, she said, "In the little yellow car below, there's the art of charming men that I painstakingly crafted over 5 years. Hey, everyone, hurry and buy it." The live stream was banned again. Other streamers faced the same situation Not only was their live stream banned, but their accounts were also suspended. At Douyin's headquarters, Zhang Xiaoming was sipping coffee, reviewing documents, and contemplating the company's next strategy. A rapid knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He rubbed his temples helplessly and said, "Come in." The office door was pushed open and a balding middle-aged man in a checked shirt walked in. Zhang Xiaoming leaned back in his chair and asked, "Lao Wang, what's happened now?" "Those streamers have been banned again. I suspect someone has hacked our servers. We've checked our personnel, and no one manually banned those streamers. The system has also been checked, and there are no bugs in that regard." Lao Wang reported the sudden situation helplessly. As the technical supervisor of Douyin, Lao Wang felt utterly humiliated at this moment. His platform was being quietly manipulated by someone else, which was akin to being exposed on the street while bathing. "Banned again," Zhang Xiaoming exclaimed, noting that their Douyin company was now a world-class internet firm filled with top talent in the technical department, and some world-class hackers had been lured in with exorbitant salaries. It was startling that someone could stealthily infiltrate their servers and gain enough access to ban those streamers. Who on earth could this person be? What kind of figure are they? We found no signs of intrusion in the server. I suspect it's the work of a top international hacker organization. Lao Wang's words pulled Zhang Xiaoming back to reality. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What's the motive? Apart from revenge, 99 of hacker organizations attack others for profit. What benefit could come from banning a few streamers?" "I've thought of someone, Director Zhang. After hearing what you said, a name popped into my head." He excitedly paced back and forth at the desk saying, "Director Zhang, do you know about the recent uproar over the black technology computer?" Zhang Xiaoming, reminded by Lao Wang, suddenly realized, "Are you saying it's Ning Yuan's doing? Is he retaliating against those streamers?" It must be him. He first arrested the internet trolls, and then the streamers collectively got banned. These incidents are undoubtedly connected to him. Now the question is, what should we do? Lao Wang asked. "Just let it go." Zhang Xiaoming stood up and poured himself another cup of coffee, saying while sipping, "From this incident we cannot afford to offend Ning Yuan. He has numerous connections above. You all go collect the violation records of those streamers, make them public, and silence their voices." "What about the incident of Ning Yuan hacking the server?" "We can't." Lao Wang didn't finish as he was interrupted by Zhang Xiaoming. "Did you find any evidence of his intrusion?" "No," Lao Wang said, looking down. "Then that's fine. Don't spread this matter around, let it die in our stomachs. I'll take some time to visit Ning Yuan's shop and discuss this with him," Zhang Xiaoming stated. Lao Wang nodded and turned to leave the office. Zhang Xiaoming stood by the window sipping coffee and muttering to himself, "Ning Yuan, what other technologies do you have up your sleeve? Could there be a chance for collaboration?" As Douyin officially revealed the violation records of the banned streamers, the slow video company quickly reacted, beginning to expose the violation records of the banned streamers, and other lesser-known platforms followed suit. During breakfast, Ning Yuan and Huang Mao enjoyed their meal. The fried dough sticks seemed tastier than before, though it was hard to tell if it was just a psychological effect. After finishing breakfast, as Huang Mao was about to go downstairs to open the door, Ning Yuan stopped him. Now was not the time to open the door. Some people still had yet to receive their due retribution. Back in his room, Ning Yuan had Xiao AI meticulously gather information on the public figures Gao Xiaosong and Feng Zhouzi and posted it on world-renowned internet platforms. Weren't they all going mad wanting to be famous? Let them enjoy their moment of fame. An employee at a certain company was about to catch up on sleep during the short lunch. Lying down in the break room planning to play on his phone for 5 minutes before sleeping, he just took out his phone when several news alerts popped up. Why is Gao Xiaosong licking the boots of the Lighthouse Nation while belittling his own country? Feng Zhouzi is employed by a pharmaceutical company from the Lighthouse Nation, defaming traditional medicine, attempting to completely occupy the Dragon Nation's market. Why does Gao Xiaosong even lick the boots of the A3 country? Come see what's going on. Do you know why Feng Zhouzi promotes genetically modified foods? Actually, he's acting as a pawn for the ADM grain company from the Lighthouse Nation, trying to let ADM take over the Dragon Nation's grain market. These pieces of news piqued his interest. Although he worked 996 at the company, every day his love for his country had never been extinguished by the grind. He despised those who disrupted the nation and fawned over foreign powers. He casually clicked on a news piece. It detailed how the musical talent Gao Xiaosong had leveraged his influence to defame the Dragon Nation, and how he groveled before the Lighthouse Nation and the A3 country over the years. For example, the 4 great inventions of ancient Dragon Nation are false. Living in the A3 country is actually a very happy thing. What he respects most is the Lighthouse Nation. As the saying goes, the air in the Lighthouse Nation is sweet. Upon seeing this, the 996 employee angrily closed the consultation, scoffing at Gao Xiaosong for spreading such brainless remarks. The Ganges River in that country is world-renowned for its corpses. Is he blind or deaf, unable to see or hear? The 4 great inventions of the ancient Dragon Nation are acknowledged worldwide. How can they become false when spoken by him? Isn't he just speaking nonsense with his eyes wide open? He knows not whether the air in the lighthouse nation is sweet, but the gunfights there are world famous. If a day passes without shooting a few people, it wouldn't even be the proper lighthouse nation. Next, let's look at Fang Jizi. Worse than Gao Xiaosong, who merely spreads brainless rumors, Fang Jizi directly harms the Dragon Nation for foreign capital, using the guise of debunking to unjustly smear traditional medicine, allowing foreign pharmaceutical companies to better seize the Dragon Nation's market. He promotes genetically modified foods that foreigners dare not eat within the Dragon Nation for profit, raking in money, and then enjoying himself in the Lighthouse Nation, while occasionally mocking the common people of the Dragon Nation online. The image accompanying this consultation is a record of transactions between Fang Jizi and some foreign capital, with the smallest transaction amounting to $1 million. After reading these two pieces of news, the 996 employee expressed that he was so angry he immediately opened his social media searching for Gao Xiaosong, wanting to vent his anger, but found that Gao Xiaosong had closed the comments section, leaving him no outlet. Far away in the Lighthouse Nation, Gao Xiaosong with his plump belly sipped a cup of coffee. Inside, the coffee here is truly authentic. What is that stuff from the Dragon Nation? After finishing his coffee, he stood before the mirror combing his flowing long hair and narcissistically remarked at his over 100-gene pig head, "I am indeed handsome. When I walk down the street, those black girls light up at the sight of me." With everything prepared, he sat on the sofa, opened his laptop, and began a day of work. He thoroughly enjoyed this job. As soon as he published an article, the comment section would be filled with people praising him for his novel and profound viewpoints. Just as the computer booted up, a person wearing a white mask suddenly appeared on the screen, startling him and causing the flesh on his face to quiver. "Why you? Who are you? How did you appear on my computer?" Gao Xiaosong stammered in panic. The masked figure scoffed, saying, "Look at how pathetic you are. Oh, weren't you very arrogant online? Why are you so cowardly now? I will sue you in court." Gao Xiaosong feigned calmness. "You've committed a cyber attack on my personal computer." "Ha ha ha." The masked figure laughed ominously, saying, "Do as you wish, but I hope you make the last 3 days of your life more meaningful." "What? Do you mean the last 3 days of my life?" Although Gao Xiaosong had already guessed what the masked figure meant, he still couldn't believe someone would actually want to kill him. "Must I be so clear? In 3 days your life will end, you will disappear from this world. Do you understand?" The masked figure said coldly. "And no, it's impossible, absolutely impossible," Gao Xiaosong shouted as he stood up. "Who do you think you are? If you want to kill me, then go ahead. I won't be intimidated by you." "Ha ha ha." The masked figure chuckled again. "Since I can find your real IP address, I can naturally find you. How about a bet on whether you can survive until the 4th day?" Upon hearing that his exact address had been located, Gao Xiaosong could no longer maintain his composure. He sat back down on the sofa and asked, "What do you want?" "I have a lot of money. I don't want to die. I can give you money. Keep your filthy money to buy a good coffin." "See you in 3 days," the masked figure said, and the screen on the computer returned to normal, reverting to the familiar Windows 10 interface. Gao Xiaosong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, unsure if this person was playing a prank or genuinely wanted to kill him. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. He hurriedly called the police, and after about half an hour, several hefty police officers arrived at his home. After briefly inquiring about the situation and making a record, they took his laptop that had suffered the cyber attack and left. After the police left, he fell into a sea of anxiety. What would happen in 3 days? He did not know. He couldn't just sit idly by. He decided to find a place to hide. After thinking it over, his only friend in the Lighthouse Nation was Fang Jizi. He quickly dressed, packed his belongings, locked the door, and drove off to seek refuge with Fang Jizi. What he did not know was that Fang Jizi was also in a dire situation, like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to save himself. The masked figure also appeared on Fang Zizi's computer, similarly declaring his 3-day death sentence. What made matters worse was that people from a well-known pharmaceutical company had approached him, claiming he leaked trade secrets and were going to sue him, demanding he bear their reputational losses. The so-called trade secrets naturally referred to those transaction records. In the Dragon Nation, at a high-tech shop on the 2nd floor, Ning Yuan gave a thumbs up to his phone, expressing with satisfaction, "You've truly become more wicked, even better at intimidating people. That fathead Gao Xiaosong must be scared stiff, huh? You flatter me, really. I'm not even 1% as bad as you. These tricks are just some superficial skills I picked up from..." Little AI said with a pout. "We're all in this together. This spirit of swindling must be carried forward. Remember, from now on we only swindle others, never let others swindle us," Ning Yuan said with a smile. "Alright, enough nonsense. I've stolen the trade secrets of Dell, which includes some of their useless technologies, transaction records with various companies' sales lists from different channels, and secret accounts for bribing officials in the Lighthouse Nation. How should we handle these?" Ning Yuan touched his nose and said, "What do you mean by stealing? It's all above board. Besides, bribing officials over there isn't called bribery, it's called political donations. How come you suddenly understand so much? Little I asked. I've recently learned a lot of cultural knowledge, of course I know more now. So tell me, how should we handle these things? Let me test you. Of course we should make it public. To strike the snake you must hit its 7 inches. This information is the 7 inches of Dell. As long as we make this information public, we won't have to intervene. Dell's competitors will step in, and then we can reap the benefits. Well, I'll listen to you this time, but you better let everyone know the secrets of Dell's business, Ning Yuan said. Alright, I will send this information to everyone's electronic devices through some servers and anonymously publish it on major platforms at home and abroad, Xiao Ai said. Just as she finished speaking, Ning Yuan received a document on his phone, which turned out to be a massive 5 gigabytes. Xiaoli, being a homebody, was about to open the hidden folder on his phone to watch some videos he loved. The phone emitted 2 electronic sounds, and a file over 5 gigabytes appeared in his folder, filling his already limited storage to the brim. A notification popped up stating that the storage was full. The video froze. He hurriedly tried to delete the 5 gigabytes file, but it prompted him that he must view it before deletion. This frustrated him. He moved the tissues beside him and prepared to check what kind of rogue had sent him this file. There were many homebodies like him in the Dragon Nation, all cursing the one who sent them the large file, causing their phone storage to be filled. Ning Yuan sneezed several times in his room, mumbling, "It must be some beauty missing him." In the Lighthouse Nation at the headquarters of Dell, Tyler smiled as he saw the beauties off from the office. After they finished washing up in the restroom, he began his day at work. Just as he sat down, there was a hurried knock on the door. "Come in." The mahogany door was pushed open, and in came Ling Guan. Tyler saw Ling Guan with a messy hairstyle, his suit disheveled, and his tie hanging off his shoulder, asking, "Lin, did you get into an accident?" "Sir, it's a disaster. You need to check your phone right away," Ling Guan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Tyler looked at Ling Guan's animated antics, resembling a clown performing a comical act. He chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Lin, you should have a cup of coffee and calm down." "Sir, I can't calm down. You should check your phone quickly," Ling Guan insisted, his tone desperate, like a starving. Seeing Ling Guan's long face, Tyler finally realized that things might be serious. He hurriedly pulled out his phone from the desk drawer. His expression changed from a smile to shock, then to fear, and finally to anger, all within 3 seconds. How did this information end up on my phone?" Tyler roared, his voice like a starving mother pig begging for food. Ling Guan was startled by Tyler's sudden roar, his body trembling as he said with a mournful expression, "Even the sanitation workers on the street have this information, sir. What should we do now?" "The sanitation workers have it too." Upon hearing this, Tyler felt he could no longer breathe, his mind blank, his heart aching, his throat itching, and his stomach churning. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Sir. Ling Guan hurried over to support Tyler, who looked like he was about to collapse. Tyler placed one hand on Ling Guan's shoulder and the other over his heart, weakly saying, "Don't mind me, quickly convene a board meeting, activate the emergency protocol, and call everyone over to discuss countermeasures." Okay, sir, Ling Guan said as he helped Tyler sit in the boss chair, then rushed out of the office. After closing the door, a shrill scream was heard. "Ning Yuan, I want you dead. I will kill you and turn you to ashes." Dell's business secrets suddenly exposed to the public. I was undoubtedly a big melon, making the onlookers exclaim that this was too exciting. It was the first time we had seen such confidential information, and the person who dared to release it was undoubtedly a hero. The people of the Dragon Nation are the best at seizing opportunities to make money. Due to the overly professional content of this confidential document, some people, without relevant education, could not understand it, so so-called experts emerged to interpret Dell's business secrets in detail for everyone. However, it is no longer appropriate to call it confidential business information, as everyone has a copy. Therefore, many experts referred to it as a detailed interpretation of the business documents of the world's top 500 companies, including Dell. The onlookers expressed why all this roundabout. Stop the nonsense and get to the point. We are still waiting to enjoy the spectacle. These experts, taking advantage of this document, appeared in front of the public, gaining visibility and increasing their own traffic, essentially making a lot of money. There were also clever individuals abroad, and a group of experts emerged to explain the content of the document to many who could not understand it, while also posting the explanations on video platforms to earn income and gain fame and a large following. Renji sat in a small booth of a roasted chicken shop, watching the interpretations while saying, "This Ning Yuan is ruthless. He just dug up someone else's ancestral grave. How can they survive now? Ha ha ha." The roast chicken chef wiped his oily hands on his apron and smiled, saying, "Your description is apt. What he did is indeed like digging someone else's ancestral grave. I just wonder how this Ning Yuan managed to obtain Dell's business secrets. He is truly extraordinary. If you praise him like that, when he hears it, his tail will surely be up in the clouds." According to the intel from Huang Mao, he is likely to possess artificial intelligence technology. Renji laughed. Artificial intelligence technology. The roast chicken chef gasped in shock, saying, "Incredible, incredible. It seems we need to send more people over." Renji stood up, tidied his clothes, and said, "I have already communicated with the higher-ups, and they have decided to double the manpower around here. You give me 2 roasted chickens, I am going to ask Ning Yuan for a big gift." "That's good if our work will be written into the history of the Dragon Nation," the roast chicken chef said, while taking out 2 roasted chickens from the oven, packaging them up, and handing them to Renji. "Whether it gets written into history or not doesn't matter. Our predecessors have produced too many nameless heroes. I just hope that our Dragon Nation can return to its original position within my lifetime," Renji said, taking the roasted chickens and leaving with a parting remark. The roast chicken chef looked at the curtain, still swaying, smiling to himself. Well, this line has successors now, if this Dragon Nation. Ning Yuan and Huang Mao were also sitting on the sofa, watching the interpretations of Dell's business secrets. "Brother Ning, this is too complex. There are too many subtleties. It seems I am not cut out for business at all." Huang Mao frowned, eating an apple as he spoke. Ning Yuan looked at Huang Mao with a face full of disdain, saying, "Of course you can't even do basic arithmetic, and you want to do business. You even let others sell you, and help them count the money." Just as Huang Mao was about to retort, the phone on the coffee table rang. "Today is a good day, all wishes will—" "Who is it?" Ning Yuan was quite annoyed. He had finally caught a chance to educate Huang Mao, yet it was interrupted. Reluctantly, he picked up the phone, saw it was Renji calling, and remembered he had promised him something. As soon as he answered the call, he heard a voice from the other end say, "What are you up to, kid? You've been ignoring my calls for so long. Have you forgotten about that matter?" "What matter?" Ning Yuan asked, intentionally wanting to tease Renji and see his reaction. "You really forgot?" A voice full of disbelief and slight surprise came from the other end. "I really forgot. My memory isn't good. I'm hanging up now. Once I remember, I'll get back to you," Ning Yuan said, stifling a laugh. Huang Mao beside him could hardly contain himself, covering his mouth, his face flushed red, his body shaking, and the yellow hair on his head swaying back and forth. Renji was standing at the store entrance, holding 2 roasted chickens in one hand, and the phone in the other, nearly collapsing from anger. This kid had just helped him with something, and now pretended not to know him. The promised grand gift was nowhere to be seen. No way, this gift had to be delivered. "I'm right outside your store. Hurry up and come out, don't act dumb. Where's the promised grand gift? Your memory is really too poor." "Oh." Ning Yuan elongated his tone. "I remembered." Huang Mao, go open the door. The debtor has come to collect." Renji, hearing Ning Yuan call him a debtor, felt his already suntanned face darken even more. A few minutes later, Huang Mao rushed upstairs with Renji and the 2 roasted chickens. "Ning, look, they even brought us." Renji unceremoniously bypassed Huang Mao and sat beside Ning Yuan, just about to speak, when Ning Yuan preempted him. "Let's eat chicken first. I haven't eaten breakfast, and am feeling dizzy from hunger." Ning gooey clearly. Huang Mao's words were cut off by a glare from Ning Yuan. Then, while Renji anxiously waited, Ning Yuan and Huang Mao began to eat the roasted chicken. "Come, let's eat together." Ning Yuan pulled off a chicken wing and handed it to Renji. "No thanks," Renji said seriously. "I've already eaten, you go ahead." Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled loudly, turning his face bright red. "Eat up." Ning Yuan forcibly shoved the chicken wing into Renji's hand. "Don't be polite. Treat this place like your own home." Renji quietly nodded, taking small bites. He didn't know why he always felt completely at a disadvantage when dealing with Ning Yuan. It made him, a seasoned veteran, feel quite uncomfortable. Half an hour later, Ning Yuan swallowed the last piece of chicken breast, took a sip of the soda on the coffee table, and patted his stomach, saying, "Delicious. This place must use free-range chickens, and the roasting skills of the chef are top-notch." "Huang Mao, don't you think so?" Huang Mao quietly said, "How would I know? I only got a chicken leg, the rest were all taken by you." Renji wiped his mouth and said, "We've eaten the chicken, it's time to talk about your grand gift now." "No rush," Ning Yuan said casually. "You treat us to chicken, and at noon I'll treat you to braised lamb. We'll discuss the grand gift after lunch." Upon hearing this, Renji immediately put on a bitter melon face, furrowing his brows, and saying, "Hurry up and bring out your grand gift. I'm nearly dying from anxiety. Oh, I've pushed back a lot of work just to come for your grand gift. Even the higher-ups are concerned about this matter." Huang Mao secretly chuckled. "Renji, weren't you once known as the tough guy who wouldn't even blink if a needle were poked in your eye? Now how come you've turned so soft, transforming into a little lamb? If your subordinates saw you like this, wouldn't they laugh their heads off?" All right, Ning Yuan saw that Renji was about to cry, so he decided to stop teasing him. He got up, went to his room, pulled out the manufacturing materials for a 1-nanometer lithography machine from the drawer of the bedside table, and handed it to him. "I saw on the news that the Dragon Nation can't produce advanced lithography machines. I have the detailed tutorial here, you just let them follow this." Renji opened the first page and saw the title, "Detailed Tutorial for Manufacturing a 1-nanometer Lithography Machine," leaving him stunned. What on earth is this? As far as I know, the most advanced lithography machine in the world is 3 nanometers. When did a detailed manufacturing tutorial for a 1-nanometer lithography machine come out? Then he looked at the first line of text. Hello everyone, I will teach you how to manufacture a 1 nanometer lithography machine from scratch. This seemed reminiscent of his childhood craft class where the teacher often said something similar. Hello everyone, I will teach you how to fold paper airplanes. The problem is we're talking about manufacturing lithography. Could you be a bit more serious? It sounds like we're in an elementary school craft class. According to this tutorial, anyone can manufacture a 1 nanometer lithography machine. Huang Mao was equally dumbfounded. He understood the preciousness of this data. With this data, the Dragon Nation will save countless detours in the research and manufacture of lithography machines, saving manpower and resources. More importantly, it will allow for a direct leap in technology equivalent to providing the Dragon Nation with a cheat in the realm of lithography machines. Simply invincible. Renji regained his senses excitedly, grabbing Ning Yuan's hand, and said, "Thank you so much, truly thank you. You are the savior of the Dragon Nation." "Alright, that's enough." Ning Yuan forcefully pulled his hand away and said, "Is this gift big enough? I said from the start, help me with a task, and it will be worth it." Huang Mao interjected, "Although I don't understand what a lithography machine is, seeing how excited you are, it must be valuable. In the future, do more tasks for Ninggu. There are plenty of benefits. Just a little something from the cracks of Ninggu's fingers would be enough for you to eat for a lifetime." Right, Renji nodded vigorously. Leaving now. The sooner this data is delivered, the better. What are you in a hurry for? Is the data going to grow wings and fly away? Eat lunch before you go, Ning Yuan said. Next time I'll treat you," Renji said, holding the data, looking slightly apologetic as he tossed out a sentence and ran off. "Ninga, how much is this lithography machine really worth? Why are you in such a hurry?" Huang Mao asked. Ning Yuan sat down again, took a sip of soda, and said slowly, "Just check online, and you'll know. It seems your knowledge training isn't enough. From now on, study for an hour every day, so that people won't say the black technology shop has no culture or knowledge." "Oh," Huang Mao screamed, "Ninga, please spare me. I'm just not cut out for studying. I get sleepy just looking at books, and I feel uncomfortable writing." "Stop right there," Ning Yuan waved his hand, cutting off Huang Mao's complaints. "Originally, I wanted you to study for 2 hours every night, but I've reduced it to 1 hour, and you're still making excuses. If this continues, it will revert to 2 hours. Huang Mao said with a mournful face, "Please Ninggu, just 1 hour, not 2. Renji stepped out of the shop, surveyed the surroundings, and took out his phone to make a call. After about 10 seconds, a domestic car pulled up in front of him, and he immediately opened the door and got in. "Jigu, where are we going?" The young man driving noticed Renji's serious expression and thought something significant. Renji quickly replied, "To the Ministry of Science and Technology." This document was too important. If anything went wrong while it was in his hands, he would never forgive himself. "Okay." The young man sensed Renji's urgency from his tone and pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the Ministry of Science and Technology. Half an hour later, Renji arrived at the Huadwa Ministry of Science and Technology in the Deputy Minister's office. He was greeted by a capable young man. "Is Minister Zhang not here?" Renji asked anxiously. "Minister Zhang is in a meeting this morning. If it's not urgent, you can come back tomorrow at this time. If it is urgent, you'll have to wait. Meetings usually end around noon," the young man said as he poured tea for Renji. Hearing that Minister Zhang was in a meeting, Renji realized that being anxious wouldn't help. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying, "You must be the new secretary assigned to Minister Zhang." "Yes," the young man smiled and replied, "I am newly assigned to Minister Zhang, and it hasn't even been a month. You can call me Xiao Wang." Renji nodded and fell silent again, restoring the office to quiet. Xiao Wang reflected on the few words on the document, puzzled as to why personnel from that department were here. Was there a leak? Or was it something else? In the 10th floor conference room of the Ministry of Science and Technology, smoke swirled. A group of elderly men with graying hair sat amidst the smoke, arguing with raised voices. Zhang Xianmin stood up and walked to the window, opening it. A fresh air rushed in, and he took a deep breath, trying to expel the stale air and frustration built up in his lungs. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The aggressive demeanor of the representatives from the lighthouse country felt like a huge stone pressing down on his heart, making it hard to breathe. After decades of development, the Dragon Nation had quickly become the world's second-largest economy and the largest industrial nation, a rapid advancement that had certainly raised concerns in some countries. The lighthouse country, as the world's #1, would never allow the Dragon Nation to surpass it and threaten its position. Thus, it exerted pressure on the Dragon Nation in various fields. In high technology, it also instituted strict blockades determined to halt the Dragon Nation's rapid development. This meeting focused on the issue of lithography machines. Lithography machines, key devices in chip production, could only be manufactured by ASML globally, which was under the control of the lighthouse country's government, making it impossible for the Dragon Nation to purchase a single lithography machine on the international market. Without lithography machines, chips couldn't be produced, leading to reliance on imports. Chip prices internationally soared, causing distress among some high-tech companies within the Dragon Nation. The real profits were taken by those foreign high-tech enterprises. They could only scrape by on the leftovers, earning meager profits, essentially sewing for someone else's wedding gown. Of course, the Dragon Nation's government was aware of this, investing immense funds into researching lithography machines. Unfortunately, results were minimal, and as of now, they could only produce 20-nanometer lithography machines, while the most advanced lithography machines internationally had already reached 3 nanometers. Some scientists said that manufacturing lithography machines was even harder than creating an atomic bomb back in the day. Today's meeting would also cover familiar topics, asking everyone to discuss recent challenges. Jiang Xianmin noticed a few elderly scientists smoking one cigarette after another. As one ended, another began. He walked over and said, "Professors, let's take a break from smoking for a bit. We are failing the country. After so much support, we have only developed a 20-nanometer lithography machine. When will we catch up to international standards?" A professor with graying hair at his temples and age spots on his hand, holding a cigarette, said with shame. "Take it slow. Developing lithography machines can't be rushed. What matters is making gradual progress each time. We will eventually succeed in our research," Jiang Xianmin comforted. As the Deputy Minister of Science and Technology, he was essentially the latest-age minister for these scientists. "Yes, let's discuss the technical challenges we are facing in detail, pool our ideas to come up with several feasible solutions, and then immediately start working on them," proposed another thin scientist. Everyone nodded, extinguished their cigarettes, and began a new round of discussion. Jiang Xianmin returned to his seat to review documents and start his own work. Ren Ji sat on the sofa, anxiously checking the time on his phone every so often. Seeing it was already past 12 and Minister Zhang had yet to return to the office, he couldn't sit still. He stood up and asked, "Xiao Wang, which floor is Minister Zhang's meeting on? He'll go find him directly." On the 10th floor, Xiao Wang raised his arm to check the time on his watch, apologetically saying, "I'm really sorry, today's situation might be special. Minister Zhang usually finishes meetings before noon, but there might be something unusual today." Renji waved his hand to interrupt. Xiao Wang picked up the documents and walked towards the office, while saying, "Then please show me the way. Oh, I have something very important to discuss today." "All right." Xiao Wang hurried a few steps, came alongside Renji, and led him to the elevator. Watching the numbers on the elevator screen change rapidly, Renji felt an involuntary tension rise within him, unsure if this document was reliable and whether it could indeed accomplish what was claimed. According to the procedures outlined, they should be able to manufacture a lithography machine. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ning Yuan, it was just that the document made the process sound too easy, leading him to mistakenly believe that he could manufacture a lithography machine himself. Ding! The elevator doors opened, interrupting Renji's anxious thoughts. Xiao Wang too felt the tension from Renji and silently led him to the conference room door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Wang gently knocked on the conference room door. After waiting for a while, no one came to open. Renji couldn't hold back any longer and knocked hard on the door a few times, but still got no response. Just as he was about to knock again, Jiang Xianmin opened the door and rushed out. He looked at Xiao Wang and said, "Didn't I say not to disturb me while I'm in a meeting? Even if the sky is falling, we must wait until the meeting is over to discuss it." "The sky isn't falling, Minister Zhang." Renji pulled Xiao Wang behind him and said, "It was I who asked him to knock, so if there's blame, blame me." "Why did you come here?" Jiang Xianmin said with a smile. He and Renji were old friends, comrades from their "I am here to deliver." In that kid's words, it's a gift. Renji shook the silver briefcase in his hand and said with a smile, having placed the materials provided by Ning Yuan inside the case. Jiang Xianmin frowned and said, "What exactly is going on? Even if our relationship is good, I can't All right, no more jokes." Renji realized Jiang Xianmin misunderstood him and hurriedly said, "When will your meeting finish? The materials I have are very important. You should bring a few loyal scientists over here." "What exactly do you have in that gourd?" Jiang Xianmin asked curiously, knowing that Renji's current work had nothing to do with their Ministry of Science and Technology, and if it did, it involved confidentiality issues. Renji glanced at the young Wang beside him and said, "I can't say now. Oh, just hurry up and find a few reliable scientists to come over. I went through a lot of trouble to obtain this information, begging and pleading, and it was not easy to get my hands on it." "Xiao Wang, you go ahead and get busy." Jiang Xianmin dismissed his secretary Xiao Wang and quietly said, "Today happens to be a discussion meeting for an expert group, and the scientists inside are all reliable, so let them in." Renji nodded and followed Jiang Xianmin into the conference room. Everyone curiously looked at the middle-aged man with the briefcase, while Renji nervously observed the seated scientists. "Minister Zhang, are these people trustworthy? I mean, there are too many people. You help me select a few truly reliable ones, and I'll show the materials to them separately." As soon as Renji finished this sentence, the scientists below erupted in an uproar. "Kid, what do you mean? Are you implying that I would leak state secrets? This is an insult to my character and soul. When I was helping the nation conduct scientific research, you were still in diapers playing in the mud. I say, old Zhang, are you deliberately trying to provoke us? How dare you question my loyalty to the Dragon Nation? I should teach you a lesson. Seeing the scientist getting increasingly agitated, Zhang Xianmin quickly stepped forward to mediate. Professors, please calm down. The materials Renji brought are indeed very important, even I haven't seen them. He can be a bit direct, so please understand. Let's have some patience. What exactly is this material? Don't worry. Everyone here are seasoned veterans. Confidentiality is absolutely no problem. A slightly portly professor stood up and said. Renji took a deep breath and said, what I said earlier was indeed inappropriate. I apologize. You will understand me once you see this material. After saying this, he placed the briefcase on the table, entered the password, opened the case, and took out a stack of papers, handing them to the nearest scientist. The scientist solemnly accepted the materials, opened the first page, frowned, and said, a tutorial for manufacturing a 1-nanometer lithography machine. Hello everyone, I am here to teach you how to manufacture a 1-nanometer lithography machine from scratch. The other scientists looked at him with strange expressions as if saying, do we look like fools? Are you trying to deceive us? With all this talk of confidentiality and whatnot, yet the material is so unreliable. Renji awkwardly scratched his nose. The first sentence of the material was indeed a bit ridiculous. A bit childish, but the content that followed should be serious, as he recognized every word in the subsequent material. However, he couldn't comprehend what they meant when combined. The scientist holding the material turned red as he saw the second page, and his hand holding the document began to tremble involuntarily. Everyone noticed his abnormality. Zhang Xianmin hurriedly asked, Old Wang, are you sick? If you're not feeling well, you should go back and rest. Do you need me to call a doctor? He didn't want anything to happen to these high-level talents from the Dragon Nation. Others urged Old Wang to go back and rest if he couldn't take it anymore. You're getting old and not like when you were young. Don't talk, everyone, be quiet. Old Wang shouted, and the conference room became silent enough to hear a pin drop. About half an hour later, Old Wang slowly placed the material on the table, glanced around at everyone, suddenly stood up, hugged the scientist sitting next to him, and cried out, I finally know how to manufacture the lithography machine. I finally understand. The scientist being hugged was initially taken aback, but when he heard what Old Wang said, he immediately pushed him aside and grabbed the document from the table to read, while others quickly gathered around. Another half an hour passed. Renji stood at the conference table looking at the group of gray-haired old scientists who were as joyful as children bouncing around, and he couldn't help but smile. All the hard work of these days was finally not in vain. That kid was indeed reliable. After much discussion among the scientists, they concluded that this tutorial could definitely produce a 1-nanometer lithography machine. Although he didn't understand some technical terms throughout this half-hour discussion, the most frequently heard comment was that this was a foolproof tutorial, and anyone who had studied related fields could manufacture a 1-nanometer lithography machine using this tutorial. Hearing this, Renji felt reassured that the Dragon Nation was secure in the field of lithography machines. Zhang Xianmin was still in shock, feeling as if he must be dreaming. The lithography machine, said to be more difficult to manufacture than an atomic bomb, was surprisingly resolved so easily. The most unbelievable part was that someone had actually issued a tutorial. Who is this person who issued the tutorial on how to manufacture lithography machines? Who is this great figure? Does Renji know this person? No, he must know, otherwise how could he obtain the tutorial for manufacturing lithography machines? If we could invite this person to work at the Academy of Sciences, what a scene that would be. The Dragon Nation would gain a truly national treasure-level talent. Thinking of this, Zhang Xianmin walked over to Renji, grabbed his hand, and said solemnly, Do you know the person who wrote the tutorial for the lithography machine? I do know him, but... Before Renji could finish, Zhang Xianmin interrupted him anxiously, saying, As long as you know him, that's good. You must take me to meet him. Even if I have to kneel down to beg, I have to bring him to our Academy of Sciences. We cannot let such a person be snatched away by foreigners. Seeing Zhang Xianmin's face turning red with anxiety, Renji couldn't help but smile, saying, Old Zhang, don't be in such a hurry. I do know the person who gave me this information, but the situation is a bit complicated. No problem. Zhang Xianmin waved his hand, saying, No matter how complicated the situation is, we must overcome it. Even if it takes 3 visits to the thatched cottage, I will bring him here. Hurry up and help me find this talent. We must leave soon. This matter cannot be delayed. If it gets snatched away by foreigners, it will be over. Stay calm, old Zhang, Renji said, gently pulling Zhang Xianmin aside. Don't rush. Let me explain this step by step. The situation is extraordinarily complex and unusual. Zhang Xianmin knew he'd acted rashly. If he intended to invite this person, he first needed to understand who he couldn't simply barge in unprepared. That would place him at a severe disadvantage. So he guided Renji toward a nearby chair, sat down himself directly opposite, and settled in. Once seated, he said firmly, Give me a thorough introduction to this individual. Renji met Zhang Xianmin's expectant gaze and sighed inwardly. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Sure enough, after Ren Ji finished recounting the full story, Zhang Xianmin's face flushed crimson, then paled, finally culminating in a long weary sigh. So, that young man is merely a businessman. Indeed, he's a businessman. But he deals exclusively in cutting-edge technologies, extraordinary ones at that. That's precisely where the complexity lies. Zhang Xianmin frowned deeply. Indeed. While scientists at the Ministry of Science and Technology celebrated wildly over a lithography machine manufacturing, tutorial Huawei Corporation faced existential threats over semiconductor shortages, rooted ultimately in the same critical bottleneck lithography machines. Their chip design capabilities remained impeccable. The Kirin chips they designed ranked among the world's most advanced. Yet no domestic fabrication facility could manufacture them, leaving Huawei reliant on overseas foundries. This dependency granted leverage to a certain Western nation. As Huawei's 5G technology surged ahead, globally representatives from that nation repeatedly sought equity stakes. Offers the company so naturally refused. In response, the nation issued explicit threats to sever Huawei's semiconductor supply chain. This was no idle warning. The nation held firm control over ASML, and any foundry defying its directives would be denied access to essential lithography equipment. Without such machinery, those foundries would collapse within months. Ren Fei stood by his office window, brow furrowed, watching two foreign delegates below, their third visit to Huawei in recent months. They represented the Department of Commerce of that Western nation. This time it's truly grave, Ren Fei murmured inwardly. Their goal, as always, was framed as mutual cooperation and win-win outcomes. The Western nation, obsessed with acquiring 5G dominance, had escalated relentlessly. Its last ultimatum had been unequivocal: refuse collaboration, and chip supplies would be cut off immediately. A semiconductor shortage would cripple Huawei, not just its smartphones and computers, but its entire ecosystem of electronics, halting production across the board. Such devastation would shake even a global enterprise like Huawei to its foundations. Knock, 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 knock. A sharp, urgent rapping shattered Ren Fei's reverie. Enter. The door swung open. A sharp-dressed young assistant strode in and whispered, "Mr. Ren, the delegation from that Western nation has arrived. They're waiting for you in the conference room." Understood. You may go ahead. Ren Fei replied, voice calm and steady. After the assistant departed, Ren Fei stepped into the restroom to adjust his collar and smooth his hair. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed new lines etching deeper into his face, and carefully tucked away a strand of silver at his temple before straightening his posture with quiet resolve. Walking down the familiar corridor, his eyes lingered on framed photographs lining the walls, each capturing Huawei's pivotal milestones. The smiles, frozen in time, seemed to rekindle his spirit. His steps grew lighter, his spine straighter, his bearing serene and unwavering. The moment he entered the conference room, a palpable tension pressed upon him. Zhao Yong, the rotating chairman overseeing this meeting, sat glowering, his expression so dark it seemed to drip shadow. He whispered intently, with the interpreter failing even to notice Ren Fei's entrance. Only the two delegates from that Western nation rose first, offering stiff greetings and halting dragon name. "Good day, Mr. Ren. We meet again." "Hello, Mr. Ren." Zhao Yong finally spotted Ren Fei. Without waiting for him to sit, he leaned close and murmured, "They mean business this time," then gestured for everyone to be seated. No sooner had they settled than the delegate spoke in Dragon Nation language. "Mr. Ren, the final deadline has expired." Ren Fei laughed softly. "Your Dragon Nation fluency improves each visit. Should you wish to tour our land, we welcome you warmly, but discussions of equity participation are unnecessary." He turned pointedly to the interpreter. The interpreter hurried to render his words into the Western nation's tongue. Zhao Yong hadn't expected otherwise. After years working alongside Ren Fei, he knew well his unyielding nature. Surrendering the company to that Western nation would require Ren Fei's death. Upon hearing the translation, the delegates' faces hardened to stone. The shorter, stockier delegate on the right spoke first. "It is regrettable, Mr. Ren Fei. Given your decision, we must now instruct Qualcomm and TSMC to halt all chip production for Huawei." Ren Fei paused thoughtfully after the simultaneous interpretation. Truly no room for negotiation. Is the conduct of that Western nation so inherently authoritarian? This time the taller, leaner delegate on the left answered with a shrug and a faint smile. "Our nation sincerely desires cooperation, but you remain unwilling to comply." He deftly shifted responsibility back onto Ren Fei. Before Ren Fei could respond, the stockier delegate interjected. "We have visited multiple times, demonstrating ample goodwill. Today represents your final opportunity." Zhao Yong's jaw tightened, fury blazed in his eyes. To frame corporate acquisition as an opportunity was nothing short of brazen arrogance. He rose halfway, ready to erupt, only to meet Ren Fei's steady, silencing gaze, which instantly quelled his outrage. "You may leave. Huawei would rather scale back operations than surrender its 5G technology to your nation." Each word fell like hammered iron. Unequivocal, irrevocable, sealing every retreat. He had resolved this long before arriving. 5G technology was non-negotiable, the absolute red line. As a revered elder of the Dragon Nation once declared, sovereignty is not subject to negotiation. For Huawei, 5G technology was sovereignty. The delegates had not anticipated such unflinching resolve from a Dragon Nation enterprise leader willing to endure catastrophic losses rather than capitulate. The stockier delegate shook his head, sighing with feigned sorrow. Regrettably, Mr. Ren, you will deeply regret this decision today. As Ren Fei uttered those final words, an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. The prolonged thread of supply cutoff had haunted his sleep and gnawed at his peace. Now decisively severed, clarity returned like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. The representatives of the two beacon nations left carrying their arrogant demeanor. Ren Fei stood by the office window watching their car grow smaller until it turned a corner and vanished. Only then did his thoughts return, and he looked up at the leaden sky, murmuring, "The wind is rising. We can only seek help from above now," said Zhang Yong beside him. Ren Fei nodded and took out his phone to dial. "Hello, is this Manager Ren? What can I do for you?" The person on the other end of the line sounded very cheerful. "Minister Zhang, we at Huawei are really facing a tough problem. The Beacon Nation is really going to take action against us, intending to cut off all chip foundries from supplying us," Ren Fei said in a deep voice. "Ha ha." The person on the other end first burst into laughter before speaking. "Don't worry, in a week our nation will also be able to produce chips." "What?" Ren Fei exclaimed in shock. We can also produce chips." Then the photolithography machine. By the end he felt as if he was entertaining a fanciful thought. "Yes, just as you imagine, but this matter must be kept confidential for now." "He'll hang up. Ooh, I have many things to deal with," the person said before the line went dead. Ren Fei listened to the busy tone coming from his phone and muttered to himself, "Okay. I understand it must be kept confidential, absolutely confidential." "Manager Ren, does this mean we have a chance?" Zhang Yong asked eagerly. Ren Fei nodded. "This matter should not be publicized, it must remain confidential." Alright, I'll get back to work. "I have a meeting," Zhang Yong said as he walked out of the office, his steps becoming light and unhurried. In the Ministry of Science and Technology 10th floor conference room, Renji smiled and said, "This kid really delivered timely assistance. I think I should give him some bonus." "Bonus?" Zhang Xianmin pondered for a moment and replied, "What kind of reward should we give him? This is indeed a tough problem. Can you help me think of something? This is indeed a conundrum. While we have helped him, how can those matters compare to the value of this information? If he doesn't want it, we can't just ignore it, can we? It's difficult." Renji said. "How about we give him a bonus?" Zhang Xianmin suggested. Renji shook his head and replied, "From what we know, his assets are at least in the tens of billions. He's not short on money." "True, how could someone like him lack money?" "I was foolish. What should we give instead?" Zhang Xianmin said. "Should I have a word with the higher-ups?" "Yes," Renji said. Zhang Xianmin pointed to the ceiling and asked, "You mean to talk to the second elder?" "Yes. This matter certainly needs to be reported to him, and we should ask him as well," Renji replied. "Alright, when the time comes, if we need to lend a hand, make sure to let us know. Also think of ways to extract valuable information from him. If it weren't for work keeping me busy, I would want to stay at his shop directly pestering him for good stuff," Zhang Xianmin said eagerly. "We are even more anxious than you. The materials have also arrived." "I'm leaving now. I'll make sure to keep it confidential," Renji said, looking at the scientists. "Absolutely," Zhang Xianmin said seriously. "I guarantee it with my life." Renji nodded and quickly left the office. The emergence of this information had once again raised their evaluation of Ning Yuan. For them, such invaluable data was given so freely, indicating that to Ning Yuan these technologies were hardly significant. He surely must possess even better technology. "We must keep a close watch, or we cannot let him sell advanced technology to people from other nations, especially the Beacon Nation." After Renji left, Zhang Xianmin instructed Secretary Wang to print confidentiality agreements, ensuring every scientist signed one. He emphasized several times the need for confidentiality, stressing that not a single word of this technical information should be leaked. The scientists declared that this was a critical moment for the Dragon Nation to achieve a leap in the field of photolithography, and they would absolutely not lag behind. Ning Yuan was unaware that the information he casually provided had set a group of people on edge. The black technology shop had reopened, and he was leisurely eating an apple behind the bar. He heard on a health program that eating an apple a day could extend one's life by several years, so he ate 2 apples daily, trying to add a few more years to his life. Business in the shop was relatively slow, affected by the previous wave of online attacks, resulting in a sharp decline in customers buying black technology computers. The yellow-haired guy leaned bored against the bar, scrolling through Douyin. Ning Goodell's stock price has plummeted, and the CEO has resigned. Did you know? Who cares? He better not cross my path. If he does, I will make him search for his teeth. Ning Yuan stood up and put down the apple, performing a few martial arts moves. But you need to know what he looks like, the yellow-haired guy said helplessly. Ning Yuan scratched the back of his head and replied, "That's true." Do you not believe I can make him search for his teeth? Ning Yuan asked with a fake smile. I believe the yellow-haired guy stretched out his tone. How could I not believe it? Your tone suggests you don't believe me, Ning Yuan asked with a fake smile. How has your studying been lately? It's okay. Alright Ninggu, I'm going out to buy groceries now. We're having steamed turbot and vinegar cabbage for lunch. The yellow-haired guy dropped a line and dashed out of the shop at a speed of 120 miles per hour. During this time, he had been tormented enough by Ning Yuan, who would often make him recite classical Chinese for the sake of cultural growth. To him it was simply abuse. Ning Yuan took out his phone and scrolled through Douyin. Sure enough, the news about Dell's stock price plummeting had made the trending list. Some self-media bloggers began to ride the wave, analyzing why Dell's stock price had plummeted, claiming that someone had offended a person they shouldn't have. What hidden secrets were involved, and what would happen to Dell after CEO Taylor's resignation? Ning Yuan was almost laughing out loud as he saw these people. Oh, it was a pity they didn't write web novels, as they were great at weaving stories. Originally unrelated matters were suddenly linked together. Even the affair of Taylor was twisted by them into a factor leading to Dell's stock price drop. The next few short videos featured experts analyzing starting from international finance to the economy of the Beacon Nation and then looping back to the drop in Dell's stock price. Ning Yuan couldn't make sense of the substance, yet somehow felt he had learned something. In any case, the more he listened, the more confused he became. Ning Yuan wondered why there seemed to be more experts around, or were they just throwing bricks on the street and knocking down a bunch of experts? Sigh. He sighed to himself, enough nonsense, I should watch some videos of ancient costume beauties instead. Recently, he had been following a Douyin account that sold ancient costumes, which frequently updated videos of beauties wearing ancient attire wandering the streets. Watching them would instantly lift his mood. As soon as it opened, Ning Yuan felt that he had not watched for a few minutes, when Huang Mao rushed into the shop carrying 2 bags of ingredients, interrupting him at the bar. Brother Ning, the dishes. The third girl is pretty, her face is round, and she looks so cute when she smiles. Ning Yuan complained, what are you looking at? Can't move when you see a beauty. Huang Mao rebutted, you're also watching, Brother Ning. What do you know? Ning Yuan turned off his phone and said, I'm studying the traditional culture of the Dragon Nation. 250, hurry up and bring down the Book of Analects from upstairs, and take the ingredients up. It's almost noon, let's start cooking. Huang Mao, hearing about the Analects, said with a bitter face, Brother Ning, just spare me. I'll go help pick the vegetables. Dream on, recite the Analects properly for me. Stop thinking about beauties all day, Ning Yuan said. Just then 250 came down and placed the Analects on the bar, taking the vegetables from Huang Mao upstairs. This is terrible. Huang Mao realized he had no way to escape and started stumbling through the recitation of the Analects. It wasn't until 250 called the 2 for dinner that this round of study ended. Huang Mao endured this hard life for an entire week. On this day, as usual, the wicked Ning Yuan called him over to recite classical literature. This time it was the 1,000-character classic, as he had already memorized the Analects, so Ning Yuan found him another book. Brother Ning, please spare me. I really don't want to study anymore. Huang Mao wailed, his voice tinged with tears as if he were about to cry. Oomph. Ning Yuan said coldly, don't try to play the pity card with me. If you don't recite, the sweet and sour pork knuckle at noon is mine, and the tofu with cabbage is yours. Huang Mao, hearing that the sweet and sour pork knuckle was about to be lost, panicked. No, I will recite, okay. Saying this, he began to recite. Heaven and earth are dark and yellow, the universe is vast and ancient, the sun and moon wax and wane, the stars shine in their courses. That's more like it. Ning Yuan held the book in one hand and his phone in the other, reading while scrolling through Douyin. Huang Mao had protested a few times, saying the phone's volume was too loud and disturbed his recitation of classical literature, but of course such protests were futile. Ning Yuan said, I am using this method to train your ability to resist distractions. This statement left Huang Mao speechless. This person was simply a devil. Hello everyone, today our nation's independently developed 1-nanometer lithography machine will make its debut at the Beijing Academy of Sciences. This video, released by the official media of the Dragon Nation CTV, caught Ning Yuan's attention. Wait, let's pause the recitation and listen to what they are saying. Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief, immensely grateful for this video. He was on the verge of being unable to recite and had slacked off on the subsequent content. They really are fast, they made it in just a week, Ning Yuan said while watching the video. Brother Ning, isn't this thanks to the tutorial you provided? If they were just sitting there thinking it would probably take them 10 years to produce it, Huang Mao seized the opportunity to flatter him, hoping to make Ning Yuan happy and forget about the 1,000-character classic. As he expected, Ning Yuan became pleased and said with a smile, of course, just look at who provided the tutorial. As long as I lend a hand, there's nothing that can't be accomplished. Don't say a mere lithography machine. Even a spaceship will be created for you after a while. Keep bragging. Just keep bragging. The cows outside must be flying by now, and as for a spaceship, why don't you fly to the sky yourself? Huang Mao began to wildly complain in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a state of attentive listening. Whenever Ning Yuan said something, he nodded in agreement. As soon as Ning Yuan finished speaking, he quickly began to flatter him. Brother Ning, you are the real master casually solving a major problem for the Dragon Nation. How can those ordinary people compare with you? The most correct thing I have done in my life is to cling to your thigh. Huang Mao spoke with heartfelt sincerity, each word resonating strongly. Alright, what did you just say about heartfelt words? Ning Yuan momentarily could not recall the last two characters of that idiom. Huang Mao quickly filled in, Brother Ning, it's heartfelt words. Based on your heartfelt words, I can let you rest for a week before studying again. Really? Huang Mao could hardly believe he could truly escape the sea of suffering for a week. What? Don't you want to rest? Want to keep learning? Ning Yuan laughed. Huang Mao hurriedly said, No, Brother Ning, I want to rest. He was very afraid that Ning Yuan would change his mind the next second. Let's get in line. Ning Yuan shook his phone and said, Okay. Huang Mao quickly took out his phone. The news of the Dragon Nation's independently developed 1-nanometer lithography machine temporarily freed Huang Mao from the pain of studying, made the CEO of Huawei Renfei almost jump for joy, and filled all the people of the Dragon Nation with pride, shocking the entire world. This news was like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings gently stirring the air, yet triggering a series of chain reactions. In the Lighthouse Nation at the CIA headquarters. Here lies the world's most advanced intelligence system. In response to the threats posed by the Dragon Nation in recent years, to the position of the Lighthouse Nation, a special intelligence office for the Dragon Nation was established with all staff, meticulously selected intelligence talents. Michel stood in his office, staring at the map of the Dragon Nation on the wall for over an hour. He truly could not understand how the Dragon Nation managed to manufacture a lithography machine overnight, without even revealing a hint of any signs beforehand. This made him, the head of the Dragon Nation Intelligence Office, feel ashamed to face his colleagues. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking on the door interrupted Michel's thoughts, and he turned and said, Come in. The door opened, and in came a woman with slanted eyes. She held a stack of documents and walked up to Michel saying, We have analyzed some suspicious points, you can take a look. Her voice was hoarse and awkward, and her tone was exceptionally calm, as if a robot were speaking. Michel took the stack of documents, flipped through them, and his expression gradually darkened, eventually looking as if he might drip water. After 10 minutes he said, If this technology provided by Ning Yuan is true, then we are in big trouble. This person is not easy to deal with. Dell Corporation almost went bankrupt because of him. What should we do now? Should we eliminate him directly? Up till now our people have not obtained any technology from that shop, the woman said. Michel shook his head and replied, Unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to force. According to the intelligence, he has a formidable bodyguard by his side. You all continue to investigate. I need accurate intelligence, not just these suspicious points. Understood, the woman promptly left the office. They spoke entirely in the language of the Dragon Nation, which was a rule set by Michel. All personnel in the CIA's Dragon Nation Intelligence Office must be able to speak the language of the Dragon Nation. Those who cannot must learn it within a year. As he put it, this is called knowing oneself and one's enemy for 100 battles without defeat. In the outskirts of the capital, a high-tech shop. Ning Yuan sat behind the bar yelling as he ranked up, Push the These players really drive me crazy. How did this jungler end up with a score of 0-12? After a fit of shouting, he tossed his phone onto the bar and sighed deeply, alas. Another loss, I've lost 5 in a row today, it's making my liver hurt. Huang Mao leaned lazily against the bar, scrolling through videos on Douyin, lost in thought. Recently, while out shopping for groceries, he noticed many new faces around, indicating an increase in activity from foreign forces, which they surely had taken note of. He just didn't know what measures would be taken to deal with these people. He couldn't help much in this regard, as he had been repeatedly instructed to keep his identity hidden. Huang Mao, what are you thinking about? Planning to get married. Ning Yuan called out, noticing Huang Mao staring blankly at his phone for over a minute. I wasn't thinking about anything. Huang Mao pretended to be nonchalant as he resumed scrolling through Douyin, landing on a video featuring a gaunt young man lying in bed who said, Hello everyone, I'm been an anti-cancer blogger. I just finished chemotherapy and am feeling a bit better. The more Huang Mao watched this video, the more his heart ached. The young man on the hospital bed clearly struggled to breathe, as if he were on the verge of death. The comments below mentioned that this young man had elderly parents and young children. If he were to die, it would destroy what was once a happy family. His daughter would lose her father and his parents would have to bury their son. Simply put, it was tragic. Suddenly an idea struck Huang Mao. Could Ning Yuan save this person? Hadn't he saved Yiya before? If he could cure congenital leukemia, could he not cure cancer as well? With this thought in mind, he brought his phone to Ning Yuan and said, Ninga, look at how pitiful this person is. He's so young and has cancer. Alas, I just watched his anti-cancer video, and I felt the weight of fate's cruelty, how unpredictable life is. Ning Yuan glanced at the video and replied, there are many pitiful people in the world. Do you think you can help them all? We should just live our own lives well and not meddle in others' affairs. But Huang Mao wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words. Ning Yuan had a point. There were so many pitiful people in the world, how could he help them all? Ning Yuan had just opened Douyin and stumbled upon another anti-cancer video, but this one was different. It was a plea from Su Yin, the chairman of a real estate group. In the video, he stated that whoever could cure his son's cancer would receive 1/3 of his fortune. The comment section exploded. Su Yin's fortune was said to be in the hundreds of billions, 1/3 would be over 100 billion. Whoever could save his son would have wealth beyond imagination. Some netizens remarked that if someone could truly cure cancer, they certainly wouldn't lack money. After all, how many people in the world had cancer? Those wishing to donate would line up. This recommendation algorithm is impressive. I just saw an anti-cancer blogger and you saw it too. I suspect we are being monitored by the Douyin app, Ning Yuan joked. Huang Mao, still preoccupied with the anti-cancer blogger, Abin casually replied, let them monitor. If I feel unhappy one day, I'll just uninstall it. True, Ning Yuan said, taking a bite of an apple from the fruit basket. Am I going to make over 100 billion? That's a question. But we're not short on money right now. I'll forget it. It's too much trouble. I don't want it. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Huang Mao perked up and excitedly asked, Ninggu, are you saying you can cure cancer? No, I didn't say that, Ning Yuan quickly replied. I heard you, Ninggu. Just help that a bin. He's so pitiful. He'll wash your socks for a month, no 2 months, okay? Huang Mao said. Ning Yuan raised 3 fingers and replied, I'll help him this once just for your sake, but you have to wash my socks for 3 months. Huang Mao exclaimed happily, great. Ninggu, you're like a living bodhisattva savior. Stop. Enough. Ning Yuan interrupted Huang Mao saying, this anti-cancer miracle drug is rare, like a unique treasure. If you see that anti-cancer blogger again, don't come looking for me. Just one. Huang Mao whispered. Do you think this is a candy shop where you can easily buy a bag? This is an anti-cancer miracle drug that I worked hard to obtain. Impressive. Huang Mao quickly gave Ning Yuan a thumbs up, flattering him. Ninggu is truly formidable to have obtained something like this. They say saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. By the way, what is a 7-story pagoda? Ning Yuan felt quite pleased with Huang Mao's praise, but when Huang Mao turned the conversation to something he didn't understand, he quickly shifted topics. Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and contact that person. I think that young man won't last much longer, and we shouldn't delay. Right. Huang Mao nodded vigorously, quickly sending a private message to the anti-cancer blogger on Douyin. After sending it, he anxiously said, I wonder if he will see it, and if he will come. Whether he comes or not depends on his fate, Ning Yuan said while eating an apple. He actually had some ulterior motives in saving a bin. He had heard that doing good deeds would bring good luck. By saving a life, his fortune would surely skyrocket. Next time there's a lottery, he hopes to win something fantastic like a spaceship or wearable armor. Wouldn't that be great? After putting it on, he could go out and do good like Iron Man in a blockbuster movie. The first thing he would do is to infiltrate a certain country and find the CEO of a major company, giving him a thorough beating until he cried for his mother and father. The more he thought about it, the happier Ning Yuan became, unconsciously breaking into a smile. This smile appeared somewhat lewd to Huang Mao, who quietly asked, Ninggu, are you thinking of getting married? What nonsense? Ning Yuan replied, raising his chin. Do you think you need to introduce me? You should check around. If girls like me were to line up at the store entrance, it would stretch all the way to the corner where Grandpa Zhang sells fried dough sticks. You should worry about yourself instead. Keep bragging. At least there's no tax on boasting. If there were, this store would go bankrupt in no time, Huang Mao thought to himself. Ning Yuan noticed that the blonde-haired guy was silent and asked, Don't you believe me? I believe. How could I not believe? The blonde-haired guy replied with a smile. Oof, that's good. Go buy 2 roasted chickens, and let's have a bite. Tell the owner to roast them a little longer. They must be the kind that has crispy skin and tender meat inside. Before Ning Yuan could say anything, the blonde-haired guy had already reached the store's entrance. Ninggu, got it. Get the older chickens for roasting, he called out, and dashed away. These days the store was almost deserted, and Ning Yuan was enjoying the leisure, eating and drinking with the blonde-haired guy every day, living quite freely. He almost forgot the tasks assigned by the system until he saw on a social platform that a rocket had been launched from the Dragon Nation to Mars, which suddenly reminded him of his Mars tourism reward. But there was no rush in business. One cannot be too anxious. I'll enjoy this month first, and then find a way. The blonde-haired guy ran fast and returned in less than half an hour with 2 roasted chickens. When the roasted chicken was opened, it was indeed crispy and golden on the outside. Not bad. You're getting better at choosing roasted chickens, Ning Yuan said while eating a drumstick. The blonde-haired guy, also holding a drumstick, said while eating, We are regular customers at that shop. The old man selling roasted chickens must pick the best for us. The truth was that upon hearing Ning Yuan wanted chickens with crispy skin, the old man inside carefully selected two by checking each one. The blonde-haired guy said that Ning Yuan was almost like his own son. The old man retorted, "If you could come up with technology comparable to a lithography machine, I'd feed you for free." As they were enjoying their chicken, the roar of motorcycles echoed at the store's entrance. Upon hearing this sound, the blonde-haired guy suddenly felt the roasted chicken lost its appeal. A girl in a black leather jacket jumped off a motorcycle and hopped into the store. Seeing Ning Yuan and the blonde-haired guy eating chicken, she rushed over, grabbed a drumstick from the roasted chicken in front of Ning Yuan, took a bite, and mumbled, "So delicious. Oh my goodness. Why are you here again? Every time we have something delicious, you always show up, just like it's been calculated perfectly by a master so precise." Ning Yuan complained. Yi looked at Ning Yuan with a sly smile and said, "Oh my goodness, you've become even prettier in just a few days. Let's be sisters." Ha ha. The blonde-haired guy nearly spat out the chicken in his mouth upon hearing Yi wanted to be sisters with Ning Yuan. Seeing Ning Yuan's face turn red and pale, he hurriedly said, "Ninggu, I didn't mean to laugh at you, I just couldn't help it, ha ha ha." Who? Ning Yuan's side adjusted his mindset and said, "I think you need to strengthen your cultural knowledge. You need to study how to improve your emotional intelligence." Upon hearing about studying cultural knowledge, the blonde-haired guy immediately stopped smiling, his face full of distress, and said, "No, please. Ninggu, spare me. I'm really not cut out for being a cultured person. Besides, Ninggu, she's just jealous that your skin is better than hers, whiter, more tender, and..." As he reached this point, the blonde-haired guy dared not continue. He saw Ning Yuan's expression darkening. "Starting tomorrow, I will improve your emotional intelligence. You need to read books on how to enhance it, otherwise how will you serve customers well in the future?" Ning Yuan said seriously. "Ninggu, I was wrong. I won't laugh or say silly things anymore," the blonde-haired guy said with a pained expression, almost in tears. Yi couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in, saying, "All you do is bully the blonde-haired guy. Isn't what he said the truth? What are you doing here again today?" Ning Yuan changed the subject. He didn't want Yi to dwell on the skin issue. "I just happened to pass by to see you. What, am I not welcome?" Yi asked. "Welcome?" Ning Yuan elongated his tone. "How could I not welcome you? You just came and stole a drumstick from me. Ha ha ha, we are good sisters." Yi said while taking out her phone to take a selfie with Ning Yuan, one hand making a V sign, while the other quickly pressed the shutter. After taking the photo, she looked at it and said, "Not bad, just add a long hair effect, and we're good sisters." "Quick, delete the photo." "Who said we're good sisters?" Ning Yuan said as he lunged to grab the phone. Yi obviously wouldn't let him succeed, quickly stashing the phone into her pocket, laughing. "You dare to steal this young lad's phone? Dream on. You little rascal, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Ning Yuan directly grabbed Yi's arm, pulling her over. Yi didn't expect Ning Yuan to be so quick, and she screamed in fright. Before she could react, her phone was already in Ning Yuan's hands. Yi panicked and said, "Give it back to me." "What are you panicking about? Does your phone contain some unspeakable secrets?" Ning Yuan teased, shaking the phone with a grin. Yi feigned calmness and said, "No hurry and give it back to me. I don't believe you. Let me see if there's any secret in here," Ning Yuan said, while swiping the screen operating Yi's phone. "Do as you wish. I have a password. You won't be able to see it, ha." Yi suddenly remembered the phone's lock screen password, and Ning Yuan couldn't get in at all. "What if I crack your password?" Ning Yuan laughed. "If you crack it, feel free to look," Yi replied. "All right, you said it." Ning Yuan took out his own phone and said, "Xiaoai, can you help me crack the lock screen password?" "Sure, the lock screen password of the phone you have is 478,569. A ethereal voice came from Ning Yuan's phone. Upon hearing that her phone's password was cracked, Yi truly panicked, rushing over to grab the phone. "Give it back to me. You said that once it's cracked I can look at it freely. Why are you going back on your word?" Ning Yuan said, holding the phone. Yi's face flushed red with anxiety. She wasn't as tall as Ning Yuan. While jumping to grab the phone from his hand, she shouted, "I take back what I said. Hurry and give it back to me." "No way." Ning Yuan laughed while holding the phone. "I won't give it. I want to see what secrets this phone holds." The blonde-haired guy watched the two playfully fighting and couldn't help but think, how childish they are, over 20 years old, yet still act like kindergarten kids fighting over toys. "You won't give it. I'll pinch you." Yi used her ultimate move, pinching. Unfortunately, ever since Ning Yuan received the rewards of the comprehensive recovery pill and invincible fighting technique from the system, his body became incredibly agile, and Yi couldn't touch him at all. One ran, while the other chased, circling the stairs for several laps, until the yellow-haired boy felt dizzy. Ning Yuan glanced at his phone. While running, the album was filled with various photos of Yi. "Yi, I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic, with so many pictures." "Ah!" Yi screamed from behind, shouting. "Who told you to look at my photos? Give me back my phone." "No, I won't." Ning Yuan turned around, shaking the phone in his hand, chuckling. Your pictures are so ugly. You dare to say I'm ugly. He'll bite you. Yi ran even faster. Ning Yuan made a quick turn and ran down the stairs shouting from behind the bar. Haha, I found your shower photos. Aren't you ashamed? Taking pictures while showering. This time no one upstairs heard Yi's cries, only a faint sound of sobbing could be heard. It's over, Ninggu, you made her cry, said the yellow-haired boy. Ning Yuan realized he had caused trouble. He left a remark so sensitive and hurried upstairs. He saw Yi squatting on the ground, burying her head in her arms and crying. He walked over and said, I was just teasing you. Don't cry anymore. Yi sobbed silently. Ning Yuan placed the phone beside her and said, Don't cry, there are no shower photos in the phone. I was just joking. Humph. Yi raised her head crying as she said, Go away, I don't want to talk to you. Do you want to eat hot pot? Ning Yuan asked. No. Yi replied, tears still falling. Then how about crab? I can ask the yellow-haired boy to buy some crabs. What else do you want to eat? Ning Yuan asked again. I also want to eat braised pig's trotters. Yi immediately realized she was still angry and quickly changed her words, saying, I'm not eating anything, I don't want anything. Alright, don't be angry, I was wrong. Ning Yuan pulled Yi's arm to help her up, then handed her the phone he had placed on the ground. Come on, good kids, don't cry. Let's go downstairs and have some fruit while we wait for dinner. Who is a good kid? Yi shook off Ning Yuan's hand and angrily walked towards the stairs. The yellow-haired boy saw the childish duo walking down from upstairs, thinking to himself, these two are quite a match. They should have the people from Yes family talk things over. Once Ning Yuan and Yi get married and start a family, they won't easily be lured away by foreign forces. Ever since Ning Yuan provided information on manufacturing lithography machines, the yellow-haired boy began to suspect he had developed paranoid delusions, dreaming of Ning Yuan being kidnapped by spies, taking his high-tech knowledge abroad. That would be disastrous. Ning Yuan walked up to the yellow-haired boy and waved his hand in front of his face, saying, Yellow-haired boy, what are you thinking? You look so focused. I wasn't thinking of anything, just wondering what to eat for lunch, the yellow-haired boy replied. No need to think. By the time you figure it out, I'll be dead from hunger. Let's go out and buy some crabs, get a few pig's trotters, and look for some vegetables. Ning Yuan turned his head and asked, Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Yi wiped her tears and said, Let's do it this way for now. If you make me angry again, next time I will bite you. Alright, I'm off, the yellow-haired boy said as he dashed away, wanting to give space to Ning Yuan and Yi. Ning Yuan enjoyed the meal immensely as the yellow-haired boy brought back fat crabs with plenty of crab roe. Yi used a crab tool to scoop out half a bowl of crab meat for herself, only to have it snatched away by Ning Yuan, who quickly devoured it in 2 bites. Naturally, this led to more playful scuffles. The yellow-haired boy shook his head while eating crab, sighing internally, Am I really having a meal with 2 overgrown children in their 20s? After the meal, Yi left a remark, Next time come over for pig trotters, before speeding off on her motorcycle. The afternoon turned out to be boring again. There were only a few scattered customers. Ning Yuan wandered around the shop feeling stuffed from lunch and trying to Ninggu, our shop's business hasn't improved for so long. Shouldn't we think of a way? The yellow-haired boy leaned against the bar playing with his phone as he spoke. Do you have any good ideas? Ning Yuan asked. None, the yellow-haired boy replied. Then that settles it. Ning Yuan returned to the bar, opened his high-tech notebook, and said, Just play games peacefully. We'll talk about business tomorrow. The yellow-haired boy internally complained, playing games leads to a loss of ambition, and opened a video app. He wanted to see if that AI bin had replied to him. If he had, he would quickly think of a way to bring him over and see how Ning Yuan could save him. If he was saved, it would mean Ning Yuan had a way to treat cancer. Then he could persuade him to share his method for treating cancer, thus saving more cancer patients. But fate did not favor him. AI bin had not replied. Upon opening AI bin's profile, he found a new rescue video. After opening it, an elderly man resembling AI bin sobbed, saying he was AI bin's father. AI bin's wife had run off with the last 100 yuan mint for his medical treatment, leaving behind an 8-year-old son and a husband suffering from cancer. Upon checking the comments, there was a chorus of curses. The yellow-haired boy added his own curse and claimed he had a way to save AI bin. After watching the video, the yellow-haired boy sighed, saying, That woman is too despicable. The most ruthless heart is that of a woman. Ninggu, what do you think? I'm playing games and watching at the same time, Ning Yuan replied. Ninggu, don't you think that woman is too hateful? How could her heart be so cruel? Taking that 100 yuan is equivalent to indirectly killing AI bin, the yellow-haired boy said angrily. Ning Yuan paused his game, turned around, and said, This is nothing, Ning Ping, he even tried to shoot me. You know that, right? That's true, the yellow-haired boy scratched his head. In that case, what she did isn't really that bad. Has that person not replied to you yet? Ning Yuan asked. The yellow-haired boy shook his head and sighed, saying, No, it seems I can't even do a good deed. It's me who can't do a good deed, Ning Yuan said, turning back to immerse himself in the gaming world. The yellow-haired boy sighed again and started contacting Renji. Unable to reach AI Bin, he had no choice but to resort to this plan to let Renji find AI Bin quickly and bring him over. What he didn't know was that AI Bin already had a competitor. Suyin, the chairman of a real estate company, had learned that Ning Yuan might have the medicine to save his son's life. At the Beijing Union Medical College Hospital, in the intensive care unit, Suyin stood by the bedside watching his son sleep, feeling a stabbing pain in his heart. He never dreamed that his son would develop cancer, and it had progressed to the mid-late stage with cancer cells already beginning to spread. Even the best experts from the Dragon Nation were helpless against it. What to do? What should be done? The sound of a doorknob turning interrupted Su Yin's thoughts as a doctor in a white coat walked in. "Dr. Yang, how did my son's examination go?" Su Yin asked anxiously. Dr. Yang shook his head and said, "The situation is not optimistic. We can only provide supportive care now. His cancer cells have already metastasized. Surgery would no longer be meaningful. We can only proceed with chemotherapy to prolong his life as much as possible," Yang Cheng said as calmly as he could, though he too was powerless. After decades of medical practice, he had witnessed far too many patients succumb to this merciless disease. Their families prayed to gods and Buddhas, sought out masters, and folk healers tried every rumored remedy, yet all efforts proved futile. Cancer cells were the grim reaper himself. If the king of hell decrees your death at the third watch, he will not wait until the fifth. Truly, there is absolutely no hope left. Suyin gripped Yang Cheng's arm desperately. "I'm already in my 50s. This is my only son. I cannot bear to bury him while my hair is still black. Dr. Yang, please, think of something else. I'll pay any price." Sigh. Yang Cheng exhaled deeply. He fully understood Su Yin's anguish, but he truly had no solution. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort, a figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. A young man, always wearing a flippant, irreverent smile, speaking in torrents of exaggeration and half-truths. In short, a slippery, silver-tongued merchant who tailored every word to his audience, human or otherwise. His name was Ning Yuan. It was through him that the youngest daughter of the Yi family had been saved, not directly by his hand, but via a medicinal compound purchased by the Yi heir, which cured her illness. Yang Cheng himself had once visited that shop, only to be told by Ning Yuan that the medicine was completely. After the Yi heiress recovered, Yang Cheng returned to the hospital. One day the hospital director summoned him to his office and issued a stern warning. Under no circumstances should you ever visit that shop again. When Yang Cheng asked for clarification, the director simply replied, "This order comes from above." Hearing such gravity, Yang Cheng never dared return. Now stirred by Su Yin's despair, it struck him perhaps Ning Yuan's shop carried a remedy for cancer. After all, it had already cured congenital leukemia, a condition long deemed incurable. Su Yin saw Yang Cheng sigh and fall silent, knowing further pleading would be useless. Doctors were not deities. How could they conquer an ailment universally regarded as terminal? He released Yang Cheng's arms, sank to the floor, buried his head in his hands, and tore at his hair, silent raw grief tearing through him. "Mr. Su, there may be someone who can save your son," Yang Cheng said quietly. "What?" Su Yin froze, lifting his head sharply. "You mean someone can save him?" He instinctively ignored the word may. For him, even the faintest glimmer of hope demanded relentless, unwavering effort. "Are you familiar with the Yi family of Shanjing?" Yang Cheng asked. Su Yin nodded. The Yi family's name resonated across the realm. How could anyone not know them? Yet his own status fell far short of their echelon. Direct contact remained beyond reach. "Have you heard of the Yi family's youngest daughter suffering from congenital leukemia?" Yang Cheng continued. Vaguely. Su Yin rose slowly, stroking his chin in thought. I recall now. Back when my business was just taking off, I overheard at a banquet that curing the Yi heiress condition would guarantee unparalleled success. That was years ago. So you mean, I served as her private physician. She met a benefactor and was healed. Perhaps the same person might hold the key to your son's recovery. Where is he? Su Yin blurted, electrified. "I can tell you, but you must never reveal I was the source." And here Yang Cheng hesitated, brow furrowed, clearly wrestling with what to say next. Su Yin was no ordinary man. Decades in commerce had honed his instincts to razor's edge. His very eyelashes, some joked, were hollow. At the slightest cue, he knew exactly what was coming. Swiftly, he withdrew a bank card from his pocket and slipped it discreetly into Yang Cheng's trousers. Yang Cheng recoiled as if stung. "What on earth are you doing?" "Mr. Su, this would compromise my—" "Just a token of gratitude, Dr. Yang," Su Yin replied warmly, noting Yang Cheng's brows had relaxed. Confirmation, he'd guessed right. He gently clasped Yang Cheng's arm. "Thank you for your care these past days. Please accept it. It's merely a gesture, nothing more. No breach of ethics." "Very well, I'll accept it. But this is strictly a one-time exception." Though his expression feigned solemnity, the quiet gleam in his eyes did not escape Su Yin's notice. "And my son's condition?" "One moment." Yang Cheng pulled a small notebook and pen from his inner jacket pocket, scribbled an address, swiftly tore out the page, and handed it to Suyin. Suyin glanced at the address and instantly understood. That shop was legendary. His son had once paid 500,000 coins for a smartphone there, a marvel of advanced technology as he himself had verified. If such cutting-edge devices could emerge from that place, perhaps a cure for cancer resided there too. The more Suyin pondered, the brighter the flame of hope burned within him. Mr. Su, Yang Cheng, now addressing him with newfound warmth, added earnestly, ideally bring your son along. First, it would lift his spirits. He's been cooped up in this ward far too long, and confinement hinders healing. Second, his presence may compel the merchant to part with the medicine. I fear he'd refuse you outright if you went alone. Can I simply pay a premium? Suyin countered, reluctant to move his son from the hospital. What if an emergency arose, leaving no time for intervention? Yang Cheng countered, do you truly believe he lacks wealth? Indeed, Suyin chuckled ruefully. How foolish of me. I've grown so frantic I forgot how could he possibly lack funds. Then, you're counting on his compassion. Precisely. How could he turn away a dying youth before his very— Of course, this is merely my suggestion. The final decision rests entirely with you. Yang Cheng glanced at his Rolex watch. Time's nearly up. Your son should awaken shortly. I won't intrude further. Thank you, Dr. Yang, Suyin replied, personally opening the ward door and escorting him out. Turning back into the room, he found his son already awake. Son, do you feel unwell? Suyin approached the bedside, voice soft. No. The young man on the bed shook his head weakly. I overheard the doctor say I should go outside for air, not waste away in this room waiting for death. At the words, waiting for death, Suyin's smile stiffened. He forced gentleness into his tone. Jianhao, keeping you here before was for your own good. Now father has found a way to save you. We'll go out tomorrow. For my own good. If you truly cared, you wouldn't have abandoned mother. Su Jianhao cried, his voice trembling with frailty and fury. Sigh. Suyin exhaled, deeply speechless. That betrayal remained the gravest, unforgivable error of his life. After achieving entrepreneurial success, the temptations around him increased, leading to a swift divorce. Every time Suyin thought of this matter, he felt a sense of guilt towards his son. It forced him to leave his mother at a young age. To make up for this debt, despite Su Jianhao getting into trouble since childhood, he had never spoken harshly. Tomorrow Dad will take you for treatment, and go out for a stroll, Suyin said with a smile. Su Jianhao nodded, his mood improved slightly. Early the next morning, Suyin arranged for a convoy to pick up Su Jianhao, accompanied by bodyguards, private medical staff, and so on, as a large group made their way to the high-tech shop. Huang Mao sat in the first-floor leisure area eating tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. He had received news the night before that a Bing would arrive early, so he specially went out to buy breakfast. He also opened the shop door waiting for a Bing. Why are you always looking outside? Is there a beautiful woman on the road? Ning Yuan asked while munching on a fried dough stick, noticing Huang Mao frequently glancing outside. Hehehe. Huang Mao chuckled awkwardly, saying, well, a Bing replied to me last night saying he would come over early. I'm just anxious. I said, why did you wake up so early today, claiming that early to bed and early to rise is good for your health? I didn't realize you were quite caring. If a Bing weren't a guy, I'd suspect you had a thing for him. Hearing this, Ning Yuan widened his eyes at Huang Mao, saying, you can't really like guys, can you? Damn, that's too— What are you talking about, Ning Go? Huang Mao said with his mouth full of tofu pudding, speaking unclearly. I Huang Mao no gao to male gender like women. I am a pure straight man. Really? Ning Yuan still felt uneasy and asked again. Huang Mao frowned and elongated his tone, saying, really, more real than gold, more real than genuine gold. Then, Ning Yuan hadn't finished speaking when he saw Huang Mao stand up with a smile, saying, it must be a Bing. This is the high-tech shop. I'm the online friend who contacted you, lonely as snow, please come in. Ning Yuan was sitting with his back to the door. When he turned his head, he saw an old man with a face full of wrinkles pushing a wheelchair. The young man sitting in the wheelchair looked similar to the one in the video, but his complexion was noticeably worse, and he seemed frilier. The old man smiled stiffly, revealing some darkened teeth from smoking. His eyes showed a hint of timidity. Upon seeing Huang Mao stand up to let them in, the old man repeatedly said, thank you. Ning Yuan noticed the old man walking unsteadily, as if he might fall at any moment. He got up to help him to the sofa, let him sit down, and pushed the wheelchair beside him, while he himself sat opposite them. Huang Mao ran upstairs to grab 2 buns, then went to the drinking fountain on the first floor to fill a disposable cup with hot water, placing the water and buns on the coffee table in front of the old man, saying, you haven't had breakfast, have you? Have some buns for now. Ning Yuan also said, let's eat something first. Thank you, the old man said as he grabbed the bun and ate it ravenously. Some crumbs fell onto his clothes, and he quickly picked them up and stuffed them in his mouth. In no time, both buns were completely devoured. Huang Mao, go check if the fried chicken shop is open and buy 2 fried chickens back, Ning Yuan said. Huang Mao was just about to get up when the old man hurriedly stopped him saying, I'm full, don't buy any more, thank you so much, you are good people. Thank you. My dad, in order to save money, only ate a few buns on the train, Bing said, tears streaming down his face. This is your dad? Ning Yuan exclaimed in shock, thinking the old man was Bing's grandfather. Huang Mao urgently said beside him, Ning Gu, you must find a way to save them. Look at Bing, his dad has aged so much from worrying about this illness. Don't worry, I treated Yia with a special medicine back then, and I happen to have another bottle of special medicine for cancer treatment. As Ning Yuan was speaking, a row of luxury cars stopped at the shop entrance. A group of bodyguards in black suits rushed down from the cars surrounding a van in the center of the convoy. Among them, several burly bodyguards quickly opened the van door. The first to get out were several medical staff in white coats, followed by a middle-aged man who was slightly overweight and carried an air of authority, walking down the car under the watchful eyes of the bodyguards. Zhu and Hao, we've arrived, the middle-aged man said after getting out of the car, then waved his hand. Several strong security guards entered the vehicle and emerged carrying a wheelchair. Huang Mao looked at the scene outside the shop and said, Ninggu, a big brother from society has come. Are they going to smash our shop? Smash? Nonsense, Ning Yuan said with annoyance, feeling interrupted by Huang Mao. He replied impatiently, even if the president of a certain world power came to our shop, he'd have to behave. Go ask around the world who would dare to smash Ning Ji's shop. Ning Gu, stop bragging. Look back, the big brother from society has entered the shop. Huang Mao pointed at Ning Yuan, turned around, and indeed saw it. At the forefront was a young man in a wheelchair who clearly did not look like a good person with a lewd gaze. The middle-aged man pushing the wheelchair was also no saint, his eyes glinting with cunning like a vicious wolf. As for the group of cold-faced people in suits behind them, they were certainly not good people either. Upon entering, they behaved as if they were royalty, looking down on everyone. Buying a computer? Or a lottery? Ning Yuan asked. Su Yin was also assessing Ning Yuan, and sure enough, he matched the description given by Yang Cheng. The young man in front of him was a living, breathing con artist. However, con artists are also pragmatic as long as the money is right. He believed this con artist could definitely save his son. Before coming, Su Yin had done his homework. Hearing the con artist mention buying a computer and a lottery, he shook his head with a smile, saying, I'm not here to buy a computer or enter a lottery. I'm here to buy medicine. My son has cancer and I heard that you have special medicine that can treat it. Bing's expression darkened further upon hearing that the newcomers were looking to buy anti-cancer medicine. Looking at the luxury cars parked at the entrance, he knew that these people were all wealthy. How could he possibly compete with these rich and powerful individuals? He secretly glanced at his father, feeling a sharp pain in his heart, as if he was being pricked by needles. At this moment, Bing's father was trembling slightly, his rough hands tightly gripping an empty bread bag. His eyes reddened. He had always been strong, having survived many battles in the past, but now he felt like he was on the verge of collapse. Today he felt he might break down. This was an economic society, and he was no match for those wealthy people. His son's only chance of survival was about to be taken away. Huang Mao also noticed the situation of Bing's father, and sighed inwardly. There is only one illness in the world, the illness of poverty. He felt quite distressed after reviewing Bing's father's information last night. A veteran who had fought for his country was living in such poverty, and his son was suffering from cancer. Even more infuriating was that his daughter-in-law had run off with the life-saving money. It was simply the heavens being blind, picking on those who are already suffering. Ning Yuan was unaware of the changes in Bin and his father. He was puzzled. These wealthy people have such keen noses, are they dogs? How did you know I have cancer medication here? Is there really cancer medication? Su Yin exclaimed as he had just asked out of curiosity, and was surprised to find that there was indeed cancer medication. Are you going to treat him? Ning Yuan asked the young man in the wheelchair. Yes, he is my son, suffering from cancer, and urgently in need of cancer medication. No matter how expensive the medication is, I will buy it, even if it costs me everything. Su Yin knew that any medicine that could cure cancer would surely be exorbitantly priced, and he was prepared to be fleeced by this unscrupulous merchant. Ning Yuan shook his head, pointing at Bin and his father, and said, Unfortunately, you are too late. The cancer medication has already been given to them. Given to them? Su Yin felt a bit dazed. Ning Yuan's words had brought him hope, but then plunged him back into despair. Why? He instinctively asked. Where is the... Before Ning Yuan could speak, the young man in the wheelchair interrupted him. Dad, why are you even talking to him? Just look at those two. They clearly come from the countryside, and probably don't even know where they came from. Let's just offer a high price to buy it. He isn't stupid, he will definitely sell it to us. Bin lowered his head silently upon hearing this. The person was right. The boss was not foolish, and would surely sell to the one who offered a higher price. Bin's father also lowered his head, unsure of how to face his son, or himself. Huang Mao couldn't help but laugh inwardly at what the young man in the wheelchair said. He was simply asking for trouble. Ning Yuan was a soft-spoken person who wouldn't respond well to aggression. If you managed to charm him, you might still save yourself. Now with one sentence he had offended him and was completely finished. Next, Ning Yuan's reaction was as Huang Mao had expected. He looked at the young man in the wheelchair and said, "Don't you understand the most basic manners? You shouldn't interrupt when others are still speaking, do you understand?" Hearing that Ning Yuan actually dared to lecture him, Su Juanhao exploded shouting, "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Do you believe I can have your shop closed tomorrow?" After shouting, he glared at Ning Yuan with red eyes. He had never suffered such humiliation. Even the principal of his school had to show him some respect because of his father's influence, yet the owner of a small shop dared to lecture him. It was truly outrageous. "All right, Juanhao." Su Yin patted his son's shoulder, calming his emotions. He smiled at Ning Yuan and said, "I apologize, my son can be a bit blunt. I can offer 3 times the price to buy the medication. Don't sell it to him." Yi Chen burst in shouting, "No matter how much he offers, I will double it." "What are you doing here?" Ning Yuan said impatiently. "I came here for this scum." Yi Chen pointed at Su Juanhao in the wheelchair and said, "Zhao Nin was deceived by him emotionally, and I must take revenge for her. I heard from a friend that they came here, so I followed. So it's a blessing in disguise that he has cancer." Ning Yuan looked at Su Juanhao and said, "I think you should go home and treat your brain first. You don't even know who I am. You dare to threaten me. Truly a long-lived person who has no patience for life." Su Juanhao pointed at Ning Yuan and Yi Chen saying, "You wait, I will kill you." "Juanhao, don't be angry, don't speak, be careful of your condition." Su Yin calmed down his son's emotions and gave a look to the medical staff beside him. The medical staff understood and wheeled Su Juanhao out of the shop and into the RV. After seeing his son get into the RV, Su Yin finally spoke. "He has been spoiled by me since childhood. Ning boss, I apologize on his behalf." After apologizing to Ning Yuan, he smiled at Yi Chen and said, "You must be the 3rd young master of the Yi family. I met you at a banquet 2 years ago. Indeed, you are a fine talent. Even if Juanhao has made many mistakes, he is now suffering from a terminal illness. I hope you can forgive him." Su Yin was indeed someone who had been in the business world for many years. After a few words, he eased the tense atmosphere on the scene. "All right, considering he has cancer, I will forgive him." Ning Yuan spoke first. Yi Chen shook his head and also said, "For the sake of your father, I won't make things difficult for him either." "Then can we buy the cancer medication?" Su Yin said eagerly. Huang Mao noticed that Su Yin had quickly taken control of the situation, and now he wanted to buy cancer medication. To be honest, he was feeling a bit anxious. Firstly, through Ren Ji, he learned that Abin's father was a veteran, a soldier, who had shed blood for the Dragon Nation. Now that his son had cancer, he would surely try everything to save him. Secondly, how did Su Yin find out that there was cancer medication in the shop? This information was too keen. Even he had only learned it when Ning Yuan accidentally let it slip. There was definitely something suspicious about Su Yin that needed to be investigated. Su Yin was even more anxious. He regretted letting Su Juanhao into the shop. In just a few sentences, he had offended the mysterious Ning boss. He never expected that the young master of the Yi family would also get involved. It seemed that the young master of the Yi family had a good relationship with Ning boss, which was troublesome. However, no matter how troublesome it was, he had to buy the medication. Su Juanhao truly couldn't wait any longer. Although Yi Chen said he had forgiven him, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. He had been pursuing Zhao Nan, but unfortunately Zhao Nan did not fancy him. A few days ago, Zhao Nan suddenly cried and told him that she had been dumped by a young man named Su Juanhao. Upon detailed investigation, he found out that Su Juanhao was the son of Su Yin from Daheng Real Estate. Compared to others, Daheng Real Estate was doing all right, but compared to the Yi family, it was insignificant. He had thought all night without understanding where he had lost. Zhao Nan told him that she had been dumped by Su Juanhao 6 months ago, and she had spent the last 6 months in pain and sorrow. The fact that Zhao Nan had been sad for half a year naturally made Yi Chen hope that Ning Yuan would not save Su Juanhao. Ning Yuan, unaware of the convoluted thoughts of those present, said, without thinking, "There are no medications left. Come back next time when we have more." As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Mao and Yi Chen felt a wave of relief. Hope rekindled in the hearts of Abin and his father. Su Yin asked, "Why don't we have it? If there is none, there is none. A cure for cancer is certainly rare." Just go back." Ning Yuan waved his hand. Su Yin pointed at Abin and his father, saying, "Then why do they have it?" Just one. Huang Mao couldn't help but explain. Ning Ge gave it to them. "You should go back. If there's more, I will notify you. I can buy it at a high price. If I give it to you, won't he be unable to survive?" Ning Yuan pointed at Abin. "What matters more, him or my son?" Su Yin blurted out, causing Yi Chen to lose his temper. He pointed at Abin and said, "Are you saying your son's life matters, but his does not?" "That's not what I meant." Su Yin realized he had misspoken. "I was just desperate." "All right, calm down." Ning Yuan interrupted. "Su Yin, they arrived before you. The medicine naturally belongs to them. As for your offer to buy at a high price, do you think I lack money?" "Exactly. The owner of this shop can't be short of money. Su Yin suddenly recalled what Yang Sheng had reminded him. The owner certainly lacked nothing and could only be swayed by your son. But what about Jun Hao? He offended the owner with just a few words. What should we do now? Alright, just go back. Ning Yuan said there's no medicine, so there's definitely no medicine. Standing here is useless. Hurry and think of another way, Yi Chen advised, somewhat gloating. The scumbag Su Juanhao getting cancer was pure retribution. No, I can't go back. Su Yin rushed to Ning Yuan's side, grabbing his arm and pleading, Boss Ning, please save Junhao. He is my only son. Ning Yuan felt helpless. He loathed the person who leaked the news. Damn it, now it seemed like he was refusing to save a life. He pushed Su Yin's hand away and said, there's only one medicine. They arrived before you. This is fate. Do you understand? No, I want to defy fate. Su Yin pointed at Abin's father and said, give the medicine to me. I can offer you a lot of money, making you rich and noble, living in a big villa and eating delicacies. You must have never ridden in a luxury car. If you agree, you can ride in one anytime. How about it? Abin's father shook his head and said, I am already half buried in the earth. Ooh, what use is money? I just want my son to be healthy again. So you refuse? Do you know the consequences of offending me, Su Yin? I can crush you with one hand, just like squashing an ant, Su Yin threatened as he stepped closer to Abin. If you don't give me the medicine, I will make your father's life miserable. Abin glanced at his father, who had worked hard for him all his life, gritting his teeth and saying, give him the medicine. It don't hurt my dad, or I will fight you to the death. Hearing this, Su Yin laughed. How could these lower-class ants be his opponents? He turned around and said, Ning, boss, I bought the medicine from them, and I will also buy the best burial plot for Abin. Ningo, I want to kill him. Huang Mao couldn't hold back. Is there anyone who bullies honest people like this? He ran to the counter, grabbed an empty beer bottle, and was about to rush over to hit Su Yin. Yi Chen couldn't hold back either. This small real estate boss dared to play with lives just because he had a little money. He also rushed to the counter, grabbing an empty beer bottle to prepare to join Huang Mao in attacking this little boss. Calm down, Ning Yuan pulled Huang Mao and Yi Chen back. I find you two quite childish. What kind of society are we in now? Still fighting? We need to be civilized and polite. No, Ninggu. Huang Mao pointed at Su Yin and said, if we are to be civilized and polite, it must be towards decent people. He is just a scumbag. Oh, what civility can I talk about with him? Yi Chen chimed in, exactly, he's just a coward who bullies the weak. If he had the guts, he wouldn't dare to threaten me. Ooh, I would have my elder brother take care of him. Alright, you two calm down. Let me handle this, alright? Ning Yuan said. Huang Mao and Yi Chen replied, I realize I have been a bit extreme, Su Yin admitted. However, he felt he had no other choice. To save his son, he could only resort to desperate measures, and said with a pained face, I know what I did was wrong, but I had no choice. Boss Ning, they have agreed to sell me the medicine. I will provide them with the maximum compensation. This two-faced person broadened Ning Yuan's perspective. Compared to those weaker than him, he showed his teeth, while with those stronger, he acted as docile as a lamb. It's a pity you aren't an actor. Your acting skills deserve a little golden statue. Would they hand over the medicine if you didn't threaten them? I don't know how to respond. Su Yin paused for a moment and said, but that is their choice. In any case, the medicine has been given to me, so Boss Ning, please, just give it to me. Aren't you being unreasonable? Huang Mao interjected. Say what you want, whether it's unreasonable or threatening, they have already agreed to give me the medicine. Su Yin decided to go all out, throwing his face to the ground for everyone to step on. He was determined to use any means necessary to acquire the medicine. Your spirit reminds me of someone, but you're not quite there yet. You're neither as ruthless nor as shameless as him, Ning. Right, Boss Ning, please sell me the medicine quickly. Su Yin nodded as he spoke. It seems you haven't understood one thing. They agreed to give it to you. Did I agree to give it to you? Did I say I would sell it to you? Your earlier behavior reminded me of some unpleasant memories. You better prepare a good coffin for your son in advance, so you won't be caught off guard later. What unpleasant memory did Ning Yuan recall? Yi Chen quietly asked beside him. That's a long story. Do you know how I first met Ningguo? Huang Mao leaned next to Yi Chen, starting to recount his glorious deeds while bragging. Why? Su Yin instinctively asked. He couldn't understand why this boss still hadn't sold him the medicine. Didn't Yang Sheng say he was a greedy businessman? Shouldn't he be profit-driven? He had cleared all obstacles and was willing to pay a high price for his medicine. Oh, why wouldn't he sell it to him? Ning Yuan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 11. He impatiently said, why are there so many whys? Just eat what I give you and hurry up. We've almost wasted time until noon. Don't delay my lunch. Why? What? Su Yin clutched his head, tearing at his hair and repeatedly asking why. He felt as though he was about to collapse. Everyone had been targeting him since the beginning. Alright, I'll let you give up hope. Listen well. Ning Yuan cleared his throat and said, your arrogant son saving him would also be a great harm to society. You can tell from the way he speaks. Now you understand, right? Before Su Yin could speak, Ning Yuan added, moreover, how dare you threaten others in broad daylight? Is there no law or order left? No wonder your son is so arrogant. It's all thanks to the good upbringing from you as his father. I advise you to teach him properly. If he continues like this, he won't last long before someone puts him in his place. At this point Ning Yuan slapped his forehead saying, I forgot your threats have muddled my mind. No need to teach him, your son probably won't live much longer anyway, so let him be. You? Su Yin was so furious that he could hardly speak as he pointed at Ning Yuan. Alright, stop wasting time here. Hurry back and find a good burial plot for your son and get a nice coffin, that's the most important thing. Ning Yuan waved his hand and said. Good, good, good. Su Yin pointed at Ning Yuan and said, if my son dies I won't let you off easily, then pointed at Abin and his father saying, you two can just wait to die. After saying that he turned and left the shop without looking back. Huang Mao looked at Su Yin's retreating figure and had already sentenced him to death. Anyone who dared to threaten Ning Yuan had to be eliminated. Ning Yuan, should I take action to close down his company and see if he still dares to be arrogant? Yi Chen said. Oomph. Ning Yuan scoffed. No need, he has already become a dead man the moment he dared to threaten me. Yi Chen did not understand, but Huang Mao chuckled to himself. He is indeed a dead man already. The best outcome for him is to be locked up for life. Which of these people is clean? If we investigate thoroughly we will definitely find something, and once we do, humph. Just wait to enjoy life in prison. Ning Yuan said. Alright, don't let this jinx spoil the mood. I'm going to get the medicine. He ran upstairs to his room and took out a small black bottle from the drawer of the bedside table. Yi Chen pointed at the black bottle and said, it's this kind of black bottle, the medicine that saved my sister was contained in one like this. Huang Mao curiously looked at the bottle, wondering to himself, just how many good things does Ning Yuan have? Next comes the moment of witnessing a miracle. Ning Yuan twisted open the bottle cap and poured a red pill into his palm. The sweet and fragrant aroma began to waft through the shop. Yi Chen sniffed a few times and said, this is the smell, sweet and spicy on the throat. Ninggu in martial arts films they say that this kind of sweet medicine is usually a deadly poison, right? Deadly poison, my foot. Ning Yuan lifted his leg and kicked Huang Mao in the backside. This is a rare elixir that I can hardly bear to eat myself. Huang Mao rubbed his behind and said, Ninggu, you're not sick either, why are you taking medicine? Ning Yuan replied, I just meant to illustrate the importance and preciousness of this medicine, you understand. It's hard for you to understand. This is an immortal pill, Ning Yuan said, walking to Abin's side. Open your mouth. Thank you, Abin said with difficulty as he lifted his head and opened his mouth. Ning Yuan directly fed him the pill and asked, what does it taste like? I couldn't taste anything, Abin smacked his lips and said, the moment the medicine entered my mouth it turned into water and I swallowed it directly. You are like Zhu Beiji eating a fruit of life. Ning Yuan was not convinced and asked again, did it have no taste when it turned into water? No, Abin shook his head. If I had to describe the taste it would be the taste of water. Hearing it tasted like water, Ning Yuan sighed. Boring, it has no flavor. Let's wait for the effect. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Abin's face rapidly change from pale to rosy. I'm so hot. Abin tore at his clothes. Abin's father hurriedly grabbed his hand and said, it should be the medicine taking effect, bear with it. Is this medicine really that powerful? Huang Mao asked. Don't worry, it's a normal reaction. My sister experienced the same thing when she took the medicine, just bear with it, and it will be fine. Yi Chen's words completely reassured everyone. Ning Yuan was also somewhat worried about this situation. If the person died it would be over. After about 20 minutes Abin finally returned to normal, and the first thing he said was, is there anything to eat? Ning Yuan sent Huang Mao out to buy 2 bowls of porridge and some steamed buns. Since Abin had just recovered from his illness, he shouldn't eat greasy food. He should start with something light to transition. Abin finished the porridge and buns in no time, stood up from the wheelchair, moved his body a bit, and felt just as good as he did when he was healthy. In fact, he felt even better than before. I'm better. I'm really better. Abin jumped around on the ground. Ninggu, your medicine is truly an elixir. The medicine truly cured the illness, Huang Mao quickly praised. It wasn't flattery, he genuinely thought this medicine was too powerful. A cancer patient took it and was now bouncing around. It was simply a miracle. Yi Chen gave a thumbs up and said, Ning Yuan, your medicine is indeed powerful. I am impressed. Just a little rain. Ning Yuan waved his hand saying, this is just basic operation, no need to be shocked. Thank you, thank you, Abin's father said as he walked in front of Ning Yuan, his legs bending, as if he was about to kneel. Ning Yuan quickly stepped forward to support him, saying, don't kneel, I'm just a junior, I can't bear it. Your son's recovery is also thanks to Huang Mao. He was the one who contacted you for your son. Huang Mao hurriedly said, it's all fate. People say a family that does good deeds will have blessings. You fought for the Dragon Nation and made contributions, now your son is saved. It's a cycle of cause and effect. Well, Huang Mao, you are quite eloquent now. It seems I was right to have you study hard. You mentioned that Abin's father fought for the Dragon Nation. Which war was it specifically? Ning Yuan asked. Yi Chen interjected, at his age he should have been in the counteroffensive war against the U Nation. My grandpa commanded some battles in that war back then. Sighed. Abin's father lamented, those are all old stories. Back then surviving the war and coming back was already very fortunate. I never expected to meet a benefactor now, why truly. I really don't know how to repay you. Abin walked to Ning Yuan's side and said, Boss Ning, my life was saved by you. Although I have no ability, as long as you say the word, I will go through fire and water for you. We'll talk about repayment later, it's lunchtime. Let's eat before leaving. Ning Yuan quickly changed the topic. He didn't want to dwell on the matter of repayment. To be honest, he saved Abin just to do a good deed, without expecting anything in return. Right, I'll go buy some ingredients. You all wait a moment, Huang Mao said as he ran out, as if someone was chasing him. Half an hour later, a lavish spread was laid out on the table. During the meal, Huang Mao also resolved the work issue for Abin and his father getting them jobs at Yichen's holographic cinema. Yichen welcomed this, and with his relationship with Ning Yuan, Abin would definitely be one of their own in the future. After dinner, Yichen took Abin and his father away, saying he wanted to assign them dormitory accommodations. Ning Yuan and Huang Mao then began a new round of ranked matches, vowing not to rest until they reached the next rank. Early the next morning, Huang Mao got up first as usual, washed up, and then went out to buy breakfast. As soon as he opened the small door and stepped outside, he was astonished by the scene before him. At the shop entrance stood a crowd of people stretching far beyond what he could see, and a classic line from a skit popped into his mind, it's a sea of people with drums beating and firecrackers cracking. Seeing him come out, people immediately began to ask in unison, hello, does this shop sell anti-cancer medicine? Has Abin, the anti-cancer blogger, taken the anti-cancer medicine sold here and recovered? How much is the Stop! Huang Mao shouted, waving his hand. There's only one anti-cancer medicine, it's for Abin. There's no more medicine in the shop, go back. If there's more medicine, I'll let you know. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd became agitated, realizing that this shop really had anti-cancer medicine. Please save my daughter, I'll buy the medicine, no matter how expensive it is. My son is only in his 20s and hasn't even gotten married yet, please save him. When will there be more anti-cancer medicine? The crowd surrounded Huang Mao at the entrance, bombarding him with various questions. At this moment, Huang Mao truly understood their feelings. The anti-cancer medicine in the shop was their lifeline. How could they disperse just because of his words? But the medicine was indeed gone. The medicine is really gone, it's very precious. I'll go back and ask the boss. Huang Mao left a message and slipped back through the small door, locked it securely, and hurried upstairs, knocking on Ning Yuan's room. What's going on so early in the morning? An impatient voice came from inside the room. Ninga, there's a big problem. Many people are blocking the shop entrance, wanting to buy anti-cancer medicine. Huang Mao shouted. Damn. Ning Yuan quickly got up from bed upon hearing this, annoyed. He said, I forgot to remind Abin not to disclose the anti-cancer medicine. This is troubling. Ninga, hurry up and come out to take a look, Huang Mao urged. Don't panic, hold them off for a bit. I'll wash up and come down, Ning Yuan replied as he headed to the bathroom. On the way to the dormitory with Yi Chun, Abin's father suggested they go to the hospital for another checkup. Abin initially didn't want to go, but to fully reassure his father, he borrowed some wages from Yi Chun and went for another checkup. The result, of course, was that he was very healthy. There was absolutely no issue. Yi Chun assigned Abin the position of procurement assistant at the cinema, which was crucial. It required someone trustworthy to oversee things. Outsiders might not only take kickbacks during procurement, but also lack the knowledge to help the companies save costs. He planned to let Abin familiarize himself with the job for a few months before formally having him replace the current seasoned procurement officer. Considering Abin's father's poor health, Yi Chun assigned him a job as a doorman. With everything arranged, just before going to bed that night, Abin had a sudden inspiration. He took the checkup slip from today, recorded his last anti-cancer video, and announced that his journey against cancer had officially come to an end. After watching this video, netizens, while wishing Abin well, turned their attention back to the black technology shop. Soon someone uncovered that the shop had once sold a special medicine for leukemia treatment when it was in Ban County. However, that time it hadn't caused much of a stir. Following this incident, netizens re-evaluated the black technology shop. Those who had previously criticized Ning Yuan and the black technology laptop for stealing user information were exposed by some clear-headed individuals. People quickly discovered that these individuals had intricate connections with foreign capital. Now netizens realized that the black technology shop was targeted by foreign capital, and combined with the recent crackdown on water armies in the Dragon Nation, a conspiracy orchestrated by foreign capital was surfacing. Some claimed that the planner of this conspiracy must be a certain well-known company, with Ning Boss leaking the company's trade secrets worldwide, even to this bystander. Others held differing opinions. Many were inquiring about the location of the black technology shop, as their family members or relatives had been diagnosed with cancer and urgently needed anti-cancer medicine. Some who lived nearby drove overnight to rush to the black technology shop. This led to the scene where Huang Mao was surrounded in the morning. Upon hearing Ning Yuan tell him to hold them off, Huang Mao instantly put on a bitter face. Those people almost treated him like the anti-cancer medicine itself. How could he hold them off? Ning, go hurry up, or I'm afraid our shop door will be torn down. Coming right away, Ning Yuan hastily wiped his face, rinsed his mouth, put on his clothes, and stepped out. Seeing Ning Yuan come out, Huang Mao felt as if he had found a savior. He grabbed his arm and said, Ning Gu, you need to be mentally prepared. There are a lot of people. If you didn't know better, you'd think something big was about to happen. What kind of scene haven't I seen? Ning Yuan shook off Huang Mao's hand, held his head high, and quickly walked toward the stairs. Wait for me. Huang Mao hurriedly followed. After opening the door, Ning Yuan admitted that he was indeed shocked. There were so many people standing shoulder to shoulder. His shop resembled a popular tourist spot during the National Day holiday. Indeed, there were a lot of people. Don't push, don't push. Ning Yuan shouted from behind the bar. With so many people, a stampede could happen at any moment. People completely ignored what he said, only asking repeatedly if there was any medicine left. Huang Mao climbed onto the counter, stood next to Ning Yuan, and asked, what do we do now? If you're asking me, who should I ask? Ning Yuan squatted down and took out an old electronic loudspeaker from behind the bar, shouting, everyone, the medicine is really gone. If I had any, would I just stand by and do nothing? Ning boss, please save my daughter, she's only in her 20s. You're like a living bodhisattva, oh please save my brother. Please save my son. The crowd's cries for help instantly drowned out his voice. Ninggu, I think we should call the police. There are too many people in the shop, and it could be dangerous if something happens, Huang Mao said from the side. Call the police for what? The police are so busy, they only handle trivial matters like this. Ning Yuan took out his phone and dialed a number. Hurry to my shop and help disperse the crowd. Don't tell me you're not around. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd call me. This is quite a scene. The road outside the shop is blocked. Hurry up, don't gloat. After finishing his words, Ning Yuan hung up and picked up the electronic loudspeaker to remind people not to shove and step on others. Those outside don't push in. Ninggu, who did you call? Is it reliable? Huang Mao asked. It should be reliable. It's that old man who came last time to pick up something, Ning Yuan replied. Upon hearing Ning Yuan refer to Renji as an old man, Huang Mao almost laughed out loud. Ning Yuan was too harsh with his words, showing no mercy to Renji. Renji arrived in less than half an hour, accompanied by a large group of police officers, and with their assistance the crowd was gradually dispersed. Ning Yuan had Huang Mao find a piece of cardboard writing anti-cancer medicine sold out in big letters to hang outside, so they wouldn't be asked again. After dispersing the crowd and chatting for a bit, Renji left with his team, and the store returned to tranquility. After this incident, the business of the high-tech shop was back on track. A week later, after dinner, Ning Yuan returned to his room early, locked the door, and sat on the bed. As he moved the tissue beside him, the system's electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed. Reward Lucky Spin Wheel X2. A trip to Mars. Do you wish to claim it? Task L500 Virtual Reality Gaming Consoles. The high-tech notebook vending machine has been changed to a virtual reality gaming console. Vending machine price, 3 million each. Special option sell. At original price, low profit margin bonus. The first customer to inquire about the virtual reality gaming console can receive a low price ticket, allowing them to purchase it for 3,000. This ticket is non-transferable and valid indefinitely. Task completion. Reward Lucky Spin Wheel X2. Promotion to Junior Supplier 1 upgrade for the store. Don't ask what benefits come with being a junior supplier, kid. Just focus on selling. Your journey has just begun. Hearing this, Ning Yuan complained inwardly, if I'm not allowed to ask, then I won't. I'm not even curious, but how am I supposed to go on that trip to Mars? It couldn't be that I would be magically transported to Mars, could it? The system remained aloof, only speaking when issuing tasks and ignoring him at all other times. After grumbling for a while, Ning Yuan remembered he hadn't claimed his rewards yet. He wasn't in a hurry to spin the wheel since he wouldn't win anything good anyway. He silently said, claim the Mars trip reward. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling silver light suddenly flashed in the room, so bright that Ning Yuan instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. After about 3 seconds, the silver light vanished. Ning Yuan lowered his arm and opened his eyes to find a large silver egg floating in the room, approximately 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Wow, is this an alien spaceship? Ning Yuan exclaimed, walking over to examine the silver egg closely. The shell was made of an unknown material, appearing very smooth, and upon closer inspection, irregular black stripes were visible on its surface. There's no door. How am I supposed to get inside? Ning Yuan thought to himself. It seemed as if the spaceship heard his thoughts as the outer shell slid open to reveal seats inside. Amazing. Ning Yuan leaned in to look at the internal structure. The facilities were very basic, with the seats taking up most of the space, and beside the seat was a black jumpsuit. There was nothing else. System, this is too hasty, right? I need a spacesuit to go outside on Mars, don't I? And what if I need to use the restroom on the way? The spaceship is just this small. Do you expect me to soil myself? Mars is so far away. Shouldn't I prepare more food? After Ning Yuan raised a slew of questions, the system surprisingly spoke, but instead of answering his questions, it reminded him that if he did not board the spaceship within 10 seconds, it would be considered a forfeiture of his opportunity to travel to Mars. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan decisively sat on the spaceship. How could he let this opportunity slip away? As for his questions, the system would surely provide answers, otherwise if he died, who would sell for him? Before he could savor the feeling of being on a spaceship, an electronic voice echoed inside. Put on the energy suit beside the seat. Ning Yuan hurriedly grabbed the black jumpsuit beside him and began changing. By the time he was dressed, the hatch above had already closed, and he found himself in darkness, realizing he seemed to be no longer in his room. The electronic voice inside the spaceship sounded again. Dear traveler, you have arrived at Mars. You can enjoy the Martian scenery inside the curvature spacecraft, or you can drive the gravity vehicle to explore Mars. Note the countdown is 5 hours, and you will return to Earth in 5 hours. Is this? Have we arrived at Mars already? So hasty. I didn't even see the scenery along the way, Ning. At this moment, the spaceship had transformed significantly. The interior space was now very large, with Ning Yuan's seat positioned at the front of the spacecraft, and the surrounding material had turned into a transparent substance resembling glass, allowing for a 180-degree unobstructed view of the Martian scenery. However, Ning Yuan didn't intend to just sit there and watch. Having finally made it to Mars, he certainly wanted to get out and explore, checking if there were any aliens. If there were, he would bring them back to Earth and open an alien exhibition hall selling tickets for profit. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but admire his business acumen. He was a natural-born entrepreneur. Without hesitation, he stood up from his seat, turned around, and indeed saw a vehicle on the spaceship that looked similar to a dune buggy from Earth. How do I get out? Ning Yuan shouted. Just as his words fell, an opening appeared at the rear of the spaceship. While this spaceship is voice-activated, Ning Yuan said as he mounted the gravity vehicle. At that moment, he realized an awkward issue. He had no idea how to operate this vehicle. Upon closer examination, the screen at the front of the vehicle displayed options for autopilot, manual driving, positioning, an energy shield, and other various functions. He pressed the manual driving option and gently turned the steering wheel. The vehicle finally started to move. As he drove the gravity vehicle out of the spaceship, Ning Yuan recalled something. Weren't they saying that Mars was uninhabitable for humans? How come he was out here without any problems? Were those scientists just talking nonsense? No, Ning Yuan noticed a thin membrane surrounding him, which was a light yellow color. Due to the red and yellow hues of the Martian surface and sunlight, the two colors intertwined, making it hard to notice without a close look. As the vehicle moved, the membrane moved with it. When he touched it, it felt soft. Do not touch the energy shield. Do not touch the energy shield. The electronic voice suddenly emanated from the gravity vehicle, startling Ning Yuan, who quickly withdrew his hand, complaining, "So it's an energy shield. That's why I have no problems inside the energy shield. I thought I had superpowers." Just as he finished his complaint, he spotted a vehicle approaching him slowly in the distance. Wow, could it be an alien vehicle? Were there really aliens? He was startled. Should he go take a look? Ning Yuan hesitated. During his hesitation, he vaguely saw a flag standing on the vehicle. The familiar pattern on the flag eased his anxious heart. It was the stars and stripes of a certain nation, which reminded Ning Yuan of the time when in his original world this nation launched a rocket to Mars, deploying a Mars rover named Curiosity. Now it seemed that in this parallel world the certain nation had also sent a rover to Mars. Ning Yuan turned the vehicle towards the rover, and only upon approaching did he realize that it was in a deplorable state, covered in dust, with one of its four wheels loose and wobbling as it moved. Above the rover was a long mechanical arm. As Ning Yuan walked beside Curiosity, something resembling a camera on the arm aimed at him. At that moment, Ning Yuan contemplated whether to pick up a stone from the ground and smash the rover. Having faced repeated troubles from the people of the certain nation, he was tempted to destroy this Mars rover as a way to vent his anger. Little did he know the people from that nation had already discovered him. Far away on the blue planet in the space agency of the certain nation, a spacious hall was filled with various large screens. People were either sitting or standing, all with their mouths agape, staring intently at the screens. Someone shouted, "Oh my God! Our Curiosity has discovered aliens." Suddenly the hall erupted into intense discussions. "The aliens look just like us. Is this what aliens look like? Why do I feel like he's human? Quick report to the director. We must announce this news to the world. Our space agency has discovered aliens." The blonde boy took advantage of Ning Yuan's distraction to move the advanced technology laptop to his room, indulging in a gaming spree. After completing a side quest, he glanced at the time on the laptop. It was already past 10 p.m., time to sleep. He stealthily returned the laptop to its original place and was about to sleep when his phone vibrated. Seeing the number on the screen, his heart skipped a beat. It was Renji's call. They had agreed that Renji would only contact him in case of significant matters. He picked up the phone, but before he could ask anything, the voice on the other end rushed to say, "Check if Ning Yuan is still. He seems to have gone to Mars. Quickly check the news. There's news about Ning Yuan. Contact me immediately. Mars. The blonde boy was momentarily taken aback. He had dinner with Ning Yuan just the night before. How could he suddenly end up on Mars? Wasn't that absurd? He quietly scolded, "Are you out of your mind? How could you say such a nonsensical thing? Check the news quickly. The information is coming from that nation. Go see Ning Yuan and call me back after you check." Without waiting for the blonde boy to respond, the call was abruptly ended. The blonde boy was also caught up in Renji's urgency and hurriedly opened a search engine looking for news about Mars. The headline read: "The space agency of the certain nation has discovered aliens through the Curiosity rover." Seeing the word aliens, the blonde boy had a vague sense of foreboding. Could this alien be Ning Yuan? Right, hadn't Ning Yuan boasted about taking him on a trip to a certain place? Could it be Mars? With these two questions in mind, the blonde boy clicked on the headline, and upon seeing the accompanying image he was left dumbfounded. Who else could it be if not Ning Yuan? Having spent so much time with Ning Yuan, even if he turned to ashes he would still recognize him. Even the netizens in the comment section recognized him, claiming that this alien looked very much like the owner of the advanced technology store Ning Yuan. To confirm his suspicions, the blonde boy stepped out of his room and knocked on Ning Yuan's door, but there was no response. Just as he was about to use some special means to open the door, 250 suddenly appeared at the entrance and stopped him. Having witnessed 250's terrifying capabilities, the blonde boy dared not play tricks in front of him and helplessly asked 250, "Is Ning Yuan in his room?" "He is not here. You cannot enter his room, otherwise it will be considered theft. I will take coercive measures against you," 250 replied, his tone still rigid and cold. "Alright, I got it. I'm leaving." The blonde boy understood that this was a long-standing instruction from Ning Yuan to 250. As long as he was not there, no one could enter his room. He shook his head and returned to his own room, pulling out his phone to dial Renji's number. "It's confirmed, it's Ning Yuan. Just don't know how he ended up on Mars. This is truly a miracle," the blonde boy exclaimed. "I understand now," Renji said after receiving the accurate information, and immediately hung up. He then dialed another number to report this incredible news to his superiors, seeking their instructions. The blonde boy paced around his room, pondering how Ning Yuan had made it to Mars. How did he get there? Was he brought there by a celestial being? Or was he actually an alien? Otherwise, how could he have such advanced technology? Even if he wasn't an alien, he was certainly in contact with them. The supplier must be an alien. The question is, how did he get in touch with the aliens? This is a major issue. The blonde boy felt as though his head might explode, growing more confused by the minute. Just then a light bulb went off in his head. He pulled out his phone and opened the contacts, wanting to try calling Ning Yuan to see if he could get through. Calling someone on Mars would have seemed ridiculous in the past, but not anymore. If Ning Yuan could go to Mars without anyone noticing, why couldn't he call Ning Yuan there? Finding Ning Yuan's number, he pressed the green dial button, and a series of beeps sounded. The blonde boy perked up, immediately straining to listen. Those beeps indicated that the call was connecting. Usually a lack of signal would notify him that the number was out of service. Now with the beeping, he was just waiting for Ning Yuan to answer. On Mars, Ning Yuan thought long and hard, and ultimately decided not to smash Curiosity with a stone. Instead, he found a large rock and placed it on top of Curiosity, ensuring that it would likely be immobilized in a few days. Far away on the blue planet, the people of the certain nation detected that Curiosity was no longer operational, yet they could not determine the cause of the malfunction, leaving them anxious. Too much anxiety would lead to frustration. Of frustration would cause loss of appetite, and loss of appetite would result in illness. If that happened, Ning Yuan's goal would be achieved. He aimed to take revenge and vent his anger. After placing the stone, Curiosity, indeed, moved slower. Ning Yuan didn't want to waste his precious 5-hour Mars journey on the junk created by the people of the certain nation. He quickly got back in his vehicle and set off towards a more distant place. He wanted to see if there were any unknown secrets on Mars. After traveling about a few hundred meters, a yellowish stone caught Ning Yuan's eye. He got out and picked it up, discovering it was a piece of fool's gold. This meant he had struck it rich. Just as he was about to carefully check if there were any more gold nuggets around, his familiar phone ringtone sounded. "Today is a good day. Everything I desire will come true. Today is a good day." When did I bring my phone with me? I don't remember, Ning Yuan said in surprise as he took his phone out of his inner pocket, and upon seeing the caller ID on the screen, he became even more confused. Wasn't Huang Mao on Earth? Why was he calling him here? Wasn't that absurd? Absurd or not, he had to answer the call. Just as he pressed the green answer button, Huang Mao's voice came through the phone. "Ninggu, is that you?" "Duh, if it's not me, could it be a ghost?" Ning Yuan replied while playing with the gold nugget. "My dear mother," Huang Mao exclaimed excitedly, even speaking in his hometown dialect, "are you on Mars right now?" "I'm not your dear mother, but yes, I really am on Mars." At this point, Ning Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. He had boasted earlier about taking Huang Mao on a trip, but now he was on Mars himself. "You take care of the store, and when I get back, they'll bring you some local specialties from Mars." "Ninggu, you're really on Mars? How did you get there?" Although Huang Mao was 99% certain that Ning Yuan was indeed on Mars, he still found it hard to believe. This was just too crazy. Even a rat could become a bridesmaid for a cat. A living person going directly to Mars. This was unscientific. Why are you so chatty today? My time is precious. I can't chat right now. I'm hanging up. After Ning Yuan hung up, he began searching the area, and indeed found many more gold nuggets. Huang Mao listened to the busy tone on the phone, and muttered to himself, how could I not have a lot to say? I have a ton of questions to ask. After finishing his words, he quickly dialed Rin Ji's number. As soon as the call connected, Rin Ji's urgent voice came through. Is there new information? I just got through to Ning Yuan. He said he's indeed on Mars. And he said he would bring me some Martian specialties. Huang Mao said calmly, his tone not betraying the slightest ripple. What? Rin Ji exclaimed, he's on Mars, and you're on Blue Star? How is it possible to connect a call? Isn't this nonsense? This is unscientific. Calm down, calm down. He's a living person somehow ended up on Mars. Does that make it scientific? Huang Mao chuckled. By now he had become numb to Ning Yuan's antics, feeling that even if Ning Yuan were to defecate on the president of the lighthouse nation, it wouldn't seem strange. Understood. Rin Ji quickly hung up the phone and hurriedly dialed another number. At this time Ning Yuan had already picked up 3 gold nuggets and was driving towards a more distant place, hoping to find gems or something similar. His thought was that since gold nuggets were so common, there must be gems as well. If he could bring back a few gems and a few gold nuggets, it would mean his trip to Mars wasn't in vain. In the future, when others asked, what did you gain from your trip to Mars? He could proudly display the gold nuggets and gems, satisfying a bit of his vanity. While walking, he saw another vehicle in the distance. This time Ning Yuan didn't panic. He turned the car around and drove over. Upon entering, he saw that this vehicle also had a flag. It was the 5-star flag representing the Dragon Nation, its bright red color dazzling under the sunlight. At this moment, Ning Yuan felt a surge of pride. Among the many nations on Blue Star, only the Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation could send probes to Mars, and as the world's #1 superpower, the Lighthouse Nation needed no elaboration. The Dragon Nation, after decades of development, had achieved such a feat. It was a miracle. Ning Yuan got out of the car and carefully examined the probe. It was newer than the one from the Lighthouse Nation, and all the equipment was intact with a mechanical arm on top. The mechanical arm also had a square device that looked like a camera. Should I help clean the dust off it? Ning Yuan said to himself, pondering it over, but decided against it. What if he broke it? At the Dragon Nation Space Agency, a spacious hall was similarly adorned with various electronic screens. The overall layout was reminiscent of the monitoring hall of the Lighthouse Nation Space Agency, but there were a few more slogans on the walls. Exploring the vast universe, developing the aerospace industry, building a strong aerospace nation. At this moment the hall was silent, and everyone was fixated on the person on the electronic screen. This person was dressed in a black tracksuit, wearing a nonchalant smile, muttering something incomprehensible. The head of the Dragon Nation Space Agency, Hao Jiangwo, was also in the hall, and he was trembling involuntarily. He was too excited. He felt that his life had been worth it. In his career, he had captured images of aliens through their launched Jerome Mars probe. This was both his honor and the honor of the Dragon Nation Space Agency. Just half an hour ago, he was still frustrated, wondering why the Lighthouse Nation's Curiosity Mars probe could capture images of aliens, while their Jerome Mars probe could not. What terrible luck he had. Now that the Dragon Nation's Mars probe had also captured images, he felt relieved. He could finally breathe easy. In recent years, many countries internationally had compared the Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation, one being an old superpower and the other an emerging superpower. He didn't want the Dragon Nation to fall behind in space exploration compared to the Lighthouse Nation. Why does this alien look so much like our Dragon Nation people? Except for having a paler face, the facial features are all similar to our Dragon Nation people. A young technician spoke up, prompting discussions among the other staff in the hall. I also think this person looks quite like a Dragon Nation person. No need to think, if this alien were placed in our Dragon Nation, who among us would recognize him as an alien? Don't you all surf the web? Why do I feel like this person looks quite similar to the owner of the tech store? Hao Jiangwo, upon hearing everyone's discussion, felt increasingly that this person looked like someone from the Dragon Nation. Could it be that aliens actually look quite similar to the Dragon Nation people? Thinking of this, he shook his head and muttered to himself, I am still quite ignorant. Buzz. Beep, beep, beep. The phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. He quickly walked out of the monitoring hall, found a quiet place, and took out his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was startled. Why was someone from the department calling him? Could it be that there was a traitor in the space agency? Had someone leaked the country's important secrets? If I catch that person, I'll make sure they are utterly destroyed. In less than a second, various terrible scenarios flashed through Hao Jiangwo's mind like a slideshow. The beeping phone sounded like a death knell. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. Is this Director Hao? We have a situation that we need to explain to you. The voice on the other end was calm. The calmer the voice, the more anxious Hao Jiangwo became. He forced himself to calm down and said, "I am Hao Jiangwo. Please go ahead. Oh, I will fully cooperate with your work." The person on the other end of the line seemed to sense the tension in Hao Jiangwo's voice, chuckling as he said, "Director, Hao, don't be nervous. It's not about confidentiality." Hao Jiangwo let out a heavy sigh of relief upon hearing it wasn't about confidentiality, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he asked, "Then what is it?" "The alien discovered by the Lighthouse Nation is actually one of our Dragon Nation people. The purpose of this call is to ask if your aerospace agency needs that person to bring something back. For example, some Martian soil, or rocks and similar materials. We can study Mars from these samples. We don't quite understand the specifics, so we need to ask you the expert." Hao Jiangwo felt his mind was in a muddle, bewilderedly asking, how did that alien become one of our Dragon Nation people? How did he get to Mars? How did he survive there without any protective gear? "Director, Hao, we don't know the answers to these questions either. Just tell me what you need that person to bring back." The voice on the other end sounded helpless. They were also very curious about how Ning Yuan got to Mars. Hao Jiangwo instinctively replied, "They must bring back soil and rocks as much as possible. Anything else?" "No, that's all I can think of for now." "All right, this matter must be kept confidential. Do you understand?" "They'll say it twice because it's important. It must be kept confidential." "Definitely," Hao Jiangwo nodded, saying, "Rest assured I will keep it confidential." "Okay, Director, Hao, you may continue with your work." Until the other side hung up, Hao Jiangwo was still in shock. This was too absurd if it weren't for someone from that department telling him he would never have believed it. Manned missions to the moon are already incredibly difficult, and so far only the Lighthouse Nation has sent people to the moon. Now suddenly being told that a Dragon Nation person was on Mars, isn't this akin to setting off firecrackers in the middle of the night, astonishing everyone? However, regardless of anything, the fact that a Dragon Nation person made it to Mars is a remarkable achievement worth celebrating. The soil and rocks brought back from Mars could greatly benefit their research. What remains uncertain is whether this person can bring their researchers to Mars. So that would be even better. "Director, how are you here?" A shout interrupted Hao Jiangwo's thoughts, and he looked up to see a young technician. "What's going on? Why are you so flustered? Didn't I tell you to stay calm when encountering issues? How can you act so recklessly?" Hao Jiangwo lectured, hands clasped behind his back, walking towards the young technician like an old teacher instructing a student. The young technician reached his side in a few quick steps, panting as he held out a phone in front of him, saying, "Director, How, I can't stay calm. Look, the alien is live streaming on Douyin." Without needing to be told, Hao Jiangwo also saw that the alien in the Douyin live stream was chatting with netizens while holding something that looked like gold. What confidentiality is there to maintain? They're already live streaming. Hao Jiangwo internally complained, asking, "When did he start the live stream?" "I don't know." The young technician shook his head and replied, "A colleague resting in the dormitory called us to say the alien is live streaming." "No, this streamer claims he is a Dragon Nation person, and a netizen recognized him as the owner of the black technology shop, Ning Yuan." Understood. Why panic over such a small matter? Remember, stay calm when facing any situation. Now go on and get busy, Hao Jiangwo said calmly, waving his hand. "All right, Director." Hao, the young technician, put his phone away and turned to head towards the monitoring hall. He felt great admiration for Director Hao. Is this what a high-ranking official is like? In the face of such shocking global events, he is so composed and calm. Impressive, truly impressive. What he did not know was that when Hao Jiangwo first learned of this news, he was even less composed. The reason he was so calm now was that he had mentally prepared for it, and it was also about saving face. Seeing the young technician had already entered the monitoring hall, Hao Jiangwo shed his earlier calm demeanor and dashed into his office at a speed of 120 miles an hour. He took out his phone, opened Douyin, and searched for the black technology shop. Sure enough, he found Ning Yuan's live stream. At that moment, Ning Yuan was showing off a piece of doghead gold to the netizens. "Did you see? This is such a large piece of doghead gold. If it were on Blue Star, it would be worth a fortune. Everyone pay attention. This is not ordinary doghead gold." Ning Yuan deliberately elongated his tone, saying, "This is Martian doghead gold, legitimately produced on Mars," emphasizing the words Mars. This live stream was a Spuro Femin idea. Since the blondie could call him, could it be that the phone still had a signal? When he took it out to check, indeed it had. Although he didn't understand why the phone had a signal on Mars, it didn't hinder his desire to show off. Having made it to Mars for a vacation, simply taking some photos and posting them on social media wouldn't do justice to his prowess. He must live stream and let the entire nation know that he, Ning Yuan, is on a trip to Mars. This confirms a saying: wealth and status are not returned home like a night walk in fine clothes. At such a moment, if he doesn't flaunt, when will he? Unfortunately, netizens simply did not believe that he was on Mars. The comments ranged from all sorts of skepticism, but none believed him, which made him quite sad. "Boss Ning, stop boasting. It's late at night. Let the cow rest. The production team's cow shouldn't be overworked. Let it sleep for a while. Boss Ning, when will your shop have cancer-fighting medicine?" Ning Yuan looked at these comments and sighed. I wasted so much time chatting with you ordinary folks. Just wait, someone will come looking for me soon. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Seeing that it was Rin Ji calling, he hung up directly and set his phone to do not disturb mode. Without asking, he knew Rin Ji was definitely looking for him to handle something, and he didn't want to be bothered during his vacation. Rin Ji was quite annoyed. He had initially wanted Ning Yuan to secretly bring back a batch of Martian soil and rocks, but now he had gone live streaming, making the whole world aware of his trip to Mars. In the future, their protective work will undoubtedly face significant difficulties. One can imagine that powerful nations like the Lighthouse Nation would likely want to capture him for research purposes. What was even more frustrating was that he wasn't answering the phone now. Helpless Rin Ji could only report this situation to his superiors. In the office of the director of the Dragon Nation Aerospace Agency, Hao Jiangwo stood straight behind his desk, holding a red landline phone, continually nodding and saying things like, "Okay, yes, please rest assured." After a phone call that lasted for more than 10 minutes, Hao Jiangwo said the final "okay" and hung up. He dared not rest and immediately picked up the black desk phone to dial the publicity department. "You all come to my office right away and be quick." "Understood, Director Hao." A few minutes later, a hurried knocking sounded at the door. Hao Jiangwo personally ran over to open the office door, which surprised Lu Ji, the director of the publicity department. "Director Hao, is there something urgent?" Lu Ji was somewhat puzzled. The publicity department of the space agency was a typical bureaucratic office, only busy during special occasions like when a rocket launch required significant publicity. Usually idle. Why the sudden urgency to summon him today? Was there another rocket launch that he hadn't heard about? "Do we have an official Douyin account?" Hao Jiangwo asked. "It was just opened, but it's still in the preparation stage, and no content has been published yet." Lu Ji chuckled. "A few post-9es have recently joined the publicity department, and they are planning the content. Times are different now. First it was newspapers, then television, and now it's short videos." Hao Jiangwo had no time to listen to his musings, and hurriedly said, "Use our official account to go live and shout out to Ning Yuan, asking him to bring back some Martian soil and rocks." Lu Ji was a bit confused. The director Hao had called him over late at night, only to speak in terms he didn't understand. What did bringing Martian soil mean? What did going live entail? He asked, "Director Hao, I don't quite understand your meaning." "You don't use your phone. Don't browse Douyin," Hao Jiangwo exclaimed. "I haven't used my phone today. I got back to our space agency's dormitory late, and you called me over right away." Lu Ji was still confused. Was he going to have to browse Douyin more and understand the lives of the youth? Hao Jiangwo had no time to explain and urgently asked, "Who has our official Douyin account?" "It's with Wang Hui has it. He is the main operator," Lu Ji replied. "Quick, call him and have him come over," Hao Jiangwo instructed. Okay, Lu Ji quickly took out his phone and dialed Wang Hui, asking him to come to Director Hao's office as quickly as possible. Hao Jiangwo asked, "Is his home far from the office? Should we send a car to pick him up?" "No need, he lives in the dormitory too," Lu Ji replied. About a minute later, shouting came from the elevator, "Director Lu, I'm here. Something big has happened. It seems our people from the Dragon Nation have gone to Mars. Should we ask him to bring something back from Mars?" "Back? Oh." Hao Jiangwo saw a young man in pajamas rushing down from the elevator. The young man noticed him, and his expression shifted from excitement to calm, with his shouting gradually softening. The last few words he spoke were barely audible if one didn't listen closely. It was like a student caught speaking in class. Lu Ji initially wanted to comment on Wang Hui's careless appearance in pajamas, but upon hearing Dragon Nation, people have gone to Mars, he forgot about that matter. Combining what Director Hao had said earlier, he finally understood what was going on. Hao Jiangwo felt the same way. If it were any other time, he would surely reprimand this young Wang for running around the building in pajamas. What a poor influence that would create. If it were to be spread by someone with ill intent, the public might think that the people from the space agency were always slacking off and doing nothing. However, this was not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. Xiao Wang quickly used our official Douyin account to shout out to Ning Yuan, asking him to bring back some Martian soil and rocks. When he returns, Hao Jiangwo said, grabbing Wang Hui's arm. "All right. Understood, Director Hao, just a moment." Wang Hui sighed in relief, grateful that a more important matter had diverted Director Hao's attention. If it had been a normal day, and he was caught wearing pajamas running around the space agency, it would be over. Director Hao would have immediately summoned him to the office for a moral education class, which could last all day, and afterward, he would have to write reflections on his thoughts. Colleagues said that when he made a mistake, he would be severely reprimanded, and he wouldn't want to hear Director Hao's lectures in his ear. 10 minutes later, Lu Ji watched the live stream on his phone, feeling like he was going insane. There was actually someone walking casually on Mars, even able to go live and chat with viewers. What kind of technology would it take to achieve that? This is unscientific. Hao Jiangwo was too busy to be shocked. Earlier, a leader had called him saying that there was an issue on that side, and they couldn't reach this person, instructing them to find a way to contact him. In a moment of inspiration, he thought of directly calling out in the live stream. This method had to be quick. If the person on Mars turned off the live stream, it would be over, and this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would be lost. Director, how it won't work. There are already over 5 million people in the live stream. Our comments will just vanish into thin air, and they will never see them. Wang Hui's words sank Hao Jianguo's heart. He saw Wang Hui send a comment which was immediately drowned out by thousands of others. There was energy, but no way to exert it. How about we try to find some connections to see if Douyin can think of a way? Lu Ji suggested. Wang Hui turned around and said, Director, Hao Douyin must have a way. Exactly, they must have a way, Hao Jianguo said, taking out his phone to dial a number. Douyin headquarters. Zhang Xiaoming rushed into the technical department, which was brightly lit, with everyone focused on their computers working nervously. As soon as he entered, the head of the technical department, Lin Yaodong, came to greet him. President Zhang, tonight our Douyin company's servers have been attacked by hackers from around the world. Fortunately, we didn't go down easily and prevented their invasion from succeeding. Why would there suddenly be so many hackers attacking us? Is there foreign capital targeting us? Zhang Xiaoming asked coldly. No, Lin Yaodong pondered for a moment and said, I suspect it might be related to Ning Yuan. He is live streaming on Douyin. Zhang Xiaoming was nearly infuriated by the technical director Lin Yaodong's analysis. How could such unrelated matters be connected? How could Ning Yuan's live stream possibly lead to attacks from hackers around the world? This was completely two unrelated matters. Seeing Zhang Xiaoming's stiff face and not saying anything, Lin Yaodong thought he was still angry about the hacker attack, and quickly said, President Zhang, don't be angry. We have successfully repelled those hacker attacks without any loss to the company. Alas. Zhang Xiaoming sighed. I'm not angry about that. I'm frustrated with your ability to analyze things right now. What does our encounter with hacker attacks have to do with Ning Yuan's live stream? Mr. Zhang, are you not aware of Ning Yuan's trip to Mars? Lin Yaodong exclaimed. Mr. Zhang Xiaoming looked at Lin Yaodong and said, Supervisor Lin, are you under too much pressure lately and hallucinating? Should I give you a week off to rest properly? I'm not sick, Lin Yaodong replied, retrieving his phone to open the Douyin live stream, searching for Mars and finding Ning Yuan's stream. Mr. Zhang, take a look. This might become a historical event. Mr. Zhang Xiaoming gazed at the live stream and said, Really? Is this true? Why is he not wearing a spacesuit on Mars? Also, how could there possibly be internet on Mars? It must be fake. I wouldn't know. My analysis is that those hackers attacking our servers are also trying to clarify this matter, Lin Yaodong stated. Upon being reminded, Zhang Xiaoming suddenly realized, are you saying those hackers want to contact him directly through the Douyin app? Exactly. Lin Yaodong nodded. Just as Zhang Xiaoming was about to criticize Ning Yuan, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Taking out his phone, he saw that the caller was Zhang Xianmin, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology from the Dragon Nation. His heart sank. Zhang Xianmin had met him briefly at the Internet Innovation Conference. At that time, their Douyin company was considered a new type of internet technology company and had received recognition. During the conference, Zhang Xianmin exchanged contact information with him, saying that he could reach out anytime if they faced difficulties. He had thought it was just polite conversation and never expected a call to actually come, especially so late at night. Could something big have happened? In just a few seconds, Zhang Xiaoming pondered many things, but no matter how much he thought it wouldn't change anything, the situation would come as it would. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself mentally, he answered the phone. This is Zhang Xiaoming, the person in charge of Douyin. Is that you, Mr. Zhang? The person on the other end spoke politely with a warm tone that naturally put one at ease like a gentle breeze in spring. Zhang Xiaoming hurriedly replied, Yes, it's me. I'm Zhang Xiaoming, and you must be Minister Zhang. That's right, I'm Zhang Xianmin. I apologize for calling you so late, but I would like to request something from your Douyin company. You are too polite. Zhang Xiaoming didn't expect such courtesy from a ministerial figure. Just let us know directly, or our Douyin company will definitely cooperate fully. Alright, could you use technical means to connect us directly to Ning Yuan? Zhang Xianmin's words made Zhang Xiaoming realize a crucial point. Ning Yuan was indeed on Mars, which explained why hackers were attacking Douyin's servers. Those foreign forces had already deduced that Ning Yuan was on Mars. It seemed that Lin Yaodong's earlier analysis was correct. Those people all wanted to contact Ning Yuan. Don't hang up yet, let me ask my tech department colleagues. Zhang Xiaoming quickly asked Lin Yaodong how to quickly reach Ning Yuan. Lin Yaodong suggested a solution to shout out to a designated account in the live stream. They would give the designated account some permissions, making the bullet comments prominent and enlarging the text so that Ning Yuan could see it at a glance. This method was the fastest and most convenient. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianmin also agreed that it was a good approach. He then sent Zhang Xiaoming the phone number of the director of the Space Administration, Hao Jianguo, so they could discuss specific details. In the office of the director of the Dragon Nation Space Administration, Hao Jianguo, after finishing his last call, said, while drinking water, Douyin said, we have to wait 5 more minutes for the bullet comments to change. Oh, I hope Ning Yuan doesn't end the stream. He shouldn't end it. He's currently searching for gems with the viewers, Wang Hui said, staring at the live stream. Wang Hui was correct. Ning Yuan indeed would not close the stream. He was too busy enjoying himself to even consider ending it. Everyone, I'm not bragging. These golden nuggets on Mars don't even catch my eye anymore. Do you see this? Ning Yuan picked up a piece of emerald green stone and said, we're only picking gems now. We're done with the golden nuggets. The viewers in the bullet comment area were amused by him, chiming in, Boss Ning, when it comes to bragging, I've never been impressed by anyone until today. I admit defeat. Please let the bragging take a break and tell us the truth. How did you create the scenes behind you? Did your store release some high-tech products again? You've been bragging for over an hour, aren't you tired? Until 3 bullet comments in red font floated by the more than 5 million viewers in the live stream were stunned. Attention! This is the Dragon Nation Space Administration. Ning Yuan, please respond if you see this. We hope you can bring back some Martian soil and various rocks when you return. This would be very helpful for the Dragon Nation's research on Mars. The appearance of these 3 bullet comments ignited the already lively live stream, causing the comments to flood and dazzling the viewers to the point that some could hardly see. Wow, Boss Ning, you really are on Mars. Oh my, I think I'm going crazy if Boss Ning is actually on Mars. Boss Ning, the country wants you to bring back soil, stop picking gems. Ning Yuan certainly saw these 3 bullet comments and laughed. It's a small task. It'll help you grab a handful of soil and a piece of rock when I'm about to head back. For now, I'll just wander around and look for gems. Hao Jiangwo, hearing Ning Yuan agree to bring them Martian soil and rocks through the live stream, was so excited that he nearly jumped up. Back in the day when the Lighthouse country brought back a bit of lunar soil, it was quite impressive. Fortunately, the Dragon Nation later also brought back lunar soil, which helped catch up. This time, being able to directly obtain Martian soil and rocks would surely make those Western countries green with envy. Hao Jiangwo was indeed very foresight. Ever since he made that statement, the viewership of Ning Yuan's live stream skyrocketed, reaching over 10 million. Among these viewers were people from Western countries. In the Lighthouse country in the Oval Office, President Biden sat behind his desk staring intently at the screen of his Apple phone. After about 10 minutes, Biden shifted his gaze from the screen and scanned the experts and professors in the office, saying, what have you all figured out? How did this Dragon Nation person survive on Mars without a spacesuit? Please provide an explanation. The experts shook their heads. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out how this person, named Ning Yuan from the Dragon Nation, managed to survive on Mars without a spacesuit. The technology this Dragon Nation person possesses has already threatened our national security. Biden looked toward a man sitting in the corner of the office with a hooked nose and a gloomy expression. Michelle, can you explain this to me? You are the one who understands the Dragon Nation situation the best. Have you received any intelligence about this person before? Michelle, with a blank expression, said, our CIA Dragon Nation Task Center has dispatched many excellent intelligence personnel to keep an eye on this person. According to the intelligence, he has been in the store and hasn't gone out, so we also don't know how he got to Mars. Is this truly the explanation you offer? Yes, Michelle replied impassively. We have exerted every possible effort. As for how this Huasian national survived on Mars, that question belongs to the scientists, not to us. The moment those words left his lips, every scientist in the presidential office turned their gaze upon him. Had glances possessed lethal force, he would have perished 10,000 times over. Suppressing his fury, the president swept his cold stare across the assembled scientists and demanded, can any of you explain this? I require a flawless explanation. The scientists lowered their heads in silence, retreating into themselves like timid schoolchildren dreading interrogation from a stern teacher. The president pointed toward the scientist seated nearest to him. You explain how this Huasian national reached. Cornered and trembling, the scientist stammered, the only plausible explanation is that he received assistance from extraterrestrial beings. Oh, good heavens, the president laughed, bitterly massaging his taut facial muscles with icy disdain. If every unexplained phenomenon is attributed to aliens, what purpose do you scientists serve? His remark ignited outrage among the scientists. The one question snapped back, voice rising with indignation. No scholar on Earth could instantly account for such an anomaly, Mr. President. We are not your servants. Speak to us with respect. Fury surging, the president rose to berate them as incompetent charlatans, until Michelle's sharp cry interrupted, look at the live feed. All eyes refocused on the smartphone screen, where the Huasian Space Agency was requesting that the stranded Huasian national collect Martian soil and rock samples for return to Earth. Envy flared in the president's chest, and in every scientist present. Damn it, this wasn't fair. They'd labored for years to retrieve mere lunar regolith, while the Huasian Space Agency secured Martian specimens with nothing more than a public appeal. Where was cosmic justice? Where was universal order? Where was rational law? How had Huaxia produced a figure so extraordinary? A being who walked upon Mars as if strolling through a garden. And why had the Dragon Nation birthed such a prodigy? while the Western alliance remained barren of such genius. The president sank into profound unease. Huaxiao's rapid ascent had already unsettled him, but now this unprecedented individual threatened to shatter the balance entirely. Should he transfer his knowledge to the Huaxian government? Then the Dragon Nation would dominate the solar system, while the Western alliance remained tethered to Earth, no longer rivals, but relics. A deep despair settled upon the president. Was the Western alliance fated to kneel beneath Huaxiao's shadow? The scientists shared his dread, perhaps even deeper. They grasped the terrifying implications. Should Huaxiao fully master this man's technology, its supremacy would become absolute. Huaxiao could forge an interstellar empire, colonizing the solar system, then the galaxy itself, while the Western alliance would struggle to polish its own orbital stations. There is no need for such despair. My analysis suggests the Huaxian government does not possess his technology. Had they done so, why would they publicly request soil samples via livestream? Michelle's words lifted the room from desolation. You're absolutely right, Mr. Michel, the president realized at once. The Huaxian government clearly lacks control over him. Otherwise, they wouldn't broadcast such a request openly. Nods of agreement followed. Perhaps we should speak privately about our next course of action, Michel proposed. Indeed, the president said, turning to the aerospace scientists. Gentlemen, you may withdraw. Without hesitation, they rose and departed, eager to escape a leader whose intellect seemed frayed, whose sole currency was utility. Those who served his interests earned smiles, those who did not, scorn and wrath. Once the room emptied, Michel seated himself in the chair nearest the president's desk and spoke slowly. I believe unconventional measures are warranted. You intend to dispatch assassins against this Huaxian national? The president shook his head. Unwise. Given his capabilities, direct confrontation would be catastrophic. Of course not. First we entice. Intelligence confirms he remains unattached. We shall exploit that vulnerability. Three forces govern all men: wealth, beauty, and authority. He lacks neither fortune nor influence. Only beauty remains. And no healthy adult male resists a captivating woman. Haha. The president chuckled softly. You're quite correct, Mr. Michel. Do you have a candidate? A Huaxian woman already in our service. Sending a foreign agent would raise immediate suspicion. Michel opened his phone, displayed a photograph of two women, and held it before the president. The one on the left is Yiya, saved by Ning Yuan, now his trusted friend, who frequently visits his shop. The one on the right is Xu Yulan, our embedded operative. Studying the serene, lovely face in the image, the president asked, You intend for her to approach Ning Yuan through Yiya? Exactly. She is a covert intelligence asset cultivated secretly within Huaxia. Born in a neighboring eastern nation, she was abandoned as a child and rescued by us, then placed in Huaxia under a meticulously forged identity. Every document, every memory, every affiliation is authentic. After decades in espionage, Michel took greatest pride in planting operatives whose origins were utterly. So long as they remained silent, no security agency, however vigilant, could ever uncover them. Excellent. Proceed immediately, Mr. Michel. Time is scarce. We must extract Ning Yuan's knowledge before Huaxia does. Understood. Michel departed swiftly. The president bent over his paperwork. Shanjing Huaxia. After rigorous security screening, Ren Ji entered the familiar courtyard once more. Passing the screen wall, he saw a tall, upright young man in a Zhongshan suit pacing before the doorway. The young man saw Ren Jijin arrive and quickly walked over to him, grabbing his arm and saying, Brother Ren, you finally came. The second elder said that if he didn't see you today, he wouldn't sleep. I advised him to take a rest, but he got angry and said, How can a guardian of the Dragon Nation sleep when one of our own is on Mars? Saying this, the young man shook his head with a smile. This Ning Yuan is quite impressive. He actually made the second elder throw a tantrum like a child. Renji also chuckled just as a voice came from inside the room. Renji has arrived, come in quickly. All right, second elder. Renji smiled and exchanged glances with the young man before quickly stepping into the room. The second elder's office remained unchanged, still exuding a sense of nostalgia. The only thing that seemed out of place in the office was the Huawei smartphone in his hand. Renji walked over to the desk and said, Second elder, are you watching the live broadcast too? How could I not? This is a glorious moment for our Dragon Nation. It will be recorded in history. The second elder paused and said, Have you still not figured out how he ended up on Mars? No, although we have our people around him to be able to stay by his side for a long time, we can't let our people frequently ask him those sensitive questions. It would be troublesome if he became suspicious, Renji replied. What you are doing is correct. After Ning Yuan's live broadcast ends, what do you plan to do? The second elder asked. Renji sighed and said, This time he has made his appearance on the world stage, and all the countries are keeping an eye on him. This has created great difficulties for our work. Should we directly invite him over and have a good talk with him? Are you suggesting that we demand his technology outright? The second elder said with a smile. Renji scratched his head and said, "That's not what I meant. I mean, after all, he is also a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Shouldn't he contribute to the Dragon Nation? Everyone should do their part right." "Where did you learn such twisted logic?" The second elder's expression changed, and he said sternly, "We absolutely cannot force the common people to contribute their wealth for such reasons. If Ning Yuan develops hostility towards us because of this, it would be a loss. Let me put it this way, do you really think that someone who can go to Mars would be easily dealt with by any country on Earth?" Renji immediately straightened his back and said solemnly, "Yes, I was wrong. The reason I called you here is to ask if you are facing any difficulties at work. I can help you solve them, such as funding or manpower," the second elder said. "Not at the moment," Renji replied. The second elder asked again. Renji thought for a moment and said, "Really, there isn't anything. Our current strategy is to maintain strict defenses, respond to threats as they arise, and ensure that Ning Yuan's technology does not fall into foreign hands. The most important thing is to maintain a good relationship with Ning Yuan." The second elder nodded and smiled. "This kid is really surprising. Who would have thought he would end up on Mars in the middle of the night? It's truly a remarkable story." "Yes, when I first heard the news I thought I was dreaming," Renji echoed. This kid has stirred up trouble again." The second elder pointed at the phone screen, and Renji hurriedly leaned in to take a look. At this moment, Ning Yuan was standing in front of a land temple, excitedly speaking with netizens. "Did you see? This is actually a temple. Just look at the attire of the deity being worshipped. It must be a deity from our Dragon Nation. What does this indicate?" Ning Yuan paused and bowed to the deity in the temple, saying, "This shows that Mars has been our Dragon Nation's territory since ancient times. Otherwise, how could there be a land temple? Right? Why hasn't a church appeared instead? Right?" The eyes of the netizens were not blind. They could clearly see that it was a land temple with the Earth God, and this land temple was very small and quite shabby, standing alone on Mars, adding a touch of life and signs of civilization to the originally cold and desolate planet. The viewers from the Dragon Nation went wild. The ancestors of the Dragon Nation actually lived on Mars. This was simply too hard to believe. People from other countries were stunned. How could the Dragon Nation have such a glorious past and even lived on Mars? No wonder the Dragon Nation is the only ancient civilization that has not disappeared and has been passed down from antiquity to the present. Biden was so shocked he nearly fell off his chair, realizing he needed to reevaluate the Dragon Nation. The depth of this country was truly unfathomable. After staying by the land temple for a while, Ning Yuan left, fearing he would reveal a flaw. The temple was of course fake. He had secretly instructed his high-tech smartphone assistant Xiao AI to project it using holographic technology from a distance. He pretended to discover the land temple by chance, creating the illusion that the Dragon Nation had once lived on Mars. The purpose was of course to seize Mars in advance. As the saying goes, strike before the iron is hot. Once the technology of the Dragon Nation matures, and we can come to Mars, we need to lay the groundwork now, so that we can legitimately occupy Mars in the future. Ning Yuan glanced at his phone. The time was about right. This trip had been quite enjoyable, showcasing his abilities while also contributing positively to his nation. It was time to head back home. Friends, happy times always fly by so quickly. It's time to end the live broadcast and go home. To be honest, I forgot to bring food when I came. I'm so hungry. When I get back, I'll boil a bag of instant noodles, have a warm bite, and sleep." The netizens were not buying his excuse and began to complain. "Sleep? Get up and party. Only a loser sleeps. Don't end the broadcast. I haven't seen enough. Boss Ning, don't end the broadcast yet. The country asked you to bring back soil from Mars. Do you remember?" Yi was also complaining about him in the school dormitory. "Stinky Ning Yuan, how could you run off to Mars alone without telling me? I'm so mad. Tomorrow I'm going to the store to pinch you and eat you out of house and home, so you know the power of this lady." "You dare pinch Ning Yuan? He is someone who has been to Mars," her roommate exclaimed, sitting at the desk. "Tomorrow you come with me and let's see if I dare to pinch him," Yi said proudly. "I have to go to the library tomorrow, so you can go by yourself," her roommate gently replied. Yi jumped off the bed and hugged her roommate, starting to tickle her. "Are you coming or not? You a beauty who should be out and about, can't just hide in the library every day. You should get out more so those men know what a beauty looks like." Her roommate laughed as she pulled Yi's hands away. Stop it. They'll listen to you and go out tomorrow. That's more like it," Yi said with a smile as she let go and returned to the bed. Ning Yuan, with only 10 minutes left, drove the Mars rover back to the spaceship. He placed the gold nugget and gems he was carrying beside the seat, then exited the ship, casually picking up a stone and grabbing a handful of Martian soil. With everything now ready, the journey home was swift. A flash of white light appeared before Ning Yuan, and he realized the environment around him had changed. The interior of the spaceship reverted to the same appearance as when he first boarded, with the gold nugget and gems still beside the seat, the stone at his feet, and Martian soil in his pocket. The electronic voice announced, "Dear traveler, you have arrived at Blue Star," as the oval door above the spaceship opened. Ning Yuan looked up to see the ceiling of his bedroom. To prevent the spaceship from disappearing as soon as he stepped out, Ning Yuan first tossed the gold nugget and gems out, then climbed out of the spaceship with the large stone from Mars. The spaceship was excellent in many ways except that the door opened upwards, requiring him to climb out. As expected, just as he stepped out of the spaceship and hadn't steadied himself, a blinding silver light appeared in the room. By the time his vision cleared, the spaceship had vanished. Why does it always shine a silver light, preventing me from seeing how the spaceship flies away? It's so annoying. Ning Yuan complained as he began tidying up the items on the floor, placing the gold nugget and gems in the drawer of the bedside table. The large stone he moved from Mars was placed in the corner, and he found a plastic bag to store the Martian soil from his pocket. Once everything was tidied up, he was about to go to bed when he heard the voice of the blonde guy outside. "Ninga, are you back? Ninga, are you there?" "I'm not here," Ning Yuan shouted. "Ninga, you returned from Mars. Let me in quickly, I want to hear about your legendary experiences. How did you get to Mars?" "Mind your own business, it's time to sleep, we'll talk tomorrow." "Ninga, didn't you say you'd bring me Martian specialties? Did you bring them? Don't disturb my sleep, or I'll take care of you." The blonde guy, hearing this, reluctantly returned to his room. He had heard Ning Yuan mention he would be back during the live stream, so he waited outside Ning Yuan's room, but ended up hearing nothing, which was quite annoying. After waiting a while, he tentatively called out a few times. Ning Yuan indeed returned, but wouldn't let him in, which was even more frustrating. There was no choice but to wait until tomorrow. The next morning, while Ning Yuan was in a dream rampaging with his spaceship, he was pulled back to reality by a single sentence from the blonde guy. "Ninga, get up, it's time for breakfast." "Got it." Ning Yuan groggily got up, washed up, and took a piece of gold nugget from the drawer of the bedside table before heading to the dining room. "Ninga, hurry and sit down today. I specially bought water-fried buns and beef pastries, they're super fragrant." The blonde guy warmly invited Ning Yuan to sit down, handing him chopsticks and pouring vinegar onto the plate in front of him. "Ninga, beef pastries dipped in vinegar are not greasy, he." Ning Yuan nodded, leisurely picking up a beef pastry, dipping it in vinegar, and putting it in his mouth, saying while eating, "Indeed, very fragrant, not greasy at all, delicious, delicious." "As long as it's delicious, that's fine," the blonde guy said with a smile. Ning Yuan said nothing, took out his phone to scroll through Douyin while eating breakfast. Before long, the water-fried buns and beef pastries on the table were completely devoured. He patted his stomach and said being full feels great. "Ninga, are you done eating?" the blonde guy asked while cleaning up. Ning Yuan took out a toothpick and said while picking his teeth, "Once you're done cleaning, open the door. I'm going to play a couple of games first." "Ninga, you had a good time this time out," the blonde guy said with a smile. Ning Yuan tossed the toothpick into the trash can and stood up, saying, "Not bad, you clean up first, I'm off to play." "Wait, Ninga, did you forget something?" The blonde guy panicked. He had been busy all morning buying this and that, and he couldn't let Ning Yuan just leave after saying that. Could Ning Yuan not guess the blonde guy's little thoughts? He deliberately said, "I didn't forget anything. I'm leaving now." "Ninga, you can't go." The blonde guy directly grabbed Ning Yuan. "Why not?" Ning Yuan asked. "Ninga, think again, did you forget something?" the blonde guy said. Ning Yuan pretended to ponder deeply, saying, "I didn't forget anything. How about you remind me?" "The specialties, Ninga, you said you would bring me specialties," the blonde guy reminded. "Oh, the specialties." Ning Yuan pretended to suddenly realize, saying, "It seems like there was such a thing. Didn't I ask you to buy some specialties back a few days ago to eat? You can just go buy them, no need to inform me." "No, Ninga, that's not the specialties," the blonde guy said with a bitter face. "No specialties then?" "Then I won't buy them, I'm going to play," Ning Yuan said as he began to head downstairs. The blonde guy quickly grabbed his arm, saying, "Ninga, didn't you say you would bring Martian specialties? You forgot so quickly." Ning Yuan shook off the blonde guy's hand and said, "As expected, you little guy, early in the morning with beef pastries and water-fried buns," saying beef pastries dipped in vinegar aren't greasy. Clearly, there's something going on. The blonde guy scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "So do you have any or not?" "Ninga, of course I do." Ning Yuan pulled out a piece of gold nugget from his pocket and handed it to the blonde guy. "Make a golden necklace with this gold from Mars, and you'll be shaking like an old lady touching an electric gate." "Got it." Got it, the blonde guy nodded vigorously. "ITLL, definitely shake." "All right, keep it in your bed tonight to admire. Slowly go open the door. Quickly, we have new products today," Ning Yuan said. "What new products do we have this time?" the blonde guy asked. "Virtual reality gaming consoles, 3 million each," Ning Yuan said before heading downstairs. He intended to buy a gaming console from the vending machine, as this time the system was quite stingy, not even providing him with one. Ning Yuan speculated that it was probably because they were afraid he would get addicted to games and not sell his products properly. Hearing this, the blonde guy was stunned again. Could it be real virtual reality technology? This was outrageous. If this technology matured, humanity would have a second world. People could do things in the virtual world they had never done before, experiencing lives they had never lived. For example, those who had been bedridden for years could run, exercise, see the scenery, and do what they loved in the virtual. At the same time, this technology could also be applied in the military, creating a realistic battlefield environment to hone soldiers' will. It could also be used in medicine, allowing students to perform their first surgery in a near-real environment without bearing any risks.